The latest bulletin from the National Weather Bureau: Typhoon Neptune, the largest of the year, is set to make landfall in Haicheng at 2:00 a.m. tonight. Affected by the typhoon, the eastern coastal regions of our country will experience winds of 10 to 12 on the Beaufort scale, accompanied by thunderstorms and torrential rain. The public is advised to take precautionary measures. Neptune. Typhoon. Lin Xia slowly opened his eyes. What greeted him was his familiar living room with the television screen currently broadcasting nationwide weather forecasts. Lin Xia turned his head to look out the window. The sun blazed overhead and cicadas chirped incessantly outside. Am I reborn? Lin Xia abruptly stood up from the sofa, instinctively reaching for his phone in his pocket. It wasn't there. He looked down and saw it lying on the coffee table in front of him. Trembling slightly, Lin Xia picked up the phone and lit the screen, seeing the date and time displayed: June 5, 2023, Sunday. 1605. I really am reborn? Lin Xia confirmed his situation. If I remember correctly, the torrential rain will start tonight. Lin Xia carefully recalled his memories. Some memories were blurry, but he remembered Neptune. He remembered clearly the weather forecast said Typhoon Neptune would make landfall tonight, but in reality no strong winds came, only heavy rain did. Moreover, that rainstorm wasn't limited to the coastal areas, it began raining everywhere across the world at that exact time. At first people expected the storm to pass quickly. Yet the rain hardly ever stopped pouring down without end. Soon floods engulfed the entire world. Daily death tolls and missing persons numbered in the tens of thousands. In his past life, Lin Xia barely held on for 15 days. After his food ran out, driven by hunger, he ventured outside searching for food and tragically drowned. Since fate has given me a second chance, I must be fully prepared this time. Every extra day I endure is one more day of hope. Although a reborn soul, Lin Xia had only lasted half a month in his previous life before perishing. He had no idea how long this rain would truly continue. At least when the waters swallowed him, the rain showed no sign of stopping. If it were only a month, he could simply stock up on food at home. But what if it lasted longer? What if it rained for 50 or even 100 days? Would there be another chance at rebirth then? Lin Xia didn't dare gamble. In his heart he decided to spare no expense this time, just to survive even one more hour in the catastrophe. The most important things are food and drinking water. In his previous life, running out of supplies forced him to risk going out, which led to his death. To survive, long supplies were essential. Lin Xia lit his phone and checked his salary card, just over 500,000 in savings. He planned to spend every cent on food and water. The rain will start tonight, severely impacting intercity transport. Ordering online is out of the question. I have to buy in physical stores. Lin Xia immediately headed out with his car keys. So far the world was still normal. No one could imagine that in 10 hours Earth would face its greatest disaster ever. Without wasting time, Lin Xia drove towards the wholesale market. Wait. Halfway there, a critical issue struck him. He quickly pulled over to the side of the road. He needed to think carefully. He could buy supplies now, but where would he store all that food and water? His apartment was on the 6th floor. In his past life, by the 15th day of the rain, the water had already reached the 5th floor. Clearly the 6th floor wasn't safe. At most 20 days, then the water would completely submerge the 6th floor. I need to find a very tall place for refuge in Jinling City. Lin Xia's first thought was a hotel. Especially high-end hotels like the Intercontinental, located on the 65th floor of a tower. Damn, that expensive. Lin Xia checked the price on his phone, thousands per night. His 500,000 wouldn't even cover half a month of lodging if spent only on that. I'm an idiot. After day 5 the whole country will shut down. By then who cares about hotel fees? 5 days would cost less than 100,000. The remaining 400,000 plus could buy a decent amount of supplies if I'm frugal. After a brief hesitation, Lin Xia decided to rent a sufficiently high room. The car engine restarted. This time his destination was the Intercontinental Hotel. Arriving, he parked and walked into the hotel lobby. "Good afternoon, how may I assist you?" A receptionist greeted him warmly at the entrance. Lin Xia had already prepared an approach on the way. Composed, he replied, "Hello, I'm inquiring about long-term corporate partnership for my company. Who should I speak to?" "One moment, please." The receptionist's eyes lit up. "I'll get our lobby manager. She can discuss the specifics with you." "Thank you." Lin Xia responded politely. His goal was simple: negotiate a lower price. Though just a programmer, he knew hotels often had negotiated corporate rates with big companies. If lucky, he could save money for more supplies. Soon a beautifully dressed professional woman in a business suit approached and led Lin Xia to a meeting room. "Mr. Lin, here is a brief introduction to our corporate long-term cooperation. It contains detailed information for you to review." The beautiful manager had prepared a brochure and handed it to him. "Thank you." Lin Xia accepted it gracefully and opened it immediately to browse. Lin Xia skipped over long-term contract terms. He cared only about the price. "Manager Tang, this business deluxe suite meets our company's requirements." The brochure detailed the suite over 100 square meters. Crucially, among the rooms within his budget, this one was on the highest floor. "Mr. Lin, this is our executive suite. Under a partnership agreement, the rate is about 1500 per night, consistent throughout the year." The manager quoted the price. "The price is reasonable." Lin Xia nodded. "But before signing the formal agreement, could we perhaps do a paid trial stay for a few nights?" "Of course." The manager readily agreed. "While I can't offer a free trial, I can give you a discount rate." Lin Xia rejoiced inwardly. 500 saved per night, 2500 over 5 days. Guided by the manager, he checked in smoothly, spending 7500. This should be high enough. Lin Xia's room was on the 66th floor. Elevation over 160 meters. After securing accommodation, the next step was to purchase supplies. Lin Xia drove to the food wholesale market. 1719. There were only 10 minutes left before the market closed, and some shops had already shut their doors. Lin Xia had no time to compare prices. He randomly picked a shop and walked in. "Boss, what would you like?" The shopkeeper was a middle-aged woman who seemed to be preparing to close up for the day, tidying up the store. "Biscuits, bread, mineral water. Oh, and all kinds of canned goods, fruit, fish, meat. I need them all." These were the foods Lin Xia thought of that could be stored long-term without a refrigerator. From the 5th day of the rainstorm, electricity and water would be cut off completely. Items like instant noodles, even if stockpiled, could only be eaten dry. "We have them, but the market is about to close." "How much do you need?" "If it's a lot, you'll have to come back tomorrow." The shopkeeper asked. "I need quite a lot," Lin Xia replied. 1,000 packs of biscuits, 1,000 packs of bread, 1,000 bottles of mineral water, and 500 of each type of canned food. The shopkeeper's eyes lit up. A big deal. But then she grew suspicious, a doubtful look on her face. "Boss, are you serious or just joking? We're about to close, you don't play with me." "I'm serious," Lin Xia said decisively. "Why would I travel all this way in this heat, just to joke? If you have the stock, I can pay right now. But I can't wait until tomorrow, I need everything today." Still suspicious, the shopkeeper cautioned uncertainly, "These things together probably cost several thousand yuan." "Only a few thousand?" Lin Xia wasn't sure about the prices, but it seemed that 40,000 yuan could buy a lot of supplies. "Don't worry, boss lady. I'm definitely buying, and probably even more than this. Just tell me if you have it." "Boss, you must be kidding. No one would turn away money these days. This order is worth several days of my business." "Alright then. Make sure to get a variety of flavors and types, don't make them all the same. I'll pay you 5,000 first to secure the order and you source the goods." With that, Lin Xia scanned the QR code and paid 5000 yuan. Come boss. Have a seat and take a rest. I'll make a few calls and ensure everything is arranged. Don't worry about the price, wholesale rate. The deposit received, the shopkeeper became even more motivated. She immediately pulled out her phone and started making calls. She had biscuits and bread in stock but not enough from the store. She asked her husband to deliver more. She then contacted other familiar shop owners for the rest. Though some had already closed, as she put it, who in their right mind would turn down an order that came straight to their door? All the shop owners who received the call agreed without exception. At a rate of 6 packs of biscuits, 6 loaves of bread and 6 bottles of water per day, these supplies can last me 150 days. For the first 5 days, water and electricity are still available, so I can buy some good food. After the 6th day, I'll only have these biscuits and such. Also, I need to stock up on daily necessities, still need them for everyday life. No food and water are still far from enough. Even if the rain stops after 50 days, the world will be a vast ocean. It's impossible to know when things will return to normal, not just 150 days, maybe a year or 2. I still need supplies to survive. While waiting, Lin Xia did some mental calculations. Boss lady. Realizing the possible scenario after the rain, he felt he had underestimated things and decided to increase the order. The shout startled the shopkeeper. No way. This kid isn't backing out, is he? I've already arranged everything over the phone. Is he messing with me? I've already taken the 5000, no way I'm giving that back. Seeing the shopkeeper staring blankly, Lin Xia asked, have you calculated the exact price? How much is it? Damn, this kid sure likes suspense, scared me to death. Boss, wait a minute, let me calculate. The shopkeeper grabbed a calculator and started tapping away furiously. After a moment, she looked up and said, together it's 8650, let's say 8600. And delivery is on us. 8600? Lin Xia subconsciously echoed his tone, carrying a hint of doubt. The shopkeeper became nervous again and quickly added, don't worry, everything is brand name and the prices are wholesale. Well, Lin Xia did some mental math. How about 8500? The shopkeeper was about to shake her head. Cutting 100 was a bit much. Add 2000 units to everything I just ordered and try to include as many varieties as possible. The shopkeeper was momentarily stunned, then quickly caught on and slapped her thigh. Deal. No problem. 8500 it is. Adding 2000 units makes it 25500. Beep. Alipay received 20500 yuan. The small speaker in the shop announced the payment. The shopkeeper's smile widened. She loved customers who paid up front. Come boss, have a cold drink. The shopkeeper took a bottle of milk tea from the fridge. Don't worry, this is on me, not charged. Thanks. Lin Xia accepted it with a clear conscience. After all, he had spent over 20000 yuan. A bottle of milk tea was nothing. The shopkeeper made a few more phone calls. Boss, where should these things be delivered? They'll have them sent directly to your place to save time. Room 6688, Intercontinental Hotel. A hotel? The shopkeeper was puzzled. Why send supplies to a hotel? But that was none of her business. The customer said where to deliver, so she would arrange it. The money was already in her account. This order was a nice little profit. Boss, everything is arranged. All items will be delivered within 2 hours. The shopkeeper hand-wrote a receipt and handed it to Lin Xia. This is the order slip. If any issues arise, come to me with this. Good, I'll be going then. Lin Xia took the receipt and prepared to go have dinner. Thinking about food, he realized he was indeed hungry, and hunger reminded him of the agony of starving in his last days. To be honest, starving to death is truly agonizing, worse than living dead. They'll have a good meal at a restaurant. Won't have another chance. I miss steamed fish head with chopped chili. The hotel cost 7,500, supplies cost 2,550, and Lin Xia still had 7,000 yuan left in his card. That money was enough to buy some daily necessities, and he still had a few hundred yuan in WeChat, enough for a meal. Lin Xia drove directly to a restaurant he frequented. At 1830, Lin Xia delightfully polished off 3 bowls of rice and a serving of chopped pepper fish head. To finish, he ordered a portion of noodle slices. The smooth noodle slices tossed in the savory sauce of the chopped pepper fish head released an irresistible aroma. Even after 3 bowls of rice, his appetite swelled anew. At 1850, Lin Xia returned to the Intercontinental Hotel. Shortly after his arrival, the delivery man showed up. When the hotel staff saw Lin Xia moving boxes as if stocking up, they objected. Who rents a room for 1500 a night just to store goods? If it were something valuable, it might be understandable, but Lin Xia was storing bread and biscuits. Mr. Lin, this isn't quite appropriate. Other guests might find it strange, said the beautiful manager who had stopped him earlier. Given that Lin Xia might become a long-term partner, her words were tactful. Lin Xia replied with a cold laugh, just treat it as my luggage, can't you? Why do you think I'm doing this? The beautiful manager paused, wondering if this was a test. Most long-term clients focus on the hotel's grade and facilities, but some pay special attention to staff service attitude. Logically, guests have full rights to their rooms during their stay. Unless engaging in illegal activities, the hotel has no reason or right to interfere. Would someone really spend 1500 a night just to store biscuits? That's clearly unreasonable. The only plausible explanation was that he was testing their service attitude. Immediately, the beautiful manager forced a smile and suggested, Mr. Lin, how about this? Since you have so many items, let our staff use the service elevator to move them to your room. It'll save you trouble. Good, do that then. Lin Xia nodded in satisfaction. By 1920, everything was neatly stacked in the living room of his suite. Lin Xia finally felt a bit at ease. With these supplies, he should be fine for 100 days or so. Since it was still early, Lin Xia made another trip to the supermarket, buying many daily necessities like toothpaste, face wash, shower gel, and toilet paper. Though not strictly essential, they would help him maintain some cleanliness. He also brought some clothes from home to the hotel. It was hot now, but who knew how long the rain would last? Better safe than sorry. By 2130, Lin Xia had prepared everything he could think of. It'd be hilarious if it doesn't rain, he muttered, looking at the room full of supplies. He found it surreal that a rebirth, something only found in novels, had happened to him. Others get reborn to make money and live like tycoons. He got reborn to eat biscuits and bread every day. Should I tell others? They probably wouldn't believe me anyway. They'll still warn them. It's up to me to speak, but whether they believe is beyond my control. Having done everything, Lin Xia didn't rest. Though he hadn't planned to be a hero since he knew the impending crisis, he felt obliged to warn people. He picked up his phone and began sending mass messages on WeChat. Friendly reminder: the heavy rain starting tonight will last a very long time, at least 15 days, with no end in sight. If you trust me, go to the highest place you can find to take shelter and make sure to stock up on enough food and water. He sent this to over 1,000 contacts and more than 30 group chats. Soon replies came in. Lao Lin, have you been drinking too much? What nonsense are you talking? Are you crazy? Is this some game, truth or dare? Bro Lin, come out for a drink. What the hell? As expected, not a single person among the countless responses took his words seriously. Lin Xia didn't mind, he had anticipated this. He had notified these people on WeChat. He ignored all replies as he couldn't explain to each one individually. Besides, he couldn't explain it clearly and no one would believe him anyway. That's just how people are, they only regret things after they happen. Closing WeChat, Lin Xia opened Douyin. He was about to post his first video. After tidying up a bit, he opened the recording interface, adjusted the beauty filter and started. Hello everyone. No one will believe me if I say I've been reborn. But I still want to warn all netizens the heavy rain starting tonight will last at least 15 days. I'm not joking. Let me repeat, I'm not joking. According to the weather forecast, there will be a typhoon and heavy rain along the eastern coast tonight. But I tell you, there won't be any wind, just torrential rain. If you don't believe me, wait until 2 a.m. tonight and see if I'm wrong. If you're willing to trust me, go to the highest place you can reach to take shelter and stock up on enough food and drinking water by tomorrow. Finally, I wish you all safety. Lin Xia didn't know how many people would see his video. New videos typically only get a few hundred views. That was fewer than his WeChat contacts. Checking his WeChat wallet and Alipay, he had about 800 yuan left. That was all he had. Money won't matter later anyway. Let's boost this. Without much hesitation, he spent all his money on Douyin promotion to increase the video's reach. True to form, spending money made a difference. Soon comments started coming in. What's the winning lottery number for tomorrow's double color ball? If you get it right, you'll believe you, Manual Doghead. I want the big lotto numbers. I want the sports lottery numbers. How many dishes did you have to get this drunk? Sigh. After reading a few replies, Lin Xia put down his phone. He had done all he could. He had a clear conscience. After a shower, he lay in bed gazing quietly out the window. Time ticked by. At midnight there was no wind, no rain. At 1 a.m. no wind, no rain. At 1:59 still no wind, still no rain. Lin Xia checked the time, 1:59:56. 4, 3, 2, 1. Tap. A raindrop hit the window glass. Tap. Another. Tap, 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 tap. In an instant the rain poured down in sheets. Lin Xia suddenly sat up in bed. Not because of the rain, but because a strange vision inexplicably appeared in his field of view. What the hell is this? 6 cards neatly arranged in 2 rows of 3. Lin Xia thought he was hallucinating and quickly rubbed his eyes, but the cards in his vision still remained. He tried looking elsewhere, yet no matter where he gazed, these cards followed his line of sight, persisting without fail. With no other choice, Lin Xia carefully examined them. The 6 cards each had a translucent black texture, their borders shimmering with golden light. Most notably, each card bore an image at its center with several lines of text beneath it. Rain summoning. Upon use, heavy rain falls from the sky lasting 4 hours. What the hell? With dozens of days of rain about to pour down non-stop, was this card a joke? Underwater breathing. Upon use, allows breathing underwater effect lasting 4 hours. This was somewhat useful, and when the flooding got severe it might come in handy. Lin Xia intended to check the next card, but suddenly all 6 cards flipped over. He could only see 6 identical backs, each adorned with a pattern of heavy rain falling from the sky. Then the 6 cards shuffled together. After a series of transformations, they scattered once more, still arranged in 2 rows of 3. The only difference was that the cards remained face down. Is this asking me to choose one? The scene reminded him of card drawing lottery games, identical in every way. Lin Xia tentatively raised his hand and lightly tapped the first card. The sensation was no different from touching thin air. However, the card he tapped actually flipped over. The image on it was of several gold coins. Looking at the description below, the image Mega Tycoon, upon use instantly obtain 100 million Daxia coins acquired through legitimate channels with no restrictions, freely usable. Damn it. He still didn't know if this thing was real, but drawing such a cursed item made him want to curse out loud. Right now money was the most worthless thing to him. In a few days floodwaters would reach several stories high, all shops, banks, malls, and everything else would be closed. What use was money? Yet he had to draw money. One small goal? Even a day earlier he could have bought a Ferrari and at least shown off for a day. What good was 100 million now? This was probably the most absurd situation in life, having money but nowhere to spend it. How infuriating. Why were these cards still there? Just as Lin Xia was feeling deeply frustrated, he noticed the cards hadn't vanished, they remained in his field of vision. Could it be asking me to draw another? Lin Xia raised his hand again. Which one to pick? His decision paralysis kicked in. If only I had an eraser. With no other option, Lin Xia tapped the last card. Finally the cards stirred. The 4 he hadn't touched disappeared and the 2 he had opened drifted to the center. The first was Mega Tycoon. The second bore an image resembling a dark mist. Dimensional space. Upon use, gain a dimensional space with no size limit capable of storing any non-living entity with a perpetual state of preservation. Lin Xia's eyes lit up immediately. This was the legendary storage space. A true treasure. Especially in this time of natural disaster, he could store all his supplies within this dimensional space. When Lin Xia came to his senses, he realized the cards in his vision had vanished. He tried summoning them with his mind. Sure enough, 2 cards appeared in the upper left of his vision. Use. No response. Other reincarnators get a system with instructions when they awaken, but my cards don't even come with a manual. How pathetic. Lin Xia tried various mental activation methods but still couldn't use them. Is this messing with me? Frustrated, Lin Xia reached out to touch the card. The moment his fingertip made contact, he actually felt a tangible sensation. A physical object? Lin Xia changed his touch to a pinch, and as he grasped the card, his right hand involuntarily gave a slight flick. The exquisite card was flung out. It tumbled through the air in an arc, then burst like a firework, vanishing without a trace. At the same time, Lin Xia felt something new emerge in his mind. Dimensional space. With a slight mental nudge, a pure white space appeared in his consciousness. It actually exists. Lin Xia shot up from the bed. I have to test this. He walked to the living room, placed his hand on a box of bread, and concentrated his mind. In an instant, the box of bread he touched vanished. In the dimensional space, a box of bread sat quietly. He then tried to retrieve it. After a few attempts, Lin Xia was certain this dimensional space was real. What was he waiting for? Lin Xia promptly stored all the supplies in the living room into the dimensional space. What does perpetual state of preservation mean exactly? Lin Xia was somewhat puzzled. Suddenly a light bulb went off in his mind. Maybe it meant exactly what it said. Anything placed in the dimensional space would remain in its original state until retrieved. If that were true, Lin Xia decisively used the Mega Tycoon card. Previously, money was indeed useless. Even with more money, there was nowhere to store purchased goods, and buying too much would lead to spoilage and expiration. But now, if this dimensional space could truly preserve the state of stored items, money would be incredibly useful. Although the downpour had already started, a single day of heavy rain would only inconvenience travel at most with little other impact. That meant he could still go out tomorrow and buy to his heart's content. Ding! His phone rang. Lin Xia picked it up and saw a text message. Your debit card ending in 6666 received a deposit of 100000000. 00 Daxia coins at 0211 on June 6, 2023. Daxia Bank. Was he a billionaire now? One small goal had arrived smoothly, and Lin Xia couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. But he was still a bit uneasy, so he immediately opened the Daxia Bank app to check. The balance was indeed 100 million. No, I can't wait until tomorrow, I have to test it today. With money in hand, Lin Xia couldn't sit still. At just past 2 a.m., he felt no trace of sleepiness. Some barbecue joints should still be open now. Perfect chance to test if the dimensional space can really preserve state. If it can keep barbecue fresh, that would be amazing. At the thought of barbecue, Lin Xia couldn't help but swallow. He got dressed, grabbed his keys, and headed out. Lin Xia watched the elevator ascend slowly from the first floor, a sense of eager anticipation stirring within him. Everything that had just transpired felt too surreal. If it were all true, then this life would surely be far more comfortable and prosperous than the last. At the very least, he would never starve. Ding! The elevator arrived. Lin Xia stepped inside. Soon it reached the first floor. With another soft chime, the doors slid open. Lin Xia instinctively walked out only to feel someone grab his arm. "Oh darling, I told you there was no need to come down and meet me." A sweet, delicate female voice sounded in his ear. He had been lost in thought and hadn't noticed anyone else. Now he saw a strikingly beautiful young woman holding his arm. "My husband is here to pick me up, so no need to see me off, President Zhang. Thank you for your hospitality. Goodbye." Outside the elevator stood a handsome man in a well-tailored suit. "He must be the President Zhang," the woman mentioned. Zhang's expression darkened as he scrutinized Lin Xia, trying to determine if this man, even more handsome than himself, was truly her boyfriend. As a technically inclined handsome man, Lin Xia disliked socializing but quickly grasped the situation. This President Zhang was clearly smitten with the beautiful woman. He had likely plied her with alcohol tonight, preparing to make his move. Yet the young woman, still clear-headed, had seized the chance to use Lin Xia as a shield. "Look at you, you've had too much to drink tonight. I've prepared some hangover soup. Let's head up," Lin Xia said with a sly smile, reaching out to caress her cheek with feigned concern. He then turned to Zhang. "You must be President Zhang. Thank you for seeing her home. Sorry for the trouble. It's late now, so I won't invite you up. They'll treat you to a meal another day. Goodbye." The elevator doors closed. President Zhang ultimately didn't press further. Though suspicious, it was past 2 in the morning, hardly the time for a confrontation. Inside the elevator, the moment the doors shut, the young woman shoved Lin Xia away. "How could you do that? Why did you touch my face?" She was furious at his overly familiar gesture. "Weren't you the one who took advantage of me first?" Lin Xia shrugged nonchalantly. "Besides, would anyone have believed you without a little intimacy?" The woman shot him a glare but said nothing. Silence fell in the elevator. Ding! It stopped at the 66th floor. "This is my stop." She stepped out, paused at the door for a second, and just as it was about to close, turned back to Lin Xia. "Thanks." Lin Xia smiled faintly. At 0224 he drove off and soon found a bustling street lined with barbecue and hot pot stalls. Despite the uncooperative weather, the young crowd's passion for late-night snacks remained undimmed, and every shop seemed to be doing brisk business. Parking the car and grabbing an umbrella, Lin Xia entered the first shop. "How many, boss? Can I get takeout?" "Sure, erase the menu." Lin Xia took the menu and started ordering 200 skewers of meat, 200 of cartilage, 200 of pork belly, 200 of chicken neck, 200 each of chicken wings and feet, 100 of squid, 100 of pork kidney, 100 of chicken gizzard, 100 of stinky tofu, 100 of cauliflower, 100 of potato, 100 of eggplant, 100 of garlic, 100 of enoki, mushrooms, 100 of baby bok choy, and 100 portions of chives. "That's it for now, you'll add more if needed." The boss looked baffled. Was this brat just messing around? "Boss!" Lin Xia called out, seeing him frozen in silence. Snapping back, the boss asked, "Isn't that too much? Can you finish it all? I've got dozens of people waiting. This probably won't be enough. Just start grilling." Lin Xia made up an excuse. "Oh, and don't remove the metal skewers. Barbecue without skewers just doesn't feel right." "Well," the boss hesitated. "Just calculate the total including the skewer deposit. They'll transfer it all to you now and they'll pick everything up later." The boss awkwardly replied, "Could you repeat that?" Lin Xia repeated his order. After jotting it down, the boss said, "The food comes to 4500 plus a 500 deposit for the skewers, 5000 in total." Beep. Alipay received 5000 yuan. The boss beamed. "All right, I'll get started right away. With this much, I'll grill half first. About an hour." No need, Lin Xia said. Grill it all. They'll be back in 2 hours. Fine, no problem. The boss didn't care as the money was already in hand. Then I'm off. Umbrella in hand, Lin Xia walked to the next shop, a grilled fish place. Boss, 50 grilled fish in each of the 4 flavors to go. He slightly reduced the quantity, fearing the shop couldn't handle it. Oh, and bring a few portable stoves. How much altogether? Are you serious? Of course. Dozens of friends are waiting to eat. With the stoves, it'll be 15000. But it's a lot, it'll take 3 hours. No problem. Grill them. Lin Xia scanned the code and paid. Using the same method, he placed orders at every shop on the street. There were barbecue, grilled fish, hot pot, roasted meat, seafood skewers, and his beloved crawfish. In one night he spent nearly 2 million yuan. After placing the last order, it was almost 2 hours, time to pick up from the first shop. He returned to the barbecue joint. Good heavens, dozens of stainless steel trays were piled up. Lin Xia had the shop assistants load all the barbecue into his car. One car couldn't hold it all. Unable to use his dimensional space in public, he pretended to deliver a batch first, then stashed the barbecue into the space while en route. After 3 trips of this charade, he finally cleared the first shop's goods. The sky was growing light and the rain showed no sign of stopping. Lin Xia had no time to rest and continued his hauling mission. By just past 7 in the morning, he had finally collected all the food. Back at the Intercontinental Hotel, he tried taking some barbecue out of the dimensional space. While it was still hot, it came out exactly as it had gone in, even the temperature perfectly preserved. This effect was simply incredible. I'm dead tired, but the roads are already flooding. I don't have much time to stockpile. Screw sleep, your little hardship now means a comfortable life later. Keep stocking. Lin Xia splashed cold water on his face, grabbed his car keys and headed out again. Day 10821. The torrential rain that had persisted through the night severely tested the city's drainage capacity. At this moment, water had already accumulated on some roads in Jinling City, severely affecting residents' travel. Meanwhile, the water levels of various rivers and lakes had also reached the red alert line. Terrifyingly, such phenomena were not limited to Jinling alone. Instead, the entire Daxia nation and even the whole world was being ravaged by the rainstorm. Experts had already noted the abnormality of this downpour. A global rainstorm, this was an unprecedented anomaly in human history. Faced with such an omen, humanity found no countermeasures and could only await the storm's cessation. Life continued on. Those who had to work still went to work, and those who had to attend school still went to school. Lin Xia paid no attention to the news broadcasts, for he knew these experts offered no constructive suggestions, merely endlessly debating the cause of the rainstorm, a truly futile exercise. All he had to do now was raid breakfast shops. Steamed buns, soy milk, fried dough sticks, these were all targets of Lin Xia's sweep. At any breakfast shop he entered, Lin Xia had almost only one sentence: "Boss'll take all of this." After all, the shopkeepers didn't care why a customer bought so much. As long as they paid, they were happy to sell, even hoping they'd buy as much as possible. In one morning, Lin Xia raided over 60 breakfast shops, buying nearly every type of breakfast each shop could offer at the time. All kinds of steamed buns, siumai rice balls, and egg pancakes. The quantity was staggering. Placed inside steaming hot when it was time to eat, they didn't even need reheating. Taking them out was like fresh from the steamer. At noon, Lin Xia began raiding restaurants. He used the same tactic as with the midnight snacks, placing orders at multiple shops one by one, then picking them up one by one, perfectly staggering the time without wasting a single second. By the end of the day, his dimensional space was stocked with countless dishes. All these dishes were still piping hot, as if freshly made when taken out. Day 12102. Lin Xia collapsed onto his bed, utterly exhausted. He hadn't slept for over 30 hours, and the moment he lay down he fell asleep in less than a minute. The rainstorm showed no signs of abating. At this time, the authorities had issued a notice advising residents to stock up on food appropriately to prepare for potential flood disasters. Online, almost everyone was discussing this bizarre global rainstorm. The video Lin Xia had posted earlier had also become wildly popular. Indeed, there was no typhoon, just a relentless rainstorm that had continued for over 20 hours with no sign of stopping. Every word he had spoken in the video came true. Likes began to skyrocket. Opening the comments section revealed a bustling scene. "Boss, is it enough if I just stock up on 15 days of food?" The anchor said at least 15 days, implying it's a minimum with no upper limit. "I believe the anchor now, I've stocked up on a lot of food." Pay attention, the key point shouldn't be that the anchor is a reincarnator. In other words, the anchor didn't survive his previous life either. Are there any web novel enthusiasts here? Shout out the main traits of a reincarnator. That's an eye-opener. If you want to survive, find the anchor. Reincarnators always have cheats. Besides comments, the number of shares had also reached hundreds of thousands. This video had even made it onto Douyin's real-time trending list. If previously only 0.0001 of people believed what Lin Xia said in the video, then now out of every 1,000 people who saw the video, perhaps one would believe. And these people, taking advantage of being able to go out today, had all gone to supermarkets to buy plenty of food to store at home. After posting the video, Lin Xia hadn't opened Douyin again as he was busy stockpiling all kinds of food and had no time for anything else. Time passed into the early hours. Day 2, 0200. Lin Xia woke from his slumber. The moment he opened his eyes, he saw the familiar 6 cards. It appeared at this time yesterday too. So does this card refresh every day at 2 a.m.? Lin Xia speculated inwardly. He even felt that his ability to wake up so punctually was due to these cards. But for now his focus was on the 6 cards before him. He noticed that the content of these 6 cards was different from yesterday's. The first card reads Sky Barrier. Upon use, the blue star gains a barrier that can block rainwater lasting 4 hours. The second card, Void Generator. Upon use, obtain a void generator that provides electricity for home appliances storable in dimensional space. The third card, Physique Enhancement. Upon use, all physical attributes are increased by 10 based on the original, permanently effective. The fourth card was an old friend, Big Tycoon. The fifth card, Water Walking. Upon use, gain the ability to walk on water lasting 4 hours, uninterrupted. The sixth card, Eternal Flame. Upon use, obtain a wisp of Eternal Flame. Eternal Flame, a special flame that never extinguishes without external interference. Storable in dimensional space. This time Lin Xia was smarter. He quickly scanned the contents of the 6 cards. Just as he finished reading all the card contents, the 6 cards flipped over, then merged together, and after a series of transformations separated again. Among these, Big Tycoon is the most useless. I already have 100 million, and after a day of spending I've used less than 10 million. Getting it again has no real meaning. Given the current situation, Void Generator should be the most practical. After all, water and electricity will be cut off in 4 days. With a generator, not only can I ensure normal use of appliances, but I can also boil water and cook. Best value for money. Lin Xia silently prayed. Then he raised his hand and tapped the card in the middle of the top row. Instantly the other 5 cards all vanished. The card Lin Xia had chosen flipped over. Void Generator? It really was Void Generator? Although he still didn't know how to use it, Lin Xia had complete faith in the items obtained from the card draw. Now he had already thought of what to stock up on the next day. First, home appliances, refrigerators, washing machines, induction cookers, rice cookers, microwaves, and most importantly, air conditioners. He could buy dozens of each of these items and store them in his dimensional space for backup. Previously he had considered stockpiling fresh produce, but realizing there would be no electricity, water, or gas later, he abandoned the idea as it would be useless. Now that he had a generator and appliances, he could stockpile a large quantity of vegetables and even buy some fruits to store as well. Day 2, 0330. Lin Xia grabbed the car keys and left the hotel. Time was running out. He had to race against the clock to stockpile supplies. The hour seemed late, but Lin Xia knew well that the city's inhabitants wouldn't wait until dawn to stir. In the depths of the night, some had already begun their daily toil. Take the vendors at the vegetable market for instance. The market opened promptly at 5 each morning, and they had to have the day's produce ready before then. Even earlier were the merchants at the agricultural wholesale market. That was Lin Xia's destination. Just past 3 in the morning, the roads were nearly empty, but the waterlogging within the city had already grown severe. In the morning some areas had been dry. But now not a single road remained visible. Driving with painstaking care, guided by his navigation, Lin Xia took 30 minutes to reach the agricultural wholesale market. Just past 4, the wholesale market blazed with light. Many were already hauling goods, loading trucks, and haggling over prices. Despite the torrential rain, these vendors persevered, driven by the need to make a living. Lin Xia waded through the water and approached a vegetable vendor. "Boss, what vegetables are on that truck behind you?" He paid no heed to the scattered produce nearby. His eyes were fixed on the large truck behind the vendor, its bed neatly stacked with crates of vegetables. "Got all kinds, baby bok choy, lettuce, celery, garlic." "This truck's got 10 tons, boss." "What are you looking for?" the vendor said in a thick accent. Lin Xia's eyes lit up. He had feared the truck might carry only one type, but a mixed load was perfect. "Boss, is this truck for sale?" He intended to buy the truck along with its cargo. "You must be joking, boss. We sell veggies here, not trucks." "I need this rig to haul my produce, can't sell it," the vendor replied with a chuckle, taking it as a jest. Lin Xia thought for a moment, then cut to the chase. "They'll take the whole truckload of veggies, truck included. They'll give you $1 million. What do you say?" "You for real?" The vendor grinned, still skeptical. "The truck and produce are worth at most 500,000. Lin Xia pulled out his phone. "I'm serious. If you're willing to sell, I'll pay you right now, the full amount." The vendor finally turned earnest. "You really mean it? You're not scamming me, are you?" Lin Xia feigned displeasure. "I'll transfer the money first. You can hand over the goods once it hits your account." "How could that be fake?" "If you're still unsure, call the market manager to witness. I pay, you deliver." $1 million for real?" the vendor asked again, seeking confirmation. $1 million, not a cent less. "I'll transfer it right now," Lin Xia affirmed. "Deal." The vendor couldn't resist the temptation. $1 million, he could buy a new truck for 300,000, and after deducting the produce cost of about 100,000 head, net over 500,000 in pure profit. It was like free money, a fool's goldmine. Lin Xia wasted no time. He asked for the vendor's account and transferred 1 million yuan on the spot. After triple-checking that the funds had arrived, the vendor broke into an irrepressible grin. "Boss, you know your way around this market?" After the transfer, Lin Xia asked further. "Familiar. I've been in the vegetable business here for nearly 10 years. "Of course I know it," the vendor replied, still beaming. "Can you ask around for me? See if anyone else is willing to sell their truck and cargo together?" Lin Xia didn't want to run around himself. Having a familiar face ask would be far more efficient. "I don't care what it is as long as it's fresh. I'll pay 90,000 per ton. Deduct 10,000 as your commission and I'll settle that with you separately." The vendor's eyes gleamed. This was another gift of cash. This was a wholesale market. Who wouldn't want to sell their goods? Even including the truck at 90,000 per ton, the smallest truck here held 5 tons, that was 450,000. A net profit of at least 200,000 per truck. "Boss, just tell me how much you need. As long as it's in this market, they'll get it all for you. The quantity doesn't matter, but I need variety. For example, since you've already sold me baby bok choy and garlic, I won't need much more of those. Focus on what you don't have. You understand?" "Got it. Don't you worry, it's on me." The vendor turned and started rallying people. Soon 7 or 8 vendors had gathered, selling everything, even a grain and flour merchant who had caught wind of the deal. A cacophony of voices filled the air and Lin Xia couldn't make out a word. Finally the vegetable vendor flashed his bank balance on his phone. The crowd fell silent, their eyes fixed on Lin Xia with hunger. "I'm offering a generous price, but don't even think about cheating on the weight. If I find you've shortchanged me, don't blame me for turning hostile." He had to draw the line. A premium was one thing, but being cheated was another. That was a matter of principle. "Boss, rest assured the weight will be more than fair," the vendors vowed, thumping their chests. "Good, that settles it." Lin Xia pulled out his phone. "Come on, line up. One at a time." In less than an hour Lin Xia had spent nearly 10 million yuan. "Do any of you know fruit sellers?" I do. My second brother is in the fruit business." "They'll call him over right now?" Well, it wasn't quite a summons that drew a crowd, but it was remarkably efficient. 10 minutes later a dozen fruit wholesalers arrived, drenched to the bone. Of course, when faced with a golden goose like this, they wouldn't hesitate a second, even if it were raining knives instead of water. "Boss, I've got apples and pears." "Boss, I sell watermelons, guaranteed authentic Haiching 8424. "Boss, I've got Thai durians." Lin Xia sat in the vegetable vendor's chair, someone holding an umbrella over him, looking every bit the benefactor. "They'll take all your fruit." Lin Xia raised his phone. "Fruit is pricier than vegetables, so it'll settle at 100,000 per ton. Those willing to sell stay. Those not, you can leave." "He'll sell." "Me too. Only a fool would walk away." Even for high-priced fruit like durian, a ton cost at most 40 to 50,000. Including the truck, that was around 200,000, a profit of 300,000 on this deal. "Line up one at a time." Lin Xia made the transfers one by one, spending another 10 million or more. After settling all payments, Lin Xia addressed the gathered vendors. "One last thing, you'll need you to drive your trucks to this location." He handed them the address of his company's warehouse. The warehouse had a large parking lot, perfect for accommodating all the trucks. On day 2 at 0525, after all the vendors had driven away, Lin Xia took advantage of the empty warehouse parking lot to collect every truck along with their cargo into his dimensional space. Having secured the vegetables and fruits, Lin Xia headed straight for the meat wholesale market. Employing the same tactic, he nearly emptied the market of all its stock. If not for the reserved quantities set aside for regular customers, every vendor would have been eager to sell all their goods to Lin Xia at the price he offered. Vegetables and meat are taken care of. What else is missing? Lin Xia pondered as he recalled his cooking process. Seasonings. Without further ado, he made his way to the condiment wholesale market. Salt, white sugar, chicken bouillon, MSG, soy sauce, aged vinegar, oyster sauce. Along with less common spices like angelica root and star anise. And various pastes. In short, Lin Xia cleared out everything the market had to offer. Although the market had few customers due to the rain, Lin Xia's arrival instantly ignited a lively atmosphere. The merchants surrounded him with the warmth of welcoming a fortune god. Lin Xia was generous, purchasing almost all stock at a premium price. His only condition: each purchase must include a truck. Without a truck, no deal. This posed no challenge for the vendors. A single phone call summoned several box trucks to deliver the goods to the designated location. For now the food issue should be resolved, Lin Xia thought, feeling parched after the bustling activity. Just as he reached into his dimensional space for a bottle of water, he spotted a small convenience store. "I forgot about snacks. And cigarettes and alcohol? Though not necessities, since I have money with nowhere to spend, I might as well indulge. Let's go." Lin Xia rushed to the food wholesale market. Entering on a scorching summer day, he immediately noticed a shop selling ice cream and popsicles. "Boss, is this all the popsicles you have?" "Young man, these goods are worth hundreds of thousands." "Is that all?" "Well, if we exclude the Zhong Shuigao brand, how much is left?" About 40 to 50,000. "Are you familiar with other cold drink vendors?" Sure, I know everyone's selling popsicles in this market. They'll take everything from your shop except the zhong shui gao. Also call your acquaintances, same deal, they'll buy whatever quantity they have. Are you sure? Beep. Alipay received 50000 yuan. Boss, here, have a popsicle. They'll make those calls right away. Within an hour, Lin Xia had purchased over 8 million yuan worth of cold drinks along with a dozen refrigerated trucks. Boss, why don't you want zhong shui gao? Those popsicles are delicious. Because I don't want to go bankrupt. The cold drink vendor was speechless. Boss, is there anything else you need? I can help with anything in the market. I also want to buy some snacks. I've got you covered. My cousin is in the snack business. Wait a moment, I'll call her over. Let me tell you, my cousin is quite beautiful and she's single. Soon the cousin arrived. To be fair, she was indeed attractive. But Lin Xia's sole focus was stockpiling. With the cousin's assistance and introductions, he bought tons of snacks, potato chips, spicy sticks, and everything imaginable. The food wholesale market also had gift-boxed fresh milk and various common beverages and mineral water. Lin Xia accepted them all, clearing the shelves. Adjacent to the food market was the alcohol wholesale market. Too lazy to move, Lin Xia had the cousin summon the vendors. For any brand name liquor priced above 100 yuan at market rate, he took it all. Beer was exempt from this price rule. As long as it was a known brand, it was acceptable. The single rule remained: price was negotiable, but the goods must come with the vehicle. Handsome, won't you consider my cousin? Where are you from, boss? Fujian. No need to consider, paying the bride price would bankrupt me too. The cold drink vendor was left speechless. Leaving the food market, Lin Xia braved the rain to seek out tobacco shops and ordinary supermarkets, intending to stock up on cigarettes. Though he didn't smoke, he reasoned that in the future every cigarette would become scarce. They might prove useful, and it was better to be prepared. Unlike alcohol, cigarette wholesale required dealing with the tobacco company, which demanded specific qualifications. As an individual, Lin Xia couldn't obtain large quantities through official channels. Instead, he visited tobacco shops and small supermarkets along the way. Following his usual sweep, he amassed hundreds of cartons of various cigarettes, from budget brands like Lacoon and Hongtashan to premium ones like Golden Leaf and 95 Supreme, covering the full spectrum. On day 2 at 1142, Lin Xia vaguely recalled that from tomorrow onward shops would begin closing down. The flooded roads would become nearly impassable and vehicles would be submerged. This meant he had only the remaining half day to make any further purchases. He grabbed a quick lunch at a random fast food joint and resumed his sweep. First stop, the electronics mall. Lin Xia ordered goods under the name of a company, insisting on in-stock items available immediately. He selected high-end brands and models for common appliances. With over 50 million yuan still in his card, he had more than enough to buy the best. For refrigerators, he chose Casart, supporting domestic products while ensuring quality. For washing machines, he picked high-end models from Little Swan. When it came to televisions, Lin Xia hesitated but ultimately opted for Sony's premium models. For air conditioners, as long as they could cool and heat properly, domestic brands sufficed. Gree was adequate, though he chose higher-end versions. Other items like water heaters, induction cookers and rice cookers, Lin Xia had no time to compare. He simply picked the priciest options, assuming they would be fine. After-sales service was irrelevant, as there would be none in the future. Moreover, he purchased dozens of each item. If something broke, he would simply replace it, eliminating the need for repairs. After securing the electronics, Lin Xia hurried to the digital market. Though the future would lack internet, single-player games would remain unaffected. Lin Xia visited several stores, stockpiling 200 PS5s, 200 Xboxes, 200 Switches, and various gaming accessories. Additionally, he bought hundreds of copies of every available game. With these, he could pass the time during idle moments in the future. Thinking of ways to kill time, watching movies seemed like a good option. So Lin Xia visited a few more stores acquiring 500 projectors and dozens of portable hard drives preloaded with films. Still not enough. Following the principle of preparedness, Lin Xia also ordered 200 top-tier Alienware laptops along with high-end Alienware desktop computers and monitors. In the end, Lin Xia spent approximately 15 million yuan at the digital market. At 1643 on day 2, Lin Xia's car stalled on the way back to the hotel. The main cause was likely water in the engine. Filing a repair request was clearly pointless now. Even if he did, no one would come to help. Driving here was too risky, he might end up ruining his car on the road. Lin Xia simply abandoned the car by the roadside and trudged through the water toward the hotel. As he walked, he suddenly realized he had forgotten to stock up on one crucial item. That was clothes. It was summer and his t-shirt would suffice for now. But as the torrential rain persisted, the temperature would keep dropping. Soon a t-shirt would no longer be enough. Though he had prepared an air conditioner, there would always be times he needed to go out. Lin Xia pondered, checked his location, and then headed north. To the north there were no shopping malls, but there was the largest garment wholesale market in Jinling City. The quality of clothes there wasn't as good as mall boutiques, but the key was that the market had a more comprehensive range of categories. If you went to a mall in June, you'd generally only find summer clothes, at most autumn clothes. But the wholesale market was different. There you could buy clothes for all 4 seasons. Given his walking pace, the market would likely be closed by the time he arrived. Lin Xia had a sudden inspiration. Finding a secluded spot, he summoned a box truck from his dimensional space. This truck was much taller than an ordinary family car, but at least it could manage for now. As long as he drove slowly, it should be fine. Once in the truck, his damp clothes clung to him, sending a chill through Lin Xia. It was still June, yet wet clothes made him feel cold, clearly showing the necessity of stocking up on thicker garments. How do you drive this thing? Lin Xia only had a C1 license. But a car was a car. Even with differences, they couldn't be too drastic. For a tech-savvy guy, this wasn't an issue. After a bit of experimentation, Lin Xia was able to drive normally. There were few vehicles on the road now, so even clumsy driving would suffice. At 1715 on day 2, the white box truck slowly entered the underground parking lot of the garment city. Ascending from the underground lot into the garment city, the vast market had many shops shuttered and closed, with only a handful still open. For a generous benefactor, even one open shop was enough. Money could make those closed doors reopen when needed. Lin Xia walked toward the nearest open shop. It turned out to be a women's clothing store. He thought about switching, but in that moment a few more shops pulled down their rolling shutters. Deciding to ask first, he figured he could change if they didn't have what he needed. "Boss, do you have men's clothing?" "Sorry boss, we specialize in women's wear." "Then do you know anyone selling men's wear?" "I need a lot, millions worth." "Are you opening a store, boss?" "Women's clothes sell better than men's." Lin Xia thought that if some pretty girl ever needed his warm embrace, it might be good to have some women's clothes on hand. Besides, he still had plenty of money left, and if he didn't spend it now, he might never have the chance. So he nodded and said, "I need both men's and women's clothes. Can you get in touch with menswear suppliers? It's getting late and I don't want to run around anymore." "How much stock do you need?" Clearly the boss was someone who wouldn't act without seeing the money. Lin Xia glanced around his shop and said, "You only have summer clothes here. I need all seasons, spring, summer, autumn, winter. At least 2 million worth of goods." "Don't worry, I have it all. I have a warehouse upstairs." Hearing 2 million, the boss perked up. "Come on, I'll take you to the warehouse to see. Our clothes are all high quality, you'll know once you see them." The two climbed the stairs, passed through a maze of shops, and arrived at a warehouse deep in the market. It seemed to be shared by several bosses, probably spanning a few thousand square meters. "Here, these are down jackets. They use white goose down and gray goose down. We don't do low-end stuff. My factory price for these is over 200 yuan each." Over here are cotton padded jackets. See? They're made with Xinjiang long staple cotton top-notch quality. These are spring and autumn wear new styles. Feel the quality yourself, the stitching is no worse than branded stuff. Lin Xia followed the boss for a rough look. Indeed, the quality of the clothes here was decent. I'll take all of this. Lin Xia pointed around. Name your price. The boss beaming rubbed his hands together. To be honest with you, I just brought in this stock, about 80,000 yuan worth. The stuff against the wall is last year's inventory, roughly 30,000 yuan. 80,000 plus 30,000, that's 1 million. Lin Xia nodded. I want to take it away today. Can you arrange a truck and some workers? The boss grimaced. Boss, it's already past 5 o'clock. Today's tough and it's still raining outside. How about this? Lin Xia deployed his money power. They'll buy all your goods for 1.5 million. You arrange the truck and workers and they'll give you 200,000 as a convenience fee. Just deliver it to XX Logistics Park. The boss' eyes lit up. These goods could be handled by 4 or 5 people in about an hour. Even split 5 ways, each person would get 40,000 yuan. Earning 40,000 yuan in an hour, hell, even if it were raining knives, people would jump at that. Boss, about the payment. Full amount transfer right now. Great, I'll make sure everything's arranged perfectly. Lin Xia waved him back. Hey, don't rush off. This is all women's wear, remember I need men's clothes too. The boss slapped his forehead. Sorry. I'll call right now. Don't worry, I'll introduce you to the most reputable dealers in the market. Lin Xia nodded. Make sure they have all seasons, spring, summer, autumn, winter. Don't worry, the boss assured, patting his chest. Money makes the world go round. Despite the torrential rain and the flooded streets, within 20 minutes both the truck and the workers were fully assembled. Lin Xia didn't waste time. He arranged the transfer immediately. Meanwhile, the men's clothing boss also rushed over excitedly. Hearing the news, other shop owners also came to join the fun. If they caught the benefactor's eye, they might just earn tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands. The cost was just a little time and getting a bit wet, a trivial price compared to the money. These people together covered most clothing categories. Besides men's and women's wear, there were underwear sellers, shoe sellers, sock sellers, scarf and hat accessory sellers, and even children's clothing sellers. With the rain over these days, their business was dismal. Now that a big spender had appeared, they weren't about to let him slip away. Lin Xia stood atop a pile of goods and declared with grandeur, "Don't push. One at a time." Day 2, 2013. Lin Weiner felt she had left nothing to chance. She seemed to have everything she needed for food, drink, clothing, entertainment, and daily use. If anything was truly missing, it was a few maids to attend to her dressing and meals and a girlfriend to warm her bed. Having been single her entire life for 28 years, and now facing a natural disaster, it seemed she was destined to die alone. In the distance, Lin Weiner spotted a massive billboard on the wall of a shopping mall. A spark of inspiration struck Lin Weiner. She pulled her van over to the roadside. Opening her phone, she checked her account balance. Her small fortune of 100 million had been mostly spent, leaving a little over 10 million in her card. I should also stock up on things girls like. If I run into a young lady, what would be appropriate to offer? Barbecue and beer? Or biscuits and mineral water? Or gold, silver and cosmetics? The answer was obvious. Lin Weiner got out of the car and waded through the water toward the mall. Upon entering the mall, she found that water had already seeped inside. Many workers in uniforms were using sandbags to block the entrance, though it seemed futile. This situation had forced 80 of the shops on the first floor to close. Moreover, both owners and employees were worried about accidents on the road, making a temporary closure the safest choice. They'll just buy whatever I see. I still have 10 million. I'll spend it all and be done. Lin Weiner wandered aimlessly. The only jewelry store still open was the time-honored brand Lao Feng Xiang. Lin Weiner knew of Lao Feng Xiang, a gold shop with a long history. Its main business was gold, but she wasn't sure if they carried other jewelry. Stocking up on some gold seems like a good idea. It can be used to woo girls or barter for goods. Lin Weiner walked straight in. Welcome to Lao Feng Xiang. The saleswoman was very professional, maintaining a smile and offering a greeting despite the circumstances. Her professionalism was impressive. Lin Weiner smiled at the woman and noticed a prominent sign, today's gold price 475 yuan per gram. That meant she could buy about 20000 grams. It sounded like a lot. Feel free to try on anything you like, the saleswoman kindly suggested. Lin Weiner walked around the counter, finding a wide selection including diamond ornaments. The most expensive piece on display was over 2 million yuan. Suddenly Lin Weiner felt her 10 million wasn't that much after all. But she didn't need to buy such expensive items if the cost-performance ratio was too low. Is there a discount for buying in bulk? She asked casually. We can't discount the gold price, but we can offer a discount on the craftsmanship fee, the saleswoman replied softly. Lin Weiner nodded and pointed at a style in the counter. I'll take this one. What ring size does your partner wear? The saleswoman asked, opening the drawer. I don't have a partner yet, Lin Weiner said helplessly. How about this? Give me one of each size from the smallest to the largest. Sir, we usually stock 10 sizes. That's fine, give me all 10. Lin Weiner walked a few steps further. I'll take 10 of these too, and this, and this. These were all styles that Lin Weiner found particularly attractive. Sir, let me confirm to make sure I understand correctly, the saleswoman said, clearly bewildered. You mean for each of the rings you just looked at you want 10 of every size? Yes, that's right. Lin Weiner nodded, a hint of approval in her expression as if to say, good, you understand correctly. The saleswoman beamed. Very well, sir. I'll pack them for you. Will you be paying by card? Hold on, let me look around a bit more. Under the saleswoman's slightly resentful gaze, Lin Weiner continued forward. Composing herself, the saleswoman forced a smile and followed Lin Weiner. I'll take this necklace, and this, and this too. The somewhat displeased saleswoman froze, then felt her heartbeat quicken uncontrollably. She had thought she was being toyed with, but it turned out the customer hadn't finished choosing. Okay. The saleswoman, now wiser, grabbed a tray and placed every item Lin Weiner pointed at into it. Lin Weiner circled all the counters and turned to see the saleswoman's tray now cradled in her arms, piled high with various ornaments. If I said I was just looking, would you come out and hit me? Lin Weiner joked, noticing the saleswoman struggling under the weight. In her voice, I'd not only hit you, I'd beat you to death. Outwardly, of course not. As long as the customer is willing, they can try on all our ornaments. Lin Weiner chuckled. That should be enough. Can you tally up the total? And remember to give me a discount on the craftsmanship fee. Of course, please wait a moment. The saleswoman happily grabbed a calculator and began tapping away. After over half an hour, the saleswoman finally looked up from her work and handed the calculator to Lin Weiner. The total is 8652. 4 grams of gold. At today's price of 475 yuan per gram, and with the craftsmanship fee reduced to 10 yuan per gram, the total comes to 4196414 yuan. Lin Weiner pointed to another empty tray. Please take this tray and walk with me one more time. Huh? What did that mean? Was she complaining about the price? The saleswoman was momentarily confused. Meanwhile, Lin Weiner had switched to repeat mode, this, and this. Another round later, the saleswoman buried herself in work for another half hour before looking up satisfied. The total for everything is 9718919 yuan. All these ornaments were made of gold. At over 71 million, that was 20000 grams of gold, 20 kilograms. That was close enough. Lin Xia decided not to buy any more gold. Now recommend a few diamond rings for me. Let's round it up to 10 million. The saleswoman's eyes sparkled with excitement. This handsome young man was both rich and generous. She had never seen anything like it. It felt more like picking out cabbages at a market than buying jewelry. Please follow me, sir. The saleswoman led Lin Xia to the diamond ring counter. This is our store's crown jewel. It's a 5-carat diamond of the highest quality designed by a renowned master in the industry. It was beautiful, but the price made Lin Xia wince. Over 1.8 million yuan, there was no cost-performance ratio at all. The unit price is too high. I mean, I want something cheaper so I can buy several. The saleswoman gave Lin Xia a knowing look. She thought to herself, so he's a playboy. At 2122 on the second day, Mr. Lin, the playboy, who had yet to lose his first time, returned to the hotel. The balance in his bank card had now dwindled to less than 100 yuan. After purchasing gold and a diamond ring, he wandered upstairs and spent the remaining tens of thousands of yuan buying cosmetics and storing them in his dimensional space. Having squandered 100 million yuan in 3 days, Lin Xia felt he had achieved completeness. His dimensional space was now fully stocked with life's necessities. As long as this building stood, he was confident he could endure until the floodwaters reached the 65th floor. If the rain still hadn't stopped by then, he would have no choice but to climb higher. After all, this building had 90 floors in total. He was currently on the 66th floor with 24 floors of buffer above him. There was no need to panic at all. Phew, finally done. Seizing a moment of leisure, Lin Xia retrieved some barbecue and beer from his dimensional space. With his phone fully charged, he began to feast on barbecue, sip beer, and scroll through Douyin. After all his hard work, it was finally time to enjoy the fruits of his labor. Upon opening Douyin, he was stunned to find over 999 unread messages. He had a habit of disabling notification permissions for all apps except WeChat, so he hadn't received any alerts for the comments and likes on Douyin until he opened the app again. Looks like that video of mine went viral. Lin Xia clicked on his own posts, and sure enough, all the metrics had exploded. But what did it matter now? The torrential rain had been falling for 2 days and 2 nights, and the accumulated water outside had already made travel perilous. Responding to anything at this point would be futile. It was all in the hands of fate. Returning to Douyin's homepage, the first short video was about the rainstorm. As of 8 p.m. today, 5018 people in our country have lost their lives in this rainstorm. Lin Xia let out a soft sigh. In just 2 days, so many had already departed this world forever. And this was only the beginning. The death toll over the next 2 days would be relatively lower, as most people would stay indoors, naturally avoiding accidents. But starting from the 5th day, the death toll would skyrocket. Families without stored food would be forced to venture out in search of sustenance. Lin Xia knew well that by the 5th day the floodwaters would have submerged all roads. Once outside, every step would be a test of one's luck. A single misstep could cost a life. Sigh. He let out another soft sigh, gently swiping his finger to scroll past the first video. The second video was from an official account showing soldiers battling floods and providing disaster relief. When he saw a scene of soldiers delivering medicine to the elderly, Lin Xia abruptly stood up. He had overlooked a crucial supply: medicine. Medicine was incredibly precious. It was inherently vulnerable to water. Once submerged, it would be completely ruined. It wasn't hard to foresee that people would easily fall ill in such weather. When that time came, a single pill would be worth its weight in gold. No, I must stock up. Lin Xia threw down his barbecue, grabbed the keys to his box truck, and dashed out. In the corridor, he encountered the pretty girl he had seen earlier. She was on the phone, seemingly arguing with someone. But Lin Xia had no time for other people's affairs. He needed to scour the city for pharmacies that were still open. Getting into the truck, he opened the navigation and searched for pharmacy, which displayed dozens of points on the map. Lin Xia roughly planned a route connecting these pharmacies into a line and prepared to visit them one by one. Fortunately, the roads were empty, and though the water was deep, the box truck could still manage to drive. The first one closed. The second one had a sign claiming 24-hour service, but after knocking for a long time, no one answered. The third one also closed. After checking 7 pharmacies in a row, none were open. Finally, at the 8th one, Lin Xia saw the lights were on. This was a large residential community with many residents, and the pharmacy was relatively big. "Anyone here?" Lin Xia rushed inside, but although the lights were on, he saw no staff. "Is anyone here? I need to buy medicine." Lin Xia shouted loudly but still got no response. "Finally found an open one, I can't worry about it anymore." Stealing his resolve, Lin Xia grabbed a plastic bag and began packing medicine. After filling several bags, he carried them to the truck, then stored them in his dimensional space. After all, the pharmacy had surveillance cameras, so it was wise to be cautious. And so Lin Xia ran back and forth, and before long he had cleared out most of the pharmacy. Even as he prepared to leave, no staff member had shown up. Seeing a payment QR code at the counter, Lin Xia went over and scanned it, paying 100,000 yuan with his credit card. Then, facing the surveillance camera, he said, "Sorry, I paid 100,000 for the medicine. If it's not enough, you can contact me at 1x times x times x times x times x." Leaving the pharmacy, Lin Xia drove off, reflecting on the process. A window seemed to have opened in his mind. Was he just going to let the closed pharmacies slip by? He knew that once the waters rose, all that medicine would go to waste. "I'm going all out." Lin Xia made a U-turn at an intersection and drove back along the way he came. Stopping the box truck in front of the 7th pharmacy he had passed, Lin Xia found an axe from the truck's toolbox and smashed the lock on the pharmacy door with a loud crash. Without any hesitation, Lin Xia turned on the pharmacy's lights and began frantically moving everything. Regardless of what type of medicine it was, if it was in the pharmacy, he took it all. Thanks to the constant state preservation property of his dimensional space, the medicine would have an eternal shelf life in his hands. No matter how much he had, there was nothing to worry about. Lin Xia's actions seemed to inspire the few passers-by nearby. As he was busy moving, he heard the sound of glass shattering from the shop next door. Running out to look, he saw 2 men had smashed the glass door of a supermarket and were frantically stuffing food into their bags. By now everyone realized the need to stock up on food. But many stores were closed. Such actions were a matter of desperation. Of course, it was certainly wrong, but Lin Xia understood. Wasn't he doing the same thing? Ignoring the 2 men, he continued placing medicine into his dimensional space. At 0152 on the 3rd day after hours of work, Lin Xia had emptied 8 pharmacies. "It's almost time for the card draw." Lin Xia didn't head to the next pharmacy. He planned to do the draw first and then continue. At 0200 on the 3rd day. Just as Lin Xia had anticipated, as soon as 2 a.m. struck, 6 cards gradually materialized in his field of vision. "Oh ho!" Seeing the contents of the cards this time, Lin Xia couldn't help but smile. Drawing this one should be quite fun. Day 3, 0200. Lin Xia sat in the driver's seat of the box truck, the water outside having already submerged more than half of its tires. Before his field of vision, 6 cards floated in the air. The first, Wave Walker, grants the ability to run on water for 4 hours, non-interruptible. The second, Strength Enhancement, grants a 100 increase in strength for 30 minutes, non-interruptible. The third, Martial Arts, grants mastery of various combat techniques, including hand-to-hand combat and knife fighting, permanent effect. The fourth, Jet Ski, summons a jet ski void-powered storable in a dimensional space. The fifth, Physique Enhancement, increases all physical attributes by 10, permanent effect. The sixth, Invigoration, eliminates fatigue and drowsiness for 12 hours, non-interruptible. Apart from Physique Enhancement, which had appeared before, the other 5 were all new cards. What intrigued Lin Xia the most was the first card in the second row, Jet Ski. By tomorrow all vehicles will likely be unusable. A jet ski would be far more convenient. If I've missed anything I could still use it to search outside. Compared to the other items, Lin Xia preferred the jet ski. Even if it were just a fancy toy, it would still be excellent. At that moment all 6 cards flipped over. After a familiar animation, Lin Xia faced his choice. Eeny meeny miny mo, catch a tiger by the toe. Lin Xia muttered, his finger stopping on the last card. He tapped it lightly. The chosen card flipped to the center while the others vanished. This method's unreliable. I won't use it again. Lin Xia looked at the martial arts card with some disdain. It wasn't that martial arts was bad, but under the current circumstances it wasn't the most suitable choice. Oh well, I didn't get it this time. Maybe I'll encounter it again later. Lin Xia composed himself and resumed his grand mission of stockpiling medicine. The road was completely invisible. Lin Xia dared not drive too fast, relying solely on utility poles to navigate. He avoided narrow paths without them, unwilling to take risks. Thus in the torrential rain of the deep night the box truck visited over 20 pharmacies. Though none were open, he successfully emptied their stock. He worked until the sky began to lighten before ending his looting spree. Strangely enough, the thrill of it was rather satisfying, like the pleasure of taking things without paying. Moreover, after a whole night no one had come to trouble him. Day 30708. Lin Xia returned to the hotel where the 2 receptionists greeted him with polite smiles. Lin Xia admired their dedication, still showing up for work under such dire circumstances. That was true professionalism. He returned the smile and took the elevator upstairs. Back in his room he tossed the cold leftover barbecue and the half-empty beer bottle into the trash. After a quick tidy-up he headed to the bathroom for a shower. As he washed he pondered if he had missed anything. Every time he thought he was thoroughly prepared he would end up proven wrong. By the time he finished, Lin Xia felt he had finally achieved completeness. Having stayed up all night he skipped scrolling through videos or watching TV, collapsed onto the bed and drifted into a blissful sleep. While Lin Xia slept soundly, chaos erupted outside. By now all residents on the first floor could no longer live normally. The floodwaters had risen over tables, sofas and beds. Those trapped in their homes dared not move, waiting for official rescue. Rescue operations were ongoing, but even with all available forces deployed, the authorities could not cope with the citywide disaster. To make matters worse, the torrential rain had submerged the entire city, including its surroundings, leaving no truly safe zones. People were being rescued continuously, yet there was insufficient space to accommodate the hundreds of thousands, even millions of displaced victims. At noon, the authorities issued a notice: all commercial buildings exceeding 15 stories would be temporarily requisitioned to house the most severely affected victims. Jinling, a prosperous city with towering skyscrapers, found this measure to be an immediate relief. Under the rescue team's arrangements, countless people were transported to these high-rises. The Jinfeng Tower, home to the Intercontinental Hotel, was a renowned landmark in Jinling. With its many floors it could accommodate more victims, naturally falling within the requisition scope. Shortly after the notice, victims began arriving. Day 31321. Lin Xia was jolted awake by urgent knocking at his door. Who is it? Half asleep he got up, slipped on his slippers and walked to the door. Peering through the peephole he saw no one outside. Cautious Lin Xia didn't open the door to investigate. He had already decided to stay indoors for the short-term hold-up in the hotel with ample food and drink. Why suffer outside? Just as he turned back, noises came from outside. It sounded like someone from a neighboring room was shouting loudly. Soon the clamor grew louder. Worried, Lin Xia put on shorts and a t-shirt and opened the door to check. In the hallway a few young men of unknown origin were knocking on every door. The commotion stemmed from other guests disturbed by the intrusion. Lin Xia didn't want to meddle, so he stepped back inside and bolted the door. He then called the front desk using the room's phone and learned about the building requisition. The receptionist assured him not to worry, saying the hotel manager had coordinated with the authorities to prevent victims from disturbing the guests. Hanging up, Lin Xia shook his head helplessly. He understood and accepted the policy, but the idea of keeping victims from bothering hotel guests, that seemed overly optimistic. People's mindsets shift with their circumstances. Someone not yet rescued only hoped for salvation. But once saved and free from mortal danger, seeing the hotel's comfortable rooms would breed jealousy. Given the authorities' inability to manage the situation, it was inevitable that discord would soon arise. Ignoring the commotion outside, Lin Xia simply freshened up and prepared to have lunch. Today he still planned to eat ready-made food. The past 2 days of rushing around had exhausted him and he had no desire to cook. Besides, there were plenty of pre-cooked dishes stored in the dimensional space, so there was no need to worry about economizing for now as long as he didn't waste too much. He took out a serving of stir-fried pork with chili, a bowl of seaweed and egg soup, and a portion of rice, placing them on the coffee table in the living room. Turning on the television, he flipped through many channels but found no signal, eventually settling on the official news channel, which was broadcasting the news. Lin Xia ate while watching the news. The relentless torrential rain had become the sole concern not only for the nation but for the entire world. Not to mention other countries, the domestic situation was already extremely dire. Even in such severe conditions within the cities, it was still considered relatively better. The suburban towns and mountain villages had suffered the greatest damage. Countless houses were soaked by the rain and subsequently collapsed. People had nowhere to take shelter, helplessly watching as one by one everything was engulfed by the floodwaters. Even though the authorities had deployed boats and helicopters, they had rescued less than 10 or 20% of the victims. Looking at the situation in the cities, casualties might be fewer than in the rural areas, but the truly terrifying thing was that over 1 billion people needed food and economic activity had completely ground to a halt. In other words, all these billions of mouths had to be fed by the state. With transportation now hindered, even if sufficient supplies existed, delivering them to the victims would be extremely difficult. It was foreseeable that within the next few days widespread famine would occur. It seems that drawing combat skills was actually my greatest fortune. Lin Xia realized that although he had stocked up on supplies in this life, he had also stepped into another dangerous predicament. In his past life he had simply hidden alone at home. Now Jinfeng Tower had taken in many disaster victims. For now there might be no issues, but as the rain continued, supplies failed to arrive in time and management fell behind, various conflicts would inevitably erupt. At that point, driven by the pressure to survive, people might do anything. Thus the ability to protect oneself had become extremely important. Combat skills could provide him with a certain degree of self-defense. Since it granted proficiency in various fighting techniques, handling 2 or 3 ordinary people should not be a problem. But what if there were more? With this thought, Lin Xia finished his last bite of rice and decisively activated the combat skills card. Strangely enough, almost instantly he felt a wealth of combat knowledge flood into his consciousness. Suddenly knowing how to fight, Lin Xia felt a surge of excitement and stood up to perform a spinning kick. Ouch! Halfway through the move his expression twisted in pain and he quickly clutched his groin as he landed. He had pulled a muscle. What's going on? Could it be? Lin Xia suddenly realized where the problem lay. Indeed, he had acquired all the knowledge and techniques of combat. But executing these skills required a certain level of physical fitness. As a relentless programmer who sat for long hours working and often had to work overtime, his physical condition was predictable. For instance, with the spinning kick just now, the posture, technique, and even practical experience were all in his mind. But when he actually moved, his leg ligaments couldn't meet the basic requirements for the move. It was like doing the splits. If someone who never stretches their ligaments suddenly tries to do the splits, it's impossible. Even if forced down, it would inevitably cause injury, just like what happened to Lin Xia. It seems I need to train my body. Anyway, I have everything now except time. Starting today, I'm going to work out. Exercising will also help with finding a girlfriend and with life afterward. It's a win-win. Lin Xia cleaned up the used dishes, then moved the sofa and coffee table aside in the living room. After clearing enough space, he took a treadmill out of the dimensional space. He set up the treadmill and brought out a few common exercise tools. Before starting, Lin Xia felt something was missing. After pacing back and forth a few times, he finally remembered: music. Running alone in silence was too boring. If some music would lift his spirits. With that thought, Lin Xia immediately took out a set of audio equipment from the dimensional space, quickly connected the wires, inserted a USB drive loaded with music, and turned it on. As the music began to play, Lin Xia nodded in satisfaction, stepped onto the treadmill, and started running. Day 3, 1542. But simply running felt ineffective without a structured routine. While the internet was still available, he took out a laptop, searched for various tutorials online, and downloaded a full set of HIIT, Tabata, and other workout programs. Just as he was about to continue, his door was rudely knocked on again with loud bang 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 sounds. Lin Xia wiped off his sweat and walked to the door with a grim expression. Opening the door, he found 3 men standing outside. Moreover, in the hallway on this floor, there were several groups of 2 or 3 people knocking on doors. Lin Xia looked at the man in the center, who wore a black vest and displayed a muscular build, and asked coldly, "What do you want?" "Bro, how many people are staying with you?" The muscular man glanced at Lin Xia while the 2 beside him blatantly peered into the room. "What business is it of yours how many people I have?" Lin Xia showed no fear and retorted, "The official requisition only applies to floors below the 45th. This is the 66th floor, you're in the wrong place. Bro, it wouldn't hurt to be more polite when you're out here." The muscular man spoke with an air of superiority. "Your room is so spacious, and you're alone. If you don't mind, the 3 of us would like to share the place with you. Don't worry, the room is yours, well, just stay in the living room." Just as he expected, Lin Xia sighed inwardly. It hadn't even been a few days, only a few hours, and already disaster victims were causing trouble. Lin Xia felt he could understand people doing anything to survive. In extreme circumstances, even killing was understandable. However, at this moment, the building had enough space to accommodate these victims. What these people were doing wasn't about survival. They were simply using their numbers to seize what didn't belong to them. They were robbers. Lin Xia couldn't comprehend such people and didn't want to. "Sorry, I don't agree. Please leave." Lin Xia refused coldly. Because of his rebirth, Lin Xia knew that this heavy rain would not cease. Knowing this, he spent a fortune to book a room at the Intercontinental Hotel. This was an advantage he had earned himself. He did not steal or rob, and he had no obligation to give it to others. Even sharing was completely his own decision. In a good mood, he might share a pack of cookies with the 3 of them. In a bad mood, what did it matter if they died right in front of him? "Sorry, I don't accept. Please leave." After saying this, Lin Xia took a step back and reached to close the door. The man with muscular arms wearing a blue t-shirt raised his hand to block the door, saying, "Brother, why waste words with him? If he won't give face, just throw him out." The man with a buzz cut on the far left chimed in, "Exactly, why should they occupy the luxury room while we have to huddle in the hallway? It's not like they arrived much earlier." Just then there were sounds of a dispute coming from nearby. The situation was similar to Lin Xia's side. Both were disaster victims demanding to be let into the rooms. When faced with refusal, they resorted to violence to force the guests to comply. These were not disaster victims, they were a group of thugs. Furthermore, it was evident that these people had conspired together. Firstly, they relied on their numbers. Secondly, they were very aware that at this moment the police were overwhelmed and wouldn't come to handle the conflict here. It must be said, under such circumstances their chances of success were quite high. On one side was the cold, damp and hard floor. On the other side was an excellent environment with a soft and comfortable big bed. To give up a trivial so-called morality in exchange for a comfortable living environment was already a high cost-performance ratio for them. "Brother." The muscular man spoke again. Either we all share the room and everyone gets along, perhaps we could even become friends. Or we throw you out and this room belongs to us. You choose. Taking the initiative is the key. Those who hesitate will suffer. With the conversation at this point, Lin Xia had no reason to converse further. Lin Xia showed a harmless smile, took a small step back and then suddenly kicked towards the muscular man. Instantly the muscular man was kicked away, crashing hard against the wall of the corridor. The other two were somewhat stunned. They did not expect that this seemingly easy target would dare to strike first even when they had 3 people on their side. Get him! The muscular man shouted while leaning against the wall. The buzzcut man and the blue t-shirt guy reacted, "You're asking for it." As they shouted, they charged at Lin Xia. Although Lin Xia's physical condition might not allow for overly complicated movements, his combat awareness and skill were genuinely solid. Seeing the two coming at him, Lin Xia quickly found a way to dodge, slightly shifting his body while moving his feet sideways to effortlessly evade their punches. This was not the end. After dodging, Lin Xia seized the opportunity to swing his right fist from below with great force. Bang! A dull thud sounded as his fist landed directly on the buzzcut man's lower right abdomen. That was right where his liver was. This was a perfect liver punch. The speed and power were the peak of what Lin Xia could exert at this moment. The buzzcut man immediately collapsed to the ground in pain, beads of sweat instantly covering his face. If Lin Xia's physical stamina had been sufficient, this punch could have shattered the man's liver. Given the current traveling conditions, timely rescue would be impossible and death awaited him. The muscular man and the blue t-shirt guy had no idea how serious the situation was. They only thought the buzzcut man was in a bit of pain from a punch. Damn it! The muscular man had already charged in. A punch came straight towards Lin Xia's face. In a split second, Lin Xia slightly bent at the waist and tilted his neck to the left and down. Simultaneously, he threw a right straight punch that nearly grazed the opponent's fist. Crack! The muscular man's punch missed. However, Lin Xia's right straight landed squarely on his face. Instantly blood gushed from the muscular man's face and his nose was completely flattened. Lin Xia withdrew his fist, his expression slightly excited. I must say this feeling was quite pleasant. Perhaps it's in men's nature to be competitive. Although this was a violent incident, a surge of exhilaration rose within Lin Xia. Kill him! Kill him! Ah! The muscular man covered his face, screaming in terror. However, the buzzcut man on the ground could not get up at all. The pain in his abdomen had surpassed the limits of what he could endure. Staying silent was already his greatest effort. The remaining blue t-shirt guy was somewhat panicked, but upon hearing the shout he still charged forward. However, before he could take a single step, he saw a shadow charging towards him. Smack! A glass cup was slammed directly against his face. Under the tremendous impact, the cup shattered into countless pieces. Numerous shards of glass embedded themselves deeply into the blue t-shirt man's face. Excited as he was, Lin Xia was not foolish. After landing a punch, he did not stop. His left hand quickly grabbed a glass cup from the table and initiated another attack. Look, the opponent was quite cooperative, almost presenting his face. Ah! The blue t-shirt guy screamed. Yet Lin Xia still did not stop. He aimed to beat them into fear and terror, otherwise they would continue to harass him. Such petty individuals have no moral bottom line. Lin Xia grabbed the blue t-shirt guy by the hair, forcefully pressing downward, then bent his knee sharply upward. Ah! The glass shards that were previously embedded in his face were completely pushed inside by Lin Xia's knee. The blue t-shirt man's face was covered in horrific wounds, blood flowing profusely. Die! The muscular man paid no mind to his companion's plight. He pulled out a folding knife from his pocket and charged at Lin Xia's abdomen. Such reckless and aimless attacks from a thug were utterly indistinguishable from idiocy in Lin Xia's eyes. With a simple stretch of his hand, he seized the muscular man's wrist, holding the knife, twisting it backward. Using the opponent's momentum, a dull thud echoed as the knife plunged into the man's own abdomen. Other rooms were merely engaged in disputes and shouting. Only room 6688 had truly escalated to violence. The fighting quickly attracted the attention of others. Murder! Murder! Seeing such a bloody scene, the group of disaster victims panicked. Clearly things had escalated beyond their expectations. The group immediately backed down, not daring to linger for even a moment, and within a few seconds they all fled without a trace, completely disregarding the 3 companions lying at the door of room 6688. The other guests in the surrounding rooms were no different. They all returned to their rooms and locked their doors as if this matter had nothing to do with them. Indifference. Lin Xia had witnessed it in his past life. He lived on the 6th floor while the entire building had 11 stories. By the 10th day of the torrential rain, he had already run out of food. So starting from the apartment opposite his on the 6th floor, he knocked on every door going upward. 11 households, and not a single one was willing to spare even a morsel of food. Lin Xia did not resent this. After all, when survival was at stake, no one was obligated to provide him with sustenance. Thus he could understand indifference. But this also meant he would treat them with the same attitude. Refugees causing trouble, seizing rooms, these were problems every resident had to face. Indeed, it was he who had fought with the refugees, but it was precisely because of his actions that these refugees temporarily retreated. He didn't know about the other floors, but at least the residents of floor 66 had gained a brief moment of peace because of him. Thus this matter was connected to all the residents on floor 66. Yet their repayment to him was indifference. Not even a single word of concern was offered. Originally Lin Xia had considered sharing some supplies with these strangers later on. After all, being trapped on the same floor together could be considered fate. But now that thought had been completely erased from his mind. Ha! Let's all be indifferent together then. Just then the door of Lin Xia's neighbor unit 6689 cracked open. A pretty face peeked out, and then the door swung fully open, revealing a girl in a black dress. She was also holding a kettle of boiling water. The girl looked around nervously, her expression easing slightly when she saw that the refugees who had been harassing her were all gone. Seeing Lin Xia and the 3 groaning refugees lying at his feet, the girl didn't retreat into her room like the others. Instead, she walked over. Are you okay? The girl was clearly a bit afraid of the 3 on the ground covered in blood and looking rather terrifying. Lin Xia glanced at the girl. It was the one he had met in the elevator earlier. I'm fine, thank you. Then he kicked the muscular man on the ground. Still lying there? Waiting for me to throw you a banquet. The 3 men struggled to their feet, supporting each other. The muscular man was the most severely injured. Although the knife wound hadn't pierced a vital area, the continuous bleeding would likely send him to meet the king of hell. Let's go. The 3 men limped and stumbled toward the elevator, but before leaving they turned back to glare at Lin Xia. From their eyes Lin Xia saw resentment and hatred, meaning they might not let this go so easily. That look instantly stirred a surge of killing intent within him. Don't worry, I'll testify for you. They were clearly the ones trying to take over someone else's room for no reason, and they struck first. You were acting in self-defense. The girl's voice interrupted Lin Xia's thoughts. He was slightly startled. He had almost been ensnared by his inner demons just now. Then he smiled gently and thanked the girl sincerely. Thanks, but I think the police station probably doesn't have the time or manpower to deal with such trivial matters right now. The collapse of order had become inevitable. From now on, survivors would revert to the most primitive form of society where everything was decided by brute force. To have a say, you had to be strong, strong enough that no one dared to provoke you. At the same time, you had to be ruthless, ruthless enough that people remembered that the price of crossing you was death. Let me reintroduce myself. I'm Xiao Xinxin. The girl looked a bit comical holding the kettle. Lin Xia. Lin Xia extended his hand only to find it covered in blood, so he awkwardly withdrew it. I didn't expect you to be so tough. Have you trained? With the refugees gone, Xiao Xinxin was in a much better mood and took the initiative to chat with Lin Xia. Something like that, Lin Xia replied. You're pretty brave too. Everyone else is hiding. Aren't you scared? Scared of what? Xiao Xinxin looked around. Indeed, all the doors were shut. These people are so cold-hearted. No, Xiao Xinxin said indignantly. Why are they hiding? Shouldn't they be uniting to resist? With you here, all they had to do was testify for us. Why hide? Lin Xia gave a helpless smile. This girl was quite naive. It's human nature to let things that don't concern you slide. He said nonchalantly, but this matter probably won't end so easily. Xiao Xinxin replied, it's all this damn weather's fault. I don't know when the rain will stop. I was supposed to go back to Haichun today, but all public transportation has been suspended. I won't be able to leave anytime soon. Anytime soon? Girl, you think too much. On the 10th floor of Jinfeng Tower, a crowd was gathered around a tall, determined-looking young man. Brother Hua, that guy was really fierce. Even Hugo and his two buddies went up together and got beaten badly. That guy is clearly a trained fighter, just bullying us ordinary folks. And he's ruthless too. It wasn't some deep blood feud, but he went straight for a knife. Brother Hua, whose name was Chen Hua, was Chen Hu's cousin. Listening to the accounts of those around him, Chen Hua's face turned extremely grim. So all 8 of you just slunk away like that? After everyone finished speaking, Chen Hua asked darkly. The group immediately lowered their heads. So you just left Hu there and ran back yourselves? Chen Hua asked again. Everyone was silent, not daring to breathe too loudly. They had indeed been somewhat disloyal, but that guy was too fierce. Chen Hu was already considered tough, but even with Wang Jia and Gao Dalin, the 3 of them were instantly crippled. Who would dare to step up? Just then the elevator doors opened. Chen Hu and the other 2 were collapsed inside. Hu! Chen Hua rushed into the elevator. The sight of the 3 men's miserable state caused his anger to instantly explode. But the most important thing now was to treat Chen Hu's injuries. Go call Xiaowi over now. Chen Hua examined Chen Hu's wound, his expression turning worried. Such a knife wound, if not treated in time, could lead to bleeding to death. He thought of Chen Xiaowi, who worked as a nurse at the hospital. Before long, Chen Xiaowi came running over. Move! Chen Xiaowi ordered the people crowding around Chen Hu and immediately began her examination. After a moment, Chen Xiaowi stood up frowning and shook her head. The wound is too deep. He has to go to the hospital for treatment, or else Hugo might not make it. Just then Wang Jia said weakly from the side, Xiaowi, can you take a look at me? I think my stomach hurts so much I can't stand it. Chen Xiaowi then noticed Wang Jia and Gao Dalin beside her. Her expression changed. It seemed their injuries were also serious. Wang Jia, you might have a liver injury, Chen Xiaowi concluded after a quick check. Then she examined Gao Dalin. Dalin, you're disfigured. All 3 of you must go to the hospital immediately, or your conditions will worsen and even threaten your lives. Hurry up and find a car. Chen Hua bellowed almost in a roar. Brother Hua, with the situation outside, cars can't move at all. We need a boat. Then find a boat. Chen Hua's eyes reddened as he roared. There's no boat. Those soldiers dropped me off and left immediately. There simply isn't a boat. Brother Hua, let's call the police. Chen Hua glared at the one who suggested calling the police and slapped him across the face. Are you out of your damn mind? What good will calling the police do now? Will the cops swim over to catch them, huh? I'm laying it down right now. If anything happens to my brother, every single one of you will pay. A bunch of useless cowards watching my brother get beaten and doing nothing. Are you even men? Chen Hua clenched his fists tightly, then turned to Chen Xiaowi. Shall we take care of him for now? I'm going to find a boat. When I get back, you'll go upstairs and settle the score with that bastard. All right, but be quick. Brother, who can hold on for at most 3 hours. Chen Xiaohui agreed. Bang! Shenhua punched the elevator wall, then turned and sprinted away. The crowd dared not even breathe as they stared at the half-inch deep dent in the wall. Only after Shenhua had left did they heave a deep sigh. Ah, we're just unlucky. Why did we have to pick the 66th floor? Those who went to the 65th never came back, they must have succeeded. No kidding. Who the hell knew there was such a ruthless person on the 66th floor? I hope Brother Hua finds a boat. If something happens to Brother Hu, we're all screwed. What does it have to do with us? If he's got the guts, let him go to the 66th floor and take revenge. He was in the military and can fight, let him avenge Brother Hu himself. This isn't our fault. Exactly. By the time we saw it, Brother Hu was already injured. Even if we had stepped in, he'd still be hurt the same way. Lin Xia had no idea what was happening on the 10th floor. After parting ways with Xiao Xinxin, he returned to his room and cleaned the bloodstains off himself. Today's events made him realize his situation was far from safe. It was even more dangerous than his past life. Natural disasters were terrifying, but more terrifying than natural disasters were people. This was still the early stages of the catastrophe, yet these people were already beginning to test the boundaries of the law. In another 10 days, even 5, the law would become a thing of the past and these people would grow even more reckless. Though he had attained a profound mastery of combat techniques enough to handle 3 to 5 ordinary men, that was not the issue. But the real question was, were there only 3 to 5 survivors? A towering building like Jinfeng Tower was bound to be one of the most densely packed with refugees. Even a conservative estimate put the number of survivors downstairs in the hundreds. If these survivors united of their own accord, they would become the most terrifying force within Jinfeng Tower. No matter how strong his combat skills were, could he really fight hundreds alone? Of course he could play it safe and simply relocate. With his dimensional space at hand stocked with enough supplies to last years, anywhere would do. But as soon as this thought surfaced, Lin Xia fiercely shook it out of his head. Ridiculous. With his dimensional space and the daily card drawing cheat at dawn, did he really need to fear a bunch of refugees with nothing? If he really chickened out and fled, he felt he'd be dishonoring his identity as a reborn man, let alone the cheat bestowed upon him by heaven. Damn it, if they mess with me, I'll fight back. I've got supplies. If they provoke me, I'll wipe them out. Lin Xia sprang to his feet, turned on some music and began training his physique. Improving his own strength was the only true path. Day 3, 1905. Lin Xia stopped his workout and went into the bathroom to take a shower. After washing up, he prepared to eat. Now that he needed to build up his physique, he couldn't afford to be careless with any meal. He had to ensure balanced nutrition as much as possible. He took a bowl of rice, a serving of braised river brim, and a bowl of lean meat and vegetable soup from his space. Lin Xia ate with relish while turning on the TV to catch the evening news. The rainstorm continued unabated and the disaster had become severe. According to incomplete statistics as of 1900 today, the nationwide death and missing toll had reached 200,000. What a terrifying number. What must come will always come. Lin Xia could only sigh softly. It was still early, 200,000 was just the beginning. Official rescue efforts continued day and night, but soldiers were only human and needed rest. By now all military camps were flooded and the soldiers, like the refugees, had to temporarily take shelter in high-rise buildings. At this point the supply issue had fully surfaced. Hundreds of thousands of people in the city needed food and drinking water, yet all supplies could only be transported by small boats. What's worse, a large portion of the government's reserve supplies had also been submerged by the floodwaters. The supplies barely salvaged couldn't last much longer. Meanwhile, some of the city's basic infrastructure was beginning to fail. For instance, the gas supply across the entire Jinling city had completely collapsed. This meant that even if residents had vegetables at home, without an induction stove they couldn't cook. Additionally, cell phone signals were becoming unstable. The situation was slightly better within the city center, but in the suburbs and outer areas there was almost no signal. Yet the bad news was far from over. On the medical front, all hospitals were overcrowded and medical resources everywhere were severely insufficient. Those already in the hospital were at least lucky enough to have hope of seeing a doctor. Amid the harsh weather, many patients fell ill at home. They tried to contact hospitals, but the hospitals had no way to transport them. Those with milder conditions could endure, but those with severe illnesses could only wait to die at home. Lighting up their phones, the internet was filled with wails of despair. No one cared about celebrities or influencers anymore. Countless people posted pleas for help online. Is anyone near XXX? My family has no food left. Kind-hearted people, please help. I'm in XX city, XX neighborhood. My father has been unconscious for 2 days. I've called the hospital countless times, but there's still no rescue. What should I do? Please God, make it stop. My dad went out last night and still hasn't come back. I'm home alone, so scared. Height 170 centimeters, weight 50 kilograms, measurements XXXX. Whoever has supplies, will come to you voluntarily. The supermarket near our place has been cleared out. Now we have nothing at home and we don't know when rescue will come. Rational analysis, the authorities have done their best. This is a worldwide rainstorm and the affected population is too vast. Don't count on rescue, folks. You'd better figure out how to survive on your own. Chen Hu was dead. Chen Hua couldn't find a boat, but he discovered several large plastic basins and used them to transport Chen Hu and the others to the nearest hospital. The journey was made entirely on foot, pushing the basins by hand, which consumed too much time. By the time they reached the hospital, Chen Hu had already lost all signs of life. Even if he hadn't, Chen Hua knew Chen Hu couldn't survive. The hospital was overcrowded with only a handful of doctors and nurses. Wang Jia and Gao Dalan were still alive for now. They stayed at the hospital, their fate depending on whether they could be seen by a doctor. Chen Hua returned to Jinfeng Tower. Brother Hua, brother Hu he? Familiar faces crowded around Chen Hua as soon as he returned. Chen Hua shook his head. Hu is dead. Damn it. A life for a life. Let's go find that little bastard now. Count me in. I don't believe he can take all of us on. Let's go. Kill him. The group erupted in righteous indignation. They seemed to have forgotten who had abandoned Chen Hu and the other two earlier. Brother Hua, should we call the police? A man is dead. Won't the authorities do something? Someone suggested reporting it. You still fucking mention the police? Chen Hua grabbed the speaker by the collar and lifted him off the ground. Call the police, and then what? Wait for them to show up. How long will that take now? 1 day, 2 days, or will they not come at all? Even if they come and take him away, what then? Do you think I don't know your lot started the trouble? Should we give him a medal for bravery, huh? The man quickly shook his head. Brother Hua, I was wrong. I just worry more people will get hurt. Coward. Chen Hua flung him aside. This score must be settled. Which room is that bastard in? 6688. Someone answered immediately. Get the hell out of my way. Chen Hua roared and strode toward the elevator. Hey, should we follow him? Follow my ass. If Chen Hua can't take him, we'd just be lambs to the slaughter. True. I saw him take down 5 thugs single-handedly without a scratch. No surprise there. The man's a former mercenary, a hardened killer who's lived on the edge. He's more than enough on his own. Day 4-0200. Lin Xia stared at the card before him, feeling displeased. He had glimpsed the coveted jet ski again today, but still failed to draw it. 5x strength upon use grants 5 times the user's current strength for 1 hour uninterrupted. Though not entirely satisfactory, he had no choice but to accept it. Time to sleep. Lin Xia turned off the light. Just as he was about to lie down, a faint rustling sound came from the door. persistent as a ghost. Lin Xia's face darkened. He knew they had come under cover of night to settle the score. But Lin Xia was prepared. On his nightstand lay a knife, technically a kitchen cleaver, but its shape resembled a dagger closely enough to serve as one. Lin Xia gripped the cleaver and lay down without a sound. Moments later the door opened. Chen Hua slipped in silently and closed the door behind him. He had come to kill. Such matters required discretion. Stepping inside, Chen Hua coldly surveyed the room. He saw a living room spacious enough for over a dozen people, felt the cool comfort of the air conditioner, caught the lingering scent of a good meal, and spotted the large bed in the room big enough for three. Jealousy surged within him. Hatred fused with envy, and Chen Hua's gaze turned even more icy. Without a visible movement, a dagger appeared in his hand. Dagger in hand, Chen Hua approached the large bed and stared at Lin Xia, who lay on his side. A flash of cold light, Chen Hua lunged the blade arcing toward Lin Xia's neck from the side. Just as he thought he had succeeded, Lin Xia suddenly rolled to the left. Another flash of steel, his cleaver thrust toward Chen Hua's left abdomen. But the unexpected strike missed. Lin Xia dared not be careless. Seizing the momentum, he rolled again, tumbling off the bed and rising to his feet. He knew he was facing a true expert this time. No ordinary man could have dodged so easily under those circumstances. Chen Hua smirked contemptuously at Lin Xia and charged again with his blade. The two clashed in a fierce struggle. Bang, clang, thud. After a few exchanges, Lin Xia seized an opening to retreat. Sweat beaded on his forehead. By now he had gauged his opponent's strength. They were evenly matched, their duel hinging on split-second reflexes. I still have that 5x strength card. I wonder if it can help. Lin Xia's goal wasn't just self-defense, he wanted a counter-kill. Otherwise, letting such a formidable opponent escape would mean endless trouble. They'll try it and see. Right in front of Chen Hua, Lin Xia made a bizarre gesture. To Chen Hua it looked like a grown man suddenly pinching his fingers into a delicate lotus pose and then flicking them effeminately. And then, Lin Xia suddenly charged at Chen Hua, leaping high with both feet together, delivering a flying kick straight at him. Chen Hua, having already assessed Lin Xia's abilities, crossed his arms in front of his chest to brace for the blow, planning to launch his next attack. But with a dull thud, Chen Hua felt an immense force slam into his arms, and then he was flying backward. Shit! Chen Hua suddenly realized he had been standing near the balcony. Flying backward meant he was going to fall. This was the 66th floor. Panic-stricken, Chen Hua flailed his arms, trying to change his trajectory and grab the balcony railing. Otherwise death was certain. But the kick had been too powerful. By the time he reacted, his body was already beyond the railing. Under Lin Xia's gaze, Chen Hua's form plummeted downward like a kite with a broken string. Was I about to die? How absurd. We had already fought, I knew his strength, speed, and reflexes. Why did his power change after that lotus finger gesture? What the hell was going on? Chen Hua died without ever understanding these questions. In truth, Lin Xia was also a bit stunned. Only one card per day. He had won the fight but somehow felt he had come out at a loss. The card's effect lasted 1 hour without interruption. But he had actually used it for 5 seconds at most. 2 steps of rune up, a jump, a vicious kick, it couldn't have been 5 seconds. And then it was over. Chen Hua had flown straight out the window from the 66th floor. What should I do now? I'm not tired at all, I feel brimming with strength. Day 4, 0235. Thump. 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 In the dead of night, a series of strange noises came from room 6688 of the Intercontinental Hotel. Thankfully, the hotel's soundproofing was excellent, otherwise complaints would have been inevitable. Inside the room, Lin Xia was running relentlessly on the treadmill, trying to discharge his restless energy. After running for a while, he felt somewhat better and went to the bathroom for a shower, yet sleep still eluded him. There's definitely something wrong with this card. Lin Xia believed it was a side effect of the card, otherwise why would an increase in strength alone keep him awake? Standing on the balcony, the rain continued to fall outside. It was already the 4th day, one more day and the apocalypse would truly begin. By then there would be no gas, no running water, no electricity, and even cell phones would lose all signal. Human nature would slowly transform amidst hunger. Lin Xia suddenly noticed the light in the adjacent room turn on. Next door was room 6689, where Xiao Xinxin was staying. She had woken up from hunger. In fact, she hadn't eaten for 20 hours. Previously she had all 3 meals delivered to her room by the hotel. But that morning customer service informed her that the hotel would no longer provide any meals as no one had shown up for work in the kitchen and the hotel had run out of ingredients. With so many guests, the daily consumption was considerable. The day before it was already impossible to buy ingredients outside, and today not even the staff had shown up. Xiao Xinxin was speechless but understood that the hotel was likely helpless. She considered going out, but after seeing the scene outside she could only retreat in frustration. She held out until nightfall, thinking that sleep would temporarily ease her hunger. It worked at first as she fell asleep smoothly. But in the middle of the night her stomach began to ache faintly, waking her from her slumber. After waking she searched her room thoroughly but found nothing to eat. Xiao Xinxin walked to the balcony, gazing at the relentless downpour outside, a sense of despair rising within her. "Hey, still awake?" A sudden voice startled Xiao Xinxin. Turning her head she saw it was Lin Xia from next door. "Why are you still up?" Xiao Xinxin asked weakly. "Can't sleep," Lin Xia sighed, then as if possessed asked, "Want a drink?" "A drink?" Xiao Xinxin thought she had misheard. "What?" Lin Xia had spoken impulsively, but since the words were already out he couldn't deny them. He asked again, "I'm asking if you want to have a drink together. We're both awake anyway." Xiao Xinxin asked, somewhat dazed, "Drink what?" "Alcohol, of course." Lin Xia replied matter-of-factly. "Or don't you drink?" Xiao Xingxin's eyes suddenly lit up. "You have alcohol? Do you have any food too? We can't just drink on an empty stomach, can we?" Lin Xia nodded. "If you drink there's plenty of both, alcohol and food." "Really?" At the mention of food Xiao Xingxin's stomach ached. She was ravenous. "I even cooked it," Lin Xia frowned. "You're a pretty girl but so chatty. Come on, make up your mind. Drink or not?" "Drink." Xiao Xinxin swallowed hard. "If there's food I'll join you." "All right," Lin Xia said. "Shall I come to you or you to me?" Xiao Xinxin thought for a moment, feeling more at ease in her own room. "You come to my place. Bring everything." Lin Xia nodded. "Okay, what do you want to eat?" "I get to choose." Xiao Xinxin found the whole situation bizarre, wondering if she was dreaming. At a time like this, when even a huge hotel like the Intercontinental couldn't get ingredients and all the restaurants outside were closed, Lin Xia was asking her what she wanted to eat. "I want barbecue, do you have any?" Just then Lin Xia asked, "How about some barbecue?" "I want grilled fish, do you have any?" Lin Xia asked again, "Or maybe a grilled fish would work." "I want hot pot." Lin Xia added, "Hot pot is nice but a bit more trouble." Xiao Xingxin's mouth was watering uncontrollably. She couldn't take it anymore and asked excitedly, "Do we really have hot pot?" "Hot pot it is." "Wait a moment, open the door for me later." Lin Xia turned and went back into his room. About 10 minutes later a soft knock came at the door. Xiao Xinxin, who had been standing dumbfounded on the balcony, suddenly snapped back to reality. She looked down at herself still in her pajamas. But at the thought of hot pot she couldn't be bothered to change and rushed to the door, opening it. Instantly a rich aroma of hot pot wafted into her nose, making her mouth water. "Move aside." Outside the door Lin Xia was pushing a hotel service cart he had found at the end of the hallway. On the cart was an induction cooktop, and on the cooktop sat a divided hot pot filled to the brim with ingredients. "Oh ho oh!" Xiao Xinxin was overwhelmed by the smell and momentarily forgot to let Lin Xia in. When he called out to her, she blushed a little. But blushing didn't matter now, all she wanted was to start eating. Lin Xia pushed the cart inside and began to busy himself. He first moved the induction cooktop and the hot pot onto the coffee table, then took an extension cord from the lower shelf of the cart and plugged it in. With a soft beep from the induction cooktop, the hot pot was ready. Oh my god, it's really hot pot. Am I dreaming? Xiao Xinxin was genuinely astonished. It was incredible. Don't just stand there. Let's sit on the floor and eat, Lin Xia said as he lifted the cover on the cart, bringing out plates of ingredients one by one. Sliced beef, sliced lamb, shrimp paste, pork balls, duck blood, vermicelli, baby bok choy. And finally 2 6-packs of canned beer. Xiao Xinxin had been surprised before, but now she was utterly shocked. 5 days ago this spread would have been unremarkable. But today Xiao Xinxin felt it was worth $1 million. With a crisp pop, Lin Xia opened a can of beer and handed it to Xiao Xinxin. He then opened one for himself. Cheers! Lin Xia raised his can and Xiao Xinxin did the same, clinking them gently together. I'm digging in. Xiao Xinxin couldn't wait any longer. She put down her beer, picked up her chopsticks, and eagerly grabbed a piece of chicken. So delicious. Want some dipping sauce? Lin Xia asked. Xiao Xinxin stopped the chicken midway to her mouth. What? There's dipping sauce too. You shouldn't be called Lin Xia, you should be called Lin the Dream. Here I just mixed some minced garlic vinegar and sesame oil. Lin Xia took a small bowl from the cart. It was the dipping sauce he had just prepared. He loved this simple yet delicious combination with hot pot. Perfect. Xiao Xinxin was utterly satisfied. Day 4, 0405. Inside the Intercontinental Hotel Room 6689, the aroma of hot pot filled the entire suite. In the past no one would have wanted to stay in such a fragrant room, but now Xiao Xinxin thought the smell was simply wonderful. If not for this hot pot, Xiao Xinxin felt she would have starved to death in the hotel. Lin Xia, you know what? Coming to Jinling. The luckiest thing was meeting you. Thank you. You've already helped me twice. After several rounds of drinks, Xiao Xingxin's face was flushed and she was already a bit tipsy. Lin Xia had also drunk quite a bit of beer, and at that moment he was staring at Xiao Xinxin absent-mindedly, not responding. You say you don't have a girlfriend? I really don't believe it. You look, well, kind of handsome. And you have a good personality. How could you lack a girlfriend? Don't talk about me. You're so beautiful, yet you don't have a boyfriend either, right? Different from you. Before, when I was abroad looking at those foreigners, just felt disgusting. Me too. I only like our Eastern beauties. Come on, let's drink to our shared taste. Long live the handsome Eastern man. The two drank with increasing fervor, seemingly forgetting their troubles and the calamity for a while. Day 4, 0923. A white speedboat braved the heavy rain and stopped outside the Jinfeng building. Soon a handsome man stepped out of the boat and a black umbrella was immediately handed to him from behind. The man took the umbrella and walked into the Jinfeng building. The man wore a black boy t-shirt and carried a large outdoor hiking backpack. The backpack looked bulging, indicating it contained quite a few items. Zhang Junjie waded through the water into the building. The first floor was completely submerged, forcing him to climb the stairs to the second floor. Upon reaching the second floor, a nauseating stench, a mix of sour, rotten, and foul odors assailed his nose. Zhang Junjie frowned. He wanted to take the elevator, but the corridor was filled with disaster victims, some sitting, some lying down. Disgusting. Zhang Junjie's face was full of disdain, but thinking of Xiao Xinxin, he could only steel himself and step in. He had barely taken 2 steps when his leg was grabbed. Please have mercy, give me something to eat. A disaster victim saw Zhang Junjia's backpack and lunged at him, grabbing his leg. Get lost! Zhang Junjia kicked out violently. After breaking free, he glanced around at the other victims and then quickly ran towards the elevator, afraid they would surround him. Once in the elevator, Zhang Junjia breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, he had been extremely scared just moments ago. Being alone, the look in those victims' eyes was like a pack of starving wolves. Arriving at the 66th floor, Zhang Junjia first tidied his clothes, then walked to the door of room 6689, raised his hand and knocked. Inside the room, more precisely on the sofa, a man and a woman were sleeping in each other's arms, both wearing satisfied smiles like a pair of loving lovers. The sudden knock woke them. You get the door. Lin Xia mumbled sleepily. Xiao Xinxin replied with a lazy, oh. Huh. Lin Xia suddenly froze. Xiao Xinxin froze as well. The next second they both sat up at the same time and with a thud, their foreheads collided. Well, I drank a bit too much last night. Yeah, me too. Someone's knocking, I'll get the door. Lin Xia rubbed his head, his face reddening as he walked towards the door. Xiao Xinxin took the chance to get up and straighten her pajamas. Seeing that her pajamas were still intact, the girl breathed a sigh of relief, then felt a twinge of disappointment. President Zhang. Lin Xia opened the door and immediately recognized the man outside. It was the same President Zhang who had brought Xiao Xinxin back that night. When Zhang Junjie saw a man standing inside the door and to his shock shirtless in just shorts, the smile on his face instantly froze and his expression turned green. He had made a special trip here after seeing Xiao Xingxin's post on Moments. The night before, while scrolling through his phone, he happened to see her post, "When will this rain stop? I've been starving all day." He immediately realized that Xiao Xinxin was from Haicheng, a stranger in Jinling. With the heavy rain and flooding outside, this was a golden opportunity sent by the heavens. As for the so-called boyfriend he saw in the elevator, he had long known it was a lie. He had called the hotel front desk. Xiao Xinxin had checked in alone and had always been coming and going by herself. There was no boyfriend at all. But he never expected to see a man in Xiao Xingxin's room. And that man was the same one he had met in the elevator that day. What did this mean? It meant that the guy had won Xiao Xinxin over in just 2 days and was even living with her. A bolt from the blue. President Zhang, don't just stand there, come in. Lin Xia gave a sly smile. He knew exactly what President Zhang was thinking. Men may not understand women, but they understand other men. Zhang Junjie took a deep breath and walked into the room with a cold face. Why are you here? Xiao Xinxin came out wearing a jacket. Seeing Zhang Junjie, she was startled, then blushed, feeling a sense of shyness at having her secret discovered. Lin Xia sharply immediately spotted the backpack on Zhang Junjie. Oh, you came and brought so many things. It must have been heavy to carry. Here, let me help you. As he spoke, Lin Xia reached out to take Zhang Junjie's backpack. Zhang Junjie, already somewhat embarrassed, didn't think to refuse at first. He even cooperated by twisting slightly, allowing Lin Xia to take the backpack off him. It took him a while to realize what had happened, and he could only force himself to say, "It's hard to buy anything outside now. I brought some food for you all." Lin Xia chuckled inwardly. He put his arm around Xiao Xinxin and said, "Darling, this business partner of yours is really something. To bring us food in such heavy rain and flooding, we must remember this kindness." Remember my ass. The more Zhang Junjie thought about it, the more bitter he felt. President Zhang, is there anything else? If not, you should head back soon. The rain is heavy and the roads are bad. We won't keep you. Lin Xia spoke again. Zhang Junjie nearly coughed up blood. I traveled all this way, delivered the supplies, and haven't even been here a minute, and you're already kicking me out. No rush. Zhang Junjie looked at Xiao Xinxin, his expression suddenly softening. Xinxin, come with me. The main reason I came was to pick you up. It's too dangerous for you to stay alone in this hotel. Haven't you seen the victims downstairs? When they get desperate enough, they'll do anything. Before Xiao Xinxin could shake her head in refusal, Lin Xia proactively asked, "Are you taking me too?" Watching Lin Xia's earnest expression, Zhang Junjia's face turned the color of a pig's liver. "Take you? Damn it, take you? Who the hell are you for me to take? Fuck, you slept with my woman and I haven't settled that yet. I'm going to kill you." All of this was Zhang Junjia's inner thoughts. Though his mind was about to explode, he dared not start a fight, mainly due to a lack of confidence. After all, Xiao Xinxin was right there. If he lost, the humiliation would be immense. Zhang Junjie simply ignored Lin Xia and gazed at Xiao Xinxin with deep affection. "Xinxin, come with me. I'll protect you. My villa has 4 floors if the flood can't reach that high, and we have plenty of supplies. You won't go hungry." Xiao Xinxin looked at Zhang Junjie strangely and asked an awkward question, "What about your wife?" Lin Xia nearly did a backflip in shock at this question. So the whole deep romance act was from a married man. What twisted values! His face must be as thick as a city wall. But on second thought, it wasn't surprising. These days many have a steady at home while flying flags outside. Still, not many would so blatantly bring a mistress home. Zhang Junjie didn't feel embarrassed. He replied, "I have 2 villas in the same complex very close." Lin Xia's expression froze, thinking 666, the rich sure know how to have fun. Xiao Xinxin hadn't expected such an answer either. This man had no limits. He could say such things with a straight face and so much tenderness. "Forget it, I'm fine here. You should leave," Xiao Xinxin said with disgust. Zhang Junjie wanted to say more, but Lin Xia couldn't bear it. He grabbed Zhang Junjie's arm and pushed him out. "President Zhang, let's go. I'll see you out. Come on. Xinxin." Zhang Junjie tried to look back, but Lin Xia's face suddenly turned cold. He grabbed Zhang Junjie with force and said, "Let's go." Having killed before, Lin Xia himself didn't realize that the change in his expression made those around him feel a murderous aura. Zhang Junjie was the first to sense Lin Xia's killing intent. Instantly he cowered, dared not say another word, and obediently walked toward the elevator. On the second floor, Lin Xia pushed Zhang Junjie out of the elevator. It was his first time seeing so many evacuees there. Moreover, it was clear that these people hadn't eaten for a while. Most looked weak. Has the official relief supply stopped? Lin Xia looked around but saw no official uniforms or any trace of supplies. On second thought, it wasn't surprising. Under such circumstances, no organization could guarantee feeding all the evacuees. They walked through the crowd to the stairwell. Lin Xia handed the backpack he was carrying to Zhang Junjie. "Take this back. No need for you to play the Good Samaritan." Zhang Junjie was somewhat surprised. "Don't regret it. You can manage a day without food, but 2 or 3 days will be unbearable." As he spoke, a sudden change occurred. Several young men rushed out from behind Lin Xia. Before Lin Xia could react, Zhang Junjie was tackled to the ground. Their target was the backpack in Zhang Junjie's hand. Lin Xia stepped back, leaning against the wall, watching coldly. But just as they grabbed the backpack, before they could open it, more people rushed in, also aiming for the bag. 8 or 9 people were wrestling right at the stairwell. They tumbled down the stairs, their lower bodies submerged in the first floor's floodwater. They seemed unaware that there was someone beneath them. Zhang Junjie was utterly stunned. In just a second or two he had swallowed a lot of water, struggling desperately to stand up. But every attempt was foiled as the brawlers knocked him back under. After 2 or 3 impacts and inhaling a large amount of water, Zhang Junjie passed out, completely submerged. "Young master." A burly man rushed in from outside, likely Zhang Junjie's attendant. "Get the hell out of the way." The man was strong, pushing aside the evacuees one by one. Just as he was about to help Zhang Junjie up, one of the evacuees he had thrown aside pulled out a knife and stabbed him in the chest. Blood gushed out. Everyone fighting froze for 2 seconds. After those 2 seconds, the group resumed fighting over the backpack, completely ignoring the man clutching his chest in pain. As for Zhang Junjie, having been underwater so long it seemed grim. Lin Xia had imagined such scenes before, but imagination was nothing like witnessing it firsthand. Under this natural disaster, such scenes would not be rare. In fact, the further in, the more frequent they would become. After a brief daze, Lin Xia began to move. He knew Zhang Junjie must have come by boat. Without one, it would be nearly impossible to reach this place. Now Zhang Junjie's fate was unknown and his attendant seemed near death. If this was the only attendant he brought, then the boat was unclaimed. With that in mind, following the principle of not wasting resources, Lin Xia decided to temporarily requisition the boat. As soon as he stepped outside, he spotted Zhang Junjie's speedboat. The speedboat was fully enclosed, rainproof, and looked quite high-end. Lin Xia climbed aboard. As expected, no one was on it, and the keys were still hanging on the console. He had driven one before during a seaside trip, and the instructor had briefly taught him the controls. Comparatively, it was much easier than driving a car. First, the speedboat had only 3 gears: forward, neutral, and reverse, fewer than a manual car's gears. Basically, anyone could handle it. Second, driving a speedboat required little attention to road conditions. As long as there was water, it could go. Lin Xia gently turned the key, started the engine, recalled the steps, and began operating. At first he drove slowly, but after a bit of trial he quickly mastered it. However, the current conditions weren't suitable for high speed, the water wasn't deep enough, and there were many obstacles. After testing, Lin Xia piloted the speedboat to an empty spot near the entrance of Jinlong Building and stored it directly into his dimensional space. With this, his mobility greatly increased. If he ever needed to relocate, he wouldn't have to worry about lacking a suitable mode of transport. Day 4, 1045. Lin Xia returned to Jinfeng Tower. The earlier brawl had already dispersed, presumably a victor had emerged. The scene of the fight left barely a trace, and no one cared how many bodies lay beneath the water's surface. From that moment on, Lin Xia felt a subtle, indefinable shift in the way the refugees looked at him. Fortunately, these refugees seemed uninterested in him, perhaps because he had nothing worth looting, sparing him from harm. He took the elevator smoothly and returned to the 66th floor. Stepping out, he saw many people in the corridor. It seemed the hotel guests were also reaching their limits. Previously, the hotel provided food, so they had little to worry about, merely staying put in their rooms. But the relentless rain persisted, and the hotel had ceased food service since yesterday. Without provisions, they could no longer remain holed up indoors. They contacted the hotel, but service was non-existent and few staff remained. They tried the authorities, but all official lines were dead or unanswered. A wave of panic spread rapidly, spiraling out of control. Lin Xia silently returned to his room, took a shower, changed out of his wet clothes, and then called Xiao Xinxin out onto the balcony. "Lin Xia, I'm getting scared." Xiao Xinxin's face was pale. She had stepped out earlier, heard various rumors, and witnessed the guests' growing terror. "How about this, you come stay with me? We can look out for each other." After a moment's thought, Lin Xia made the suggestion. Lin Xia was willing to befriend Xiao Xinxin. Earlier, all the other guests on this floor had shunned him, only Xiao Xinxin had stepped forward. Though she hadn't been much help, attitude mattered. Besides, Xiao Xinxin was easygoing and not the pretentious type, a crucial quality. Moreover, Xiao Xinxin was strikingly beautiful with an excellent figure. As a normal man, having a stray thought or two was only natural. "All right." Xiao Xinxin hesitated, then nodded in agreement. After all, they had already slept together the previous night. Nothing special had happened, but it was still quite intimate. Besides, she was genuinely frightened. At a time like this, having a man around offered a greater sense of security, provided of course that her impression of Lin Xia remained favorable. "Pack your things, he'll help you bring them over," Lin Xia instructed, then returned to tidy up his own room. Day 4, 1105. Lin Xia welcomed his first roommate. As soon as Xiao Xinxin arrived, she brought him some news. I heard some people upstairs are organizing self-rescue efforts. Should we go check it out? Xiao Xinxin had overheard this outside. It was said that a guest staying in the presidential suite was leading the effort. Let's wait and see for now. Lin Xia helped Xiao Xinxin stow her luggage. The lower floors are packed with refugees, and when I went down today I noticed official supplies are no longer being distributed properly. Xiao Xinxin was taken aback. She understood what the lack of supplies meant. Even if someone organized a rescue, they could never sustain such a massive number of refugees. So what do we do? Xiao Xinxin worried. She had seen Lin Xia's quarters and found no stockpile. Let's observe how they handle the refugees downstairs. Lin Xia weighed the situation and decided it was best not to get involved. He had ample supplies and no need to take risks like the others. Moreover, water and electricity would soon be cut off and the elevators would stop entirely. Even if those on the upper floors formed rescue teams, they wouldn't stay long. No one wanted to climb over 60 floors every day. It would be exhausting. Once these people left, he could lie low until the rain ceased. Then what will we eat? Having experienced hunger, Xiao Xinxin was most concerned about food. Don't worry about food, I can handle it. You won't go hungry. Lin Xia had no shortage of supplies, enough to last at least a year or two. Though she hadn't seen the actual goods, Xiao Xinxin readily believed him. Alone together in the room, the atmosphere grew a bit awkward. To ease the tension, Xiao Xinxin sat on the sofa and scrolled through her phone. Hey, isn't this you? Suddenly she held up her phone to Lin Xia. The screen was playing a video he had posted earlier. Lin Xia was speechless. What a coincidence, the person sitting beside him had stumbled upon his video. And the key point was that in the video he had openly claimed to be a reincarnator. Unsurprisingly, Xiao Xinxin immediately asked, Lin Xia, are you really reincarnated, or is it just a gimmick for views? Lin Xia pondered whether to fabricate a lie or simply admit the truth. It's true. I am a reincarnator. There seemed little point in hiding it. What difference did being a reincarnator make? He was still trapped by the disaster, unable to fly or leap through the sky. Really? Xiao Xinxin grew excited and moved closer to Lin Xia. Tell me, how did you reincarnate? What does it feel like? Are there any side effects? She fired off a barrage of questions. Lin Xia waited until she finished before answering, I don't know how it happened. It was like I blinked and woke up the day before the rain started. I've already lived through one endless downpour, so I posted the video to warn people, but no one seemed to believe me. Do you know when the rain will stop? Xiao Xingxin's expression turned serious as she asked. No. Today is the 4th day, and by the 15th there was still no sign of it letting up. Lin Xia shook his head. I never thought I'd meet a reincarnator in my lifetime. Xiao Xingxin's worry vanished. I knew meeting you would be the most amazing thing to happen to me. Lin Xia smiled. Just then the air conditioner, which had been running, emitted a soft beep and shut down automatically. Lin Xia's expression changed. He knew this was the power outage. In his past life the electricity had cut off around this time. By nightfall the water supply would also stop. The toughest days were about to begin. Is the power out? Xiao Xinxin, unaware, asked. Yes. Lin Xia confirmed. From today the entire city's power supply will be severed. The power plant must be completely flooded and repairs are impossible under current conditions. Restoring electricity will be extremely difficult. The impact of the power outage was immense. First, the air conditioning ceased to function. Though a torrential downpour raged outside, it was still summer and the temperature remained relatively high. Compounding the issue, the rain made the indoor air humid. This clammy heat was profoundly uncomfortable. Even the slightest movement left one feeling sticky and slick to the touch, an utterly unbearable sensation. Secondly, the elevators were rendered useless. For those on lower floors this might not have been a significant inconvenience. But for the guests of the Intercontinental Hotel, the absence of elevators presented a monumental problem. As one of the tallest hotels in Jinling City, the Intercontinental's lowest rooms started on the 45th floor. Even descending from the 45th floor was no easy feat for the average person, let alone climbing up. Those who had never experienced it might find it laughable. Going downstairs requires no effort. They might think it would merely take a bit more time to navigate 45 floors. In reality, however, when Lin Xia had once descended from the 26th floor via the stairs, his legs were trembling by the time he reached the ground floor. Of course, his lack of regular exercise was a contributing factor. But it at least illustrated a point: descending stairs was not as effortless as one might imagine. Ascending was even more grueling. Among all the Intercontinental's guests, without exception, not a single one could manage to climb 45 floors in one go, let alone 66 or even 90. Furthermore, mobile phones had become utterly useless at this point. Without electricity, the city's signal towers were surely inoperative. A phone without signal was nothing more than a glowing brick. Televisions were also unwatchable. Holed up in their rooms, already bored with no phone or TV, there was virtually nothing to do. More critically, they were also starving. An entertainment option might have helped distract them, but now the pangs of hunger were a constant, agonizing presence. The repercussions extended far beyond these, yet none of this posed a problem for Lin Xia. He possessed a void generator. Without a second thought, he placed it in the living room. The void generator was remarkably simple to use. It came with external power connectors compatible with wires or power strips. Lin Xia was no expert in circuitry, but he had plenty of extension cords. By connecting several, he could supply power to the entire room. After setting the voltage, he simply switched on the generator. He wondered what kind of advanced technology this device employed, for it operated in utter silence. With electricity restored, the next task was to address the air conditioning. The hotel rooms were equipped with a central air system which couldn't be individually powered. However, Lin Xia had stored nearly 200 air conditioning units in his dimensional space. He retrieved a floor-standing unit, took out his tools, and began working. He had already prepared all the steps and guides with a complete installation video saved on his phone. All necessary tools, including a vacuum pump, were readily available. As for the outdoor unit, he simply placed it on the balcony. Instead of drilling a hole for the connecting pipes, he ran them along the balcony door frame. It wasn't aesthetically pleasing, but it was functional. Beside him, Xiao Xinxin was rendered speechless with astonishment. Watching Lin Xia produce various items as if by magic, extension cords were one thing, but conjuring a full-sized floor standing air conditioner out of thin air was another. She felt that the 9 years of compulsory education and the 25 years of common sense she had accumulated were being profoundly challenged. This was an extraordinary man? A real-life Doraemon? Xiao Xinxin marveled inwardly once more. Meeting Lin Xia was the single most fortunate event in her entire life. Before long, Lin Xia finished installing the air conditioner. Without needing to drill into the walls, the task was not particularly difficult. Beep. Lin Xia tested the unit. Both the indoor and outdoor components operated perfectly. Once again, Xiao Xinxin felt the caress of cool, refreshing air. With the air conditioner running, the sticky, sweaty sensation would soon vanish, bringing immense relief. Lin Xia walked over to check the load on the void generator. 2. Honestly, the figure stunned Lin Xia. The generator was roughly the size of a standard computer case. Yet this unassuming device, powering a 3-horsepower air conditioner drawing about 2500 W, was operating at only 2 capacity. What did that imply? A rough calculation suggested its full load capacity could reach an astonishing 120000 W. The total power consumption of all appliances in this room was less than 10000 W. It could effortlessly supply power to 12 rooms simultaneously. This was unequivocally black technology. Moreover, the void generator had only a single switch and required no fuel. This meant Lin Xia possessed an infinite source of electricity. Truly formidable? I'm hungry, let's have lunch, Lin Xia announced after finishing his work. Seeing Lin Xia produce 3 dishes and a soup, Xiao Xinxin was no longer surprised. If he could conjure something as bulky as an air conditioner, what couldn't he produce? Do you usually read novels? Lin Xia asked a somewhat abrupt question. Yes, stories like the CEO falls in love with me or I am the princess, that kind of thing, Xiao Xinxin replied while eating. Suddenly she looked up. Are you trying to say that your magic-like ability is like a protagonist's golden finger in those novels, like a spatial ability? Smart. Lin Xia praised sincerely. After my rebirth I obtained a space, so I stocked up on some supplies. Xiao Xinxin nodded, meeting Lin Xia's gaze seriously. Don't worry, I'm not foolish. I won't tell anyone. I'm sticking to you like glue and you can't abandon me. It had to be said, Xiao Xinxin was quite sharp. Lin Xia had intended to caution her, but she had already figured it all out from his single question. We must keep a low profile these next few days, Lin Xia emphasized gravely. The power outage hits the high floor guests hard. I reckon they won't last more than 2 days before they have to move to lower floors. We absolutely cannot let them discover our secret. I understand, Xiao Xinxin responded. Once they go to the lower floors we can just lie low. This rain has to stop eventually, right? Hey, Xiao Xinxin asked again, don't you think the neighbors might smell the ribs and chicken soup? Probably not, there's a wall between us and it's quite far, Lin Xia thought it unlikely. However, in room 6687. Honey, do you smell that? It smells like chicken soup. Darling, you're just too hungry, you're hallucinating. I really do smell it, honey. I want some chicken soup. I want some too, sweetheart. Forget chicken soup, I could drink 3 big bowls of plain vegetable soup right now. Day 4, 1308. Lin Xia and Xiao Xinxin finished their lunch. Xiao Xinxin voluntarily cleared the dishes, washed them and placed them on the table. They'll go out and gather some information. Xiao Xinxin felt she couldn't take Lin Xia's help for granted, she should proactively take on tasks within her capability. Lin Xia understood Xiao Xingxin's thoughts well enough. If this helped her feel more at ease, there was no need to stop her. Take this. Lin Xia took out a pair of walkie-talkies from his spatial storage, adjusted the frequency and handed one to Xiao Xinxin. These were commercial-grade devices with an effective range of 8 to 10 kilometers, sufficient to cover the entire Jinfeng Tower. Without mobile phones, these were undoubtedly extremely convenient. Call me if anything comes up, just in case, Lin Xia instructed. Xiao Xinxin obediently took the device, her expression calm, but a warmth spread through her heart. Lin the doorman was quite thoughtful. After stepping out, Xiao Xinxin quickly closed the door, afraid that the cool air from inside would escape and attract attention. In the corridor, everyone's doors were open. Without air conditioning, closing them would make the rooms unbearably stuffy. People gathered in small groups, their faces clouded with worry. What do we do now? We can't leave and the authorities aren't providing supplies. Are we just supposed to wait here to die? What else can we do? The elevators are down. I wanted to go downstairs to check, but now I don't dare. If I go down I might not make it back up. 66 floors and with no food, I'm afraid I'd collapse halfway. By the way, aren't you going to the meeting in the 88th floor conference room at 3? Of course. Survival comes first. I'm going too. Let's see what they plan to do. After listening for a while, Xiao Xinxin stepped forward and asked, Excuse me, what were you saying about the 88th floor and the meeting? Someone explained, since the authorities are useless, someone has taken the lead to form a rescue team. We got an internal call earlier saying there's a gathering at the high-altitude conference room on the 88th floor at 3 p.m. to discuss the specifics. Why didn't I get a call? Xiao Xinxin asked. Probably because of a shortage of manpower. The person continued, and with the power outage many people probably still don't know about it. I heard they've stopped notifying others anyway since there are too many people to organize. Xiao Xinxin asked further, can anyone participate? Probably, the person replied. As far as I know, it's mainly for guests above the 65th floor. They probably haven't notified those on the lower floors yet. Thank you. Xiao Xinxin expressed her gratitude. She had learned of the event, but whether to attend ultimately required Lin Xia's decision. Xiao Xinxin wandered around a bit, even taking the stairs down to the 65th floor. The discussions there were mostly the same. However, she noticed something different on the 65th floor. On the 65th floor, several people had clearly formed another small group. Judging by their attire, they appeared to be disaster victims who had come up from the lower floors. It seems these victims had already decided to go downstairs. Returning to the room, Xiao Xinxin relayed everything she had heard to Lin Xia. Lin Xia felt there was no need to get involved. He planned to stay put on the 66th floor, with supplies, air conditioning, movies and games, now accompanied by a beautiful woman, and perhaps they could even practice some combat techniques later. Why would he need to risk his life outside? If he got bored, he still had a speedboat to take Xiao Xinxin for a ride. This wasn't a doomsday apocalypse, it was a romantic getaway for two. We're not going. Well, just hunker down here. Xiao Xingxin's attitude towards Lin Xia could be described somewhat inappropriately as obedient. Though she was curious about what rescue plan these people would come up with, since Lin the doryman had refused, she naturally wouldn't bring it up again. Sensing a hint of her thoughts, Lin Xia asked, "You want to go?" "I'm just a bit curious." Xiao Xinxin shook her head. "If you don't want to, we won't. No matter how capable they are, they can't compare to you." That was the truth. A reborn man with a magical space, ample food and drink and air conditioning, this was undoubtedly a one-fake existence in the world, an incredibly powerful pillar of strength. What combat capability could those wealthy guests staying at the Intercontinental possibly have? More than half of them were middle-aged men over 50, and even the young ones were mostly pampered rich second-generation heirs. Not to mention the women among them. Lin Xia thought for a moment and said, "How about this? Since we have nothing to do this afternoon, let's go take a look just to pass the time." He had changed his mind for a reason. He had been thinking a lot lately. The current situation was completely different from his past life. The rain and flood outside were terrifying, but human hearts could be even more so. Who knew what malicious ideas this group might come up with? Moreover, there were disaster victims on the lower floors, which was also a thorny issue. You couldn't just jump down from the 60th floor, you had to pass through the lower levels. Jinfeng Tower had only 3 exits. Based on what he had seen when he went down before, each exit was guarded by disaster victims. It was easy to leave without supplies, but coming back with them would be a different story. Starving people wouldn't listen to reason. It's 21 floors up to the 88th. It's okay. We're in much better shape than the others. We can take breaks along the way, we don't have to climb it all at once. Alright. Day 4, 1430. Lin Xia and Xiao Xinxin set off for the 88th floor. The contrast became immediately clear once they stepped outside. Along the way, other guests appeared weak and exhausted. Only Lin Xia and Xiao Xinxin looked radiant, their steps steady, showing no signs of hunger. Others weren't fools. They said nothing, but their eyes betrayed envy and suspicion. Climbing 21 floors was no easy task. For Lin Xia, who had long been sedentary, he was drenched in sweat by the time he reached the 74th floor. Xiao Xinxin, on the other hand, was in much better condition. She was younger, and more importantly, she exercised regularly, making her significantly fitter than Lin the doryman. Let's rest a bit. Lin Xia couldn't take it anymore. He had only started exercising 2 days ago, and it would be a while before he saw results. You're really out of shape, Xiao Xinxin teased, grinning at him. You need to work out. You never know when you'll need your strength. Watching Xiao Xingxin's flushed cheeks, Lin Xia felt her words carried a double meaning, though he had no proof. On the 88th floor of Jinfeng Tower, renowned as the highest meeting room in Jinling, it was often called the Cloudside Conference Hall. Except for the entrance, which was a white wall and doors, the other three sides were all floor-to-ceiling windows, offering a sensation of truly soaring above the clouds when standing by the glass. In the past, this place was not something one could rent with mere wealth. Without a certain social standing and connections, even if you could afford the exorbitant cost, the hotel would directly decline your request, armed with 100 reasons to convince you that failing to book this room was merely a matter of time. Of course, now no one cared about money anymore. Lin Xia and Xiao Xinxin arrived before the appointed time, and when they entered, the meeting room was already filled with quite a few people. People stood in small clusters. Though many present could be considered successful individuals at this moment, their conversations revolved solely around the torrential rain and survival, and no one was foolish enough to flaunt past glories. I need to rest for a bit. After climbing 22 floors, Lin Xia's legs were trembling. Abandoning any pretense of dignity, he found an empty spot and sat directly on the floor. Xiao Xinxin stood obediently nearby, her gaze sweeping across the room. As she had anticipated, the crowd consisted mostly of middle-aged men and some women. Only a small fraction were truly capable of forming an action team. She held little faith in the so-called self-rescue teams. After a while, a man with a steady stride entered the conference room, surrounded by a group of followers. The man appeared to be in his late 30s, distinct from ordinary people, exuding a leadership aura nurtured by a position of authority. He walked to the front of the room and clapped his hands. "Hello everyone, I am Su Weichan." This remarkably simple self-introduction instantly drew everyone's attention to him. Lin Xia rose from the floor, watching this man, no more than 10 years his senior but possessing an exceptionally striking presence, with considerable interest. "There's no need to elaborate on the situation. Since you're all here, we share a single goal: to survive. To live, we must fill our stomachs. As you all know, the hotel can no longer supply us with food. As for disaster relief supplies, even the refugees downstairs haven't received any yet. So we must rely on ourselves to find food. How to obtain it and how to distribute it, that's the problem we need to solve today." Su Weichan spoke concisely, wasting no words. Then the attendees began to discuss among themselves. But Lin Xia could see that this seemingly democratic deliberation was in fact being guided by Su Weichan all along. At this rate, the final outcome would inevitably align with Su Weichan's intentions. This man was no ordinary figure. Lin Xia did not join the discussion. Regardless of the outcome, he had no intention of staying with these people. He had only accompanied Xiao Xinxin to observe and get a sense of the situation. Before long, the discussion concluded. Su Weichan made the final summary. First point: anyone absent today would be deemed as opting out, and the self-rescue team would provide no assistance to them. This point garnered nearly unanimous support. It was easy to understand: when you could barely take care of yourself, why bother with others? Second point: only those who actually participated in searching for supplies were entitled to support one non-participant without compensation. For example, if a husband participated in the action, both he and his wife could each receive a share of the supplies. If neither took part, then unfortunately they had no right to any distribution. Whether due to physical or age-related reasons, anyone unable to join the search for supplies was also excluded from the distribution rights. Thus, single individuals had to join a team or they would starve to death. Third point: surplus supplies would be jointly managed by Su Weichan and the team leaders. As for team formation, everyone present would form their own groups. Any team that recruited 10 active members would automatically become a squad. We already have 3 people. Limited spots available, first come first served. Priority given to those who are good swimmers. I'm a former athlete with excellent physical fitness. Anyone want to team up with me? I know where supplies are nearby. Does any team need me? The vast conference room had turned into a small job fair with everyone actively recruiting. Lin Xia roughly counted about 300 people in the room. Excluding those who looked older, there were probably around 250 to 260 left, enough to form about 15 teams. The single young people became hot commodities because they were eligible to support one person. Lin Xia at 28 was in the prime of his youth. Xiao Xinxin at 25 was exceptionally youthful and radiant. The two of them became targets for recruitment by several teams. Many teams approached them with invitations, but Lin Xia declined them all. Among these teams, only one or two were sincere in their invitation, the others were mostly drawn to Xiao Xinxin. Lin Xia could see undisguised greed in their eyes. At this time, women seemed to have become a resource. Teams that included girls found it easier to recruit members. Lin Xia observed all this silently, content to remain a bystander. Lin Xia, look over there. Xiao Xinxin tugged at his arm, pointing to the corner opposite them. Lin Xia turned to look, his brow furrowing. In the corner across from them stood a pair who appeared to be mother and daughter. They could also be sisters, as the woman looked quite young and the girl was about 15 or 16. At that moment the woman held the girl close, her face full of wariness. Opposite them stood three young men, seemingly inviting them to join their team. Lin Xia took Xiao Xingxin's hand, oblivious to the way the girl beside him instantly blushed. Drawing closer, he overheard their conversation. Beautiful sister, don't hesitate. The three of us are all single with 3 support slots. If you're willing, we can support you unconditionally. Exactly, to be blunt, even if other teams take you in, what do you think they're after? Better to stick with us than to be exploited by those old men. We promise you won't have to serve anyone else, just take good care of the 3 of us. Their filthy, obscene words ignited a surge of rage within Lin Xia. Though he knew such things were not uncommon in an apocalypse, anger still burned in his heart. He was about to step forward to intervene, but abruptly halted. He could save them, but what then? Would he have to support them indefinitely? With 4 people, would the supplies be sufficient? Lin Xia hesitated. Kind. Lin Xia had never considered himself a benevolent person. If he were truly kind, there were hundreds of disaster victims downstairs waiting for his aid, yet he did nothing, not even offering a single biscuit. From this perspective, he could even be deemed a villain. Yet even so, when he witnessed a helpless mother and daughter subjected to such coercion, a feeling named anger stirred within his heart. Lin Xia felt this was more likely instinct, an instinctive abhorrence of such behavior, an instinctive desire to lend a hand. Get lost. A sharp cry jolted Lin Xia awake. It was the girl. A 15 or 16-year-old girl understands far more than her parents assume. Hearing their words, how could she not grasp their intent? Though her heart already knew the simple love she once yearned for was impossible, she would never consent to becoming someone's plaything. The men before her disgusted her, utterly disgusted her. Little sister, you've got some fire. I like that, one man said, reaching out to pinch her delicate cheek. The girl slapped away the filthy hand before her, then kicked the man's shin with her black leather shoe. A shin bone struck by a leather shoe is quite painful. Little bitch, don't refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Open your eyes and look around, every man in the team staring at you has nothing but raw lust in his eyes. The man rubbed his leg while growling in a low voice. The mother and daughter glanced around, indeed people were gathered nearby as if waiting. Their gazes held no pity, no compassion, only greed and desire barely concealed. I can agree, the woman spoke, clutching the girl tightly, her voice almost pleading. Do whatever you want to me, I'll accept it, but please spare my daughter. She's only 16. No problem. The 3 men agreed readily. In their minds, once they brought the mother and daughter into their group, everything would be under their control, wouldn't it? 16. To them that was the prime of a woman's youth. No. I won't agree, the girl shouted furiously, knowing what her mother's compromise meant. I'd rather starve than let you bastards have your way. The 3 men finally lost patience, their faces darkening. If not for others in the meeting room, they would have resorted to force long ago. At that moment Lin Xia saw others around him stirring restlessly. He steeled himself and decided to intervene. His reason? He wanted to save them, and that was reason enough. Sorry, they're already with the team, Lin Xia said, stepping between the mother-daughter duo and the 3 men shielding them behind him. Xiao Xingxin also stepped forward, wrapping her not-so-broad arms around the two helpless women in a half-embrace. Though outnumbered 3-1, Xiao Xingxin wasn't worried. She vividly recalled yesterday's brawl where Lin Xia had taken down 3 men single-handedly without a scratch. At that moment, Lin Xia's silhouette filled her with immense reassurance. "Who the hell are you, you idiot? Get lost!" one man yelled at Lin Xia. Before Lin Xia could respond, he noticed many people gathering around, mostly men. "I said they're already with a team," Lin Xia said calmly, stepping aside slightly to ask the mother and daughter, "You're joining my team, aren't you?" The mother hesitated, but the girl answered decisively, announcing to everyone, "Yes, we've joined his team." "Any more questions?" Lin Xia looked at the 3 men, repeating his query. They exchanged glances, their faces clearly marked with reluctance. Just as Lin Xia thought the matter was settled, 2 more men emerged from the crowd. Their expressions were mocking, clearly not good-natured. "Bro, isn't it a bit too much for one man to hog 3 beauties?" At their opening words, Lin Xia understood their intent. Women. Beautiful women. He had realized earlier that these 2 attractive women might become a problem, but he hadn't expected trouble to come so quickly. "Gentlemen, shouldn't you focus on securing resources first? Once you've eaten your fill, then think about women? Or are you so confident that you'll find supplies after forming a team? Even if you do find them, are you so sure you can bring them back? With these issues unresolved, how can you spare time to eye women? Lust follows a full belly, first solve the hunger." Seeing Lin Xia silent, the man continued, "Before playing hero, make sure you've got the guts. Don't think we're despicable. The fact that we're still talking nicely is already a show of restraint. Take your pretty girlfriend and leave, or I'm afraid you won't even be able to protect her." Lin Xia remained unruffled. These men were all bluster. If it came to a fight, he was sure more than half the people here would stand by and do nothing. As for these 2 fools before him, he didn't spare them a second thought. "So this is the self-rescue team? Haven't found any supplies, but you're already grabbing women?" Lin Xia said mockingly, his gaze sweeping over everyone without restraint. Yes, he wasn't targeting anyone in particular, he was targeting everyone in the room. What a bunch of trash. Including Su Weichan. This leader had been silent throughout the incident. Lin Xia even suspected Su Weichan was deliberately allowing such things to happen. Times of peace have their rules. Times of disaster have theirs. The words were simple, just 2 short sentences. But making survivors truly understand wasn't something 2 sentences could achieve. So Su Weichan wouldn't intervene. Besides, calling him a leader was generous. How much cohesion could this so-called self-rescue team have? Excessive interference would only breed resentment, and he still needed these people to go out and find supplies. Don't be fooled by the crowd in the meeting room. Su Weichan knew well that many among them were merely not dead yet. Those who could bring back supplies were the true survivors. Not leaving. The man's brazen gaze bypassed Lin Xia, landing on the 3 beautiful women behind him. He had to admit each of these women had her own charm, every one of them was worth 3 years without regret, 5 years with profit. Women of this caliber were worth a gamble even on an empty stomach. Unbeknownst to others, Lin Xia had already acquired a knife in her hand. A man who had experienced a fight and an assassination would inevitably develop a degree of vigilance. She harbored no desire to harm others, but had come to realize the importance of self-protection. Coincidentally, her dimensional space contained not only an abundance of food but also many practical items. For instance, various cooking utensils were among them, with knives being plentiful. The man before her seemed oblivious to the approach of death, turning around playfully to address the 3 men from earlier. "Brothers, 3 women, how shall we divide them?" At that moment, Lin Xia revealed a smile. One must be ruthless. This was the lesson she had previously imparted to herself. Under the gaze of the onlookers, Lin Xia suddenly stepped forward, a cold gleam in her hand traversing the minimal distance, vanishing into the man's neck before anyone could discern what had occurred. The man himself had yet to react, then felt a kick to his abdomen, sending him toppling backward. At that instant a jet of blood soared into the air. Ah! Ah! The spectators finally grasped the scene unfolding before them, realizing that the fleeting cold gleam had been a blade. Now that blade's icy sheen was veiled in a layer of vivid crimson. Chaos erupted just as Lin Xia had anticipated. A bunch of scum lost their nerve at the sight of blood, not daring to approach or even watch, scattering in all directions to flee. Only 4 men remained standing before Lin Xia. Wait! The man caught sight of Lin Xia's gaze turning toward him, and a jolt of alarm shot through his heart. But his reaction was a beat too slow. Before he could utter a plea for mercy, he felt a liquid continuously trickling down his neck. He reached up to touch it, finding it slick and greasy. Looking at his hand, it was already stained a deep red. He realized what had happened, his pupils contracting sharply, but it was too late. Lin Xia remained unruffled, not out of a penchant for killing, but because she had long since reasoned that in this apocalypse one could be a good person while surviving alone, but within a collective one must be sufficiently ruthless. Without ruthlessness one cannot stand firm. A truism. Her gaze shifted to the 3 men from earlier. They shuddered, the one on the left who had boasted about liking spicy girls wetting his pants. Most young men of this age who could afford a high-end suite at the Intercontinental Hotel owed their status to their parents' or grandparents' accomplishments. In their world, relying on familial influence meant at most bullying the meek. They had never encountered a truly formidable adversary. Undoubtedly Lin Xia was a genuine tough nut. Plop! Without hesitation the 3 men in an unexpected moment of accord knelt simultaneously before Lin Xia. Boss, we were wrong. Don't kill me, don't kill me. I won't dare again. The one who had urinated couldn't even speak. Lin Xia had no time to bother with 3 worthless individuals. Her gaze fell upon the 2 other men emerging from the crowd. Su Weichan. And the man standing behind him. You've gone too far, Su Weichan said, his tone like that of an emperor ruling over this domain. In the survival of the apocalypse, true reliance could not be placed on the elderly, women or children, but on robust young men. To make these young men risk their lives, one had to offer them some benefits. The apocalypse, though terrifying, had its advantages. That was freedom. Unrestrained freedom. Especially for men, it was a freedom that allowed them to unleash their primal instincts. Thus Su Weichan let everything slide. As long as it didn't involve him, he would not intervene. His aim was to make these men addicted to such unbridled liberty. To some extent in this apocalypse, weren't women just resources? Let them fight, let them relish the thrill of plunder, this way he could better control them. However, a reckless newcomer appearing from nowhere had dared to kill in front of everyone. He didn't care about the dead. These days tens of thousands perished daily. But the authority he had just begun to establish faced a severe challenge. If he didn't step forward, how could he command respect? He not only had to step forward, but also had to prevail. It served both as punishment and as a display of power, a kill two birds with one stone strategy. Though it's the apocalypse and no law binds you in human affairs, good deeds deserve reward and misdeeds merit punishment. Even in freedom there must be some rules. Su Weichan also glanced at the 3 beauties behind Lin Xia. He spoke again, 2 choices. Since you disapprove of my methods you can leave, but only you alone. And the other? Lin Xia bent slightly, wiping the knife on the kneeling man's clothes as he looked on in terror. The cold gleam reappeared. The crowd was baffled, but Su Weichan frowned. He seemed to already know the choice of the man before him. So he didn't mention the second option, simply turning around and walking away. The man behind him remained standing still. That man, surnamed Guo, shared the name of a protagonist from a famous novel, Guo Jin. Guo Jin had spent considerable time in the military before becoming Su Weichan's aide. As the saying goes, amateurs watch the excitement while professionals see the technique. Lin Xia's strike had been swift and seemingly simple, but Guo Jin understood that the seemingly straightforward step and thrust concealed many nuances. Decisive in action, precise in execution, and showing no emotional fluctuation despite the crowd, such a person was best left unprovoked. That was the advice he had given his boss earlier. But Su Weichan had not heeded it. Everyone knew a great battle was imminent. The three men who had knelt earlier wisely crawled aside but dared not stand up. Whether they stood depended on the final victor of this confrontation. Be careful. Xiao Xinxin knew she couldn't help. Her only role was to protect the mother and daughter in her arms retreating far away. Lin Xia had never faced a tough opponent if the hardest had been the assassin who came in the night. They had tangled without a clear winner until she inexplicably triumphed thanks to a power card from her cheat. Now she had no cards left, relying solely on herself. Guo Jin didn't bother with flashy opening moves. Those neck-cracking wrist-snapping antics from movies and TV seemed ridiculous to him. If it was time to fight, one should seize the initiative. Without giving Lin Xia much time to prepare, Guo Jin's fist was already hurtling toward her face. Lin Xia's reaction was equally swift, calmly parrying Guo Jin's assault. The two clashed blow for blow, locked in combat. Nearby, Xiao Xinxin clenched her hands nervously. She knew deep down that this was no longer just about the fate of the mother and daughter. Hers and Lin Xia's destinies were also at stake. Win and they might be safe. Lose and Lin Xia would likely be killed, while she would share the same fate as the mother and daughter, reduced to a plaything. At this moment she regretted coming to the 88th floor. Fighting is certainly not considered a good thing. In the eyes of some self-proclaimed elite individuals, fighting is a crude act that only lowly people would engage in. Although they enjoy watching action movies, what happens in the films is not called a fight, it is referred to as martial arts or kung fu. However, upon witnessing the events unfold before them, many people had a single thought. It turns out that realistic martial arts scenes can indeed occur just like in action films. Guo Jin's attacks were simple yet effective. Every punch he threw carried a howling wind, and each kick conveyed a heavy sense of power. Lin Xia possessed astonishing reflexes. While his physical capabilities might not match Guo Jin's, his godlike reaction ability and exaggerated dynamic vision allowed him to predict his opponent's moves. Their fight was indeed spectacular, captivating the onlookers, each one of them anxious. After dozens of exchanges, both fighters had sustained injuries of varying degrees. Guo Jin had a deep wound on his left leg, exposing bone, and his lower abdomen had been stabbed. Lin Xia was in no better condition. He had taken a punch from Guo Jin to his left shoulder and had a long cut across his waist, blood streaming down. As time passed, the scene grew increasingly brutal. Lin Xia gasped for breath, his mind racing. At this moment he had no cards to play. Relying solely on his strength to achieve victory was difficult. Even if he won, it would likely be a Pyrrhic victory, not to mention the risk of failure. Ultimately, Lin Xia thought of a plan. Although it carried some risks in this life-and-death situation, he couldn't afford to hesitate. As he charged at Guo Jin, he summoned a cargo truck from his spatial pocket. To be precise, he brought it out only to quickly retract it. From Guo Jin's perspective, it appeared as though a truck's front was unexpectedly charging toward him from a very close distance. The distance was too short for him to evade. He could only subconsciously raise his arm to brace for the impending impact. However, in an instant the truck's front vanished. In that brief moment of distraction, Lin Xia's knife plunged into Guo Jin's chest. Guo Jin collapsed. Though his mind was filled with questions, he had no chance to seek answers. The onlookers were puzzled as well. It seemed they too had witnessed a massive object flash by before disappearing. Seeing that no one nearby reacted particularly, he could only dismiss it as a figment of his imagination. After all, it wasn't surprising to experience hallucinations after being extremely hungry for a long time. Lin Xia secretly sighed in relief. This was a temporary solution he had come up with, and he hadn't expected it to work so well, indeed distracting Guo Jin. At this moment, being distracted was extremely dangerous. With Lin Xia's combat instincts, he seized the opportunity and delivered a lethal blow. The entire scene fell silent. To the crowd, a person who could kill 3 opponents and was so skilled was nothing short of a killing god. Who would dare provoke such an existence? Lin Xia. Xiao Xinxin, her face streaked with tears, couldn't help but cry when she saw Lin Xia injured. Now that it was finally over, she disregarded the mother and daughter duo and hurried to Lin Xia's side, her face filled with worry and concern. "I'm fine." Lin Xia gently patted the hand gripping his arm, then turned his gaze toward Su Weichan. For the first time, Su Weichan displayed a look of anxiety. If Lin Xia wanted to kill him, he knew very well that none of these people around would step forward. Likewise, he understood that he would die faster than Guo Jin. "You don't have to look at me like that." Su Weichan quickly regained his composure. "No need to pretend to be righteous. Here we are all men and everyone knows what you are thinking. Women. Who doesn't love them? I also admit you are quite formidable, far beyond my expectations. Since you are so capable, why not take the position of the rescue team's captain? Consider it a benefit for the mother and daughter. What do you say?" Lin Xia observed the man with a playful gaze. One had to admit Su Weichan's composure was admirable. At this moment he had no cards left to play. The originally smooth meeting had been disrupted by Lin Xia, and the powerful forces around him had been eliminated by Lin Xia. In such circumstances, how many could remain calm? Su Weichan not only managed to stay composed but even devised a countermeasure in such a short time. There were many people in the meeting room, but the actual combat forces were exceedingly scarce. Lin Xia was practically the strongest among all present. Winning Lin Xia over was his best option. "Women. If you want them, you can have them. Status. You'll be the captain." How many could resist such temptation? As long as he could win Lin Xia over, it would not only intimidate others but also buy him time. It was much better than handing over his life right now. "Not interested." Lin Xia coldly rejected. He was contemplating whether to directly kill Su Weichan. Even without bodyguards, capturing everyone in the meeting room wouldn't be difficult. Some people naturally possessed leadership qualities, easily attracting others to their side. Undoubtedly, Su Weichan was one such person. At this moment, no one noticed that behind Lin Xia, two of the three individuals who had previously knelt on the ground, except for the one who had urinated himself, were stealthily rising. Their eyes were filled with malice. One of them pulled a fruit knife from his pocket, and the two simultaneously lunged at Lin Xia. "Watch out!" Among the crowd, most merely observed quietly, but one voice called out a warning. Lin Xia immediately reacted, turning to see two figures charging at him. He had no time to think. He quickly pulled Xiao Xinxin back. At that moment, the one wielding the fruit knife had already arrived, crazily swinging the knife forward. Swoosh! Having pulled Xiao Xinxin back, Lin Xia could only raise his left hand to partially block the attack, but he could not withstand the immense force, and the fruit knife pierced into his left shoulder. A glint of ferocity flashed in Lin Xia's eyes. He firmly grasped the hand holding the fruit knife with his left hand while driving his cooking knife upward, precisely stabbing into the opponent's chin. Thud! The 20-centimeter-long cooking knife penetrated completely, revealing a small section of the blade tip. Just then, the second person charged in. Upon witnessing the bloody scene before him, the second assailant's legs turned to jelly. Before he could reach Lin Xia, his legs gave way and he collapsed at Lin Xia's feet. Lin Xia withdrew the cooking knife, pushed the corpse aside, and without waiting for the person beneath him to plead for mercy, he grabbed the hair of the assailant and swiftly cut his throat with the blade. This is human nature. Just moments ago he was on his knees begging for mercy, shouting, "I was wrong, I won't dare again," yet he turned around to attempt a sneak attack while Lin Xia was injured. Since that's the case, one must be prepared for retaliation. 5 kills. Blood stained the carpet in the conference room, and the 5 corpses served as a constant reminder of the horrifying scene that had just unfolded. Lin Xia stood amidst the pool of blood. His piercing gaze swept across the room. Even in the June heat, those who met his eyes felt a chill rise from the depths of their hearts. Lin Xia's gaze finally settled on Xiao Xinxin. Seeing her worried expression, the murderous intent in his eyes gradually softened. "Let's go." Lin Xia gestured gently to Xiao Xinxin. She immediately stepped forward and supported his arm. Lin Xia turned and glanced at the trio still kneeling on the floor. Such scum weren't worth his effort to finish off. Then Lin Xia approached the mother and daughter. The woman instinctively stepped back, clutching the girl. At that step, Xiao Xingxin's expression turned cold. If not for them, Lin Xia would never have risked himself. If not for them, how could he have been so severely injured? In the end, this woman showed no gratitude. Instead, she recoiled in fear. Lin Xia had nearly given his life killing 5 men to protect them. Shouldn't you fear those who forced you? Shouldn't you fear those who covet you? Seeing the terror in the woman's eyes, Lin Xia smiled bitterly but still said, "You can stay here or come with us." With that, Lin Xia and Xiao Xingxin headed for the door. Everyone watched in silence, and no one dared to speak or step forward, as if seeing off a god of slaughter. Su Weichan breathed a heavy sigh of relief. As long as Lin Xia was gone, even without Guo Jin, he was confident he could control these people. The woman still hesitated. "Mom, what are you waiting for?" The girl grew anxious. She couldn't understand. On one side were beasts eyeing them hungrily, on the other a kind big brother who risked his life to help them. Why hesitate? Even a schoolchild would get it. Worst case, even if this brother had ulterior motives, she'd still choose him. At least he didn't use force. Besides, a man with such grit was incredibly attractive. "Mom, look at these people. Do you think they'll be kinder to us? Do we really want to stay here?" The girl's words jolted the woman awake. She finally recalled what had happened before. 2 defenseless women could never resist so many beasts. She cursed herself for being so foolish. If they stayed once that man left, what awaited them would be hell on earth. "Let's go." The woman finally made up her mind. Seeing Lin Xia and Xiao Xingxin already at the door, the mother and daughter hurried after them. Still no one dared to stop them. Just then a young man from the crowd also ran after the mother and daughter. "Thank you." The mother and daughter caught up with Lin Xia. The woman mumbled a thank you, then silently followed behind. Lin Xia ignored them. Now, besides the pain from his wounds, his head ached too. He had saved them, but how was he supposed to arrange for them? He couldn't support them all on his own, could he? He wasn't their husband or their father. That just didn't make sense. "Wait." A young man ran over and said nervously, "Hello, can I join your group?" Lin Xia recognized him as the one who had warned him earlier. Without that warning, the sneak attacker might have succeeded, leaving him in worse shape. So in a way he owed him. What now? Support another one? That was clearly impossible. He didn't want to reveal his secrets to the world. The pain pulled Lin Xia back to reality. He looked at the 3 people before him and said helplessly, "Well, talk about it downstairs." "I'm Luo Yuan." The young man introduced himself and then followed slowly behind Lin Xia. Lin Xia's injuries were severe, and the sight of the stairs made him wince. He was the one who did the work and suffered the pain. "Come on, I'll carry you." Seeing his hesitation, Luo Yuan decisively stepped forward, went down 2 steps, and turned his back to Lin Xia. Lin Xia hesitated for a moment, then climbed onto Luo Yuan's back. Judging by his build, Luo Yuan seemed to have some strength. After descending over 10 floors, Luo Yuan couldn't hold on anymore. Lin Xia weighed over 160 jin, so carrying him this far was impressive. "It's okay, put me down." Supported by Xiao Xingxin, Lin Xia slowly made his way down the stairs. All the while he pondered how to settle these people. Free support was out of the question. No matter how many supplies he had, he couldn't waste them like that. Once people got used to taking, they'd take it for granted. He didn't want to raise 3 ingrates. Let them find their own supplies. Luo Yuan might manage, but the mother and daughter were hopeless. Sending them out would only add unnecessary risk. Day 4, 1626. Lin Xia finally returned to the 66th floor. He had Xiao Xingxin temporarily settle the mother and daughter and Luo Yuan in room 6689. Back in his room, Lin Xia took out various wound medicines from his space. He had to treat his injuries. In this weather, infection was a real risk. "Let me do it. I learned a bit at school. When Lin Xia took off his shirt, Xiao Xinxin saw the wounds and couldn't hold back her tears. Wiping away her tears frantically, she began cleaning his wounds. The flesh was torn to the bone, and even a tough man would feel the pain. Lin Xia was just an ordinary man, so he grimaced through the agony. Xiao Xinxin hesitated, then put down her supplies, sat beside Lin Xia, and turned his body to face her. Lin Xia looked at her puzzled. Her face flushed inexplicably, as if she had made up her mind. She suddenly grabbed his large hand and placed it on her thigh. "I heard this helps take your mind off the pain." Her voice was barely audible. But sitting so close, Lin Xia caught every word. What a kind girl she was. Xiao Xinxin dared not look at him and quickly picked up the medicine and gauze to continue treating his wounds. Strangely enough, it worked. The incredible sensation from his hand dulled the pain, though he still had to put on a show. So the man continued to grimace, but his other hand didn't forget to wander freely. Day 4, 1735. Xiao Xinxin spent over an hour tending to all of Lin Xia's wounds. It wasn't that she was deliberately slow, but certain hands were too restless, hindering her pace. "Have you had enough groping?" Xiao Xinxin put down the gauze. Everything was packed away, yet that hand still roamed. Ahem. Lin Xia sheepishly withdrew his hand. "I didn't realize you were so skilled at bandaging." "I volunteer as a medical service assistant at school. Basic skills like this are mandatory," Xiao Xinxin replied earnestly. "Can I still do this in the future?" Lin Xia suddenly asked. "What?" Xiao Xinxin was taken aback, then understood, her face flushing crimson. She shot him a glare and got up to leave. "Ha!" Lin Xia chuckled, trying to rise from the sofa, but a sudden pull on his wound twisted his face in pain and he slumped back down. "Serves you right." Xiao Xinxin smiled at the sight. Lin Xia beckoned to her. "Come here." "What for?" Xiao Xinxin looked wary. "Come on, I mean it." Lin Xia continued waving. "Oh." Xiao Xinxin cautiously approached her, thoughts a whirlwind of contradictions, partly afraid Lin Xia would tease her again, partly afraid he wouldn't. Clearly she underestimated the depths of his shamelessness. No sooner had Xiao Xinxin sat down than Lin Xia's hand reached out. "What should we do about the three next door?" he asked. "Any ideas?" Lin Xia pondered. "I'm torn. If it were just the two of us, we could lie low. But with more people, I'm not sure my supplies will last, and I have no reason to support them for free." "Free?" Xiao Xingxin's expression turned strange. "Maybe they'll repay you with their bodies. You'd be getting quite the deal." Glancing at Lin Xia, she continued, "A 16-year-old girl, a youthful beauty, and her mother, you'd think she was her sister, she looks so young. Even I find her allure captivating." Lin Xia wisely refrained from responding. "I'm serious. I can't support them unconditionally. I don't know how long this storm will last, and am uncertain if my supplies are enough. Taking on 3 more is impossible." Xiao Xinxin frowned in thought. "Whatever you decide, I'll back you up. Let me think it over." Lin Xia couldn't decide immediately. Day 4, 1831. Lin Xia brought some biscuits, bread, and 3 bottles of water to room 6689 next door. It wasn't that he was stingy, bringing out other items now would seem illogical. He hadn't yet decided to share his secret with the newcomers, as they were still strangers far less close than him and Xiao Xinxin. The man was named Luo Yuan, Lin Xia had learned. He also asked about the mother and daughter, finding out the woman was Su Man and her daughter Su Qinyue. Su Man was far more cautious than her daughter, even now her eyes held a deep wariness. But when she saw the food in Lin Xia's hands, that guard loosened slightly. "Eat something first. We'll discuss what to do next later." Leaving those words, Lin Xia returned to his room. "So did you get a good look this time? Aren't the mother and daughter beautiful?" Xiao Xinxin teased as soon as Lin Xia entered, proving that even in the apocalypse the rivalry between women remained undimmed. "It's dark next door, I couldn't see clearly." Lin Xia chuckled slyly. In truth, he had taken a good look. It was no wonder so many men coveted the pair. Calling them breathtaking might be an exaggeration, but they could topple a city and together perhaps a whole province. I don't believe you. All right, time to eat. Lin Xia brought out 2 dishes of soup and fragrant rice. After eating, he and Xiao Xinxin went to room 6689. The 5 of them needed to discuss the next steps. At the same time, Su Weichan had already assigned 12 self-rescue teams. Dusk had fallen, so searching for supplies today was impossible, but they planned to move to the lower floors tonight. They had no time to waste. Everyone had gone a full day without food, and waiting until tomorrow to move would leave them too weak to descend dozens of flights of stairs. Moving at night would allow them to recover some strength by morning. A large crowd descended through the stairwell. When they reached the 6th floor, they found it packed with people. These were the disaster victims. When the elevators still worked, they had spread across various floors, some even occupying rooms on the upper levels. Now that the elevators were useless, everyone was moving downward. Floors 2 through 6 of Jinfeng Tower were nearly full. As the well-dressed people descended, the victims' eyes gleamed with hope. But they soon noticed that although these people wore fine clothes, they were just as haggard and listless as everyone else. The lower floors couldn't accommodate these hundreds of people, so they finally settled on the 7th floor. Though it had occupants, it was far less crowded than below. Su Weichan descended and found himself at a loss. He wanted to drive these people away, but he knew that in terms of combat strength, these victims far surpassed his makeshift rescue team. Hey sir, why are you heading up? Su Weichan, after surveying floors 25, noticed a middle-aged man in a security uniform climbing upward. Just looking for a less crowded spot. The security guard's eyes darted away as he hurriedly replied and quickened his pace upward. Su Weichan wasn't easily fooled. Sensing something off about the guard, he followed, catching up only on the 9th floor. Why are you following me? The guard, winded from his sprint, glared at Su Weichan with displeasure. Brother. Su Weichan spoke politely. Since we're alone, how about telling me where you're headed and what you're up to? If you've got food, share some with me. He'll organize a supply run tomorrow, and I swear it'll split whatever I find with you. The guard was tempted, sensing that this man was no ordinary person. After a moment's hesitation, he finally whispered, I know where there's food. Su Weichan's eyes lit up. Where? The guard leaned in close. 66th floor, room 6688. Room 6688? Su Weichan found the number oddly familiar, as if he had heard it not long ago. After a moment of recollection, he realized that room 6688 was none other than Lin Xia's room. Earlier, when Lin Xia was dominating the scene, Su Weichan had overheard someone in the crowd mention that Lin Xia was staying in room 6688 and had apparently clashed with the refugees. Brother, you're not lying to me, are you? How do you know there's food in room 6688? Su Weichan asked nonchalantly, probing further. Really, why would I lie to you? The security guard whispered mysteriously. On the 5th, the day before the heavy rain, the guest in room 6688 checked in. Su Weichan remained silent, waiting for more. The guard continued, that day the guest bought dozens of boxes of biscuits, bread, and bottled water. Su Weichan asked doubtfully, that doesn't add up. It hadn't rained yet that day, so why did he buy so many biscuits and bread? And why store them in the hotel? You've got a point, the guard agreed. I was curious too, but I didn't pry. I'm just a security guard, it's not my place to ask around. But I can guarantee that guy really bought a lot of food. At first the front desk wouldn't let him store it, they're worried it would bother other guests, so they had us help move it up via the service elevator. I helped carry it myself, how could I be wrong about that? Su Weichan nodded slowly, his mind racing. Looking back, Lin Xia and the girl beside him were indeed different from the others. A person's vitality is unmistakable. If you haven't slept well or haven't eaten all day, it shows on your face. In the conference room earlier, there were over 300 people and most of them looked drained. After all, they had been starving for a whole day. It was impossible for them not to show it. But Lin Xia and his girlfriend were different. Both had excellent complexions, rosy and healthy, not at all like people who had gone hungry for long. This confirmed the situation. They had stockpiled a large amount of food. There was no other way they could be in such good shape. Why didn't you go up earlier? Su Weichan asked another question. The guard sighed. Who knew it would rain this long? It's been days and there's no sign of it stopping. I'm just unlucky. I can't even go home now, and I have no idea how my wife and daughter are doing. To be honest, I only remembered the guest on the 66th floor today. My stomach was aching from hunger, so I thought I'd go up and ask for a little something. Su Weichan pondered for a moment, then said, Brother, you should go up on your own. It's over 50 flights of stairs and I really don't have the strength. The guard didn't leave in a hurry. Instead he asked, Did you say you're going out to find food tomorrow? Yeah. Su Weichan nodded. I have no choice. I can't just sit here and wait to die. I'll go out and try my luck. If I find something, great, if not, at least you'll have tried and won't regret it. The guard advised, Take my word for it, whether you find anything or not, don't come back. Jinfeng Tower is full of refugees. If you come back empty-handed, you'll still be waiting to die. And if you do find food, don't bring it back here. Su Weichan understood that if he returned with food, he wouldn't make it 3 steps before being stripped clean. He had already realized this problem, but he hadn't found a good solution yet. But now he had a rough idea. Alright, thanks, brother. I'll remember that. Su Weichan's thanks carried a hint of sincerity, as he had gained a crucial piece of information. Well, if you're not coming, I'll keep going. Sigh, I have to rest every few floors. It's unbearable without an elevator. The guard complained as he stood up and continued climbing. Su Weichan sat on the stairs, not moving, lost in thought. Day 5-0100. The night was deep and the rain poured heavily. Darkness shrouded the interior of Jinfeng Tower. A rustling sound arose, as if someone was moving, as if someone was climbing the stairs. On the 6th floor, in a spacious office, dozens of young people gathered around an iron basin with flames flickering continuously. Is the information reliable? That's 60 floors. Yeah, climbing that high won't be easy. If the info is wrong, we'll have wasted our energy. I think something's off. If they really have that much food, why wouldn't they just go and take it themselves? I heard that guy in room 6688 is a tough fighter, a real hard case. That's right. The Chen Hua and Chen Hu brothers from our village were killed by him. And Chen Hua used to be in a foreign mercenary group. I saw him take on 5 guys by himself without a scratch. Still, that doesn't make sense. One person can fight, but they have so many people. No matter how strong he is, he can't beat that many. They could just wear him out. Are you stupid? You've seen the people coming down from upstairs. Do you think they can fight? True. Forget about fighting, they don't even seem to have any unity. Alright, let's vote now. Raise your hand if you want to go up and take the stuff. If you don't want to, no pressure, but don't touch what we bring back. Otherwise. After some discussion, over 20 out of 30 people raised their hands. Fine, those who didn't raise their hands can leave now. Immediately a few people stood up and walked out. Only over 20 people remained in the office. Get ready. We move out now. Remember, at a time like this, no one cares if we live or die. We have to fight, we have to be ruthless. Don't back down when it comes down to it. I don't care if others live, I only care that we do. Do you all understand? Understood. Good, grab your weapons and let's go. Their so-called weapons were mostly wooden sticks like broken chair legs. But under the firelight a few silver glints could be seen. Day 5-0200. Lin Xia lay on the sofa, a faint smile on his face as he looked at the floating card before him. Limitless physique upon use enhances physical attributes to their peak state. Permanent effect. This card was far better than the ones he had encountered before that enhanced physique. It wasn't a 10 boost or a 100 boost, it directly elevated his body to its absolute peak. What's more, this card had a permanent effect. He glanced at the treadmill, yet was essentially retired now. Without hesitation, Lin Xia used the card. As expected, an indescribable sensation washed over him, bringing unparalleled comfort. Even more astonishingly, he could feel his wounds healing rapidly. In no time he felt as if his injuries had completely recovered. At that moment, Lin Xia sensed that his strength, agility, reflexes, and everything else had reached an unprecedented peak. The feeling was absolutely exhilarating. Day 5-0400. In the stairwell on the 66th floor of Jinfeng Tower. It's almost time. A voice spoke in the darkness. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 3 torches ignited in the darkness. Beneath the flickering flames were over 20 grim faces. It's 4 a.m. Now the deepest hour of sleep. Remember, our target is supplies. Don't waste words with anyone inside, just kill them outright. Understood. 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 Move out. Over 20 people with 3 torches positioned at the front, middle, and rear crept toward room 6688. Lin Xia suddenly woke from his sleep. After pushing his physique to the limit, he felt his vision, hearing, and even sense of smell had sharpened. At 4 a.m. there should normally be no noise outside. But now Lin Xia's ears caught some unusual sounds. Could it be Su Weichuan and his gang seeking revenge? Lin Xia sprang up, glanced at Xiao Xinxin sleeping soundly on the bed, then grabbed the dagger from the coffee table. He quietly moved to the door, held his breath, and listened intently. Indeed, there were people outside. And more than one. Lin Xia roughly discerned they hadn't yet reached the door. If a conflict broke out, the room was clearly not the best place to engage. The interior was relatively complex. With a large number of opponents, the scene would be chaotic, leaving him at a severe disadvantage. Moreover, Xiao Xinxin was still inside. He couldn't guarantee her safety. In contrast, the corridor outside was only a little over 2 meters wide, better suited for facing many enemies. After a brief deliberation, Lin Xia decisively opened the door and stepped out. The torchlight flickered, but it was enough for both sides to see each other. Everyone halted, for they saw Lin Xia emerging from the room as if he knew they were coming. For a moment the refugees thought they had walked into a trap. But then they reasoned, he was just one man. Even if it was a trap, there was nothing to fear. Did Su Weichuan send you? Lin Xia could tell they were refugees, but he couldn't fathom how Su Weichuan had convinced them to come after him. They had to climb dozens of flights of stairs. And so many of them at once. What could Su Weichuan possibly offer these people? Strangely, Lin Xia felt neither fear nor tension. In fact, he had a vague sense that he could slaughter them all. This inexplicable confidence came from nowhere, yet Lin Xia seemed willing to believe it. We don't know any Su Weichuan. All we know is that there's food in your room. The refugee at the front replied in a low voice, gripping his dagger tighter. Who told you that? Lin Xia walked forward slowly, now guessing Su Weichuan's scheme. Judging by your stance, you plan to kill and steal. The man opposite stared at Lin Xia with malicious intent, ignoring both questions. An instinct told him that this seemingly unremarkable youth was extremely dangerous. Attack! Without further words, the man charged at Lin Xia, brandishing his blade. As agreed, they would see the person and kill without hesitation. A call to arms. All 20+ people surged forward. Lin Xia remained calm. The corridor was barely 2 meters wide, and no matter how many there were, he would only have to face 4 at most. In the blink of an eye, a blade was already upon him. Lin Xia dodged to the right just as the knife was about to strike, then shot his right hand forward. Even in the flickering torchlight, he drove the dagger precisely into the attacker's neck. Blood gushed. The others recoiled in horror. But the arrow had been loosed. They were all ordinary people, unskilled in fighting or killing. At this moment they could only rely on instinct, rushing wildly at Lin Xia. Chaotic. Desperate. 3 hours ago Lin Xia couldn't have handled such a situation. But now with his physical abilities pushed to the limit, he was no longer an ordinary man. The refugees' movements seemed riddled with flaws to his eyes. A second man swung a wooden club. Lin Xia leaned back, and as the man lost balance due to momentum, he reversed his grip on the dagger and without hesitation stabbed it into the man's ear from the left. Another fell. A fierce gust of wind came suddenly, a punch whistling through the air. Lin Xia ducked, charged forward and rammed his shoulder into a man in front. Then he sidestepped left, and the dagger in his right hand had somehow shifted to his left. With a seemingly simple swipe, a red line appeared on a fourth man's neck. The man he had rammed barely steadied himself before a dagger pierced his chest. 3 quick thrusts. Lin Xia eased the body down, wiping the blade on the clothes, leaving it gleaming like snow. He had killed 4 in an instant. At that moment Lin Xia thought of a favorite film of his, John Wick, directed by David Leitch. In the movie there was a similar scene where Keanu Reeves, armed with just a small knife, left numerous antagonists helpless. Now, as if possessed by Keanu Reeves facing these 20+ people, Lin Xia felt a thrill. He wanted to experience what it was like to be the protagonist of an action movie. Seeing Lin Xia annihilate 4 of them with devastating ease, the remaining 20+ people stepped back. Fear crept across their faces. It was just one man, yet they couldn't help retreating. But how far could they go? Would retreat save them from death? Without food, how long could they survive? Let's fight. Driven by desperation, they steeled themselves and rushed at Lin Xia again. With 4 lives already claimed, Lin Xia's killing intent surged. Seeing them charge, he simply smiled and met them head-on. His body moved gracefully through the crowd. Wherever he passed, a cold gleam flashed, and with each flash another person fell. Day 50404. Darkness reigned, silent and still. In the corridor of the 66th floor, only Lin Xia remained standing. 1 man, 1 blade. Behind him lay a blood-soaked inferno hidden in the darkness. Looks like the 66th floor is no longer livable. The cleaning staff wouldn't be in until later. These corpses would rot and stink in a few days. Since many high-floor residents had already left, there were plenty of empty rooms. They could easily move to another floor. But would he just let it go? This was clearly Su Weichen's doing. Letting a grudge go was not his style. Day 50501. The sky was faintly brightening, yet the torrential rain persisted. The water outside had now completely submerged the ceiling of the first floor. There was no longer a door to exit Jinfeng Tower. The only way was to climb out through a window on the second floor. Lin Xia sat on the sofa, the murderous aura gradually fading from him. Reflecting on it now, the situation in the night had been extremely perilous. If not for the newly acquired limitless physique card, what would have been the final outcome? Undoubtedly those people would not have given him a chance to resist or seek revenge. Their sole purpose was murder and robbery. After he was hacked to death, how would the 26 desperate fugitives deprived of food have treated Xiao Xinqing? Lin Xia dared not dwell on it. Fortunately, at the critical moment he had obtained a miraculous card capable of turning the tide, allowing him to overcome this crisis. I should have killed Su Weichen yesterday afternoon. Lin Xia felt a pang of regret. Earlier, if not for his injuries, he might have actually done it. Su Weichen's scheme was indeed ruthless. Originally, after forming the self-rescue team, their first obstacle would have been the disaster victims occupying the lower floors. Though numerous aside from the elderly women and children, the only ones who posed a real threat were these young men. Sending these young men to their deaths, no matter how many perished, was a boon for Su Weichen. If they were all wiped out, that would be exactly what he wished for. Without these youths, his self-rescue team could move in and out with greater safety. If Lin Xia had been killed, it would still have been good for Su Weichen, at least avenging his grudge and eliminating a potential threat. In other words, regardless of the outcome, Su Weichen was the one who benefited. Now that the result was clear, though over 20 attackers had been slain, Lin Xia felt deeply frustrated. From his perspective, it was as if he had personally helped Su Weiqian remove the threat. It was easy to imagine that without these young disaster victims, Su Weiqian would thrive even more on the lower floors, perhaps using his silver tongue to dominate everyone there. Damn it, this grudge must be settled. The more Lin Xia thought about it, the angrier he grew. He had only wanted to lie low, but Su Weiqian's move had infuriated him. In hindsight, he had space supplies and the ability to draw cards every night, so why should he stay hidden? With such power, was he still to be outmaneuvered? To be schemed against and not retaliate? Wouldn't that disgrace a reincarnator? Damn it all, even if he couldn't control the entire Jinling city, he should at least be the sole authority in this Jinfeng Tower. The obedient ones could be sent out to scavenge supplies, the disobedient would be eliminated outright. Around 6 a.m. Another person climbed up the stairwell to the 66th floor. It was the security guard. He should have made it during the night, but halfway up, feeling tired, he sat down to rest and accidentally fell asleep, not waking until after 5 a.m. Driven by hunger. Upon reaching the 66th floor, the security guard's legs were trembling and walking was a struggle. Creak. Pushing open the wooden door of the stairwell, the security guard froze. What met his eyes was a sea of red. The 2-meter-wide corridor was strewn with bodies lying haphazardly, and the ground 20 meters ahead was covered in dark crimson blood. Gag. The next second, the security guard couldn't help but retch. Unfortunately, he hadn't eaten for over a day, leaving his stomach empty. What he brought up was only greenish-yellow bile. After retching for a while, the security guard dared not look up again. He quickly stepped back and closed the wooden door. Shutting out the gruesome sight, he finally began to recover. At that moment, some residents from nearby rooms who hadn't yet left were preparing to move downstairs early in the morning. As they opened their doors, they were met with the bloody scene in the corridor and retreated with screams. The 3 occupants of room 6689 were also startled awake. Stepping out, they saw the horrific sight nearby. The mother and daughter immediately bent over and vomited. Luo Yuan fared slightly better, but his face was pale. Though others might not know, the 3 of them suspected this was another work of Lin Xia's. Just then Lin Xia walked out of his room. I killed them. Lin Xia admitted directly he had never intended to hide it. Luo Yuan, suppressing his nausea, asked, was it aimed at us? Yes. Lin Xia nodded and explained, Su Weiqian led his people down to the lower floors. He probably spread rumors that we have food. Luo Yuan nodded in understanding. He too had seen that Su Weiqian was no good, while Lin Xia, who would stand up for strangers, was clearly more reliable. Even if he killed without hesitation. Don't just stand there. Come inside. Lin Xia entered room 6689 with the 3. The room had no air conditioning and was stuffy. Luo Yuan. Once inside, Lin Xia addressed him directly, you'll need to go downstairs later. Find out if there's an electrician or someone who knows circuits. If there is, let me know. Take this. Lin Xia handed him a walkie-talkie. Luo Yuan didn't take it but replied, I graduated in electrical engineering. What's the matter? Maybe I can help. Lin Xia's eyes lit up. This was an unexpected boon. He immediately asked, I want to restore power to some equipment. Luo Yuan promptly responded, that would require a generator and it needs gasoline or diesel, otherwise the generator won't work. Yes, I know. Lin Xia asked, if those can be arranged, can you do it? Probably. Luo Yuan thought for a moment, usually such a building has an emergency power room. If we can find it, we can directly use its circuits to selectively restore power to equipment. The first floor is completely flooded now. The power room is usually on the first floor, right? Lin Xia raised a doubt. Luo Yuan replied, Jinfeng Tower is 90 stories high. Such a super tall building wouldn't put all power rooms on the first floor. There are usually at least 23 refuge floors, and the emergency power room should be located there. Lin Xia handed the walkie-talkie to Luo Yuan, then go find it. Check if it's feasible first, and if so tell me and it'll come to you. Alright. Luo Yuan agreed decisively. At a time like this he would do whatever he could to help. Then Su Qingyue voluntarily asked, Brother Lin Xia, is there anything my mother and I can do to help? Lin Xia thought for a moment and said, there are too many hotel floors. You can help Luo Yuan search. The faster the better. Okay. Su Qingyue agreed immediately. Xin will bring you food shortly. You'll have her bring another walkie-talkie. After you eat, start searching. If anything happens, call me on the walkie-talkie and I'll get there as fast as I can. Water flows to lower ground while people strive for higher ground. The 66th floor was indeed no longer habitable, but that didn't mean Lin Xia had to move downward. The lower floors had increasingly inferior layouts, whereas the upper floors offered better ones. Take for instance the 3 presidential suites on the 90th floor. Su Weichang had previously resided on the 90th floor, but now they had all relocated to the lower levels, leaving those rooms vacant. The presidential suites boasted the finest area decor and amenities among all room types. Wouldn't it be a waste to leave them empty? Lin Xia had considered that commercial elevators typically operated at 15-20 kilowatts, while his generator could provide a full load of 100 kilowatts, more than sufficient. If he could restore one elevator, the issue of moving up and down would be resolved. The remaining concern was elevator access permissions. Lin Xia had observed that the elevators in Jinfeng Tower all came with card swiping modules, which he could figure out how to utilize later. Though uncertain, it was worth a try. At the same time, on the 2nd floor of Jinfeng Tower. Dear friends, we cannot stop the disaster, but we can unite. If we stand together, I believe we can endure longer. Who knows if the rain won't stop tomorrow? Am I right? Su Weichang stood passionately addressing a large group of survivors. Before him most were middle-aged or elderly men along with women and children. He had inquired about the current situation. Many young people had voluntarily gone out to scavenge for supplies, but very few returned. Of course, some had also gone up to the 66th floor last night. Su Weichang was undeniably gifted at stirring emotions. A few words were enough to dispel the survivors' hostility toward him. You've all seen the outside. It's not something one person can handle alone. We must act together. As he spoke, his peripheral vision caught sight of the security guard he had encountered yesterday staggering out from the stairwell. Su Weichang paused, having been awaiting the outcome of last night's events. If it had failed, someone should have returned by now. But so far none of the 20-plus individuals had appeared. The most likely scenario was that they had succeeded and were now resting on the 66th floor, well-fed and content. Hold on, I'll be right back. Su Weichang excused himself, approached the security guard and whispered, Brother, why did you come down? Didn't you go to the 66th floor? The guard immediately recognized Su Weichang, glanced around nervously and said in a trembling voice, It was terrifying, I almost died of fright. Su Weichang's expression shifted. What happened, brother? The guard sighed. All dead. The corridor on the 66th floor is full of dead bodies. All dead? Su Weichang's heart quivered. Over 20 people, and they couldn't take down Lin Xia? Wait. This guy didn't know Lin Xia either. Maybe Lin Xia was among those corpses. Brother, did you see any women's bodies? Su Weichang wanted confirmation. If Lin Xia was dead, the women with him would have no reason to survive. I don't know. I only glanced. It was too bloody. I didn't dare look closely. The guard shook his head as if recalling the scene made him uneasy. Su Weichang's mood grew heavy. If Lin Xia was alive, would he guess that Su had deliberately leaked the information? No need to fear. Even if he suspects, what proof does he have? No, proof means nothing these days. If he's set on me, I'm finished. What if he comes for revenge? Su Weichang's mind raced. He glanced back at the weak survivors behind him. Rely on these people? But what else did he have? Or simply leave this place? In an instant countless thoughts swirled in Su Weichen's mind. Even if he wanted to leave, it wasn't so simple. He couldn't swim, where could he go? Come. Su Weichen forced himself to calm down and walked back to the crowd. Anyone who can move, don't just sit idle. If you give up on yourselves, who will save you? We need plenty of planks, fastening tools and ropes. Search these offices, we must act while it's still daylight. Sometimes that's just how people are. Without an organizer, most would rather give up or act alone. But once a leader emerges, the majority are willing to cooperate. At once the survivors who had been lying about began to move, even women and children joining in. They searched for tools, dismantled office furniture, and busied themselves. The residents from the upper floors also knew this was no time for laziness. If they continued like this, they'd soon lack the strength to move. Today they had to find some food. So everyone sprang into action. Su Weichen was pleased. If the tools they crafted could serve as boats, he would slip away first. His skills would allow him to survive anywhere. If not, he'd let these people wade into the water. He himself would never go in. The water was already over 3 meters deep. Going in meant certain death. On the 74th floor, Su Qingyue finally found the room with the green electrical cabinet that Luo Yuan had described. Soon Lin Xia and Luo Yuan arrived. That's right, this is one of the emergency power rooms. Luo Yuan confirmed after examining the various machines and the documents left inside. There are many blueprints here. Su Qingyue discovered a stack of blueprints in a desk drawer. Excellent, these are the circuit diagrams for this emergency power room, and here are the floor plans. Luo Yuan picked up the blueprints and studied them, then pointed to a machine. This is the emergency generator. It probably ran automatically for a while after the building lost power, but now its diesel is depleted. Forget the generator for now. First check the wiring. Can we selectively power certain equipment? Lin Xia asked. Luo Yuan examined it carefully and finally confirmed, yes. Look at these various connectors. Each circuit corresponds to a specific emergency device. This one powers emergency lighting for floors 60-90, this one is for the freight elevator's emergency supply, and this one is for fire emergency systems. Lin Xia asked, what if I want to power the wall outlets on the 90th floor, including air conditioning? Can that be done? It should be possible. Luo Yuan pointed to the green cabinet nearby. Although these devices aren't connected to the emergency power system, they all run through this power room. I just need time to identify them and connect them to the emergency supply. The emergency power room on the 74th floor was directly connected to the building's freight elevator. Although Luo Yuan mentioned he could find a way to reroute the lines to the passenger elevator, Lin Xia felt it would be a waste of time. Since the freight elevator was usable and even offered more space with greater concealment, making it more convenient for moving items later, they decided to proceed with it. Luo Yuan had already begun working. The spare toolbox in the power room contained almost every tool he needed. For a top-performing graduate in a relevant field, meeting Lin Xia's requirements was not a complex task, it merely required some time. Once the elevator is set up, there's the issue of access. I noticed both the freight and passenger elevators have their own card swiping systems. Is there a way to bypass it, maybe configure it so only our room cards can operate it? This issue had to be resolved, otherwise they would rather forego using the elevator altogether. Even with his formidable combat prowess now, he had no desire to deal with endless harassment every single day. While working, Luo Yuan shook his head. I can handle the elevator's control system like setting up blind floors, but am not familiar with the card swiping mechanism. Blind floors referred to configuring the elevator's internal control board so that it would skip certain floors, making those floors inaccessible via the elevator. Lin Xia frowned. Blind floors won't work, people will eventually find out over time. Can we add a switch to the elevator? Turn it on when we need to use it and off when we don't. At that moment, Su Qingyue, who had been mostly silent, suddenly spoke up. My laptop's battery is dead, otherwise I could give it a try. What do you mean? Lin Xia was taken aback. After all, Su Qingyue was quite young, could she really know about such things? Modern elevators use integrated control systems. The card swiping module is all built into the main control board. If we can crack its encryption algorithm, we can directly write our room cards into the whitelist. Then our room cards could be used as elevator cards without any extra steps. As if touching on her area of expertise, the usually shy girl suddenly became animated. She began explaining, not caring whether Lin Xia could follow. You know about this? Lin Xia asked curiously. The girl seemed to revert to her shy demeanor. Lin Xia raised an eyebrow, feeling that his luck was remarkably good. Everyone he had rescued possessed unique skills. One handled electrical systems, another could tackle control systems. They were a godsend. What does your mother do? Lin Xia suddenly inquired. Su Qingyue replied obediently, my mother is a freelance painter. A freelance painter? It seemed his luck wasn't at its peak yet. That stunning woman's skill appeared rather useless in the current situation. I can handle the electrical part, but what you mentioned still requires a card reader, right? Otherwise you wouldn't know the data written on the hotel room card. As a programmer himself, Lin Xia was aware of some things. A phone, Su Qingyue said matter-of-factly. The NFC function on a phone can read IC card information, it just can't write to them. Lin Xia slapped his forehead. He had forgotten about that. He rarely used his phone's NFC function, so it naturally slipped his mind. That's fantastic, Lin Xia said cheerfully. Luo Yuan, hurry up. Let's get the elevator working first. Xiao Xinxin was not idle either. Lin Xia had shared his ideas with her. She found a map of Jinling City and with Jinfeng Tower as the center marked all the locations around it that might contain supplies. Not only that, but for each marked location she also noted which specific areas inside were worth searching. For instance, gyms and yoga studios located on upper floors, their rest areas and storage rooms were worth checking out as they might yield dry provisions. Since Lin Xia had decided to take control of Jinfeng Tower, he would certainly need some helpers. Without depleting his own stored supplies, these people would have to find their own daily necessities. Rather than letting them search aimlessly, it was better to prepare in advance and target specific locations, greatly increasing the chances of obtaining supplies. On the second floor, residents and disaster victims worked together to assemble 2 floating platforms from office desks. Some also tried making life vests from plastic bottles but failed. After a long day's work, the only items truly capable of floating on water were 2 platforms, each about 4 to 5 square meters. Those who could swim tested them first, and the platforms held up for now. Limited by the platform's size, Su Weichan assigned 4 people, 2 per platform, to set out and search for supplies. Though this start seemed meager, it brought a glimmer of hope to the trapped victims. Only Su Weichan was displeased. The safety factor of these platforms made him choose to stay in Jinfeng Tower. Staying meant he still had to endure pressure from Lin Xia. He didn't know what Lin Xia was doing now, nor when Lin Xia would appear. But he was certain that once Lin Xia showed up before him, it would be to exact revenge. Su Weichan, sharp-witted and eloquent since childhood, was not one to sit idly by. In one morning, through his deliberate instigation, almost all the victims learned that on the 66th floor of Jinfeng Tower there was a selfish individual hoarding a large amount of supplies, yet unwilling to contribute even a single pack of biscuits. After watching the 2 floating platforms drift away, some even volunteered to go to the 66th floor to confront Lin Xia. Brothers and sisters, listen to me. After all, what belongs to others is theirs. In times like these, helping is a favor, not helping is their right. We can't blame them. So everyone stay calm. Food you find yourself carries no psychological burden. Boss Su is a good man. Look at Boss Su's magnanimity, well, follow him. Thanks to Boss Su, or I'd be ready to give up. Even now Boss Su holds his ground, admirable. Thank you for everything, Boss Su. Su Weichan manipulated the victims' thoughts using his most adept methods. To him, these hopeless victims were the easiest to sway. Give them the slightest glimmer of hope and they would unhesitatingly chase that faint light. In just half a day Su Weichan had made himself the spiritual pillar of the victims. Now the seed of hatred had been successfully planted. He hoped the sprout of hatred would grow quickly. As long as Lin Xia dared to come down he would have to face over 200 victims. Day 5, 1500. Luo Yuan had completed the rewiring of the circuits. All backup lines from the emergency power room on the 74th floor were now connected to the electrical system of the 90th floor. Once the generator was in place it would provide power to the 3 presidential suites on that floor. The freight elevator too was functional. This was good news. But there was also bad news. The tap water had stopped running. What came out of the faucet was no longer clean water but murky turbid sewage. With the water cut off the hotel toilets became unusable. The stench without water to flush was unbearable. Lin Xia had stocked up on drinking water and they could use restrooms on other floors but bathing was a problem. In the June heat going a single day without a shower was unbearable. This issue needed a solution. Once the generator was installed the power supply would be stable. The freight elevator was now working properly. Fortunately it was located at the rear of the building so the sound of the power surge went unnoticed. With electricity restored Su Qingyue got busy. She picked up her laptop and skillfully connected to the elevator control system. Her fingers flew across the keyboard in a dazzling display that left Lin Xia dumbfounded. Even he, a man who had worked as a programmer for years, had to admit she was faster. Done, Su Qingyue said, her crisp voice snapping Lin Xia out of his astonishment. How long had it been? 5 minutes. And it was already finished. Now only the key cards for rooms 6688 and 6689 can operate this elevator provided it isn't maliciously damaged. Su Qingyue packed up her laptop as she explained. Impressive. Lin Xia gave her a sincere thumbs up. This girl was truly talented. Want to try it? Su Qingyue put away her computer and looked at Lin Xia expectantly like a student awaiting the results of a test. Sure. Lin Xia pressed several floor buttons but nothing happened. The elevator remained inert as if it had no power. Beep. As Lin Xia gently touched the key card to the card reader a low hum of machinery echoed and the lights inside the elevator flickered on. Let's go check out the 90th floor. Lin Xia pressed the button for 90 and the elevator ascended slowly. When they reached the 90th floor the power in the elevator cut off again, a feature that suited Lin Xia perfectly. Exiting the elevator they found themselves at the back of the stairwell. They had to go around through the stairwell to see the doors of the 3 suites. As luck would have it, perhaps due to someone's haste, all 3 suite doors were open, saving them the trouble of breaking in. Even more fortunate, the key cards for all 3 rooms were still inserted into the power slots. Their luck was incredible. Stepping into one of the suites. Even though Lin Xia knew presidential suites were luxurious, seeing one in person still stunned him. The sheer size was astonishing, roughly 300 square meters. The interior decoration was extravagantly opulent with every fixture and appliance from top-tier brands. Lin Xia, experiencing this for the first time, felt like a country bumpkin. Su Qingyue, however, seemed unfazed. That was to be expected given the obvious affluence of her family, judging by her and her mother's attire. Come on, let's go down and pack our luggage. After a quick tour, Lin Xia led Su Qingyue back downstairs. As they left, Lin Xia noticed the cameras in the hallway. When they reached the 66th floor, he called Luo Yuan out to ask about the surveillance system. If they could install cameras in some key locations, it would greatly enhance their security. It should be possible, though a bit troublesome. These cameras are likely pad-powered. We'll need to find the switch and reroute all the lines to the 90th floor. Also, we'll have to locate the building security room to get the monitoring server. Luo Yuan explained briefly. The emergency power room has blueprints, right? Let's see where the security room is. As long as it's not flooded yet, we should grab the server first. As for the wiring, figure out how long it'll take and it'll help you. I brought the blueprints down. Luo Yuan pulled out the plans and found the floor layout. The security room was on the second floor of the building's parking garage. That meant it wasn't flooded yet. What were they waiting for? Lin Xia and Luo Yuan took the freight elevator down to the second floor. No one was at the elevator door, and conveniently the exit was near a corridor leading to the parking lot. The security room in Jinfeng Tower was large with hundreds of monitors, all now dark. Luo Yuan inspected the area and pointed to 2 racks. These 2 racks are full of monitoring servers. Should we move them all? Just take 1 or 2. We don't need that many. Alright. Luo Yuan skillfully unplugged the cables and began moving them. Lin Xia scanned the equipment in the room and asked, "Do we need anything else? This place will likely be flooded in a few days and we won't be able to get anything then." Luo Yuan thought for a moment. "Let's see if there are tools, crimping pliers, cable testers, and the like. They're usually kept in a toolbox." They busied themselves for a while, each carrying an armful of items. Lin Xia urged, "Let's go. This should be enough." Alright. Luo Yuan carried 2 monitoring servers out of the room. Once he was a few steps ahead, Lin Xia seized the moment. He had unplugged all the connected devices earlier and now he swept them all into his dimensional space. Since the space had no limit, these items might come in handy someday. After finishing, he caught up with Luo Yuan. "Is that a boat?" On the corridor, Lin Xia spotted a vessel outside another building in the distance. "Yeah, someone's boarding it." Luo Yuan followed Lin Xia's gaze. Lin Xia frowned. Sigh. It still wasn't perfect. He had thought Head prepared everything. Now he realized Head had plenty of time to visit Lingwu Lake. Jinling was an inland city with no coast, but it had a large lake. There were all kinds of boats there. He should have stored a few in his space back then if they would have been useful now. Now, aside from the speedboat Zhang Junjie had brought, he had nothing in his space that could serve as a boat. He wondered if he could still scavenge something. Lin Xia mulled it over. With the water so deep now, only people with boats could get to the lake. Maybe there were still some left there. He also wondered if Jinling had a boat trading market. Probably not, since apart from Lingwu Lake there was little use for boats here. "Is that a gun in their hands?" Luo Yuan squinted and suddenly asked. Lin Xia was startled and looked more carefully. The men on the boat were bare-chested, holding something black in their hands. But the distance was too great and the heavy rain obscured his vision. He couldn't make it out. Probably not. Our country has strict gun control. It shouldn't be easy to get one. True. Let's go. Day 5, 1703. Lin Xia and the other 4 officially moved into the presidential suite on the 90th floor. Apart from their luggage, Lin Xia conspicuously moved a few boxes of biscuits, bread, and bottled water, mainly for Luo Yuan and Su Man to see, as he was not yet ready to reveal the existence of the space. In truth, Luo Yuan was already brimming with questions, the most pressing being how Lin Xia managed to power the generator. After setting up the circuits, Lin Xia had sent him away, and soon after electricity was flowing. As someone who had received 4 years of electrical engineering education at a prestigious 985 university, Luo Yuan found it utterly baffling. He even considered sneaking off to the 74th floor to investigate, but reason held him back. From the very beginning he had warned himself never to do anything that might displease Lin Xia. Of course he was tactful enough not to pry too much. Under these circumstances there was no point in dwelling on it. His only course of action was to firmly cling to Lin Xia's coattails. After storing their luggage, the group gathered in the living room of Lin Xia's suite. The room was spacious, with the central air conditioner humming overhead, blowing cool air that made the atmosphere incredibly comfortable. The power issue is resolved for now, but a new problem has emerged. The tap water was cut off today and it's unlikely to be restored. Without water, life will be very inconvenient. We need to find a solution. Lin Xia didn't have a magical device to supply water, but the lack of it was indeed affecting their quality of life. If there was a way to solve it, that would be ideal. He didn't know much about it himself, so he brought it up to ask the others. Luo Yuan had some knowledge in this area. After a moment's thought, he spoke up. We could try to set up a self-made tap water system. Since the rain won't stop, we can collect rainwater, filter it, and then use a pressure tank to supply tap water. The rooftop platform of Jinfeng Tower must have a water tank that can be used to store rainwater. However, the pipes will definitely need modifications, and there should be pressurization equipment inside the building. Of course, we'll need to inspect everything carefully to confirm if this plan is feasible. Lin Xia asked, can the filtered rainwater be used directly as drinking water? Luo Yuan nodded. It shouldn't be a problem. The rain has been falling for 5 days now, and most of the airborne pollutants have already been washed down. The rain falling now should be quite clean. After one more filtration, it should be fine for daily use. Good, Lin Xia decided. Tomorrow your task is to first assess whether this plan is viable. If it is, estimate the time required. If there's anything missing, let me know. Luo Yuan nodded in agreement. Lin Xia scanned the 4 people before him and said sternly, you all understand the current situation. You must realize how precious food is. You saw during the move that there's only that much biscuits and bread left. How long can they last? Starting tomorrow, I want everyone to pull their weight. Don't wait for me to assign tasks. Think for yourselves about what you can contribute to this small team. The others had never seen Lin Xia speak so seriously, but they all knew he was right. Su Qingyue glanced at her mother and hesitantly raised her hand. Go ahead, Lin Xia nodded. Su Qingyue spoke up, I have an idea. Since the power is back on, I can set up a server. It won't connect to the internet, but I can build a local area network within the building. Once Brother Luo sets up the surveillance system, we can integrate it so we can monitor everything from anywhere in the building. Lin Xia's eyes lit up and he gave Su Qingyue an appreciative look. The girl blushed and averted her gaze. That's a great idea. Lin Xia affirmed, the hotel has wiring, Wi-Fi and various equipment. We can utilize them to set up a local network. Qingyue, this task is yours. Su Qingyue nodded, then asked softly, can my mother help me? There are some things I can't do alone. Lin Xia smiled faintly. He understood the girl's intention. Su Man's skills were not beneficial to the team, and the young girl was afraid her mother might be cast out, so she was trying to team up to earn their keep. Sure. It wasn't an unreasonable request, and since Su Qingyue was only 16, having an adult accompany her was normal. After assigning the tasks for the next day, Lin Xia let Luo Yuan, Su Man, and Su Qingyue each take a pack of biscuits and a bottle of water back to their rooms. Only Qiao Xingxin remained sitting in a low mood. After the others left, she asked softly, what can I do? I majored in business abroad. It's completely useless now. Her anxiety was palpable. She didn't want to be a burden on the team. To lighten the mood, Lin Xia joked, you can keep me warm at night. To his surprise, Qiao Xingxin looked up, seemed to ponder it seriously, and then nodded. All right, I'm willing. This. An unexpected bonus? For a moment Lin Xia was at a loss for words. Qiao Xingxin's gaze softened and her voice carried a touch of emotion as she spoke slowly, I said before meeting you might be the luckiest thing in my life. Though we haven't known each other long, it's only been 4 days since our first encounter, but these 4 days have held more events than my entire 25 years. I have little romantic experience, let alone understanding of love. I've been a good girl following my family's arrangements for 25 years. They made all my decisions for me. But at least this time I want to make my own choice. I trust my instincts. I believe giving myself to you will be the most romantic decision of my life. Lin Xia was moved. The room fell silent for a few seconds before he silently rose and stood before Qiao Xingxin. She boldly looked up to meet his gaze, her expression open and inviting. Without warning, Lin Xia bent down slightly, scooped his hands under her thighs, effortlessly lifted her up and then pulled her into a near-dominant embrace. Xiao Xingxin's cheeks flushed, but she didn't flinch. Instead, she raised her arms and wrapped them around his neck. Without a word, Lin Xia carried her straight to the bedroom. The presidential suite had 3 bedrooms, but Lin Xia didn't bother finding the most luxurious one. Any room with a bed would suffice. Day 5, 1810. The man who had been single for nearly 30 years finally bid farewell to an era. Day 5, 1900. The two famished crawled out of bed to eat. A simple meal of 2 dishes and a soup, incongruous with the lavish presidential suite, yet they savored a hint of warmth. After eating, Xiao Xingxin, enduring her pain, washed the dishes and chopsticks. To avoid arousing unnecessary suspicion from Luo Yuan and the others, Lin Xia directly stowed the clean dishes into his space. Life seemed to have suddenly become leisurely. Of course, there was one thing Lin Xia hadn't forgotten: he planned to go down tomorrow and take Su Weichen's head. Letting that bastard live an extra day was already the greatest mercy. It's still early for sleep. We can play games or watch a movie. Which one do you pick? Lin Xia was in a good mood. Everything was arranged so it was perfectly fine to relax a little. The two sat down on the spacious, comfortable sofa. Xiao Xingxin thought for a moment and said, "Let's watch a movie. I want to see The Legend of 1900. Okay. Lin Xia had hoarded quite a few USB drives but wasn't sure which one had it, so he could only fumble through them one by one. After a few minutes he finally found it. Disdainful of the hotel's 70-inch TV being too small, he simply took out a projector from his space and cast the image directly onto the white wall. Turning off the living room lights, the atmosphere was instantly set. The two nestled together on the sofa, quietly enjoying the film. As dusk fell, the mood of the refugees on the second floor was extremely heavy. Of the 2 floating boards that had set out to find supplies that afternoon, not one had returned. No matter how eloquent Su Weichen was, he couldn't console these people who had just gained a sliver of hope only to lose it again. Su Weichen felt he had to leave too, or else he would truly starve to death. Just then a startled cry broke the stifling atmosphere on the second floor. "Look, what's that?" A child pointed into the distant darkness. Everyone followed his gaze but saw nothing. Just as disappointment was setting in again, the child shouted once more, "It's a boat, a really fast boat." Everyone looked into the distance again, and sure enough, a light point was rapidly approaching the Jinfeng building. Su Weichen saw it too. He immediately began to get excited. Whoever was coming, whatever their purpose, he had to find a way to get on that boat. Getting on the boat meant leaving this godforsaken place. The refugees also became excited. Great, someone's finally here. Heaven never seals off all exits. We're saved at last. I wonder if they have any food. I'm starving. Amidst the clamor, the boat had already arrived at the foot of the Jinfeng building. Su Weichen spotted the people on the boat at a glance. There were 4 people on board, 2 of whom were exactly the ones they had sent out to find supplies. The speedboat slowly docked by the platform on the second floor of the Jinfeng building. Ignoring the heavy rain, everyone surged from the corridor onto the already flooded platform. Shitu Eryong. Everyone recognized the arrivals. Shitu, whose real name was Yan Shi, and Eryong, called Ding Keyong, looked like they had been through a lot, somewhat disheveled, but thankfully they had returned. 2 other people also disembarked from the boat, each holding a box covered with a tarp. Ding Qiang introduced them proactively. "Boss Su, this is Big Brother Ma Junfei, who saved us, and Big Brother Li Duo." Everyone stared fixedly at the boxes in the 2 men's hands. Some couldn't even help starting to swallow their saliva. Only Su Weichen stepped forward and said politely, "Thank you both. You are not only the saviors of these 2 but also the benefactors of our 300+ refugees. The rain is heavy outside. You please come inside and talk." Ma Junfei looked around and replied, "No need for formalities. Meeting is fake, it was just a small favor." Surrounded by the crowd, everyone returned inside the building. As the sky had darkened and there was no light, visibility inside was poor. Ma Junfei and Li Duo put down the boxes and said, "There's some biscuits in here. It might not be enough for everyone, but let's share them first." Hearing this, everyone immediately became excited. Seeing this, Su Weichan quickly stepped in to stop them. Then instead of rushing for the food, he looked at Shitu and Eryong. Yanshi lowered his head and said, "We didn't find any food. This was a gift from Brother Ma." Upon hearing this, Su Weichan expressed his gratitude. "A great kindness need not be repaid in words. I will remember this favor, and our 300 plus people will remember it too." Shitu Eryong, Su Weichan called out to them. "Regardless, you brought these back. Count them first and calculate based on the total number of people plus 2 to see how much each person can get." The two immediately took the boxes aside. Seeing that everyone had crowded around them, Su Weichan then said to Ma Junfei and Li Duo, "Brothers, do you have a shelter base? Can you take me with you?" Ma Junfei didn't answer directly but asked, "You have over 300 people?" Su Weichan was taken aback, not knowing what Ma Junfei meant, but he honestly nodded and said, "Yes, 323 people in total." "No, it should be 321. Ma Junfei asked again, "How old are you?" Su Weichan answered truthfully, 38. Ma Junfei continued, "How many people do you have here between the ages of 16 and 40? Su Weichan was even more puzzled but still answered, "About 50 or so. Mainly because some people went out to find food and never came back, so the number is getting smaller." Ma Junfei ignored that and continued asking, "What's the male-to-female ratio among these 50? Su Weichan frowned, unable to fathom the intentions of these two. He sensed something unusual and didn't answer. Ma Junfei gave a simple grin and said, "Don't misunderstand. I need to understand the details before I can report back to the base." So there really was a base. Su Weichan's eyes lit up. He replied, "Among these 50 young adults there are over 20 men and the rest are women. Brother, how about I go with you? I know all the details here. Also, I know a secret. If you take me away, I'll tell you for free." Ma Junfei glanced at Su Weichan and gave a wry smile. "Can't do it today. We have rules, we can't just bring anyone back. How about this, tomorrow I'll bring you some more food. Then I'll also ask our boss if we can take you in." Thank you so much." Su Weichan immediately expressed his gratitude. This was definitely fantastic news for him. Ma Junfei and Li Duo exchanged a glance and said, "All right, let's leave it at that. We have to go back and report. It's getting dark, so we won't stay longer. See you tomorrow." Li Duo put his arm around Su Weichan's shoulder. "Old pal, what's this secret you mentioned?" Su Weichan put on a mysterious expression and replied, "There are a few people hiding on the 66th floor of the building. They seem to have hoarded quite a bit of food. Most importantly, there are 3 young ladies there, each one more beautiful than the last." After seeing off Ma Junfei and Li Duo, Su Weichan hurriedly found Yanshi and the others. "Why so slow? Have you finished counting?" His tone was harsh. Since they could leave tomorrow, he saw no need to be pleasant with them any longer. "We've counted. There are 120 packs of biscuits in total, each with 12 pieces, making 1440 pieces." Yanshi paid no heed to Su Weichan's tone. In their eyes, Su Weichan was their leader, and it was only natural for a leader to speak like that. 1440 pieces for 321 people, that's less than 4.5 pieces each. How the hell is that enough to eat? Su Weichan calculated it all in an instant. "Hey, race the plan, give everyone 4 pieces. You and Ding Qiang take 8. I'll keep the rest for now. If we need to search for supplies again tomorrow, those who go out will eat their fill first. If each person got 4 pieces, there would be 13 packs left over." Su Weichan waved his hand grandly. "Everyone line up. No chaos. These biscuits weren't easy to come by, and I don't want any discrepancies in the count. You, distribute the biscuits." Su Weichan reassigned the task. "Shitu Eryong, come over here." He led the two to the end of the corridor and spoke in a low voice. Tell me in detail what happened out there today. Yan Shi immediately began. About 40 minutes after we set out, Brother Chen's floating board capsized. They could swim. As Yan Shi explained, Ding Qiang occasionally added remarks, and Su Weichang came to understand the day's events. Yan Shi and Ding Qiang were fortunate. Though their floating boards didn't capsize, they were of little use. Their first destination was another office building which had clearly been looted. Nothing useful remained. They moved on to a second building where they encountered many survivors, all elderly women and children, with not a scrap of food. With no other choice, they ventured further away. Just as they were about to reach a shopping mall, their floating boards malfunctioned. The taped joints had loosened. After soaking in water, even a dozen layers of tape couldn't hold. Fortunately, both could swim. Though the boards were broken, they couldn't discard them. They might need them to transport any supplies they found. They swam while pushing the boards toward the mall. Just then they encountered Ma Junfei and Li Duo emerging from the mall, who rescued them onto their boat. They didn't take you back to the base? Su Weichang asked. No. Yan Shi shook his head. They temporarily left us in a building. We searched it too but found nothing. Later Brother Ma and his group came by boat to pick us up and brought us back along with 2 boxes of biscuits. Su Weichang nodded, telling the two to go eat their biscuits. He turned alone to gaze into the darkness outside, lost in thought. The survivors, knowing there was hope of being taken in by a base tomorrow and having eaten a few biscuits that night, felt their extinguished hopes rekindle. Day 6-0200. In the dead of night, only the patter of rain outside and the steady breathing nearby could be heard. Lin Xia woke up right on time. As his eyes opened, he saw 6 cards floating before him. Eyes of the Night grants the ability of night vision upon use. Permanent. White streak in the waves grants mastery of all underwater abilities upon use. Permanent. Voice of the Soul grants the ability to perceive a target's true thoughts upon use. Effect lasts 30 minutes uninterrupted. Magnetic field shield generates a magnetic field shield that envelopes the body upon use. Reusable until energy is depleted. Activation command: activate, deactivate magnetic field shield. Unmatched strength increases strength to 10 times the current level upon use. Effect lasts 10 minutes uninterrupted. Illusory disguise skill grants the illusory disguise skill upon use. When activated, allows complete transformation into the likeness of a target human. Transformation lasts 1 minute. Usable once every 4 hours. Mental activation command: release illusory disguise. A skill card. Lin Xia sat up abruptly in bed. This was his 6th draw with 30 cards total, and the first time had seen a skill card. It seemed skill cards were quite rare. Disguise. For now this ability didn't appear very practical. Whom would he disguise himself as? Su Man. Then take a 1-minute bath with Su Qingyue. A bit wicked but rather tempting. At that moment all 6 cards had flipped over. Lin Xia pondered for a moment and finally chose to pray for the skill card. The other 5 cards were useless for now, and since skill cards were rare, their value must exceed that of ordinary cards. He then reached out and tapped the card in the middle of the first row. The card flipped and enlarged. Illusory disguise skill. Yes. Lin Xia got his wish. For the first time in days he got exactly what he wanted, even if the card was of little use to him at the moment. Decisively using the card, Lin Xia quietly got out of bed and slipped into the bathroom. He turned on the light. The mirror in the presidential suite's bathroom reflected his entire body. My physique is much better than before. Looking at himself in his underwear in the mirror, Lin Xia couldn't help but indulge in a bit of narcissism. Whom should I disguise as? Lin Xia thought. Did this skill require a target, meaning he had to have seen the person or have them in his line of sight to transform? Lin Xia thought of Qiao Xinxin and mentally issued the command: release illusory disguise. Ahem ahem. Guiltily Lin Xia glanced left and right, confirming he was alone before daring to look at himself in the mirror. Well, this skin, these long legs. Absolutely divine. If it weren't so late, just one look would have compelled Lin Xia to go find Xiao Xinxin and fight her until she begged for mercy. Oh, the clothes changed too. Does that mean if I use this skill while dressed, my clothes will also transform into what the target is wearing? Lin Xia leaned close to the mirror and reached out to touch his own skin. As his hand made contact, the fingers in the mirror seemed to pass through the skin as if through a veil of light. So the disguise is just an optical effect, it doesn't actually turn me into the target. Lin Xia tried touching a certain prominent area. Indeed, it only appeared to be there but wasn't confirming his theory. The minute was up. The person in the mirror reverted to Lin Xia's appearance. Fun but not very practical. Lin Xia quietly climbed back into bed. It was only a little past 2, so he went back to sleep. Day 60710. Luo Yuan was the first to rise. Without water he could neither brush his teeth nor wash his face. He could only open the window, catch some rainwater and roughly wipe his face. Having made no contribution yet, he felt too embarrassed to ask Lin Xia for breakfast. He left the room, headed straight for the stairwell and climbed to the rooftop terrace. Whether it was a commercial building or an ordinary residential one, high-rises always had water storage equipment on the roof, most commonly water tanks. Luo Yuan immediately spotted the neatly arranged water tanks, nearly 20 of them. These tanks were the first task he needed to tackle today. On the other side, Su Man and Su Qingyue had also woken up. The mother and daughter had smaller appetites than Luo Yuan, so they still had some biscuits left for breakfast. After breakfast, Su Qingyue pulled Su Man into a flurry of activity. Today they had to map out the hotel's wiring, locate the wireless signal transmitter and find a suitable host computer to serve as a server. Everyone was quite self-disciplined. The most undisciplined one was Lin Xia, who slept all the way until 8 o'clock before getting up. After breakfast he acted like a company boss, inspecting his employees' work. Seeing that the other 3 had already started working diligently, he felt rather satisfied. If you don't know how to lead a team, you'll work yourself to death. He couldn't remember where he'd heard that, but it was true. Since there was nothing for him to do here, it was time to go downstairs and have a showdown with Su Weichang. On the second floor, almost all the disaster victims had gathered. They had previously been separated by floor, but now that distinction was gone. Since the second floor was the most convenient, everyone wanted to be first in line for food, even if it was just 4 biscuits. Early in the morning, Su Weichang was still organizing people to go out and search for food. Although Ma Junfei had promised to come yesterday, he was uncertain. If he didn't show up, they would have to fend for themselves. Everyone, although that Ma fellow said he'd bring us food again today, we can't just sit around and wait. If he doesn't come, we can't afford to waste this day. The floating boards have proven useless. We need to find a more reliable tool. Everyone split up and look for one-piece wooden cabinets. If we take the doors off, they'll definitely be more reliable than floating boards. Just as Su Weichang was speaking, his expression suddenly froze and his eyes locked onto the figure standing behind the crowd. Lin Xia. The face Su Weichang had seen even in his dreams. A face he could recognize even if it were burned to ashes. He really hadn't died? Only now was Su Weichang willing to believe that the 20-odd people who had gone up to the 66th floor had ultimately failed to make Lin Xia disappear from this world. Lin Xia, what are you doing here? Su Weichang shouted once he regained his composure. This wasn't a greeting, it was a warning to the victims nearby. As expected, all eyes immediately turned to Lin Xia and a buzz of discussion erupted. Is that the Lin Xia who hoarded food on the 66th floor? This pretty-faced guy is definitely no good. Did he run out of food and come to mooch off us? Don't just stand there, chase him out. With one person taking the lead, everyone spontaneously surrounded Lin Xia. Get out. You're not welcome here. Go back to your 66th floor, you selfish bastard. If Mr. Su hadn't stopped us, I'd slap you senseless, you little brat. Be a decent person. Lin Xia frowned. He glanced at Su Weiqian knowing that the victim's reaction was undoubtedly his doing. But he didn't care. No matter what, Su Weiqian had to die today. Su Weiqian also saw the ruthless determination in Lin Xia's eyes and had no doubt that Lin Xia would dare to butcher him in public. He immediately looked around as if searching for someone. Soon he found the man, a resident who had been staying on the same high floor as him. He had already forgotten the man's name. Su Weiqian had already made a deal with him. He wouldn't have to go out to forage for supplies but had still get a share of what was found. The condition was that when Lin Xia came down he would kill him in the chaos. Su Weiqian had recruited 3 such men. These 3 mingled among the victims, constantly fanning the flames, trapping Lin Xia in the center. As the space in the middle shrank until it could barely hold a single person, the 3 men simultaneously drew their knives and pushed through the crowd. A knife gleaming with cold light thrust out from the crowd, aimed straight at Lin Xia's abdomen. The movement wasn't fast, but it was difficult to detect. The attacker even imagined he saw the blade pierce Lin Xia's body. However, he suddenly found that his hand could no longer move. Those surrounded Lin Xia had never let his guard down. The moment the knife emerged from the crowd, he reached out, grabbed the wrist holding the blade and yanked it backward with force, pulling the man to the very front. Their eyes met. A flash of cold light. A jet of blood spurted from the man's neck. The next second, Lin Xia released his grip on the man's wrist and suddenly leaned backward, dodging a second dagger thrust from his side. With his back pressing against the surrounding victims, he swung the dagger in his right hand upwards, severing the hand holding the knife, which fell to the floor. Only then did the scene suddenly fall silent. The silence lasted for 2 seconds, followed by screams. Murder! Murder! Those who had cursed Lin Xia the loudest were also the ones who screamed the loudest as they scattered. As the crowd dispersed, the 3 assassins Su Weiqian had arranged were immediately exposed. One was already lying in a pool of blood. One was clutching his wrist, his hand gone, his face covered in sweat. The third, his legs trembling, looked around awkwardly, then dropped his dagger with a clatter, let out a loud cry and fled. A mob of rabble. Lin Xia looked at Su Weiqian not far away and sneered, "Got any other tricks?" Su Weiqian said, "Lin Xia, there's no deep irreconcilable hatred between us. It's all just misunderstandings. How about this? From today on you'll do whatever you say." Misunderstandings? Lin Xia gave a contemptuous smile as he slowly advanced. "Are you going to tell me those 20-odd people didn't go up there because you tricked them?" Su Weiqian backed away step by step until his back hit the wall with nowhere left to go. He shouted, "It wasn't me. I swear it wasn't. Let's talk this out. You can make any demand. If it's within my power, I won't refuse." Lin Xia twirled the dagger in his hand and continued to close in. "I want you dead. Can you do that?" Just as Lin Xia was walking towards Su Weiqian, a commotion came from the window on the 2nd floor. Su Weiqian turned to look and his eyes immediately lit up with hope. He was saved. 2 men entered from the 2nd floor platform. Everyone except Lin Xia recognized them. They were Ma Junfei and Li Duo, who had brought them biscuits yesterday. The only difference was that this time they weren't carrying boxes. Instead, they held 2 black objects. Guns. Oh, quite a lively scene. Ma Junfei wiped the rain from his face and said with a hint of amusement. Su Weiqian felt a twinge of unease, for the person he saw today was indeed the same as yesterday, yet their eyes were entirely different. Today Ma Junfei and Li Duo's eyes were filled with ruthlessness. The promised food was nowhere to be seen and they held guns in their hands. This was not a rescue party but a band of marauders. The other victims fell silent. If Lin Xia's sudden act of violence had startled them earlier, the sight of guns in Ma Junfei and Li Duo's hands left them utterly shocked. In Xia country such items were not easily obtained. More crucially, if they truly came to help, why would they carry guns? Everyone was deathly silent. Su Weiqian forced a smile and stepped forward. "Brothers, you've finally come." Before he could finish, Ma Junfei rudely cut him off. Ma Junfei suddenly raised his gun and smashed the stock hard into Su Weichen's face. Did I give you permission to speak? Su Weichen, caught off guard, clutched his face stunned. The bloody scene nearby didn't faze Ma Junfei or Li Duo in the least, yet to them it was nothing out of the ordinary. Everyone stay put. As long as you obey you won't die, at least not yet. Ma Junfei raised his gun, ensuring all could see. If even one disobeys, sorry, my aim's poor and I won't be responsible for stray bullets. Li Duo then shouted, all those aged 16 to 40 stand to my left. Everyone else to the right. Move quickly. Everyone exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of the duo's intentions. Damn it, a bunch of idiots. Ma Junfei cursed under his breath as he saw everyone frozen, then raised his gun and fired. Rat-a-tat-tat. In an instant everyone snapped out of it, panicking and scattering in chaos. Ma Junfei and Li Duo seemed indifferent to the fleeing crowd. Initially firing wildly, they soon aimed at the victims. Whoever ran farthest drew their bullets. In moments people fell one after another. Those closer to the duo quickly caught on, daring not to run, and crouched down with their heads in their hands. Lin Xia took advantage of the chaos to hide behind a pillar, his expression grim. Now do you understand? Those 16 to 40 stand to the left, others to the right. I'll give you 5 seconds. Li Duo repeated the command. This time no one dared to disobey. They began to line up. Those lying in pools of blood had already lost their chance. Good. Ma Junfei approached the left line and spotted Yan Shi, whom they had brought back yesterday. Yan Shi was holding a child's hand. Ma Junfei directly aimed his gun at Yan Shi and yelled, come on, tell me how old he is. Yan Shi replied, Brother Ma, he's my little brother. For old times' sake, could you spare him? He's only 8. Old times? What old times do I have with you? Ma Junfei sneered coldly. You'll count to 3 or you'll never see your brother again. A child. In these times who knows how long they'll live? A child is nothing but a burden. 1. The little boy burst into tears, turning to hug his brother tightly. 2. Yan Shi fell to his knees with a thud. Brother Ma, I'm begging you on my knees. Please spare him. I'll do anything you ask. Just let my brother go, I beg you. 3. Ma Junfei remained unmoved. You asked for this. As the words fell, the gun was already aimed at the little boy. Yan Shi saw the madness in Ma Junfei's eyes and knew the lunatic would fire. He shoved Yan Qin, the boy, in his arms toward the opposite side. The little boy's strength was no match for his brother's. He was flung out, landing between the 2 lines, looking pitifully at his brother and wailing loudly. Though some were moved, no one dared to act. They could only watch in silence. I hate the sound of crying kids the most. A child's face flashed through Ma Junfei's mind, his son. But now his wife and child were all dead. The child's cries gradually turned his face cold. Why did my child have to die? Why didn't my child get a chance to live? As if possessed by a demon, Ma Junfei turned coldly again, his gun once more aimed at the little boy. I'll fucking kill you. Yan Shi charged forward. He had to protect his brother. It was the only thing his parents had entrusted to him before they left. Another gunshot rang out. Flesh and blood could not stop a bullet. Yan Shi was hit and fell. Suddenly a figure emerged from behind a nearby pillar, Lin Xia, who had been hiding. Now amidst the chaos it was his chance. Lin Xia moved with incredible speed, reaching the boy in a flash. He shoved the child into the crowd, then rolled swiftly. As Ma Junfei turned, Lin Xia unleashed a knife from his hand. With a sharp thud, the blade pierced deep into Ma Junfei's thigh, going straight through. Ma Junfei had already squeezed the trigger, but the wound threw off his balance, sending bullets into the air. But it wasn't over. Before anyone could react, Lin Xia's movements continued without pause. Bracing his left hand on the ground, his legs kicked rapidly in a near 280-degree arc, bringing him right in front of Ma Junfei. In the next instant Lin Xia grabbed the knife embedded in Ma Junfei's thigh with his right hand, twisted it left and then yanked it out with a wet sound. Ah! Ma Junfei screamed in agony. Lin Xia's actions continued. He twisted his body, now standing behind Ma Junfei, the knife in his right hand pressed against Ma Junfei's throat while his left hand snatched the submachine gun and tossed it aside. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. By the time Lin Xia had Ma Junfei fully under control, the crowd only then began to react. Kill him now! The first to shout was Su Weichan. Lin Xia's appearance and his ghostly agility constantly gnawed at his nerves. Lin Xia had become his inner demon. As long as Lin Xia lived, Su Weichan would never find peace. Li Duo ignored Su Weichan entirely, his full attention fixed on the man before him. The man's movements from start to finish were almost seamless, each step nearly flawless. He had to admit such skill was terrifying. You've got some impressive skills, brother. Interested in joining us? Li Duo struggled to stay calm. He lacked confidence in killing Lin Xia without harming Ma Junfei, so he attempted to recruit him. Not interested. Lin Xia used Ma Junfei as a shield, unafraid of Li Duo. Besides, at this distance his knife was no slower than a bullet. All the disaster victims, including the international guests still at the Jinfeng building, looked at Lin Xia in terror. The scene, which could only be seen in movies, unfolded right before their eyes. In that moment, those who had witnessed Lin Xia's methods in the cloud conference room recalled a previous incident where in just a few minutes he had brutally dispatched 5 men. The blood from that day stained the carpet. They finally remembered that this guy was no ordinary person, he was a god of death. It was absurd that they had once thought to make things difficult for Lin Xia, that was nothing short of courting death. The familiar scene unfolded once more, but this time Lin Xia's opponents were not ordinary people, they were armed with firearms. After being rejected, Li Duo's expression fluctuated, and then he raised his gun towards the crowd, threatening, "Brothers, we mean no harm. There's no need to make things unmanageable." Lin Xia smiled and retorted, "No harm. You killed dozens of people over a disagreement and you call that no harm?" No, Li Duo shook his head. "I meant we mean no harm to you. You're different from them. As long as you are willing to join us, you will be one of us." Lin Xia asked, "What is your purpose in capturing these able-bodied young men?" Li Duo replied, "If you join us, I can tell you everything. Otherwise, I can only say that I am acting on orders. No negotiations." Lin Xia glanced at the direction Li Duo was aiming and scoffed, "You don't need to use them to threaten me. These people have nothing to do with me. Feel free to shoot." Li Duo was stunned and the crowd was furious. "What do you want?" Li Duo saw Ma Junfei's face turn pale, blood oozing from his leg wound, and he began to feel anxious. "What is your purpose in capturing these able-bodied young men?" Lin Xia asked again. Li Duo thought for a moment, reasoning that it should be fine. After all, this guy was alone. Could he really kill his way to the base? Their base was not just a couple of guns or 2 people. "The men will help carry supplies," Li Duo said solemnly. "We found a supply vehicle underwater and we need manpower to bring it up." Lin Xia nodded. This reason held water. After all, capturing people meant an increase in consumption. Without corresponding returns, no one would do this except for official rescue bases. "What about the women?" Lin Xia asked again. Li Duo impatiently replied, "You're a man too, there's no need to ask what you already know." Lin Xia understood. At this moment women had been reduced to mere supplies or tools. No wonder they only wanted young men and women. Those too young were useless, just a burden. Those with too large a physique were not suitable. The men lacked strength and women were deemed too old. One last request. Lin Xia glanced at Su Weizhan standing next to Li Duo. "I find that guy quite unpleasant." Li Duo instantly understood, raising his gun to aim at Su Weizhan. "Bro, listen to me, don't let him fool you. If you kill me, he will definitely kill you." Su Weizhan was taken aback. He had not expected Lin Xia to suddenly point the spear at him. Faced with the black gun muzzle so close, Su Weizhan could no longer hold back and hurriedly begged for mercy. Bang bang bang. The gunfire rang out and Su Weizhan was turned into a sieve, collapsing to the ground with a face full of unwillingness. However, just as the gunshots sounded, Lin Xia also moved. He directly blocked Ma Junfei in front of him and charged towards Li Duo not far away. Halfway, the sharp knife in his hand had already plunged into Ma Junfei's throat, then he pushed Ma Junfei's corpse towards Li Duo. In a panic, Li Duo fired his gun with all the bullets hitting Ma Junfei's body. He pushed Ma Junfei's corpse aside, but there was no trace of Lin Xia in front of him. In the next second, he felt a cold touch at his neck, realizing he was done for, and he decisively raised his hands to indicate surrender. "I ask you, answer, understood?" Lin Xia stood behind Li Duo, the sharp knife pressed against Li Duo's neck. "Understood." Li Duo was astonished. This person's skills were terrifying. He was not even in the same league as Lin Xia. They had truly underestimated him. With just 2 guns they had all fallen. "First put down your gun." Upon hearing this, Li Duo slowly lowered his submachine gun to the ground. "Where is your base?" Li Duo was startled. This person must be insane. Asking about the base meant he was considering going there. "No matter how powerful you are, it's impossible to breach our base alone. Do you think you're Keanu Reeves?" "Not far." Feeling the knife edge tighten, Li Duo quickly replied, "Less than 5 kilometers from Jinfeng building. It's right above the old Jianan building." "Where did your guns come from?" "I really don't know," Li Duo said, fearing Lin Xia wouldn't believe him. He added, "The guns were obtained by our boss. We are just small fries." "Tell me about your base situation." "This guy is really considering going?" Li Duo sneered inwardly. "Since you want to seek death, I won't stop you. There are over 150 people in the base, and a total of 16 guns along with some supplies." "Good, thank you. Safe travels." Li Duo's eyes went wide. He felt the sharp knife pierce his neck and his blood began to spurt out. At that moment, Lin Xia looked outside. The boat seemed to sense something was wrong and began to turn around to flee. Without a word, Lin Xia gripped the sharp knife and charged outside. When he reached the edge of the platform, he leaped and landed steadily on the boat. This appeared to be a sightseeing boat. The cabin was just an open space with the control room above it. Lin Xia saw the driver, who was clearly a bit flustered. As he climbed the stairs, before he could enter, the driver rushed at him with a knife already drawn at the door. Lin Xia swiftly dodged to the right, easily avoiding the attack. He switched the sharp knife to his left hand and swiftly restrained the driver's neck, pulling him to the helm turned back. The driver knew he was outmatched and could only comply. The boat docked again at the second-floor platform of Jinfeng building. Lin Xia pushed the driver off the boat, then killed him with a single strike, pushing his body into the water. Back in the building, everyone remained frozen in their previous stances, too afraid to move. Although they had driven away the intruders, Lin Xia's intimidation was even more terrifying at this moment. Lin Xia didn't care. He first picked up the 2 guns on the ground and found 2 loaded magazines on Ma Junfei and Li Duo. He hadn't used such things before, but it shouldn't be too difficult. If the only issue might be aiming. Then he looked around at the crowd and said loudly, "The boat is over there. Those who want to leave can go, but you need to find a driver." "Sigh. Where else can we go?" Someone sighed. They were disaster victims brought here against their will. Even with a boat, they could never return home if there was nowhere to go. "I want to leave this hellhole." Most people rushed towards the outside boat. They didn't want to stay here and wait for death. Lin Xia showed little concern for the fate of the refugees. His mind was occupied with the Jinan Tower base. From the earlier accounts, it was evidently a privately established stronghold, one that had already achieved considerable scale. He was curious, where had this private base acquired so many firearms? Such weapons were now precious treasures capable of greatly bolstering a survivor's sense of security. Should he pay a visit? After a moment's thought, Lin Xia decided against it. He could go, but he couldn't guarantee his own safety. He wasn't arrogant enough to believe he could single-handedly take on over 100 people, especially when they possessed over a dozen firearms. The second floor was in utter disarray and Lin Xia spotted the young boy from earlier still guarding his brother. The lad was still alive. Lin Xia walked over and crouched beside him. Yan Shi looked up through his pain and his eyes widened in surprise when he saw Lin Xia. Struggling against his injuries, he shifted from a sitting position to a kneeling one, preparing to kowtow to Lin Xia. "What are you doing?" Lin Xia reached out to stop him, taking the chance to assess the young man's wounds. By sheer luck his left ear was gone, but the injury hadn't reached his skull. His shoulder was also wounded, but the bullet had merely grazed the skin, missing the bone. His leg had a superficial injury as well, just a scrape that had bled a little. What luck! He must have saved the galaxy in his past life. "Thank you. You saved both our lives," Yan Shi said sincerely. Would telling the truth be too hurtful? Saving them was partly out of pity but mostly just a matter of convenience. Lin Xia changed the subject. "Aren't you leaving?" Yan Shi shook his head. "No. I went out yesterday and other places aren't any better. I'm wounded now, going out would only hasten my death." Yan Shi then pulled the younger boy forward and said, "Yan Shin, kowtow to this big brother. He saved our lives." Lin Xia helplessly grabbed the boy as well. "No need." He made Yan Shi sit down again and said, "Your survival is your own luck. You were hit 3 times but none struck a vital spot." Yan Shi replied, "If you hadn't interfered they would have finished us off." Lin Xia shook his head with a resigned sigh, deciding not to argue. "What are your names?" "I'm Yan Shi, but everyone calls me Stone," Yan Shi said, stroking his brother's hair. "He's Yan Qing, nickname Orange." "I'm Lin Xia." "We know," Yan Shi answered. "Boss Su mentioned you before. He thought you were a bad person, but now regardless of what you are, you're our savior." Just then a sudden violent commotion erupted behind them. Lin Xia quickly stood up to look. Good heavens! The sightseeing boat had already traveled some distance, but alarmingly it was now tilting heavily to its left side. Within seconds, accompanied by a collective gasp of horror from the onlookers on the platform, the entire vessel capsized. In an instant everyone aboard was thrown into the water. Those who could swim desperately tried to reach the tower, but the vast majority couldn't and thrashed about in panic. Many were trapped beneath the overturned hull, their fate uncertain. Lin Xia understood. It was entirely their own doing. That was just an ordinary sightseeing boat with a cabin meant to hold 30 to 50 people. But they had all rushed aboard in a frenzied mass, even standing on the edges. A vessel meant for only tens of people was suddenly crammed with over 100, far exceeding its maximum capacity. Should he rescue them? Lin Xia was a poor swimmer, it was why he had met his end so quickly in his past life. I wonder if these people would choose to board again given a second chance. He could understand their desperation. Just like in his former life, knowing full well he couldn't swim, he still chose to plunge into the water. After all, death was certain either way, so why not take a gamble? At the same time, wasn't this also a form of self-chosen release? He turned and helped Yan Shi to his feet. With everyone's attention fixed on the scene outside, Lin Xia guided Yan Shi to the 3rd floor and found a place for him to rest. Orange, keep an eye on your brother. Don't let him wander off, understand? They'll be back soon. Lin Xia pinched Yan Cheng's cheek gently. The boy seemed to have calmed down a little. I understand. Thank you, Uncle. Uncle. Lin Xia felt a pang of dismay. 28 wasn't that old, was it? Returning to the 99th floor, he called for Xiao Xinxin. Hadn't she felt useless? Hadn't she wanted to contribute to the team? Lin Xia suddenly thought that putting her in charge of the team's medical needs was a good idea. She wasn't a professional doctor, but where would they find one now? With her systematic training in first aid, Xiao Xinxin was the most medically knowledgeable among them. Besides, at a time like this, if someone came down with a serious illness, they might as well just wait for death. Expecting a doctor to administer anesthesia and perform surgery was nothing but wishful thinking. Xiao Xinxin was more than willing. After hearing Lin Xia's request, she meticulously began preparing the supplies. Lin Xia had all the basic items for treating external injuries: hydrogen peroxide, alcohol, gauze, and the like. Given the weather, infection and inflammation were real risks, so antibiotics like amoxicillin were also necessary. Once everything was ready, Qiao Xinxin picked up the medical kit and followed Lin Xia to the third floor. Seeing Yan Shi's injuries, Qiao Xinxin didn't need to ask. Something serious must have happened. This is Qiao Xinxin. She has some medical training and we happen to have some supplies. Let her tend to your wounds. Your wounds aren't fatal, but in this heat leaving them untreated could still kill you. Yan Shi was astonished when Lin Xia arrived with Qiao Xinxin. Boss Su had mentioned that Lin Xia lived on the 66th floor. At 30 seconds per floor, that meant over 1900 seconds, more than 30 minutes. But hardly any time had passed. At most it hadn't been 10 minutes. He was already back. Did he fly up? Or had they already moved to a lower floor? He kept these doubts to himself. Qiao Xinxin crouched beside Yan Shi and carefully examined his wounds. Big sister, you're very pretty. Yan Chen had finally recovered his composure, staring at Qiao Xinxin with wide eyes. Yan Shi offered an awkward smile, then struggled again to kowtow to Lin Xia. Big brother, for saving my life. Not this again. Lin Xia quickly cut him off. Enough. Listen to the doctor. Do whatever she says, understand? Yan Shi nodded, swallowing his words of gratitude. Sit still. Don't move. Qiao Xinxin commanded. Okay. Yan Shi quickly sat up straight again, his heart filled with gratitude. Anyone could speak pretty words, yet true gratitude was shown through action. Those were words his father had once spoken to him. In that moment he made a silent vow: if Lin Xia ever needed his help, even if it cost him his life and he hesitated for even a single second, may a bolt of lightning strike him down. The treatment of the external injuries was not difficult, but the process was still quite painful. To Lin Xia's surprise, Yan Shi did not utter a single sound from beginning to end. Even under such intense pain, he merely furrowed his brow. Hey Orange, what does your brother do? Lin Xia asked out of curiosity. Yan Shi said proudly, my brother is a boxing coach. He's amazing, he's even won awards nationwide. When it came to his brother, Yan Shi seemed to open up like a floodgate. Without waiting for Lin Xia to respond, he continued on his own. Let me tell you, my brother is also skilled in many extreme sports. He can climb very high walls without any tools, just like Spider-Man. He's incredible. Lin Xia smiled and ruffled Yan Shi's hair, then turned to glance at Yan Shi. Yan Shi gave an awkward smile and said, Brother Lin, don't listen to a child's nonsense. I'm not very bright. The only thing I have going for me is some athletic talent, so I enjoy activities that don't require much thinking. Lin Xia chuckled. No wonder you have such a great physique, 8-pack abs, ha. Yan Shi lowered his head with a smile. After the wound is treated, it'll help you to the 6th floor. It should be empty by now. Lin Xia suddenly spoke. Yan Shi didn't ask questions but nodded in agreement. Yes, yesterday everyone gathered on the 2nd floor. But today the water might flood the 2nd floor, so people will probably move to the 3rd. Lin Xia said, you and your brother stay on the 6th floor for the next couple of days. Don't go anywhere, focus on healing. Okay. Yan Shi asked nothing, simply doing whatever Lin Xia instructed. After more than 20 minutes, Qiao Xinxin finished dressing Yan Shi's wounds. The most severe injury was to his ear, but it was a blessing in disguise that his hearing remained unaffected. The wound on his shoulder was deeper, but still not a major issue. As for the leg injury, well, any later and it would have scabbed over. After the treatment, they made their way to the 6th floor. They found a relatively clean spot to settle Yan Shi down. Then Lin Xia had Qiao Xinxin take Yan Shi outside for a while. From the medical kit he took out a few packs of biscuits and some drinking water, hiding them in a desk drawer. Your injuries should scab over in 2 days at most. It's best you don't go anywhere during this time, just rest and recover, understand? Lin Xia instructed with caution. Children can't keep secrets, so he made sure Yanqing didn't see where he hid the biscuits and water. Understood, Brother Lin. I'll keep an eye on Orange too. Yanqia nodded in agreement. Though he claimed to be slow-witted, Yanqia actually understood Lin Xia's concerns. In such dire times of scarcity, walking around with pristine white bandages would surely draw unwanted attention. He also knew that children are prone to loose lips. If the boy accidentally let something slip, it could cause endless trouble. Having already received such great kindness from Lin Xia with no way to repay him anytime soon, the least he could do was not add to his benefactor's burdens. Yanqia had that much self-awareness. After settling the two brothers, Lin Xia took Xiao Xinxin and left. Brother, will uncle come visit us again? Orange was a bit reluctant to see Lin Xia go. Yanqia placed both hands on his brother's shoulders and said with a seriousness he had never shown before, Orange, I need to tell you something extremely important. Yanqing nodded earnestly. Yanqia asked, do you want to see Uncle Lin Xia and the pretty sister again? Yes, they were very kind to me. Yanqia said solemnly, as long as you promise not to tell anyone about Uncle Lin Xia and the pretty sister, they will come back to see us. Remember, not a single person. Okay. Yanqing replied with a serious face. Brother, I understand. I won't tell anyone. They'll just stay with you and not go anywhere. You can keep an eye on me. Good. Yanqia affectionately ruffled his brother's hair, but his mind drifted back to Lin Xia. At first, based on Su Weichen's account, he had believed Lin Xia to be a selfish, despicable man, someone who hid in the high floors with a beautiful woman living in comfort while others suffered no better than a beast. But when Lin Xia gave him the biscuits, he suddenly realized that he and the others were the true fools, the idiots, the morons. Downstairs were over 300 mouths to feed. Even if Lin Xia had stockpiled food, how much could he have stored? No matter how much, it couldn't possibly meet the needs of over 300 people. And even if it could, why should he? No one knew how long the disaster would last. Under these circumstances, why should he be obligated to care for complete strangers? Lin Xia was only human, not a god. When he himself was injured, Lin Xia not only provided precious medical supplies but also offered them food. In this apocalyptic disaster, who else would go to such lengths? Thinking about it, Yanqia felt like slapping himself hard. Back on the 90th floor, Lin Xia called Luo Yuan and Su Man and her daughter back for dinner. Afterward, he felt a persistent twitch in his eyelids. If there was any upcoming danger, the most likely threat was the private base at Jinan Tower. Today they had dispatched a boat and 2 men with 2 guns. Such an operation would surely have been reported to the base. If neither the men nor the boat returned by nightfall, it would inevitably draw the attention of the base leader. Would they send someone again? No matter how Lin Xia thought about it, the possibility seemed high. First, whether it was the men, the boat, or the guns, all were valuable assets in the current situation. It made no sense not to look for lost valuables. Second, the 2 men had surely reported the situation here before. Now that something had gone wrong, the base would definitely investigate. But perhaps there was little need for worry. 90 floors. Only someone with an unsound mind would attempt that climb. Besides, no one downstairs knew they were on the 90th floor. Their intelligence probably stopped at the 66th floor. However, the disaster victims downstairs might be in danger. Lin Xia called Luo Yuan over. When Luo Yuan arrived, Lin Xia tossed a submachine gun in front of him. This. Luo Yuan was startled. Do you know how to use it? Lin Xia asked. No, I've never even touched one. Luo Yuan shook his head like a rattle drum. Actually, I don't either, but I tried it just now. It's not that hard. They'll teach you. With that, Lin Xia picked up a submachine gun and demonstrated how to use it for Luo Yuan. A few minutes later, Luo Yuan had mastered the basics, though accuracy would only be determined in actual use. Brother Lin, where did you get these? Are we going out to scavenge for supplies? Luo Yuan couldn't guess Lin Xia's intentions. This was a gun. Just a few days ago, even possessing one, let alone using it, was a serious crime. Lin Xia briefly recounted what had happened downstairs that day, then said, "Tonight we'll both have to stay alert to prevent retaliation. I killed those men, so there's no reason for the disaster victims to take the bullet for me." "I understand." Luo Yuan nodded in agreement. Holding the gun in his hand, he had to admit he felt a little thrill. After all, most men harbor a certain fascination with firearms. "Tonight we'll take turns resting somewhere on the 4th floor. It's probably not necessary, but better safe than sorry. Keeping watch is the right call." Day 6-1301. In the afternoon, Lin Xia helped Luo Yuan modify the water pipes. If all went smoothly, they would have access to filtered rainwater by tomorrow. They were fortunate that the hotel was equipped with all the necessary devices such as water filters and booster pumps ready for use. Lin Xia was unaware that these were common components in high-rise building water supply systems. All they needed to do was dismantle the equipment from its original location and install it in the appropriate place. Although the piping was somewhat complex, Luo Yuan had the blueprints, which made locating the connections much faster. Meanwhile, Su Qinyue and her mother were making good progress. The hotel's server room housed professional-grade mainframes. Though the configuration wasn't top-tier, it was more than sufficient to handle the current load. It must be said the girls' technical skills were truly formidable. Unknown to Lin Xia, Su Qinyue's handle in the hacker community was Kmon, a name renowned worldwide. No one knew that the owner of this ID was a 16-year-old girl. Her abilities were worlds apart from Lin Xia, who was merely an average coder. Su Man merely contributed passively, accompanying her daughter with little else to do. By evening, the water had risen to the 2nd floor of the building, forcing all survivors to relocate to the 3rd floor. The group, originally over 300 strong, had been reduced to fewer than 100 after a hail of bullets and a capsized boat. These were 100 souls who had lost all hope, instinctively avoiding the dampness, seemingly resigned to await their end. Lin Xia could only feel helpless. He couldn't sustain so many people. If they were all able-bodied adults, he might help them organize and venture out to find supplies. But among the remaining dozens, the elderly women and children formed the majority. Helping them would likely drain his own resources. Day 6-1855. As dusk fell, a flickering firelight appeared on the Jinan building, located about 4 kilometers in a straight line from the Jinfeng building. Illuminated by the flames, the Jinan building was bustling with activity. Sturdy men unloaded boxes of supplies from boats that had returned from various locations, stacking them neatly in an empty conference room. Inside the conference room, someone was specifically tasked with inventorying and categorizing the goods, recording them in detail. 2 bare-chested guards stood at the entrance, each clutching a submachine gun. "Are all the boats back?" asked a man responsible for tallying the vessels, standing by a 3rd-floor window with a grave expression. "They're all back except for the cargo boat that Brother Fei took out this morning." Someone immediately responded. "Fei hasn't returned yet?" Chen Lu frowned. He knew the purpose of Ma Junfei and Li Duo's morning trip. They had found about 50 potential laborers at the Jinfeng building. The Jinfeng building wasn't far, and it was said to be filled only with stranded survivors, completely unarmed. Sailing over, picking up the people and returning, this should have been a simple task. Besides, both men were armed. How could they have disappeared for an entire day? Just then the man reporting to him leaned in and whispered, "Brother Lu, I heard Brother Fei mention yesterday that there were some beautiful women like celebrities over there. You think they might be enjoying themselves over there?" Chen Lu replied, "The Jinfeng building does have a 5-star hotel, so beautiful women are possible. But it's unlikely those two would be playing around and not come back until now. Ma Junfei is a madman, but Li Duo has a clear head. He's sensible, he wouldn't stay away this long. No, I have to tell Brother Feng about this." Chen Lu felt something was amiss. He quickly turned and went upstairs. On the 8th floor, he approached an office door, straightened his sweaty shirt, hunched his shoulders slightly, and raised his hand to knock. "Enter." Upon hearing the command to enter, Chen Lu pushed the door open. Inside, several men were gathered around a desk. 4 were standing while only 1 was seated. The seated man was the one Chen Lu saw named Su Feng, the leader of this private base at the Jianan building. Tomorrow's main search area will be here. Su Feng had a map spread before him. He pointed to a specific location, finalizing the search zone for the next day. Then he looked up at Chen Lu and asked, "What is it?" Chen Lu first nodded and bowed to the other four men before responding, "Brother Feng, it's like this. This morning Ma Junfei and Li Duo took a cargo boat out saying they were going to the Jinfeng building to pick up some laborers. It's been a whole day and neither the men nor the boat have returned." Su Feng frowned. One of his companions spoke up, "I was near the Jinfeng building yesterday. I kept an eye on it from a distance. No one has taken it over, it's just survivors. They're organizing themselves to find supplies." "Are you sure no one has taken it?" Su Feng asked. "Definitely." The man spoke again, "I watched for a long time and didn't see anything unusual. Ask old Lei, I mentioned to him before that we could go there to grab laborers, but Ma Junfei beat us to it. Then it's strange. What happened to Ma Junfei and Li Duo? Did their boat capsize on the way?" Su Feng speculated. "Impossible." Chen Lu refuted, "They took a river sightseeing boat and the helmsman was experienced. There are no waves or wind, it wouldn't capsize so easily." "Don't guess, Brother Feng," another man volunteered. "It's just the Jinfeng building. You'll take some men now and go check it out. You'll also see if the boat broke down on the way or something." One person objected, "I think we shouldn't go at night. We can't see the way and hitting a rooftop or something would be trouble. Besides, we don't know the situation at Jinfeng. Going now when we can't see anything and sneaking in blindly isn't wise." "Scared of what? If anyone gets in the way, well, just gun them down. Doesn't Jinfeng have a 5-star hotel? We can clear out the survivors and all enjoy the 5-star hotel ourselves. Wouldn't that be great?" "Are you fucking stupid? The 5-star hotel at Jinfeng is on the 45th floor. You gonna climb up there with your 3 legs? Damn it, I will if I have to. Even if my 2 legs give out, I've still got 1 left and I'll still take them down. Can you not be so impulsive? Do I need you to tell me how to do things?" As the two were about to come to blows, Su Feng raised a hand to stop them. He spoke, "Let's do as old Lei says. Tomorrow we'll go take a look from a distance first. We'll act after we confirm the situation. Also, we must get the boat and the guns back." Day 7-0200. Lin Xia woke up punctually. Beside him, Luo Yuan was dutifully crouching by the window observing the situation outside. The outside was pitch black, offering nothing for Luo Yuan to observe. His ears were filled with the pitter-patter of rain and the faint slapping of waves against the wall. Under these circumstances, the fact that this kid could resist sleep demonstrated considerable willpower. Without making a sound, Lin Xia first focused his attention on the 6 cards before him. Wave Riding White Streak. Upon use, grants mastery of all underwater abilities. Permanent effect. Void Black Soil Gift Pack. Upon use, grants 1000 cubic meters of void black soil and 10 packs of improved crop seeds. The black soil is fertile and can cultivate the vast majority of terrestrial crops. The improved seeds offer moderate yields, short growth cycles, low environmental requirements, and no need for photosynthesis. Light as a feather. 10. Upon use, reduces your body weight to that of a feather. Usable 10 times. Each use lasts 1 minute, can be freely cancelled. The card disappears when uses are exhausted. Beast Tongue. Upon use, grants the ability to communicate with non-humanoid creatures. Permanent effect. Underwater Work Robot. Upon use, grants 1 underwater work robot, void-powered. Requires 1 pilot. Can be stored in dimensional space. X-ray Vision Skill. Upon use, grants the X-ray Vision skill. When activated, provides the ability to see through objects. Effect lasts 10 seconds. Usable once per hour. Mental activation command. Activate X-ray Vision. This batch of cards genuinely surprised Lin Xia. For the first time, a gift pack card had appeared as well as a multi-use card, and another skill card had surfaced. His top priority was of course the skill card. The X-ray vision ability would be highly useful in critical moments. Next, acquiring the underwater work robot seemed like a good option. By now a considerable amount of supplies and highly practical items were likely submerged. If he drew this robot he could explore the underwater treasures. As for Beast's tongue, it seemed unnecessary at this stage. Due to the rain, the only animals he might encounter in the future would probably be fish. That black soil also seemed quite promising. The Jinfeng Tower had plenty of space, he could certainly try cultivating it. As he pondered, the cards flipped over. Lin Xia raised his hand and picked the card in the middle of the top row again. Wave riding white streak. Well, how to put it? Not bad either. The outside was now a vast ocean and underwater skills would be immensely useful. In his past life, if he had possessed such an ability, he probably wouldn't have kicked the bucket so quickly. He used it immediately. Brother Lin, you're awake. Lin Xia's movement startled Luo Yuan. The guy looked at Lin Xia with a strange expression, wondering what kind of dream Brother Lin had that made him make an orchid finger gesture. Unaware of Luo Yuan's thoughts, Lin Xia stretched and sat up. Any abnormalities? No. Luo Yuan shook his head. It's pitch black outside. I reckon even if they come they'll choose daytime. Nighttime is too dangerous, they're probably afraid of accidents too. Lin Xia nodded in agreement. True. You go get some sleep. They'll take over the watch. Luo Yuan replied, I can't sleep. They'll stay with you. All right. Lin Xia turned his head. We still have to modify the pipes tomorrow. Won't this affect that? Don't worry, Brother Lin. Staying up a night at my age is no problem. Luo Yuan assured him it wouldn't affect the next day's work. Lin Xia suddenly turned and asked, is there something you want to tell me? There is something I want to ask you, Brother Lin. Caught off guard, Luo Yuan felt a bit nervous. I'm just not sure if I can ask. About the generator? Lin Xia had already guessed Luo Yuan's thoughts. Luo Yuan was startled. He did indeed want to ask about the generator. He genuinely wished he could go up and see with his own eyes what kind of miraculous technology could provide such an endless supply of electricity. Actually, I'm an alien. Lin Xia held back a laugh and made a joke. Upon hearing this, Luo Yuan's face filled with shock. The kid didn't doubt it for a second and believed him outright. How could he not believe it? He had studied Blue Star's technology and it was impossible for such a generator to exist. If it were alien technology, everything would be explained immediately. It seemed to be a universal consensus that alien technology far surpassed Blue Star's. Brother Lin, welcome to Blue Star. Don't worry, if I ever tell this secret to a third person, may I be struck by lightning and die a miserable death. Lin Xia struggled to suppress his laughter, his face turning red. Fortunately, no one could see him in the darkness. Xiao Luo, do you know how old I am? Calling me Brother Lin all the time. Senior. Please forgive me. Your appearance looks very young, maybe 25 or 26. I truly don't know your age. How old are you, senior, and how should I address you? Luo Yuan finally came up with a very awkward title. Awkward as it was still more appropriate than calling him grandpa. Forget it, just call me like before. It sounds more natural to me. Lin Xia said cheerfully. All right, senior. Luo Yuan replied seriously. Lin Xia couldn't hold it in any longer and burst into laughter. He reached out and patted Luo Yuan on the shoulder. I'm a native of Blue Star. I got that generator by chance. Don't dwell on it. I've had experts look at it and they couldn't figure it out either. It might really be alien technology. Luo Yuan didn't believe Lin Xia's words. He thought it was just an excuse. This powerful and mysterious man was definitely an alien. Lin Xia had no idea that his casual joke had convinced Luo Yuan so thoroughly. The two chatted as the sky gradually brightened. The water seemed to be rising faster. Overnight the water on the second floor had reached waist height. At this rate the third floor would be flooded by tomorrow. Brother Lin, look. Is that white thing next to that building a small boat? Luo Yuan, gazing out the window, suddenly pointed out. Lin Xia followed his gaze. It was indeed a white speedboat docked beside the building, seemingly empty. Shifting his focus, Lin Xia carefully observed that building. Sure enough, on the third floor of the building he saw two people leaning by the window, seemingly looking in the direction of the Jinfeng Tower. No need to guess. Those people have found us. 2 of their men died here, it's only natural for them to be cautious. Then what do we do? Lin Xia looked and said coldly, I don't know how many of them there are. If there are many, well, do this. He gave Luo Yuan detailed instructions on how to respond, left his submachine gun with Luo Yuan, and then quietly got up and headed downstairs. Day 7-0652. Brother Lei, after observing for so long, Jinfeng seems to have no anomalies. On a building several hundred meters from Jinfeng Tower, several men were awaiting orders in an empty room. Before the window facing Jinfeng Tower, a man lowered his binoculars and turned to speak to the man in a black vest behind him. The man was Lei Mingsheng, one of the leaders of the Jinan Tower base. I see it too. Lei Mingsheng nodded, pulled a sealed plastic bag from his trouser pocket containing a pack of Jinling cigarettes, lit one, and continued, there are so many corpses floating on the water outside Jinfeng. Though no boats are visible, it looks like a capsizing. The man who had spoken earlier sniffed the smoke greedily and asked, should we still go over? We must go. Lei Mingsheng flicked off a bit of ash. Whether it's a capsizing or something else, the people at Jinfeng Tower must have seen it. We need to get the full story. Otherwise, when Brother Feng asks later, we can't just say it's all guesswork. Understood. Lei Mingsheng walked to the window and pointed, see that platform on the second floor of Jinfeng Tower? Well, enter through there. 2 minutes later, Lei Mingsheng's cigarette burned out and the group set off. 2 speedboats, 7 men, 4 in front, 3 behind, headed toward the second floor platform of Jinfeng Tower. As the boats neared, Lei Mingsheng ordered, you 4 take the lead and go in first. The 3 of us will stand guard outside. If anything's wrong, retreat promptly and we'll cover you. Understood. The 4 on the first speedboat disembarked and stood on the second floor platform of Jinfeng Tower. All 4 were armed with guns. Under a window on the 4th floor, Luo Yuan saw the 4 disembark. Following Lin Xia's instructions, he raised a submachine gun in each hand and decisively pulled both triggers. Rat-a-tat! Rat-a-tat! The gunfire erupted abruptly. The 3 men waiting outside near the tower, Lei Mingsheng among them, were startled and nearly fell from their boat. Damn, an ambush! Take cover! They're on the 4th floor. Fuck, kill them! A moment of chaos. Luo Yuan successfully drew the attention of all 7 men. They raised their guns and began firing back at the 4th floor. However, none of them noticed the situation underwater. Minutes earlier, Lin Xia had stealthily slipped into the water from the other end of the corridor. He was no longer a landlubber. Once in the water, he twisted his body and darted forward swiftly, surfacing, diving, advancing, retreating, moving with ease, no less agile than a fish. His only concern was surfacing periodically for air. As the gunfight erupted, a head slowly emerged from the water behind Lei Mingsheng's speedboat. It wasn't a corpse, but Lin Xia, breathing heavily with a blade clenched between his teeth. He had instructed Luo Yuan earlier not to aim for hits, just to keep the men's attention. The east window on the 4th floor. Don't stop, fire like hell. You 2 sneak in first. All 7 men were fixated on the gunfire from the 4th floor. Lei Mingsheng quickly steadied himself and began giving orderly commands. Climbing onto the boat like this would get me caught immediately. Lin Xia lurked beside Lei Mingsheng's speedboat, then had a flash of inspiration and smiled. He reached out and placed his hand on the boat's edge. The next second, the entire speedboat vanished into thin air. The men aboard were utterly dumbfounded. Lei Mingcheng's face froze, his eyes wide, screaming inwardly, "Where the hell is my boat?" Splash! The three men fell into the water, still in shock. In the water, Lin Xia was in his element. Before the three could react, Lin Xia was already waiting underwater with his knife. As the first man fell, Lin Xia moved in perfect sync with his trajectory and speed, effortlessly slitting his throat. The other two regained their senses upon hitting the water and kicked upward to the surface. But they failed to notice a figure rising almost alongside them. Splash! As they surfaced, they instinctively raised their hands to wipe water from their faces. At that moment, one felt a sharp sting at his neck. Reaching up, his hand came away slick. It was blood. Before he could react, a tremendous pulling force seized his ankle, dragging him back underwater. He convulsed twice and then went still lifeless. The last man regained his vision, looking around but finding neither his boss nor his comrade. Most baffling of all, the boat had fucking disappeared. Lei. He started to call out but felt a grip on his ankle. As he struggled, a powerful force yanked him back beneath the surface. Gurgle. Gurgle. His unfinished words turned into mouthfuls of water. Looking down, his expression twisted in terror. Underwater was a face he didn't recognize. Lin Xia gave him no chance to resist. Gripping his ankle, he pulled hard downward, using the counterforce to twist his own body upward with grace. One descending, one ascending. For a fleeting moment, their eyes met underwater. In that instant, Lin Xia thrust his blade, striking precisely into the man's neck before withdrawing it. The man slowly sank to the bottom, devoid of life. Lin Xia didn't surface immediately. Instead, he collected all three guns underwater into his dimensional space. Then he also stowed the empty speedboat away. On the platform, the four men were still aiming and firing at the fourth-floor windows. Turning around, they saw that Brother Lei, along with his boat, had vanished. Brother Lei? Where the hell are they? What's happening? Where's our boat? Just then, Lei Mingcheng's corpse floated to the surface. Brother Lei? Brother Lei? Brother Lei is dead. The four on the platform were horrified and instantly panicked. The boat had inexplicably disappeared. Brother Lei had died mysteriously. This place was cursed. Then came an even more terrifying sight. Lei Mingcheng's floating body suddenly sat upright. They could clearly see his pallid face. Their hearts trembled, but they failed to notice two black objects emerging from under Lei Mingcheng's armpits, one on each side. Rat-a-tat! Gunfire erupted abruptly. The four on the platform didn't even have time to move a step before they were riddled with bullets. Their bodies shuddered and crashed into the water. Lin Xia surfaced with a smile and gave a thumbs up toward the fourth floor. However, he didn't notice a man on the earlier building who had fled in panic. 2 speedboats, 7 submachine guns. These men might as well have been delivery boys in express service riding the wind across the water. Lin Xia naturally didn't stand on ceremony. He also searched the bodies on the platform, uncovering several magazines and even confiscating a pair of binoculars. Back inside the building, the survivors had all hidden at the sound of gunfire. The third floor was deserted. Brother Lin, you're absolutely incredible. Luo Yuan on the fourth floor felt an overwhelming surge of admiration the moment he saw Lin Xia return. Though he had helped a bit in the firefight, he had never actually shown his face, merely propping his gun by the window and firing without hitting a single target the entire time. And then there was Lin Xia, a man who hadn't even carried a gun yet. In just a few minutes he had annihilated the attacking thugs with devastating force. Even Rambo wasn't this fierce. Absolutely a godlike man? It's nothing. They underestimated me. They never expected I'd strike from underwater. Lin Xia dropped everything he had onto the floor. Not a bad haul this time. Gotta thank them for delivering so much stuff. Luo Yuan raised an eyebrow and asked, will they come again? Probably. Lin Xia gazed out the window. Just not sure when. They sent so many and none returned. The next time they might come with everything they've got. Luo Yuan said, we've got all these guns now. Should we find some help? Forget it. Lin Xia shook his head. I don't trust those people. What if some lunatic starts shooting at his own men? That would be damn stupid. True. Go on up. Focus on getting the tap water working. I'm heading to the 6th floor. When Lin Xia reached the 6th floor, the brothers Yan Shi and Yan Qing had kept their word, staying put exactly where he had left them. Orange, come here. Big brother has a task for you. Yan Qing was thrilled at Lin Xia's arrival and immediately trotted over. Uncle, what task? Call me Big Brother or there's no task. Big Brother. That's more like it. Lin Xia beamed with satisfaction, then handed the binoculars to Yan Qing. Know how to use these? Yes. Yan Qing's eyes lit up at the binoculars and he nodded eagerly like a chick pecking at rice. Now the task I'm giving you is to keep watch outside for any boats heading our way. If you see any, tell your brother immediately, got it? Lin Xia instructed. Got it. Yan Qing had already moved to the window and was peering outside through the binoculars. Lin Xia smiled and walked over to Yan Shi. How's the wound? Feeling better? Much better. Lin Xia pulled out a walkie-talkie and handed it to Yan Shi. If Orange spots a boat, use this to tell me right away, understand? Yan Shi took it and asked, was that gunfire just now from Ma Junfei's base? Yeah. Lin Xia nodded. 7 of them. I've dealt with them, but next time I expect they'll send more. Don't worry, I'll keep an eye out too. If I find anything, I'll notify you immediately. Once I'm healed, I can help you too. Yan Shi was eager to do something for Lin Xia. Lin Xia patted Yan Shi on the arm. Don't worry, there'll be plenty of chances. On the 8th floor of Jinan Building, Su Feng was carefully studying the supply list and the consumption data his men had calculated. A knock sounded at the door. Su Feng put down his papers. Come in. From the big trouble. A man burst in frantically, not bothering to wipe the sweat or rain from his face. Brother Lei. What's got you so flustered? Calm down and speak properly. Su Feng frowned, a bad feeling settling in his gut. The man took a few deep breaths and said, Brother Lei and his men are all dead. What? Su Feng shot up from his chair. Old Lei was his man sent out as a precaution. He had armed every one of Old Lei's team. With that kind of firepower, nothing should have gone wrong. He asked in a low voice, I want to know every detail of what happened. The man quickly recounted the entire incident, then said with a hint of fear, Funga, could there be some kind of water monster at Jinfeng Building? Seriously, Brother Lei's boat was dragged underwater in an instant. Don't talk nonsense. Su Feng snapped. Are you sure you saw clearly? The man stammered, the rain was too heavy, I only caught a glimpse. At first I was watching the other side, and by the time I realized something was wrong, Brother Lei's boat was gone and so were they. Su Feng was silent as if deep in thought. After a long moment he slammed the table. I refuse to believe it. I want to see for myself what big shot is hiding in Jinfeng Building. Go tell everyone outside that all returning boats are to stand by. Once everyone's here, I'll personally take a trip to Jinfeng Building. Yes, right away. After the man left, Su Feng yanked open the desk drawer, revealing several grenades inside. Su Feng strapped all the grenades onto himself, then opened a filing cabinet beside him and pulled out a military-grade bulletproof vest, which he put on. Over an hour later, the men who had attended the meeting the previous night had all returned except for Lei Mingchen. Old Lei is gone. Impossible. They went out with 8 men and 8 guns and only 1 came back. Did they really go to Jinfeng? Or is there someone official over there? Everyone was full of doubt. If the man reporting back weren't someone they trusted, they wouldn't have believed a word of it. Su Feng cut off their discussion. No matter what happened to Old Lei, we have to get to the bottom of this. Jinfeng isn't far, we'll all go together. One man said, I'm worried there might be an ambush in Jinfeng Building. Scared of what? If they were that tough, they'd have come for us already. They're just a bunch of turtles hiding in their shells. Old Lei was an idiot too. He was supposed to be cautious, but he got himself killed being cautious. I say we all go over there and wipe Jinfeng clean. The next second a gun was pressed to the speaker's head. The one holding it was none other than Su Feng. Su Feng said coldly, Old Lei is gone. Among all of you he contributed the most. I don't want to hear anyone speak ill of him again. If you don't want to follow my rules you can leave right now. Fengge, calm down. I was just running my mouth. I actually have great respect for the man. Su Feng lowered his gun and made his decision. 2 will stay at the base. The rest of you come with me. We're going to raise Jinfeng. Day 7, 1357. Just connect this pressure tank. Lin Xia helped Luo Yuan carry a silver cylindrical device to the rooftop. Yes. The tank is fully sealed so rain isn't a problem and I've already modified the power supply. Luo Yuan replied loudly. He now felt that his resolute decision to follow Lin Xia was incredibly wise. Once this pressure tank was connected, their water supply on the 90th floor would start working. In other words, their tap water would be restored soon. With electricity, water, and a presidential suite, except for the less than ideal food, life was simply superb. Looking down at the refugees below and thinking of those who followed Su Weichan's fate was indeed peculiar at times. A single impulsive decision had created a world of difference in their circumstances. Set it down here. Upon arrival, Luo Yuan directed the placement of the bulky pressure tank. This commercial pressure tank was large with far better pressurization than ordinary household ones. Combined with the 20 water tanks on the rooftop of Jinfeng Tower collecting rainwater, their tap water would be absolutely reliable. Click. Lin Xiao's walkie-talkie crackled, followed by Yan Shi's voice. Brother Lin, we've spotted boats approaching, 7 in total. The exact number of people is unclear, but definitely over 20. Over 20? Lin Xia cursed inwardly. That guy earlier had claimed there were only a dozen guns in the base. Clearly he hadn't told the truth. Alright, I understand. You and Orange stay hidden, don't come out no matter what. Lin Xia instructed, then exchanged a glance with Luo Yuan, who immediately understood. They hurried downstairs. The elevator quickly reached the 6th floor. Lin Xia took the binoculars from Yan Cheng. Good heavens, 7 boats arranged in a triangular formation, an intimidating sight. 1 against over 20. Lin Xia frowned. The disparity in numbers was too great. With the enemy armed with firearms, the margin for error was nearly 0. 1 mistake would mean certain death. Luo Yuan. Brother Lin. Luo Yuan responded promptly. Lin Xia thought for a moment and instructed, this time I may need you to take a risk and do something for me. Brother Lin, just say the word. Luo Yuan's expression grew grave. If the enemy was too numerous. Lin Xia analyzed, they're coming with force, definitely looking for us. Jinfeng Tower has 90 floors. If they search floor by floor, it'll take until tomorrow. So they'll ask around. Go to the 3rd floor and pretend to be a refugee, saying our people aren't at Jinfeng but have gone to Jinan Tower. Luo Yuan instantly grasped Lin Xia's plan and agreed, alright, I understand. But will they fall for it? They should, Lin Xia said quickly. I hid the previous group's boats. When they arrive and see no boats or guns, they'll likely believe it. But you'll be in great danger. If they fly into a rage, they might slaughter indiscriminately. Brother Lin, Yan Shi volunteered, let me handle this. I'm familiar with the refugees and can coordinate our stories, making it more believable. Your injury? It's fine. Yan Shi tore off his bandages. See, it's much better. Alright, I'll leave this to you then. Lin Xia nodded. Whatever happens, stay safe. Luo Yuan. Lin Xia turned to Luo Yuan. Hide on the 3rd floor. If they go berserk, fire your gun to draw their attention. Remember, shoot a few rounds, then run and find a place to hide. With so many floors, it'll take them time to find you. Got it. Luo Yuan agreed without hesitation. Move out. Lin Xia gave the order. Yan Shi told Yan Qing to stay hidden in the office, then went down to the third floor with Luo Yuan. Lin Xia didn't idle either. He went to the back of Jinfeng Tower, opened a window and leaped out. Just as he neared the water's surface, a white speedboat appeared beneath him. Lin Xia landed gracefully on the speedboat, then slipped into the cockpit. The white boat shot out like an arrow, leaving a long white wake behind. Su Feng led his men to a halt about 100 meters from Jinfeng Tower. 7 speedboats lined up side by side. Su Feng stood on the center boat, peering through binoculars. "Brother Feng, something's off. This doesn't look like a building that's been taken over." Su Feng frowned and turned to the man on his left. "Circle the tower and see if anything's unusual." One speedboat immediately set off, circling the tower at a distance. Upon returning, the scout reported, "Brother Feng, there's not a single boat around the tower and no signs of anything unusual." "Damn it. Charge in, there must be refugees inside. Grab a few and question them." Su Feng waved his hand and the 7 speedboats started up again, converging on Jinfeng Tower. Leaving a few men to guard the boats, Su Feng led nearly 20 others into Jinfeng Tower. The second floor was empty. They ascended to the third floor and found dozens of weary refugees in the hall. Most were the elderly, women and children, hardly any fighting capability. They grabbed one person at random and dragged him before Su Feng. "Did you see 7 or 8 people arrive in 2 speedboats today?" Su Feng prodded the captured refugee with his gun and asked coldly. "I saw them, but they were all killed." The refugee answered weakly, then looked up and asked, "You're here for them, aren't you? You've been tricked. They took your boats and headed for your base." "Brother Feng, don't listen to his nonsense. If they had the guts, why didn't they do it earlier?" The refugee forced a bitter smile and said, "They didn't have boats before." Hearing this, Su Feng's expression changed. He immediately ordered, "Quick search every floor." Several men moved out. Soon they all returned grim-faced. "Brother Feng, we checked floors 4 through 8, no one. We didn't go any higher." Su Feng clenched his fists. There were only 2 possibilities now: either this group was hiding on higher floors playing a cat-and-mouse game, or they had already struck at his base. He now regretted bringing so many people out. There were plenty of people at the base, but only 2 or 3 were armed. "Screw it. They'll slaughter these people." A hot-tempered man raised his gun, aiming at the refugees in the hall. Panic swept through the refugees. Luo Yuan had been lurking in a corner, keeping a close watch on the third floor. Seeing the man raise his gun at the refugees, he knew it was time for him to make his move. Taking a deep breath, Luo Yuan leaned out, a submachine gun in hand, and unleashed a hail of bullets at the distant group. After a few bursts of gunfire, Luo Yuan stopped shooting decisively and, as Lin Xia had instructed, sprinted toward the stairwell on the other side. "After him. Don't let him escape. That little bastard, will kill him." A crowd immediately gave chase, but Su Feng remained rooted in place, his brow deeply furrowed. At the same time, the water surface outside a window on the side of Jinan building began to churn with bubbles, and then a head emerged from beneath. It was Lin Xia. Through the window he could see that there were quite a few people inside Jinan building. Those walking normally were likely formal members of the base, while the ones cowering in corners were probably captured laborers. After observing for a while, Lin Xia took a deep breath and slowly submerged. Following the building's outer wall downward, he easily found the completely submerged side window on the first floor. He tried to push it, but it wouldn't budge. Continuing along the wall, he turned a corner and arrived at the main entrance of Jinan building's first floor. The main door was also shut tight, but beside it was a window with a broken pane. Lin Xia swam directly through the window, then climbed the stairs to the second floor. The water level on the second floor was also quite high and there was no one there. Lin Xia surfaced, confirmed it was safe, and stepped onto the stairs leading to the third floor. At the landing between the second and third floors, Lin Xia left the water, pulled a dry towel from his spatial storage, dried himself off, and changed into a set of dry clothes. Then he walked openly toward the third floor. Brother. Brother Lei? How? Wasn't Brother Lei? What's going on? Didn't they say Brother Lei was dead? With a grim face and without a word, Lin Xia strode straight upward. He had only 1 minute. He needed to observe the specific situation on each floor. Those who saw him were all taken aback, then stammered greetings, but no one dared to stop him. It seems this Brother Lei holds a rather high status in this base. The Lei Mingxian appearing in Jinan building was none other than Lin Xia transformed using his illusion disguise skill. When those 7 had invaded Jinfeng building earlier, he had noticed that the one giving orders was the man in the black vest on the boat. Although he didn't know the name, as long as he kept that person in mind, the illusion disguise could successfully replicate him. The third floor seemed to be a gathering place for outer members. The fourth floor had few people, but as he passed by he heard some strange noises as if it were a place for their own people to indulge and relax. The fifth floor was likely the warehouse. Lin Xia saw 2 armed men guarding the corridor on that floor. The 6th and 7th floors were empty. Lin Xia guessed they might be the living quarters for the core members, who were probably all at Jinfeng building now. The 8th floor, like the 7th, had no one in sight. The 9th floor looked dilapidated, as if it hadn't been put into use yet. In 1 minute Lin Xia ascended all the way to the 9th floor, imprinting an impression of each floor's condition in his mind. As I guess they've almost emptied their nest. I wonder what faces they'll make when they return and find all the base's supplies have vanished. Lin Xia smiled slightly and first descended to the 8th floor. There were several offices there, and although they were locked, the locks were simple enough for Lin Xia to open with ease. The rooms were stacked with various crates. Lin Xia took a cursory look. They were all daily necessities. Though valuable, they were clearly not as important as food. Without hesitation, Lin Xia looted every room clean. At the end of the corridor he found a spacious and luxurious office that seemed to belong to the base's leader. After a thorough search he found nothing of value except a map on the desk marked with numerous symbols. Lin Xia pocketed the map. He also found a long black case under an office cabinet. He took it out and opened it. Good heavens, it was a legendary sniper rifle, an AWM. This base leader sure has some connections. How did he get his hands on this? Lin Xia had only ever seen this weapon in games, never imagining he'd one day lay eyes on a real one. Wait, let me check if it's real. Don't want to get all excited over a model. Lin Xia lifted the AWM from its case. It was much heavier than the submachine gun head used earlier. After inspecting it, he confirmed it was the real deal. The case came with 5 bullets. Had he not fiddled with an AWM replica before, he wouldn't have known how to use it. He stowed it away without a second thought and continued his sweep on the 7th floor. Several offices there had been converted into bedrooms, likely for the core members. There wasn't much in the rooms, but he took everything he could. The 6th floor was much the same. Just as he was about to head to the 5th floor, he ran into a man coming up from below. The man was obviously startled. He probably never expected to encounter an unfamiliar face on the 6th floor. Lin Xia only uttered a single word. The moment he spoke, he exploded into motion, his legs propelling him forward in an instant. His dagger traced an arc through the air as his left hand clamped over the man's mouth. Blood gushed from the man's mouth. He struggled to say something, but with his mouth covered he only managed a few muffled sounds before going still. Gently laying the body down, Lin Xia pressed his back against the wall and cautiously continued downward. The 5th floor, where supplies were stored, was guarded by armed men. At the stairwell corner leading to the 5th floor, he recalled the positions of the 2 guards, tightened his grip on the dagger, and then, clatter! He tossed something into the corridor. The 2 armed guards were yawning when suddenly, with a clatter, something landed on the floor not far from them. What's that? A blow-up doll? Damn, who's got that kind of kink? Tisk tisk, gotten tired of the women on the 4th floor, have they? Haha, let's see who dropped it. The 2 men chatted and laughed as they drew closer. Perfect opportunity. Lin Xia lunged out, rolling on the ground as he moved. In a flash his dagger sliced across one man's ankle, then his inner thigh, before finally driving upward into the man's chin. The other man reacted, raising his gun to fire. Lin Xia used his left hand to push the man's gun barrel aside, grabbed the weapon and yanked it sideways. In a reverse maneuver he circled behind the second man, locked his right arm around the man's neck, and with a sudden upward thrust of his waist a crisp crack sounded and the man's body went completely limp. Having neutralized the two guards, he confiscated their guns and all the ammunition magazines on them. Lin Xia glanced back at the doll on the floor. He had found it earlier in a room on the 6th floor and accidentally stored it in his space. It had served perfectly to distract the guards, and the effect was surprisingly effective. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Lin Xia dragged the two corpses into the adjacent office. This office was also piled with numerous boxes, all containing food items like biscuits. After stashing the bodies, he naturally did not overlook these boxes and absorbed them all into his space. Then in the second room he found it stacked with beverages, drinking water, and plenty of milk and yogurt, apparently brought back from a supermarket. Needless to say, he confiscated everything outright. In the third room a man was tallying items with a notebook. Lin Xia's sudden entrance startled him. "Who are you? I've never seen you before." The man, regaining his composure, noticed an unfamiliar face. "I'm one of Brother Lei's new recruits." Seeing no third person in the room, Lin Xia made up an excuse and then asked, "Is all the base's supplies here?" The man grew wary. New recruit of Brother Lei? Realizing he couldn't bluff his way through, Lin Xia smiled and walked over. When he was 3 steps away, he suddenly lunged, driving a knife into the man's neck and bringing him down. He had only asked casually. This Jinan building was much smaller than Jinfeng building, and he could easily search it all himself. This room was packed with instant foods like noodles, canned goods, and vermicelli, a considerable amount. Lin Xia directly loaded them into his space. Before leaving, he tore open a pack of noodles, tossed a packet of pickled vegetable seasoning on the floor, and walked out, dusting off his hands. The next room was filled to the brim with rice grains and dried goods, leaving only a narrow passage barely wide enough for a person to sidle through. He had to admit these people were impressive to have amassed so many supplies. "Thanks." Lin Xia cheerfully moved everything into his space, feeling no guilt whatsoever. The last 2 rooms contained a mix of items. One was stocked with cooking oil and various packaged foods like cereal and sesame paste. The other room was entirely filled with cigarettes and alcohol, all in full cases. It was understandable to find cases of alcohol, as they weren't hard to obtain. But finding so many cases of cigarettes suggested they might have raided a tobacco company. Lin Xia didn't dwell on it and simply absorbed everything into his space, leaving not a single carton behind. After emptying these rooms, Lin Xia moved toward the corridor on the other side. There were 3 more offices there. The first one contained several boxes. Lin Xia walked over and pried one open. Good heavens, they were all bullets. These people were truly audacious. Lin Xia was deeply impressed. While admiring them, he didn't forget to mutter a word of thanks before storing all the bullets into his space. Opening the office across the hall, he was hit by a strong smell of gasoline. The floor was cluttered with plastic containers of various sizes, and against the wall stood a row of large metal drums. They really are well prepared. Lin Xia almost wondered if the base leader was also a reincarnator like him. In just a few days they had gathered so many supplies, even more comprehensively than a reincarnator had managed. This guy is a talent. It makes me almost reluctant to kill him. In such a short time the base had amassed so many supplies and organized them meticulously. Such people were rare. If he could recruit him, wouldn't many things no longer require his personal attention? But how could he succeed in recruiting him? If they hadn't clashed, it might have been possible. Now, with relations so hostile they couldn't even talk without fighting instantly, there was no chance to persuade him. Forget it, he'll just collect the goods first. Lin Xia stored all the gasoline into his space. After the room was empty, he opened the last office. This office was filled with miscellaneous items like tables and chairs apparently cleared from other offices and dumped here. Lin Xia had no use for these things, they were essentially trash. Leaving the 5th floor and descending to the 4th, Lin Xia noticed that the people there didn't react much to him. Everyone went about their business, though some cast curious glances. The 4th floor was bustling. Small groups gathered here and there. From rooms in the eastern corridor came the shrill sounds of women, while the western office was noisy with chatter. Lin Xia peeked in and saw a group of men gambling, some playing poker, others bluffing, using their food rations as chips. Lin Xia took a stroll and then descended to the 3rd floor. There seemed to be even more people here, and it was more chaotic. The eastern rooms were crowded with people who looked dejected, likely forced laborers. The people in the western office were probably peripheral members of the base. They were better off than the laborers, but not as carefree as those on the 4th floor. Who are you? At the end of the 3rd floor corridor, Chen Lu, the boat manager, spotted Lin Xia wandering around. Chen Lu was someone who could go up to the 4th floor and even directly see Su Feng. He managed all the boats, and every vessel's movement went through him. Even if he couldn't name everyone, he could instantly tell if someone wasn't from the base. With no one carrying guns, Lin Xia felt emboldened, especially since there was only one person in the corridor. He glanced out the window and replied casually, "You have quite a few boats here. Where did you get them?" Outside the window were 3 speedboats and 2 sightseeing boats. Adding the 7 that went to Jinfeng building and the 2 in his space, this Jinan building had 14 boats in total. Lin Xia increasingly felt that the base leader was a remarkable person. "Who the hell are you? I've never seen you before." Chen Lu swaggered over and shoved Lin Xia. "You here? It's normal you haven't seen me." "Impossible. I've seen everyone who comes here." "Who are you really?" As he spoke, Chen Liu's right hand reached behind his back, gripping the machete at his waist. "If I were you, I wouldn't act rashly." Lin Xia smiled confidently. "If you can survive, don't court death." Chen Lu, timid and sweating, couldn't manage to draw his blade. "Tell me, how was your base established?" Lin Xia was genuinely curious. Seeing Chen Liu's gaze dart toward the building's interior, Lin Xia chuckled. "You can shout, but I promise you this, before those people get here, my knife will be in your throat." At Jinfeng Tower, as a group of people returned panting, Su Feng's sense of unease grew stronger. All signs pointed to the possibility that the people from Jinfeng Tower might indeed have headed to Jinan Tower. The one who fired the gun earlier was clearly left behind to buy time. Damn it! Su Feng cursed himself for being foolish. "We need to go back immediately, they might have actually gone to raid our base." The group had come with aggressive intent, yet they left in haste without finding a single gun or boat and without even killing a single person. Watching the group depart by boat, Luo Yuan finally descended from the 10th floor to the 3rd. It would be a lie to say he wasn't nervous earlier, but now it was clear that Lin Xia's prediction had been spot on. As long as they deliberately acted as if they were stalling for time, the other side would surely fall for it. After all, in the current situation, if their home base were to be completely wiped out, their days ahead would be grim. They couldn't afford to take that risk. Brother, great teamwork. Luo Yuan found Yan Shi and the two officially got acquainted. "Where's Brother Lin?" Yan Shi still couldn't guess where Lin Xia had gone. Luo Yuan had some idea but dared not speak carelessly, so he prevaricated, he must have something important to attend to. Just then a young man among the refugees stood up and walked toward them. Yan Shi smiled and asked, "Young, I wanted to ask you earlier, weren't you supposed to leave?" Ding Qiang looked puzzled and asked, "Didn't you see? The boat capsized directly and I almost drowned." Yan Shi had been injured at the time and knew there had been some commotion outside, but he had no idea the boat had capsized. Ding Qiang continued, "Where did you go? I didn't see you, I thought you were done for." "I got a little hurt, but I'm much better now." Yan Shi glossed over it, then introduced Luo Yuan to Ding Qiang. The three chatted for a while. Luo Yuan still had to deal with the water pipes, so he bid them farewell after a brief stay. "You're one lucky bastard," Ding Qiang remarked, noticing that Yan Shi had even lost part of his ear. Yan Shi smiled and said, "You're no different. The boat capsized and still couldn't take you away. Sigh, if this keeps up, well, I'll die anyway." Ding Qiang sighed. Yan Shi forced a bitter smile and, seeing that Yan Qing seemed about to speak, quickly reached out to hold him back, cutting off what he was about to say. The two brothers had a decent relationship with Ding Qiang, but when it came to matters involving Lin Xia, Yan Shi felt he must be cautious. He wouldn't mention it to anyone without Lin Xia's consent. Su Feng led his men back to Jinan Tower in a frantic rush. "Where's Chen Lu?" Seeing nothing unusual on the third floor, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Only Su Feng noticed that Chen Lu, who was supposed to stay on the third floor to watch the boats, was not at his post. "That kid spends all his contribution points on the fourth floor. Since we took everyone away today, he probably sneaked up to the fourth floor again." Relieved that the base was safe, the others responded half-jokingly to Su Feng's remark. The core members followed Su Feng up to the fourth floor, where everything seemed normal. When they reached the fifth floor, Su Feng's brow furrowed again. "Why aren't Bread and Beizai keeping watch on the fifth floor?" "Well," the group quickly opened several rooms on the fifth floor. Good heavens, every room had been emptied. The only thing left was a pack of pickled cabbage noodles. "What the hell is going on here?" Su Feng's anger blazed. Entering the base from the third floor, there had been no sign of anything amiss. Moving so many items would have required passing through the third floor, so there was no way the people there would have acted like nothing was wrong. "Feng Ge, the bodies of Bread and Beizai are next door," someone reported. Su Feng went over with a grim face, and upon seeing the two corpses, his expression darkened even further. "What are you standing around for? Search every floor from bottom to top carefully and interrogate the outer members thoroughly. Ask if anything unusual happened earlier." The others took their orders and left. Su Feng seemed to recall something and rushed to the eighth floor. Before entering, he pulled out a gun, gripping it tightly. If the enemy was still inside the building, he had to be extremely cautious. He opened the door carefully, only to see Chen Lu standing in front of the desk at a glance. "Chen Lu? What are you doing in my room?" Su Feng looked around. Aside from Chen Lu, there was no one else in the room, so he put away his gun. Just then Chen Lu stepped aside. The executive chair behind the desk, which had been facing away from the door, swiveled around. Su Feng was startled and reached for his gun. But when he saw the face of the person sitting in the chair, his hand stopped and his expression froze. "It's you." Su Feng's face showed an inexplicable joy. "Is it really you?" Su Feng stopped reaching for his gun and shoved Chen Lu aside, barking, "Chen Lu, go guard the door. No one is allowed in without my permission, understand?" Chen Lu, relieved, hurried out. Su Feng stared at Lin Xia with curiosity, and now it was Lin Xia's turn to be bewildered. He had just turned around ready to say something cool like, "I wouldn't move if I were you," but unexpectedly the other person seemed to recognize him. But he was certain he had never seen this man before. "Do you know me?" This was fine too. Lin Xia had been waiting all this time to talk to the leader of this base. "Rebirth, bro?" Su Feng was a little excited, acting like a devoted fan seeing his idol. "Every one of my men has a photo of you. I couldn't mistake you. Actually, I've been looking for you for days." Lin Xia was completely baffled. "Huh? What do you want with me?" Su Feng raised his index finger, signaling him to wait a moment, then turned and walked toward a cabinet. Lin Xia remained on guard, but he saw Su Feng take out a phone and a power bank from the cabinet, plug them in, turn on the phone, open the photo album, and hand it to him. "Hello everyone, I know no one will believe me when I say I've been reborn. But I still have to warn all netizens, the rain starting tonight will last at least 15 days. I'm not joking. Let me reiterate, I am not joking. According to the weather forecast, there will be a typhoon and heavy rain along the eastern coast tonight. But I'm telling you, there won't be any wind tonight, only torrential rain. If you don't believe me, wait until 2 a.m. tonight and see if I'm wrong. If you are willing to believe, then please immediately go to the highest place you can reach to take shelter and stock up on enough food and drinking water within tomorrow. Finally, I wish you all safety. Day 7, 1620. The corridor on the 8th floor of Jinan Tower was thronged with people. Everyone had learned of the base's situation. The stockpiled supplies had been stripped clean, not a single scrap left for them. How were they to survive the days ahead? Anxiety gnawed at every heart, driving them all to seek Feng guest counsel. Yet Chen Lu held them at bay, blocking the door. Chen Lu, who's inside with Feng Ge? Why won't you let us in? Spill it. Was it the one who ransacked our base? Damn it, what kind of heartless bastard takes even the doll I hid under my bed? Inhuman. Step aside, Chen Lu. I'm going in to settle this now. The crowd seethed with chaos. Chen Lu braced his hands against the doorframe, pleading. Bosses, Feng Ge said no one enters without his say. Trust him. Has he ever let you down? Su Feng, who had never failed his men, was now brimming with excitement. Lin Xia finished watching her earlier video and stared at Su Feng in bewilderment. Wait, you actually believed what I said? That nonsense, absurd, baffling, utterly useless and chaotic, you buy into it? Su Feng pocketed his phone with a smile. Why not? The proof is in how wise I was to trust you. How else do you think I stockpiled so many supplies in such a short time? Right after seeing your video, I had my people start. I halted all my work, pouring every ounce of effort into hoarding. Oh, and you took everything from Jinan Tower, right? Did you think that was all I had? A bit boastful, but in Jinling I don't lack money or buildings. That stash was just a fraction. Time was too tight, there's plenty I didn't get to. Lin Xia nearly applauded the man. It was clear Su Feng wielded extraordinary influence in Jinling. Anyone with money could hoard supplies, but he had armed a sizable force, stocked the base with bullets, and even owned a genuine AWM, no ordinary feat. Su Feng suddenly extended his hand. Let's formally meet. Su Feng. Lin Xia shook it. Lin Xia. Leaning sideways on the desk, Su Feng said earnestly, interested in teaming up. Or rather, I want to follow you. Give me a chance. The harmony of the scene caught Lin Xia off guard. She didn't understand. With all those supplies, why follow her? And she had killed many of his men. Sensing her doubt, Su Feng rose and walked to the window, gazing at the downpour. Don't question my sincerity. Or are you worried I'll betray you later? Without waiting for her reply, he shook his head. I came from poverty, barely ate as a child. But I believe in fortune. My success came from hard work, but above all I've had a sliver of luck. That's why I've always turned danger into safety. Including inexplicably trusting you. In this world, those at the top all possess immense fortune. Stick with them and even a dog becomes a king among canines. Rebirth demands unparalleled fortune. Just your identity as a reborn person makes me want to gamble. The world's already a mess. What good are supplies? Wed just scrape by. Following you I'd live no worse, but maybe you'll surprise me. Lin Xia paused. I can't promise surprises. Su Feng's brow lifted. If I'm right, you came here alone, didn't you? You cleared the base solo. I'm guessing you have a space to store supplies. And there's the surprise. He pulled out his phone, opened tomato-free novels, and showed his bookshelf. I'm a hardcore apocalypse novel fan. Am I right? Lin Xia glanced at it. Every title was a disaster apocalypse story. No wonder he was so thorough, his stockpile more complete than even hers, a reborn person. See this endless rain? The author's writing is weak and the protagonist's a bit dim, but it's prophetic. The rain matches his story perfectly. Before the net went down, I gifted him 1,000 God's lights. Hope he got the money to buy more supplies. The protagonist has a space. In these disaster novels, each hero is unique, but they all share one thing, a mysterious space. Some just store stuff, others can grow crops. Su Feng gestured animatedly. Lin Xia was astounded. This man was no tycoon, he was a delusional fanatic believing in web novels. And yet his belief was spot on. Su Feng grew more excited. You must have one too. That's why there were no boats at Jinfeng or here. You couldn't have swum. Those 2 speedboats are in your space, right? And the supplies, all in there, right? Lin Xia replied, if I deny it, would you believe me? No, Su Feng said firmly. Prove it. Forget the boats, just tell me where the supplies from the 5th floor went. Lin Xia found herself unable to explain. It wasn't a box or 2, it was rooms full of supplies, impossible to bluff. Su Feng's eyes gleamed. What's there to hesitate about? You gain a capable follower. How can you lose? True, no loss. Lin Xia met his gaze with a smile. But I still need more than vague fortune to trust you. Lin Xia remained in Su Feng's office, indeed intending to try and bluff his way through, but he never expected that the one being bluffed would become the one taking the initiative. The task he desired to accomplish became effortless, which instead made him anxious and uncertain. Lin Xia couldn't fathom Su Feng's intentions. Su Feng's men numbered at least over 100. As for supplies, aside from those in Jinan, he had stockpiled a considerable amount elsewhere. Logically, under such circumstances, there was no need for him to lower himself and become someone else's subordinate. We've only just met, so it's normal that trust hasn't been established yet. Su Feng spoke again, you don't need to doubt my intentions. You are a person with great fortune. Unless someone's fortune is stronger than yours, those who oppose you will surely come to no good. You can also think about the people around you now. Ask yourself, without you, what would have become of them? Lin Xia had never considered this question before. Hearing Su Feng's words, he began to ponder seriously. First, Xiao Xinxin, without him what would she be like now? Even if she hadn't encountered any villains, the best-case scenario would probably be going hungry for a few days. Su Man and her mother. Without him their fate would undoubtedly be tragic. Luo Yuan. The Yan brothers. These people would likely all face hardship, even death. Certainly they wouldn't be as well off as they are now. In other words, his existence had indeed changed the destinies of these people. Just like me. Su Feng said leisurely, without me my men wouldn't have stockpiled supplies. Without those supplies, would they still be alive now, and could they continue to survive? Because I am also a person with fortune. By following me their destinies are altered. But my fortune is far inferior to yours. Before this, without knowing, I became your enemy. Look at what I've lost: men, a boat, supplies. If not for my goodwill, I might be dead by now. Think about it, isn't that so? Lin Xia nodded slowly, convinced. Let me be frank, I can offer you no guarantees. You'll have to manage your own men. Our relationship is more like a partnership. Lin Xia made his decision. If I discover that you or your people have any other ideas, don't blame me for being ruthless. The only way to ensure safety is to completely eliminate all threats. Su Feng smiled in agreement. Rest assured. If you think carefully, you'll realize I have no reason to do such a thing. Day 7, 1620. The office door, which had been closed for a long time, finally opened. Su Feng let the core members waiting outside enter. Ordinarily Chun Lu wasn't qualified to attend a meeting of this level, but he managed to slip in among the crowd. As everyone entered the office, they immediately spotted Lin Xia sitting in the boss chair. Hey, isn't this the person Brother Feng was looking for? Hey, he looks like the guy in the photo Brother Feng showed us. What's going on? Why is this guy sitting in Brother Feng's seat? Some recognized Lin Xia, while others had no idea what was happening. But with Su Feng present, they all behaved obediently, lining up in a row in front of the desk, announcing something. In that instant, Su Feng seemed to transform, his demeanor completely different from when he was with Lin Xia. It was only then that Lin Xia saw the shadow of a leader in him. Facing his subordinates, Su Feng declared authoritatively that Lin Xia would become their number one and no objections would be tolerated. To Lin Xia's surprise, although these tough-looking men still had doubt in their eyes, they all obediently agreed. Call him Brother Lin. Su Feng stood beside Lin Xia. Brother Lin. Brother Lin. Brother Lin. The crowd chanted. Su Feng dismissed them, but someone couldn't help asking, Brother Lin, Brother Feng, what about our supplies? Su Feng replied with a smile, everyone rest assured. Brother Lin has already taken care of the supply issue. Now go back to your duties. Most people left upon hearing this, leaving only 3 behind. Originally there were 4, but Lei Mingxing had been sent away by Lin Xia, so only 3 remained. Su Feng introduced them to Lin Xia. The most burly man was called Baolong, his real name Miao Polan. From his nickname and physique it was clear that he likely had a bad temper. The man standing silently, constantly sniffing a cigarette, was Ding Liang, nicknamed Yangui. The last one, a seemingly harmless, roguish, middle-aged man, was called Xiao Zhu, full name Zhu Binggang. These 3 were Su Feng's most capable men. After everyone left, Baolong looked at Lin Xia and asked in a deep voice, I only want to ask one thing, did you kill old Lei? Yes. Lin Xia nodded directly in acknowledgement. Miao Polan said loudly, I don't know what agreement you reached with Brother Feng, but we all trust him. However, if you want my submission, there's only one condition, fight me on Yanon. If you win, I'll willingly accept you as the boss. Su Feng wanted to intervene, but Lin Xia stopped him and stood up, saying, come on. Good, straightforward. Lin Xia's decisiveness surprised Miao Polan given the overwhelming physical advantage he seemed to have. Su Feng shook his head with a smile, signaling the other 2 to step back, clearing the center of the office. You first. Miao Polan beckoned with his right hand. If I go first, I'm afraid you won't have any chance to counter. Lin Xia replied with a smile. If his earlier straightforwardness had earned Miao Polan's respect, his current arrogance irritated him. Without another word, Miao Polan stepped forward with his left foot stomping the ground with a loud thud, then swung his right leg like a thick iron pillar, aiming for Lin Xia's temple. However, the moment Miao Polan swung his leg, Lin Xia had already moved. He lowered his center of gravity, pushed off with both legs, and charged toward Miao Polan like a wall. Closing in, he drove his right elbow forward with all his momentum. Miao Polan, seeing Lin Xia's move, was startled and crossed his arms in front of his chest, his bulging muscles tensing with veins popping. The next moment he felt an immense force strike his arms, sending him staggering backward. When he regained his balance, Lin Xia had vanished from his sight. You lost. A calm voice came from behind. At the same time, Miao Polan felt a rod-like object pressed against his neck, Lin Xia's finger. If it had been a knife. Applause broke out. Su Feng led the clapping. Impressive, impressive. I didn't know you were such a fighter. Taking down Baolong in one move, another pleasant surprise. Miao Polan recovered from his shock, his gaze complex as he looked at Lin Xia. Then, cupping his hands, he said, your speed is the fastest I've ever seen. I'm completely convinced. Lin Xia's martial prowess indeed surprised Su Feng and his 3 subordinates. Who was Miao Polan? A fearsome figure known to every underworld corner of Jinling, his reputation was not built on empty boasts but forged through real brutal combat. A saying circulated in their circles, without Miao Polan holding the line, Su Feng could never have risen to dominance. This brute, famed throughout Jinling for his martial might, had been defeated by Lin Xia in mere seconds, a defeat so humiliating it bordered on disgrace. Another surprise. Su Feng grew even more convinced of his judgment. He looked at Lin Xia, walked over and patted Miao Polan on the shoulder, then turned to Ding Liang and Zhu Binggang. Are you 2 looking for a onion too? Ding Liang, cigarette dangling from his lips, replied, Big Dragon couldn't last a single move. Us? Boss, are you kidding? Zhu Binggang answered earnestly, in a life-or-death struggle I'd back myself for a fair chance. But in a duel like this, I'm no match for him. Good. Su Feng's tone turned grave. I know you all still harbor some resentment over old Lei. Blame me for that, but let it go. I want us all to survive. Miao Polan and the others remained silent. As Su Feng had said, they did hold a grudge against Lin Xia, but Su Feng was their big brother, so they buried those feelings deep. The challenge was never about a fair fight. Miao Polan had only wanted an excuse to teach Lin Xia a lesson, if not kill him then at least give him a severe beating. Regrettably he had miscalculated. Ding Liang put away his cigarette and stood up. All right, we've said what needed to be said. We get your meaning, Brother Feng. Let's leave it at that. We're heading out. After the three left, Su Feng sighed softly and turned to Lin Xia. Don't take it to heart. These guys bicker all the time, but we've been through life and death together. The bond might be hard for you to understand. Forgive them if they crossed any lines. Lin Xia shook his head. It's only human. Old Lei died by my hand. It's natural they'd hold a grudge. Let's drop it. Su Feng checked the time. How about I take you to see my other supply warehouse? Tomorrow, Lin Xia said with a smile. No need to rush. By the way, did you leave someone to guard that place? Su Feng nodded. Of course. That's where I've really stockpiled supplies, over 300 million worth of goods covering everything from food and clothing to shelter. No exaggeration, with just our crew we could lie back and eat until we die of old age. Over 300 million? Even Lin Xia was stunned. Seeing Lin Xia's expression, Su Feng said smugly, you reborn folks have your advantages. Me? I'm barely a wealthy man in Jinling. And wealth has its perks, channels logistics manpower. If ID had more time, 300 million would be nothing. 800 million, a billion, just a matter of time. Now you see. Our partnership isn't me taking advantage of you. You've got powerful fortune on your side and I've got plenty of supplies. It's a win-win. Of course we can't just sit idle. I've got too many brothers under me. I need to keep them busy, send them out to scavenge supplies, treat it like an adventure game. Lin Xia admired him once more. This man was truly ruthless, staking such a massive gamble on a mere rumor. This wasn't 30,000 or 300,000, it was over 300 million. If the rumor turned out false, even if he didn't lose everything, those goods would tie him up for a long time. Fortunately, Lin Xia's video had been a sincere warning with no exaggeration. But few people would have believed it as readily as Su Feng did from the start. Let's go check it out tomorrow. Honestly, I'm starting to get a little excited. Alright, tomorrow it is. Su Feng prepared to see Lin Xia off. At the stairwell he suddenly remembered something and said helplessly, you took all the supplies from here, but we still have people to feed today. Could you spare some? Haha, sorry. I completely forgot. Lin Xia pulled Su Feng to a stop on the 5th floor, found a room and took out some of the supplies he had previously scavenged from his space. Su Feng was dumbfounded. Believing his own speculation and witnessing it with his own eyes were two entirely different things. Even though he had mentally prepared himself, seeing it still felt utterly unbelievable. Truly worthy of a reborn man, so miraculous. Here a gentleman doesn't covet what others cherish. This is yours too. With that, Lin Xia pulled out the AWM and placed it in Su Feng's arms. Hey! Su Feng chuckled. If you like it, keep it. Consider it a welcome gift from me. Really? Lin Xia asked with a smile. In that case, do you have any more bullets? 5 rounds aren't enough for anything. Su Feng replied, no more bullets. I just collected this thing. Never actually used it. Lin Xia stored the AWM back in his space. Since he had accepted a gift courtesy, demanded he return the favor. So Lin Xia dragged Su Feng back to his office on the 8th floor. I'm not as resourceful as you, I couldn't get my hands on an AWM. But, as he spoke, Lin Xia took out a steaming plate of grilled fish from his space, lit the solid alcohol burner, and the office was filled with the aroma. A gift for you. But it's for your enjoyment only. Holy shit. Holy shit! Holy shit! Su Feng exclaimed 3 times. That's incredible. I'm done for, my mouth is watering. Day 7, 1845. Lin Xia returned to Jinfeng Tower. Luo Yuan had completely finished the plumbing renovation and all 3 presidential suites on the 90th floor now had running water. For the women who hadn't bathed in days, this was the best news imaginable. After dinner they eagerly took long thorough showers. While Xiao Xinxin was showering, Lin Xia sneaked into the bathroom. The 2 of them stayed in there for a full hour before coming out. Refreshed and invigorated, Lin Xia was in high spirits. He could take a shower. A shower for 2. Life was good. Tomorrow there were over 300 million in supplies. Combined with his own stockpile that was over 400 million worth, more than he could ever eat through. Most importantly, he now had a legitimate partner to help him move supplies. Before it was hard to take things out of his space openly. But with Su Feng on board, he could pretend to take a boat out with him, load the supplies onto it, and have the underlings help carry everything back. Perfect, wasn't it? Day 8:00 a.m. The rising water had accelerated slightly, now reaching the ceiling of the 2nd floor. At this rate the 3rd floor would soon be flooded. Another day passed and Ding Qiang pulled Yan Shi aside to discuss venturing out for supplies. Among the remaining dozens of survivors, only the 2 of them were proficient swimmers. Yan Shi's wounds had mostly scabbed over, but his spirits were low. The main issue was their lack of a boat. Swimming alone couldn't take them far, and the nearby buildings had already been ransacked, leaving nothing behind. If it meant rigging up another flimsy raft like before, he'd refuse outright. Those makeshift contraptions were far too dangerous. He had a younger brother to care for and couldn't afford to die for nothing. Are we just going to wait here to die? Ding Qiang asked, growing anxious. Let's wait a bit longer, Yan Shi replied, thinking of Lin Xia. He felt Lin Xia might have a way to help them. But after yesterday's incident he hadn't seen Lin Xia, nor did he know what Lin Xia was doing or if he was even still alive. Lin Xia was of course still alive. The card he had drawn last night was imprisonment. 10 upon use immobilizes the target for 3 seconds. Usable 10 times. Disappears when uses are depleted. Activation command: imprisonment. This card didn't need to be thrown, it could be activated by sheer will. In a confrontation with multiple enemies, this card was a game changer. The only downside was its limited 10 uses. Brother Lin will start setting up the surveillance today, Luo Yuan said, proactively beginning his work that morning. He was a shrewd man, understanding that his comfortable survival in these dire times was entirely due to Lin Xia's presence. Over the past few days he had somewhat grasped Lin Xia's temperament. Lin Xia was a sentimental person. As long as he didn't act foolishly or do anything to displease Lin Xia, even if he had nothing to do later, Lin Xia wouldn't abandon him. Of course, he would be more proactive than anyone when there was work to be done. Alright. Lin Xia, thinking of his cooperation with Su Feng, made a new request. Don't just focus on the 90th floor. Scope it out first and try to achieve broad surveillance coverage. More people might come later. But we might not have enough equipment. Start working, you'll handle the equipment. In reality, all that equipment was in his space, he just needed an excuse to bring it out. Meanwhile, the internal server setup was nearing completion. Su Qingyue was running various tests. Once the tests passed, the server would go online, establishing an internal network within Jinfeng Tower. Everything was moving in a positive direction. On the 3rd floor, Lin Xia called Yan Shi over to a corner. Seeing Lin Xia again, Yan Shi and Yan Cheng were overjoyed. I heard from Luo Yuan about what happened yesterday. You did well. We didn't do much. Yan Shi looked at Lin Xia, a hint of unease in his voice. Brother Lin, you mentioned yesterday that you had a boat hidden away. Could I borrow it for me and Yong? We want to go out and find some food. Who's Yong? Lin Xia asked. A friend of mine. We used to work together at a gym and ran into each other here. He's around now. Want me to introduce you? Lin Xia replied. Lin Xia had 3 boats in his space, but he worried these 2 couldn't protect them. The outside world was far from safe. Encountering other survivors would surely invite trouble over the boats. Don't rush out yet. I have plans for you later, Lin Xia said, deciding it was best not to let them venture out on their own for now. Did you finish the biscuits I left you? There are still a few packs left, Lin Xia answered honestly. I just didn't dare to bring them out. Lin Xia thought for a moment. If you think you can trust this Aryong, you can share the biscuits with him. As for going out for supplies, I'll make other arrangements and let you know when it's time. After talking with Lin Xia, Lin Xia piloted his speedboat toward Jinan Tower. This time he didn't have to enter through the water. Chen Lu spotted Lin Xia's boat from afar, and as soon as it docked he greeted Lin Xia with immense enthusiasm. The people on the 3rd floor's perimeter didn't recognize him, but starting from the 4th floor many took the initiative to greet him. Climbing to the 8th floor, he knocked on Su Feng's office door. Enter. Lin Xia pushed the door open. Only Su Feng was in the office. Su Feng's eyes lit up at the sight of Lin Xia. Brother, are you on vacation? It's already 9 o'clock. What, in a hurry? Not really. Just a habit, just a habit. Su Feng laughed, then walked over and put an arm around Lin Xia's shoulder. Brother, how much of that grilled fish do you have left? Not much, Lin Xia replied with a smile. Good, isn't it? Damn right it was. Yesterday I didn't even waste the sauce, I drank it all down. Su Feng savored the memory. Sigh, I never thought that I, the chairman of Fengfei Group, a billionaire tycoon, would be obsessing over a grilled fish. Relax, there's always a way. Lin Xia's reserves were enough to last a long time. Come on, let's go check out your big warehouse. Let's go. Su Feng steered Lin Xia out. I thought about it yesterday. Forget just looking, if your space can hold it, let's move all the supplies into your space. Nowhere is safer than that. Of course it could fit. Not just 300 million worth, 3 billion would fit as well. Lin Xia teased, you sure about this? Not afraid I'll make off with it all? Su Feng chuckled. Not at all. You'd have no use for so much stuff, you couldn't eat it all in a lifetime. Why would you run? True. A speedboat sped away from Jinan Tower, heading south, quickly leaving the city center behind. Along the way, Lin Xia saw countless floating corpses. Passing by some residential complexes, he saw people wailing on their balconies, others struggling to paddle with swim rings, and some trying various makeshift tools to get out, but none seemed effective. After all, how many ordinary households owned a kayak or a motorized raft? Even those with large bathtubs were a rarity. Lin Xia knew this was just the beginning. It was only the 8th day, most families still had enough stored food to barely hold out. But in a few more days the vast majority would run out of food. By then they'd either choose to starve at home or risk coming out to find sustenance. Just as in his past life. Su Feng piloted the speedboat across the water for over 30 minutes. Based on Lin Xia's knowledge of Jinling City, their current location should be near the airport. This area was relatively remote with far fewer high-rises than the city center. One could easily lose their way if careless. Good heavens, I almost didn't recognize the place myself after a few days away. Su Feng couldn't help but sigh. All around them was an expanse of ocean. Though some buildings were still visible, only half of them could be seen, and some were reduced to mere rooftops, making it impossible to identify what they were. Are we there yet? Lin Xia asked. Almost. Look, that should be Niujiang Mountain. Well, go around its eastern side to reach the destination. Su Feng continued onward. A few minutes later he finally breathed a sigh of relief. We're here. See that building? Following Su Feng's pointed direction, Lin Xia spotted a structure about 20 stories high rising from the water. That building is newly constructed by the group. It's not fully completed yet, but it's mostly done. As you can see, it's sparsely populated here, and since the building isn't in use, no one would likely target it. You've thought this through quite thoroughly. Indeed. I spared no effort for these supplies worth over 300 million. I called in many favors, securing the goods, transporting them and hauling them upstairs. Time was too tight. As the boat approached, Su Feng was the first to climb out of the cabin, preparing to enter through a window by the edge. Lin Xia followed behind him. However, the sudden rattle of gunfire erupted, targeting none other than him and Su Feng. Lin Xia reacted swiftly, yanking Su Feng, who had half climbed out, back inside and diving toward the cabin. Su Feng broke free, waving his arms and shouting, "Are you all blind? It's me." In response, another burst of gunfire rang out. Damn it! Su Feng scrambled into the cabin, blood spurting from his left leg. He had been hit. Without hesitation, Lin Xia started the speedboat, intending to flee. Even as they tried to leave, the gunfire continued unabated, relentlessly shooting at them. This was no warning fire. Countless bullets struck the hull, shattering the side windows and scattering glass fragments across the cabin. Su Feng lay on the floor, clutching his head in distress, while Lin Xia could only crouch by the steering wheel to maneuver the boat. "Brother Feng, we need to jump ship. If this keeps up, the boat might explode. I'm not a good swimmer. You have to jump anyway." The boat had already moved over 10 meters away, but the gunfire from the building showed no signs of stopping. They were clearly aiming to kill Su Feng. They had to abandon the boat. Lin Xia didn't hesitate. He let go of the wheel, crawled over to Su Feng and shouted, "Hold your breath." Su Feng knew the urgency and took a deep breath. "Go." Lin Xia grabbed Su Feng's arm, dragging and pulling him out of the cabin, and together they tumbled into the water. Entering the water didn't mean safety. Bullets could still travel 1 to 2 meters underwater. Lin Xia didn't dare relax. He pulled Su Feng and swam downward. The gunfire persisted, relentlessly targeting the speedboat on the surface. A blazing explosion erupted on the water. Even underwater, Lin Xia heard the violent blast behind him. The speedboat had exploded in the hail of bullets. He didn't look back, continuing to drag Su Feng forward. Though Su Feng couldn't swim, he knew he had to cooperate with Lin Xia at all costs. His immense self-control suppressed his instinct to struggle, forcing himself to remain still and hold his breath as Lin Xia pulled him along. Guided by his memory from just before the jump, Lin Xia swam vigorously in one direction. There were trees over there which might help block their view from the attackers. Fortunately, the water here was much clearer than in the city center, allowing him to see about 4 to 5 meters ahead underwater, faintly revealing the silhouettes of trees. After over 40 seconds, Su Feng could no longer hold his breath. Though he forcibly restrained his body from moving, his mouth instinctively opened to inhale. A large gulp of water choked his windpipe, causing excruciating discomfort. Lin Xia noticed Su Feng's condition. If he forcibly kept him submerged, Su Feng would drown within a minute. Luckily, Lin Xia finally spotted a large tree nearby. He quickly surfaced, pulling Su Feng up behind the tree's cover. Cough! 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 Su Feng's face was pale as he coughed violently, but his life was saved. Lin Xia hid behind the tree, gazing at the building. He couldn't pinpoint the shooter's location. After the speedboat exploded, the gunfire ceased, likely because they assumed everyone on board was dead. What a mess! Though the supplies were worth 300 million, losing his life over them would be a huge loss. Lin Xia shuddered with fear. Let's go. With a splash, a speedboat materialized out of thin air. Lin Xia agilely climbed aboard, then pulled Su Feng up. Without a word, he started the engine and sped away. Damn, damn, damn. Su Feng had somewhat recovered, his face radiating a chilling, murderous intent. Those bastards dared to betray me. They actually dared to betray me. In this apocalypse, human nature is both unexpected and predictable. Lin Xia had a rough idea of what had happened. With so many supplies, anyone would be tempted. It was understandable that the guards, after Su Feng's absence for days, had harbored ulterior motives. After driving the speedboat several hundred meters, Lin Xia stopped on a rooftop, took out some gauze and bandaged Su Feng's leg wound. This is just a temporary fix. We'll need to find someone to extract the bullet when we get back. Thank you. Su Feng sighed. Choosing to follow you was the right call. If someone else had come with me today, I'd have been either shot dead or drowned. Lin Xia smiled. You owe me a life now. They'll probably owe you even more in the future given your incredible luck. Su Feng shifted the topic. Those 300 million in supplies are mine. No one can take them. You'll gather people and fight to take them back even if it means a hard battle? There's no need for a hard fight. Lin Xia thought for a moment. Have your people draw their fire and they'll slip in to collect all the supplies. Su Feng nodded, but the ferocity on his face didn't diminish. You take the supplies. It'll take their lives. Since they chose betrayal, they must face the consequences of being purged. Besides, my wife is still inside. Lin Xia was somewhat speechless. Why did you have your wife guard this place? It's too dangerous. Not to dampen your spirits, but if they betray you, the first one in danger is your wife. I know. Su Feng clenched his fists. If they dare to touch my wife, it'll make them wish they were dead. Lin Xia helped Su Feng back to Jinan building. Chen Lu rushed over anxiously when he saw Su Feng being supported off the boat by Lin Xia. His face turned cold as he noticed the wound on Su Feng's leg. His shout drew the crowd inside the building, and Miao Polan and Ding Liang hurried down from upstairs upon hearing the commotion. Miao Polan's temper matched his nickname perfectly as he started shouting and gathering men to prepare for action. Lin Xia called out, "Is there a doctor here? Help Brother Feng with his wound first." Yes. Ding Liang vanished instantly and soon returned with a man. Old Zhou, take a look at Brother Feng's injury. The man called Old Zhou appeared to be around 50, exuding an air of cultivation. Old Zhou helped Su Feng sit on a worn-out sofa, then unwrapped the bandage Lin Xia had applied. After a brief examination, he said, "Fortunately, the bone and artery are unharmed. Once the bullet is removed, a few days of rest will suffice." The gathered underlings breathed a collective sigh of relief. With a gesture from Old Zhou, several men carried Su Feng upstairs. Miao Polan, Ding Liang, and Zhu Binggang remained behind. Once the others had gone upstairs, they asked, "Brother Lin, what happened? You were fine when you left. How did you end up with a gunshot wound?" Unsure if the three knew about the warehouse, Lin Xia decided it was best for Su Feng to explain himself. He simply replied, "We were ambushed. Ask Brother Feng for the details. In the meantime, have everyone ready to move at a moment's notice." Miao Polan started to say something, but Ding Liang held him back and nodded. "Well, get ready." The three dispersed to gather their men. By the time Lin Xia went upstairs, Old Zhou had already extracted the bullet and was bandaging Su Feng. "How is he?" Lin Xia asked. Once the bandaging was done, Su Feng stood up with a grim face. "Damn it, the hunter got hunted. If they dare lay a finger on my wife, they'll make that bastard Dafei pay, even if it costs me my life." Old Zhou was about to advise restraint, but hearing Su Feng mention his wife, he knew it was futile. Those familiar with Su Feng knew that despite the constant bickering between him and his wife, Hong Sufei was his Achilles heel. Touch her and death was certain. Try to keep the wound dry, Old Zhou could only offer a helpless reminder. Lin Xia and Su Feng went to the third floor, where Miao Polan, Ding Liang, and Zhu Binggang were already waiting in the hall, each with a squad of men behind them totaling around 20 or more. "Brother Lin, Brother Feng, the brothers are ready. Let's move." Su Feng and Lin Xia led the way, followed by the men who boarded the boats in succession. On the way, Su Feng briefed Lin Xia on the situation at the warehouse. Including his wife Hong Sufei, there were 15 people stationed there. The leader was a man named Wu Yang, nicknamed Dafei because he bore a striking resemblance to the character Brother Fei from the Young and Dangerous movies. Dafei, like Miao Polan and the others, was one of Su Feng's most trusted brothers. Though not exceptionally skilled in combat, he was meticulous and responsible, which was why Su Feng had assigned him to guard the warehouse. Apart from Hong Sufei and Dafei, the remaining 13 were all low-level underlings. Notably, Su Feng had equipped Dafei and his team with ample gear. Each man had a pistol, a submachine gun, and a military knife. Such an arsenal made them heavily armed by civilian standards. Unless the authorities intervened, anyone attempting to seize the supplies would face certain death. Yet ironically, it was Su Feng himself who would have to break through this very defense. 40 minutes later, 7 speedboats could already see the target building in the distance. They halted and the leaders gathered on Su Feng's boat. "I put Dafei in charge here, but that idiot has betrayed me. There are 15 people in the building, remember my wife is inside. We must rescue her." Damn, no wonder Dafei disappeared. I've always had a bad feeling about that bastard. I'll crush his balls today. They're inside, we're outside, we're at a disadvantage. Don't act rashly, draw their fire. Brother Lin Baolong, you two are strong swimmers. Try to enter the building from underwater. If even one of you gets in, we can coordinate from inside. If possible, spare Dafius' life, I want to finish him myself. Alright. With the plan set, they began their assault. The 7 speedboats spread out and slowly approached the building. The boats crept forward at a snail's pace, the men on board on high alert. When the boats were less than 100 meters from the building, gunfire erupted. 5th floor. 4th floor too. Suppress their fire. The firefight began, the air filled with relentless gunshots. Lin Xia glanced at Miao Polan and said, "You'll take the east side, you take the west. Well, split up." "Got it." Lin Xia nodded, then slipped out of the cabin, removed his shoes, and dove into the water. A distance of less than 100 meters would take him under a minute. Lin Xia swam to the side of the building, surfaced briefly for air, then dove again. He found a small window in the stairwell with a broken pane just wide enough for a person to squeeze through. He entered the building without trouble. As he ascended the stairwell, nearing the 3rd floor water level, he spotted a moving figure underwater. In an instant, gunfire echoed through the stairwell. The enemy had also seen the silhouette underwater and opened fire preemptively. Charge! Head be riddled with bullets. Lin Xia swiftly dodged to the side, locked onto the swaying shadow, and issued a mental command: immobilize. The gunfire ceased abruptly. 3. Lin Xia kicked off with all his might, exploding out of the water. 2. A cascade of spray erupted as a figure emerged from the droplets, charging at the frozen guard. 1. With a sharp thrust, Lin Xia's knife plunged into the man's forehead in the final second. The force of the impact knocked the man to the ground and Lin Xia straddled him. Damn, what a waste of an immobilized card. Lin Xia stood up, wiping the water from his face, a hint of regret in his heart. He had had no choice. Charging would have meant certain death from bullets, and there was no place to surface for air. The immobilized card was his only option to freeze the guard and kill him swiftly. Though a bit wasteful, it was safe and effective. He bent down, picked up the fallen gun, and stored it in his space. Then he searched the body, finding a pistol, several magazines, and a knife, all of which he pocketed. He also retrieved a pair of shoes from his space and put them on. Once ready, Lin Xia pressed himself against the wall and slowly pulled open the wooden door to the stairwell. On the other side, Miao Polan's approach was far more direct and brutal than Lin Xia's. Relying on his monstrously resilient body, he took a bullet heat in, grabbed a guard wielding a submachine gun midair, and slammed him down with a backbreaking throw. A sickening crack echoed as the man's spine snapped, killing him instantly. By then, both had successfully infiltrated the building. Lin Xia pushed open the wooden door. The 3rd floor was silent and empty, with no one in sight. He climbed to the 4th floor, where gunfire was unmistakable, indicating a shootout in the corridor. Lin Xia retrieved 2 submachine guns from his spatial storage, tucked them under his arms, stood about 60 centimeters from the wooden door, gathered his strength, and kicked it open. With a loud crash, the door flew inward. Amidst the dust, Lin Xia opened fire, unleashing a relentless barrage. The men on the fourth-floor corridor never expected an assault from the stairwell so soon. Caught off guard, they had no time to react and were riddled with bullets before they could even turn around. Outside, Su Feng kept a close watch on the building. Soon he noticed the gunfire on the fourth floor abruptly cease while the fifth floor remained quiet. This meant either Lin Xia or Miao Polan had infiltrated and neutralized the enemies on the fourth floor. Impressive. Su Feng marveled regardless of who had made it in. There were 4 firing points on the fourth floor. If they're all down, only 10 men are left inside. Though they were attacking from outside the distance and the swaying boat made their shots mostly ineffective, serving only to draw the enemy's fire. The real killing blow depended on Lin Xia and Miao Polan. By now Lin Xia had pushed open the glass door to the fourth floor hall. The spacious hall was stacked neatly with countless yellow cardboard boxes. Lin Xia couldn't count them all at a glance, but there were many, far too many. Brother Lin, Miao Polan arrived, but the fourth floor was already cleared. Head to the fifth floor. They'll follow shortly. Lin Xia planned to collect these supplies immediately to avoid any unforeseen incidents. Only when the supplies were in his spatial storage were they truly safe. Alright. The bullet round seemed to have no effect on Miao Polan. Now shirtless, his bulging muscles were a striking sight. Once Miao Polan left, Lin Xia moved swiftly. It took him over 5 minutes to gather all the boxes on the fourth floor. When he reached the fifth floor, he was met with a scene of chaos and carnage, twisted corpses strewn about and an imposing figure standing amidst the wreckage. Formidable. Lin Xia couldn't help but praise. This was his first real glimpse of Miao Polan's terror. The man was a living weapon. That idiot Dafei isn't on this floor. Miao Polan ignored Lin Xia's compliment, as Lin Xia had bested him before, leaving little to boast about. He was more concerned with finding that fool Wu Yang, whom he wanted to tear apart with his own hands. They have hostages. I suspect they're hiding on some floor, trying to negotiate or use them as leverage. The gunfire had ceased. Lin Xia had been counting silently. Aside from the 2 guarding the water, there were 4 on the third floor and 4 on the fifth. 10 men were already down. At most, Dafei had only 3 men left and 1 hostage. Under these circumstances, they were likely trembling with fear and wouldn't dare to continue the firefight. Su Feng and his group made it into the building smoothly. Except for a few injured left on the boat, everyone else gathered on the fifth floor. Search floor by floor. Su Feng commanded. Over 20 underlings raised their guns and began sweeping the building. With numbers came efficiency. Soon someone reported back Dafei was holding Hong Sufei hostage on the 8th floor. Baolong Yengui Xiaozhu and I will go to the 8th floor. The rest of you guard each floor to prevent any surprises. Su Feng didn't rush in. Instead, he calmly assigned tasks. With a hostage involved, sending in the underlings would be futile. Baolong and Yengui, former brothers with Dafei, might be able to reason with him. As for Lin Xia, Su Feng gave him a subtle glance and Lin Xia understood instantly. Once the others left, Lin Xia began his work. The supplies on the 5th floor were no less than those on the 4th, requiring time to store in his spatial space. Minutes later, Lin Xia reached the 6th floor, where several underlings stood guard with guns. No gunfire had been heard yet, suggesting the situation on the 8th floor was still under control with no firefight. Without wasting time, Lin Xia started collecting supplies frantically. He cleared the 6th floor and then the 7th. When he arrived at the 8th floor, he heard shouting from the hall. Both sides seemed on the verge of conflict. Then gunfire erupted abruptly. The guards in the corridor rushed toward the 8th floor atrium. Lin Xia joined them. Inside the atrium, a fierce battle had broken out. Lin Xia quickly leaped onto a stack of supplies, crouching low as he moved toward the center of the fight. Up ahead, Lin Xia spotted Su Feng. He was kneeling on the ground, holding a woman in his arms, his face etched with grief. Wu Yang, you'll tear you apart. Su Feng roared to the heavens. Lin Xia, perched high, surveyed the scene. The enemy had only 4 men while Su Feng's side had 7 or 8 already engaged, creating a near-overwhelming advantage. Haha, Su Feng, how does it feel? You brought this on yourself. A maddened laugh echoed from nearby. Lin Xia followed the sound and saw a man with long hair bearing a striking resemblance to the character Dafei from the Young and Dangerous films. This was Wu Yang, nicknamed Dafei. Su Feng's side had the upper hand and everyone had closed in, pouring bullets like rain toward the enemy. But Lin Xia's eyes suddenly widened with tension. He saw Wu Yang trying to get closer to Su Feng's group, and strapped around his body was a ring of explosives. Lin Xia knew little about the power of explosives and had no time to estimate the damage. If the bomb was powerful enough, he couldn't take the risk. He crawled to the left, jumped off the supplies and charged toward Wu Yang. Wu Yang was hiding behind a wall just a few meters from Su Feng's group. He spotted Lin Xia charging from another direction and let out a maniacal laugh. He opened the detonator in his hand and pressed the red button. If given a chance to start over, would he still make such choices? In the final moments of his life, Wu Yang couldn't help but ponder this question. Originally he was the closest and most capable subordinate of Master Hong. Not only he but the entire underground circle of Jinling believed he would ultimately inherit Master Hong's power and assets. He would also marry Master Hong's daughter Hong Sufei. However, an unexpected rival named Su Feng emerged from nowhere. Su Feng was righteous and measured in his actions, truly possessing the potential to rise to power. Setting personal grudges aside, he also felt that Su Feng was a brother worth befriending. But Su Feng of all things had the audacity to set his sights on Hong Sufei. Securing Hong Sufei meant taking Master Hong down with him. It was a theft of what was rightfully his. Hence he hated Master Hong for bestowing all his favor upon Su Feng. He hated Hong Sufei for her fickleness. He hated Su Feng for usurping his love. Then let them all die? Master Hong had already passed last year and he had just killed Hong Sufei, leaving only Su Feng. With the press of this button, the high explosive bomb he had prepared could turn everyone in this building to ashes. However, at the moment his hand touched the red button, he suddenly felt as if his consciousness was being forcibly separated from his body by some mysterious power. Despite exerting all his strength, his body responded as if it had severed its ties, remaining utterly unresponsive. Clearly he had made ample preparations, he had planned meticulously, and he was just a moment away from success, yet why did it come to this? In the next moment a figure suddenly lunged in from the side and collided heavily into him. He could feel his body losing balance, he could feel himself crashing heavily to the ground, yet he was unable to react at all. This is bad. The controller slipped from his grasp. A flicker of despair flashed in Wu Yang's eyes. Subsequently he regained control of his body but still found himself unable to move. Lin Xia firmly subdued Wu Yang, pinning his hands behind his back, and took the opportunity to kick the controller further away. Su Feng and the others also noticed Lin Xia's sudden appearance and everyone ceased firing. They also saw the explosives strapped around Wu Yang, causing them to break out in a cold sweat. If it weren't for Lin Xia, if that bomb were to explode. Lin Xia didn't waste time, quickly disarming the bomb from Wu Yang and tossing him in front of Su Feng. Su Feng's boundless rage erupted completely as he stepped forward, delivering a flurry of punches, as if only through this could he dissipate the resentment in his heart. This matter had become a family affair for Su Feng and his group, and Lin Xia had no interest in spectating. Since the crisis was averted, collecting these resources was the priority. With many people on the 8th floor, it was naturally slow, so Lin Xia went directly to the 9th floor. Upon seeing stacks of boxes 3 meters high, Lin Xia felt an immense sense of satisfaction. Without a word, Lin Xia began to work, and wherever he passed, the boxes vanished. At this speed, clearing an entire floor of resources would take several minutes. Next were the 10th, 11th, and 12th floors. After clearing the 13th floor, finally the 14th floor was empty. This haul nearly made up for all his previous shortages. As Su Feng said, every aspect of life had been considered. Returning to the 8th floor, Wu Yang had been beaten to a pulp, yet Su Feng seemed still unsated, wildly pummeling Wu Yang. The others dared not intervene, nor would they due to Wu Yang's betrayal, and even more so because he had truly killed their sister-in-law. Hong Sufei had treated these people well when Master Hong was alive, occasionally appearing to offer them benefits. Later, when Su Feng rose to power, Hong Sufei treated them even better, knowing that if these underlings lived well, her husband would too. A sister-in-law who was so understanding and kind, how could Wu Yang, that beast, do such a thing? Thus, even if Brother Feng did not take action, they too would shred Wu Yang to pieces. After a while, Su Feng collapsed to the ground exhausted. Zhu Bing rushed forward to support him, saying, "Brother Feng, that's enough." Su Feng spat on Wu Yang's corpse, then staggered toward Hong Sufei's body, bending down and using all his strength to lift her. "Let's go." Su Feng carried Hong Sufei's body and walked out. "Brother Feng, what about these things?" someone asked. Su Feng scanned the crowd and upon seeing Lin Xia said, "Don't worry, I'll take care of these." A group of people walked out with Lin Xia trailing at the back. Once everyone had descended the stairs, Lin Xia began placing the boxes into his space. Minutes later, 7 speedboats departed. The food was the most abundant. In addition to the varieties Lin Xia had prepared, there were also plenty of self-heating rice, self-heating hot pot, and many vacuum-packed prepared dishes. These prepared dishes only require a fire and a simple heating to become a delicious meal, making them incredibly convenient. However, compared to compressed biscuits, these had a significant drawback: a short shelf life. The supplies Su Feng prepared must have been selected carefully, most having a shelf life of over 6 months. But now there were no worries about them expiring. Next were daily necessities. Su Feng had prepared almost everything commonly used in daily life and even thoughtfully included some essentials for women, with even sanitary products on hand, showcasing his meticulousness. In addition to daily necessities, there were also outdoor supplies that even Lin Xia hadn't considered. For example, survival kits, tents, sleeping bags, moisture-proof mats, outdoor cold weather clothing, gloves, goggles, helmets, and so on, all were abundantly supplied. There were also diving gear such as thermal wetsuits, oxygen tanks, masks, and even handheld underwater thrusters. Then there were clothes. Unlike those Lin Xia prepared, the boxes of clothes Su Feng had were all branded products such as winter down jackets from North Face and Canada Goose, along with some brands that Lin Xia didn't recognize. Other clothes were also recognizable brand products such as Tommy, Armani, and Haggis. In short, not only was the variety complete, but the brands were also excellent. Before he knew it, the boat had arrived at Jianan Building and everyone began to disembark. Inside the building, people saw Su Feng carrying a woman who seemed lifeless. Everyone instinctively fell silent, not daring to provoke Su Feng at this moment. Originally, Lin Xia had wanted to discuss moving to Jinfeng Building with Su Feng, but it was clearly not the right time. After greeting Miao Polan and the others, Lin Xia left first. On the way back to Jinfeng Tower, Lin Xia meticulously recalled the events of this new life, finding them utterly miraculous. In his previous life, he had holed up at home, completely unaware of the world outside. Yet in this life here he was, only on the 8th day, and he had already experienced a gunfight. Who knew what other bizarre events lay ahead? Of course, the gains were equally immense. The supplies in his space were enough for them to completely slack off. This time he could return and rest for a few days, savoring the bliss of not having to work. Day 8, 1532. Lin Xia returned to Jinfeng Tower, found a secluded corner to climb into the building, and stowed the speedboat back into his space. After stealthily climbing to the 6th floor, he took the freight elevator upward. Inside, he retrieved a small box of self-heating rice and hot pot from Haidaleo, along with a pack of soda, placing them at his feet. These past days, Luo Yuan and Su Qingyue had been surviving on biscuits. One had secured the running water and the other was about to set up the internal network. Their contributions were significant and deserved a small reward. Not having tasted a proper meal for so long, they must be craving it immensely. The self-heating rice and hot pot would just about satisfy their taste buds. Upon reaching the 90th floor, Lin Xia's appearance instantly drew everyone's attention. After all, he had left early in the morning and hadn't returned by noon. Whether it was Xiao Xinxin, Luo Yuan, or Su Qingyue, they were all somewhat worried about Lin Xia's safety. They had even lost their appetite for lunch, fearing their pillar might never return. Hours later, seeing Lin Xia again naturally filled everyone with joy. Seeing the box Lin Xia carried, the others couldn't help but swallow hard. I did make some gains on this trip. In the living room of Lin Xia's presidential suite, all members were present. Lin Xia opened the box and placed everything on the table. The self-heating hot pot and rice each came in a small box of 6, and the soda pack held 12 bottles. First, I want to thank Luo Yuan. With his help, we've achieved freedom in our water supply. Being able to take a comfortable shower at a time like this is simply fantastic. As he spoke, Lin Xia slid a box of self-heating rice, a box of hot pot, and 2 sodas over to Luo Yuan. Luo Yuan was somewhat moved. It would be a lie to say he wasn't craving these treats, but words of gratitude were certainly in order. Brother Lin, it's me who should thank you. If you hadn't taken me in, I might not be here now. Being able to contribute to our small team is my honor. We're all family, no need for such formalities. This portion is what you deserve. Lin Xia smiled in response, then pushed another portion to Luo Yuan. This one is a reward for your work on the electrical circuits. No. Luo Yuan hurriedly refused, but Lin Xia cut him off, saying directly, just take it. There will be more in the future. Then Lin Xia turned to Su Qingyue and pushed a box of rice, a box of hot pot, and 2 sodas to her as well. Don't underestimate Qingyue for her age, her computer skills are truly astonishing. I heard you and Luo Yuan are working on the surveillance now. Consider this your reward. Su Qingyue accepted it gleefully. Thank you, brother Lin Xia. Then Lin Xia looked at Su Man and tossed a box of self-heating rice to her. Su Man, why do I only get 1 box of rice? Lin Xia replied matter-of-factly, you're getting this rice only out of consideration for Qingyue. When you've made a contribution, what's due to you won't be lacking. Su Qingyue quickly pulled her mother aside. Mom, don't make brother Lin Xia angry. He must have gone through a lot to bring these things back. It's already very generous of him to share so much with us. Lin Xia nodded. Qingyue is the sensible one. Su Man was left speechless. After distributing the rewards, Lin Xia asked, now there's something I need you two to discuss and see if it's feasible. What is it, brother Lin? No need to be so polite. In the future, just bring up any issues. If I can solve them, I'll do my utmost, Luo Yuan immediately responded. Lin Xia organized his thoughts. In a day or 2, I'll be receiving a group of newcomers. They're not refugees, they have their own means of survival and a considerable number of boats. They'll be moving into Jinfeng Tower as well. Our elevator currently has no access control. I'm wondering if we can add permissions to it. For instance, we can go up to the 90th floor, but another permission level might only allow access to the 20th or 30th floor. Su Qingyue understood Lin Xia's intention and immediately replied, brother Lin Xia, I get what you mean. Different room cards grant access to different floors, right? Exactly. That's the idea. We should be able to find plenty of room cards in the hotel. Well, collect them and assign different permissions for others to use, Lin Xia confirmed. Su Qingyue answered almost without hesitation, it can be done. Leave this to me. Can my mother handle the collection of the room cards? This shy girl was truly considerate, always thinking of her mother. Alright, no problem. Lin Xia looked at Su Man. Sister Man, any issues? Su Man had been quite anxious these days. Now that she finally had something she could do, she naturally wouldn't refuse and immediately nodded in agreement. I can do it. Lin Xia said to Luo Yuan, since people are coming, we need to speed up the surveillance work. I want coverage in the stairwells, the elevators, and every corridor on each floor. Luo Yuan asked, what about the equipment? You focus on setting it up. I've already arranged for someone to find the equipment. A batch should arrive this afternoon, Lin Xia replied, planning to go out again later to make a show of retrieving the surveillance gear. Alright, the main thing is that we need to relay the network cables. They'll try to finish it by the day after tomorrow, Luo Yuan said after a moment of thought, giving a specific timeline. Excellent. Lin Xia liked people like this. Okay, that's it for today. I heard you haven't had lunch yet. Go enjoy your treats. Lin Xia clapped his hands, having said all he needed to. After everyone left, Xiao Xinxin stood up, walked slowly behind Lin Xia and gently massaged his shoulders, murmuring, "What can I do?" Lin Xia pulled Xiao Xinxin into his arms, holding her softly. Don't ever feel like you're not helping. You're our doctor. When we need you, you're more important than anyone else, okay? Xiao Xinxin knew Lin Xia was comforting her, and a sense of happiness welled up in her heart. Lin Xia continued, "Among the people coming this time is a man named Old Zhou. I didn't ask for details, but I have a feeling he used to be a surgeon. When he arrives, I'll arrange for you to learn some surgical techniques from him. It will definitely come in handy." Really? That's wonderful. Xiao Xinxin exclaimed joyfully, then planted a kiss on Lin Xia's cheek, laughing like a child. Determined not to waste time, Lin Xia helped Luo Yuan with the surveillance cables right after their meal. The surveillance layout at Intercontinental was already quite reasonable, with cameras installed in almost all corridors, elevator lobbies, and even stairwells on every floor. Moreover, the wiring was exceptionally neat, with each cable bearing a corresponding label. Originally, Luo Yuan's plan was simple: just pick out the necessary lines and reroute them to the 90th floor. The surveillance server had already been set up in a room within the suite. Once the lines were connected, all that remained was to power on the switch. Now Lin Xia's requirements had changed. Essentially, all the lines had to be rerouted to the 90th floor. The task wasn't difficult, but it was extremely laborious. With insufficient new cables, they had to use the hotel's original ones. All these lines originally led to the second-floor monitoring room. Hundreds of cameras meant hundreds of network cables, all of which had to be pulled out from the conduits and then relayed to the 90th floor. It took over half an hour per floor. Completing all 90 floors would require at least 3 days. With Lin Xia's help, the pace naturally quickened. Around 5 o'clock, Lin Xia slipped away again. After a brief excursion, he retrieved the equipment he had stored in his space from the monitoring room, all original parts, so there was no worry about compatibility. With these devices, the surveillance at Jinfeng Tower was essentially sorted. The monitoring system itself consumed little power, and the generator was more than sufficient. After nightfall, Lin Xia returned to the 90th floor. Passing by Su Man and her daughter's room, he saw Su Qingyue sitting in front of her computer, typing incessantly. Earlier in the afternoon, he had wanted to help Su Qingyue, but his skills were utterly inadequate compared to the young girl's expertise. He had to settle for assisting Luo Yuan instead. Just as he was watching Su Qingyue, Su Man's figure suddenly blocked Lin Xia's view. Catching her gaze, Lin Xia sheepishly rubbed his nose and retreated into his own room. After a refreshing shower, he hugged Xiao Xinxin and fell fast asleep on the bed. It had indeed been an exhausting day, rescuing people, engaging in a shootout, and helping Luo Yuan with the wiring for hours. Even someone as tough as iron couldn't endure such strain. Day 9-0200. At 2 in the morning, while Xiao Xinxin was in deep sleep, Lin Xia woke up on the dot. 6 cards floated before his eyes. Perception, upon use, grants the ability to sense the surroundings within a 10-meter radius. Permanent effect. Void Black Soil Gift Pack, upon use, grants 1000 cubic meters of void black soil and 10 packs of improved crop seeds. The black soil is fertile and suitable for growing most types of terrestrial crops. The improved seeds yield moderate harvests, have short growth cycles, low environmental demands, and require no photosynthesis. Abnormal status 20. Upon use, inflicts a random abnormal status on the target, such as abdominal pain or numbness in limbs. The duration is uncertain. If the card disappears when usage count reaches 0. Mental activation command, inflict abnormality. Mind Whisper, upon use grants the ability to discern the target's true thoughts. Effect lasts 30 minutes uninterrupted. Space Beacon 3, upon use leaves a permanent space beacon at the current location. A maximum of 3 beacons can exist simultaneously. Using a fourth will randomly erase one of the previous 3. Activating the Space Gate allows teleportation to a location marked by a space beacon. This card must be used in conjunction with the Space Gate. Space Gate skill, upon use grants the Space Gate skill. When activated it opens a space gate that lasts for 10 seconds. This skill must be used in conjunction with the Space Beacon card. Mental Activation Command Space Gate. What a find! Cards enabling spatial teleportation had finally appeared. However, both the skill and the beacon were required to achieve teleportation, a first for such a synergy requirement. Of course, excitement was futile. It still depended on whether he could draw them. Lin Xia chose the card in the middle of the first row. The card flipped over Space Beacon 3. Now he had the beacon, but who knew when he would encounter the Space Gate skill again? Still, having half the set was a good thing. He lay back down to sleep. The next morning a speedboat arrived at Jinfeng Tower. Su Feng came with Miao Polan and Zhu Binggang. Still heavy-hearted from the previous day, he hadn't had the chance to speak much with Lin Xia. He decided to come early to at least express his gratitude. After all, Lin Xia had saved him twice and rescued many of his men. On the third floor, Su Feng looked helplessly at the refugees in the atrium. It suddenly dawned on him that he didn't even know which floor Lin Xia was on. Did you two bring any food? Su Feng turned to ask Miao Polan and Zhu Binggang. No, both shook their heads. Helpless Su Feng walked into the atrium and called out loudly, "Can anyone tell me where Lin Xia is? Don't worry, I'm not here to cause trouble. Whoever tells me will get 2 packs of biscuits." No one answered. The scene was awkward. 5 packs of biscuits, I mean it. Su Feng shouted again. This time someone finally responded, thinking it might be true. A voice yelled, "He's on the 66th floor. The 66th floor? That couldn't be possible. Climbing 60 floors just to get in or out? Su Feng found it hard to believe. Among the crowd, Yan Shi remained silent, observing. He too was puzzled. Was Lin Xia really on the 66th floor? That would be an arduous climb. What brings you here? At the crucial moment, Lin Xia finally appeared, greeting him with some surprise. Damn! Su Feng exclaimed, looking at Lin Xia with a strange expression. Good thing you showed up. I was about to climb to the 66th floor to find you. As Lin Xia approached, Miao Polan and Zhu Binggang greeted him, Brother Lin. Lin Xia nodded to them, then turned to Su Feng. I was planning to visit you. What brings you here? Su Feng said earnestly, I was too upset yesterday to properly thank you. Today I came to apologize. Without you, all of us would have been done for. Lin Xia smiled and replied, We're all family, no need for such formalities. My condolences for your wife. Su Feng patted Lin Xia on the shoulder and asked, Is there enough space at Jinfeng Tower? Would you welcome us moving in? Absolutely, Lin Xia responded with a smile. I was thinking about this yesterday. Jinfeng Tower is much larger than your Jinan Tower with plenty of room. It'll be more convenient for us to look out for each other. Su Feng shot a meaningful glance at Miao Polan and Zhu Binggang, who understood and stayed put while he limped alongside Lin Xia toward the corner. What do you plan to do with these refugees? The number of refugees in Jinfeng Tower wasn't large, but a few dozen people was still a considerable number. From any perspective, there was no reason to support these people for free. If the refugee issue wasn't handled properly, it could lead to trouble down the line. Send them away. Lin Xia had already considered this matter. There are plenty of buildings nearby, we can just move them to any one of them. Su Feng nodded. That works too. If any young ones want to stay, that's also fine. There are advantages to having more people. Let me handle this. Lin Xia glanced at Su Feng, sensing something amiss, though he couldn't quite pinpoint it. Hey, you're not really living on the 66th floor, are you? Wouldn't going in and out every day be exhausting? They had already reached the stairwell and Su Feng was genuinely curious about which floor Lin Xia lived on. Who told you I live on the 66th floor? I stopped living there long ago. Lin Xia replied with a smile. Su Feng chuckled in response. I figured as much. Who in their right mind would still live on the 66th floor at a time like this? All their energy would go into climbing stairs, they'd have to be out of their minds. I live on the 90th floor now, Lin Xia said casually. Su Feng's expression froze. Did I hear that right? Say it again. I live on the 90th floor now. Don't you know the 90th floor of the Intercontinental is the presidential suite? Of course I know the 90th floor of the Intercontinental is the presidential suite. The problem is it's the 90th floor, with a nationwide blackout. How do you even get up there? Are you dense? A generator solves that, doesn't it? Bro, generators need fuel. Do you have any idea how tight fuel is right now? I barely managed to scrape together a tiny bit. Suddenly realization dawned on Su Feng. Damn, I forgot you're a reincarnator. Did you stockpile gasoline in your space? Lin Xia didn't explain. He pulled Su Feng over to a hidden freight elevator and called it down. Once inside, he swiped a card and pressed the button for the 90th floor. Su Feng was stunned the entire time. Not only did the elevator work, but it also required a card swipe. What do you think? Badass. Su Feng suddenly broke into a grin and asked slyly, so do you have any spare elevator cards? I don't need the presidential suite, just a luxury suite on the 80-something floor will do. Though they had enough supplies to last until they died of old age. If the rain never stopped, there would be no chance to live that long anyway. Enjoy each day as it comes. In this world, no one could guarantee they would still be alive tomorrow. Upon reaching the 90th floor, everyone was busy with their own tasks except for Xiao Xinxin, who stayed in her room. Lin Xia introduced the two and gave Su Feng a brief tour. Damn, I'm so jealous. This is what living really means. I can't wait, I'm moving this afternoon. Su Feng's eyes sparkled. No rush, no rush, Lin Xia shook his head. You still have over 100 people under you. If you move without proper arrangements, it'll cause chaos. Plan ahead before you come and it'll make future management easier. Su Feng pondered for a moment, then affirmed, you're right. I have a guy who's good at this sort of thing. I'll have him draw up a detailed plan when I get back down to every individual. The two walked to the scenic balcony of the presidential suite, gazing through the window at the hazy sky outside. Lin Xia spoke slowly. Do you think the authorities will still organize effective rescue operations? Su Feng turned to look at Lin Xia, his tone wry. People like us probably won't make the cut, but some others might. What do you mean? Lin Xia was puzzled. Su Feng countered, if you were in charge and could only save a small number of people, would you choose ordinary folks like us or top-tier talents like scientists and biologists? Well, if I could only save a few, I'd pick the scientists too, Lin Xia frowned. But I still doubt there's any rescue at all. Bro, don't underestimate our country's capabilities. Su Feng looked out the window. I can tell you with certainty that rescue efforts have been ongoing all along. Why are you so sure? Lin Xia asked, staring at Su Feng. Su Feng spoke slowly, you must know Jinding Mountain in Jinling. Did you know that a few years ago it was only a mountain on the surface, but it wasn't really a mountain anymore? Lin Xia's face was a question mark. That was a bit convoluted. Su Feng continued, our country has many secret military bases built inside mountains, and Jinding Mountain in Jinling is one of them. As early as 3 years ago, the mountain's interior had already been hollowed out. The nation poured enormous resources into transforming it into a steel city hidden within the mountain. A steel city inside the mountain? Lin Xia was shocked. Though Jinding Mountain wasn't a perilous peak, its entire volume was still immense. Hollowing out such a mountain and building a steel city inside it, what a colossal project that must have been. The infrastructure mania was terrifyingly formidable. Seeing Lin Xia's astonished expression, Su Feng smiled and added, "This is classified information. I wouldn't know about it if I hadn't been lucky enough to work on that project." Think about it, Jinling has nearly 10 million people, not counting the surrounding areas. No matter how big Jinding Mountain is, it's just a small hill in the city. Even if it's turned into a steel city, its volume doesn't grow. How could it possibly accommodate such a massive population? So rescue targets would inevitably be screened. Outstanding talents would get priority while ordinary folks like us would have to fend for ourselves. Lin Xia recalled the scene from the movie 2012. Faced with a planetary catastrophe, only a few thousand people could secure tickets. A few thousand sounded like a lot, but the Earth's total population was 7 billion. In the face of that immense number, a few thousand were truly insignificant. The current situation was similar. If that base really existed based on Jinding Mountain's volume, it could hold at most 1,000,000 people. How many such bases could there be nationwide? I don't know, Su Feng shrugged. I'd guess no more than 10 given the enormous cost of such projects. Even if there were 10 with each base capable of holding 1,000,000 people, the authorities could rescue only 1 million. Remember, just Jinling alone had nearly 10 million people and the entire Daxia nation had over 1 billion. After seeing Su Feng off, Lin Xia went nowhere and spent all her time helping Luo Yuan set up the surveillance system. A task that would have taken 3 days was naturally shortened with her assistance. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, the surveillance system would be fully operational by tomorrow morning. Su Qingyue had already prepared the servers, and with the hotel's internal wireless signal transmitters covering the entire establishment with a signal was entirely feasible. Su Man was also unusually busy searching floor by floor for room cards left behind in the rooms. These cards were essentially non-renewable and required strict management and allocation. Day 9-1703. Lin Xia was helping Luo Yuan run cables on the 80th floor when Su Man rushed over panting heavily. Lin Xia. What's wrong? I think someone might be in room 4806. Hearing this, Lin Xia was slightly taken aback. It had been raining continuously for nearly 10 days and water was starting to seep into the 3rd floor. Was someone still holed up in the hotel? If they could use rainwater to drink, what would they eat? Could it be that someone else like Su Feng had believed his video and stocked up on a lot of food? Did you knock? Su Man replied, I did, and I heard movement inside, but no one answered. Alright, I understand. I'll check it out later. You go ahead and get back to work. Su Man nodded and left. Lin Xia continued helping Luo Yuan. They worked until darkness fell and visibility waned, forcing them to stop and return to their rooms. After dinner, Lin Xia decided to investigate room 4806. Although the 48th floor was some distance from the 90th, it wasn't insurmountable with a little effort. It was best to determine the situation of the person hiding in the room for safety's sake. Taking the service elevator down the hallway was pitch black. Lin Xia retrieved a flashlight from his spatial storage, one head found in Su Feng's supplies, and used its beam to locate room 4806. Knock, knock, knock. Lin Xia raised his hand and knocked on the door, asking loudly, Is anyone in there? He waited for a while, but there was no response. Lin Xia pondered. Su Man had no reason to lie to him. After searching so many rooms, only 4806 struck her as unusual. She must have heard something. If someone was indeed inside pretending no one was there was understandable. So Lin Xia turned off his flashlight, pretended to leave, walked a dozen meters away, then stealthily crept back, crouching by the door of 4806 to listen intently to what was happening inside. Sure enough, he heard a faint rustling sound from within the room. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Xia stood up, pounded heavily on the door and shouted, I know you're in there. I'll count to 3, and if you don't open the door, I'll break it down. 1, 2, click. The door lock clicked open. Lin Xia quickly stepped back holding the flashlight in his left hand and a dagger in his right, his expression alert. The door swung open and an elderly man well past his 50s raised his hand to shield his eyes from the flashlight's glare. I don't have any food left. The old man had graying hair, wore glasses, and his face was filled with fear as if Lin Xia had startled him greatly. Lin Xia certainly hadn't come to ask for food, he just hadn't expected anyone to still be in the hotel after 10 days. Sir, don't be afraid. I'm not here for food. Seeing this, Lin Xia relaxed, put away his dagger and moved the light away, asking, have you been staying in your room all this time? Yes, the old man replied, his tense nerves easing slightly as Lin Xia didn't seem like a vicious criminal. After speaking, he let go of the door and turned back into the room. Lin Xia stood at the doorway and shone the flashlight inside. It was a standard king room, much smaller than an executive suite but still considerably larger than an ordinary hotel room. Apart from the bed, the room also contained a desk. What surprised Lin Xia was that the small desk was piled high with books, truly stacked to the brim, each stack towering. Lin Xia felt he hadn't read as many books in his entire life as were piled on that desk. Entering the room, Lin Xia noticed some sweet potatoes and rice grains placed against the wall. After so many days, these provisions were no longer fresh and a faint smell of decay wafted through the air. It seems the old man had survived on these supplies until now. Sir, I'm sorry if I scared you. I thought the hotel would be empty by now. Young man, I had no choice. It started raining the moment I arrived in Jinling and am a stranger here with nowhere to go. I had no option but to stay in the hotel and wait for rescue. Hearing this, Lin Xia was a bit puzzled. The old man didn't look wealthy, and a king room at the Intercontinental cost nearly 1,000 yuan a night. Are you also a guest stranded in the hotel? The old man asked. Sort of, Lin Xia replied, standing and chatting with him for a while. After their conversation, Lin Xia learned some details about the old man. His name was Bai Jushan, a scholar engaged in agricultural research who had come to Jinling at the invitation of an academic conference. Lin Xia guessed that the old man held a high status in his field, a revered figure of monumental importance. The hotel stay had been arranged by the conference organizers. Originally, the organizers had assigned him an assistant, a local from Jinling. But the assistant had asked for leave the day after the rain started and was likely trapped at home, never to return. The academic conference was now impossible to hold. With no family or friends in the city, the old man had no choice but to remain stranded in the hotel. Sir, this isn't sustainable. Those supplies won't last much longer. I'm an old man with one foot in the grave, so it doesn't matter much. But I worry about my wife back home, and I wonder how much longer this downpour will last. Every day it continues, it claims so many lives. In the face of such a catastrophe, humanity is so insignificant. Young man, could I ask you for a favor? Sir, please tell me. If it's within my power, it'll help. The old man rummaged through the massive pile of books on the desk and finally pulled out 3 notebooks, handing them to Lin Xia. You look like you'll outlive me. These are my research notes and findings from all these years. If you get the chance, please pass them on to the nation. I hope they can assist future generations once we rebuild. At that moment, Lin Xia's heart grew heavy. This old man's sense of duty and vision far surpassed his own. Taking the notebooks with both hands solemnly, Lin Xia replied earnestly, Sir, I promise I will deliver these precious materials to the nation. Rest assured. Thank you, the old man said with heartfelt gratitude, a sincere smile spreading across his face. Day 10-0832. Lin Xia's biological clock roused him from slumber. Yet his expression bore a trace of displeasure, for during the night the spatial gate skill card had materialized once more, and once again he had missed it by a hair's breadth. Though the spatial gate skill had eluded him, the night was not without its gains. He had acquired a card known as Eye of the Night, which he utilized immediately. For him now, even in the pitch-black darkness where one could not see one's hand, he could perceive everything around him, though the colors were not as vivid as in daylight. This ability could be deemed a modest enhancement, for should any incident occur in the future, night unimpeded vision would surely prove a formidable advantage. At that moment Xiao Xinxin also awoke. Xinxin, you'll bring some food to the old gentleman in room 4806. Lin Xia had pondered this matter the previous night. The old man's spirit commanded his respect, and he wished to help him endure as long as possible, hoping perhaps that official rescue teams might arrive to save him, for this elder was a genuine expert. That's fine, but don't give it all at once. You can offer it in small portions gradually. Xiao Xinxin offered a suggestion. I understand. I'll go now. Lin Xia hastily washed up, then took some biscuits, bread and drinking water, packed them in a small cardboard box and delivered them to room 4806. As Xiao Xinxin had feared, the old man refused to accept them. Young friend, thank you for your kindness. I know these provisions are precious now. Keep them for yourself. You must persevere and survive. The nation's future needs young lads like you. Uncle Bai, would you hear me out? All right, go ahead, I'm listening. Think about it. For the nation to have a future, mustn't we first overcome the immediate crisis? Seeing the old man nod, Lin Xia continued his persuasion. To overcome this crisis, young lads like me alone won't suffice. We need seasoned comrades like you to guide us. Don't rush, I haven't finished. Seeing the old man about to speak, Lin Xia quickly interrupted. In the face of this calamity, do you think our nation's greatest need is for youngsters like us? Certainly not. The army can muster plenty of us. What the nation truly needs now is experts like you from every field. Lastly, as you said, I'm still young. I have a boat and can swim. When the food runs out, I can venture out to find more. But if an expert like you is lost, the nation won't easily find another replacement overnight. Don't you agree? The old man nodded in silence, conceding to Lin Xia's reasoning. Lin Xia seized the moment to set down the food. Please take good care of yourself. They'll be going now. Having finally managed to deliver the provisions, Lin Xia continued assisting Luo Yuan. Meanwhile, Ding Liang, accompanied by several men, arrived at Jinfeng Tower early in the morning, piloting a sightseeing boat. The newcomers were all armed, still bearing the demeanor of thugs. They had gained some experience dealing with disaster victims. Negotiation was largely futile, and brute force was the most efficient method. Several men brandished their rifles, firing a couple of symbolic shots to herd the victims obediently onto the boat. Big brother, where are we being taken? Among the crowd, Yan Shi, puzzled, stepped forward to question Ding Liang. Don't ask too many questions. You'll be settled somewhere. Ding Liang replied impatiently. I'm a friend of Lin Xia's. Could I possibly stay here for now? Yan Shi sensed something amiss, feeling that leaving now might mean never returning. No more nonsense. Line up and board. Ding Liang raised his gun directly. Yan Shi wanted to say more, but Ding Qiang pulled him back. Shitu, don't say another word. Returning to the group, Yan Qing looked up and asked, Brother, has the pretty sister and brother Lin Xia abandoned us? Yan Shi said to Little Orange, it's all right. Isn't your brother still here? Ding Qiang leaned close to Yan Shi and whispered, that mysterious friend of yours was chatting and laughing with their boss yesterday, and today they're driving us away. Is there some conspiracy? I don't know. Yan Shi frowned and shook his head. Since we can't rely on him, well, take it one step at a time. All the disaster victims had boarded the ship. According to Lin Xia's suggestion, they were to be settled in any nearby building. However, Ding Liang steered the large vessel westward for over 10 kilometers, finally halting in an expanse of open water. Just as everyone was bewildered, Ding Liang, flanked by two underlings, stood atop the cabin and raised their guns to open fire. Instantly, some crouched with heads covered, others scrambled desperately for cover. All the victims were thrown into panic. Within mere seconds, many lay fallen in pools of blood. Finally, some regained their senses and, regardless of whether they could swim, leaped into the water to evade the gunfire. Ding Liang and his men directly strafed the water's surface. In less than a minute, only a few of the dozens in the cabin remained standing, collapsed on the floor, while the waters around the ship were stained crimson. Throw these corpses into the water. Clean the cabin thoroughly. Ding Liang lit a cigarette, waved his hand, and set his men to work. Behind him a lackey approached and asked, "Brother Liang, didn't Brother Feng mean for us to follow Brother Lin's instructions and find a place to settle these victims? Doing this? What the hell do you know?" Ding Liang shot the lackey a glare. "I've followed Brother Feng for years. Don't you think I know his true intentions? This is exactly what he meant. Get it?" The lackey shook his head. Before departure he had clearly heard Brother Feng say to handle the victims properly. Think about it from a safety perspective. If any of these victims gets lucky and joins some faction, don't you think they'd mention us? I get it, it's to prevent future trouble. But that guy who claimed to be Brother Lin's friend earlier, why didn't we? I swear you've got a pig's brain. Who do you think we take orders from? Brother Feng, of course. Exactly. We're Brother Feng's men. Whose men were those people? Oh, I see. But what if Brother Lin finds out? Calling you a pig's brain is an insult to pigs. They're gone now. What's there to find out? Are you going to tell Brother Lin? No, how could I? The lackey shook his head like a rattle drum. No wonder he's my Brother Feng, so thorough in his planning. This way Brother Lin has no men left and everything will ultimately be under Brother Feng's control. Ding Liang watched his underlings cleaning the cabin and blew out a perfect smoke ring. Remember, if Lin Xia asks, tell him they left willingly. If he asks where they were taken, just name some distant building. Make sure everyone knows the story. Got it? I understand, Brother Liang. Rest assured. Lin Xia was unaware of everything happening 10 kilometers away. He didn't even know that the refugees downstairs had already been relocated. He spent the entire morning helping Luo Yuan finish the last bits of work. By noon, all the surveillance lines were fully set up. For easier viewing of the monitoring footage, the two of them mounted all the displays on the wall and connected all the power cables. After completing all this, Luo Yuan finally turned on the main control switch, powering up nearly 200 cameras and over a dozen PoE switches. With a simple operation on the main console, the surveillance images appeared. Not bad, really impressive. Lin Xia nodded in satisfaction as he looked at the wall of screens. Modern surveillance systems come with motion detection. We can select a few floors and set alarms for the stairwell cameras, including those at the elevator entrances. Once someone appears in the frame, an alert can be sent to the server. We should ask Su Qingyue about this later. Ideally, the alerts could be sent to our phones via the internal network. Yes, push notifications would be even better. During lunch, the five of them gathered briefly. Regarding the alert push proposed by Luo Yuan, Su Qingyue confirmed it was feasible. There was one small issue: the phones had lost their communication capabilities. Alerts could only be sent via browsers, and the lack of network made real-time communication impossible. At this, Lin Xia declared that he could finally show off. His laptop contained the ready-made code for an internal communication app which he had written as a practice project in the past. Though not as powerful as WeChat, it still had basic communication features, including voice messages and image sharing. Most importantly, this app was specifically designed for communication among users on an internal network, perfectly suited for their current needs. Brother Lin Xia, my phone is an apple. Su Qingyue pulled out her phone, a pink case with cute cat ears and a large apple logo on the back. First blood. Mine is an apple too. Su Man also took out her phone, a black case adorned with a ring of sparkling diamonds. Double kill. Lin Xia turned to look at Xiao Xinxin. Xiao Xinxin placed her phone on the table. Another apple. Triple kill. Lin Xia looked at his last hope, Luo Yuan. I used to use Android. Luo Yuan avoided eye contact, then placed his phone on the table, a black apple. Quadra kill. What the hell, can't we have some fun? Lin Xia was utterly exasperated. He finally had a chance to show off only to find that he was the only one among the 5 using an Android. Sorry, if I had known I wouldn't have bought an Apple. Su Qingyue said meekly. Forget it. Lin Xia waved his hand. It's just a phone. Your apples are useless now, just bricks with batteries. I say we all switch to Androids. They'll go out this afternoon and find some for you. This wasn't a joke. Jinfeng Tower wasn't far from the phone mall, which was also a large building. The ground floor was flooded, but they could search upstairs. By now few people would still be interested in phones. He was confident they could find a few Android phones in the phone mall's storage rooms. Lin Xia, can I come with you? I want to see what it's like outside. Xiao Xinxin asked, genuinely curious about the state of the outside world. In truth, the other 3 also wanted to go out but were too shy to say so. Anyone cooped up in a hotel for over 10 days would want to stretch their legs. Lin Xia thought it over. He had a gun now and was personally formidable. As long as they didn't get separated, taking Xiao Xinxin along was feasible. Alright, well, go together. But you must stay close to me and follow my orders. Xiao Xinxin was overjoyed and immediately agreed. After lunch preparations made, Lin Xia set out with Xiao Xinxin. The elevator stopped at the 6th floor. Lin Xia planned to check the 4th floor first, as the 3rd floor was already flooded and the refugees should have been moved to the 4th. When they reached the 4th floor, they saw no one. Then they descended to the 3rd floor, unnecessary as the water had already risen to mid-calf. The refugees couldn't possibly stay there. Didn't you say Su Feng would arrange to send the refugees away? Could they have? Xiao Xinxin reminded him. They were supposed to move in a couple of days. Why the rush? But you're right, they probably sent the refugees off. Lin Xia was still a bit puzzled. At least the Yan Shi and Yan Chen brothers should have stayed. Never mind, well, ask them when they arrive. Let's head out first. Lin Xia climbed out through a small window on the 3rd floor stairwell, released a speedboat from his space, and carefully helped Xiao Xinxin aboard. As the speedboat moved forward, Xiao Xinxin curiously peered through the windows at the outside. Before long, her curiosity faded, replaced by a look of sorrow. She saw buildings completely submerged, the entire city turned into a vast ocean. In the heavy rain, even the tall structures appeared dilapidated. She saw floating corpses on the water's surface, carried by the current to secluded corners, bobbing up and down like dead fish. Don't dwell on it. This is a catastrophe for all humanity. Just live one day at a time. Seeing Xiao Xingxin's troubled expression, Lin Xia feared she might spiral into dark thoughts. Xiao Xinxin nodded slightly. Thank you, Lin Xia. Lin Xia smiled back. Following his rough memory, the speedboat soon arrived near the Buy Now phone mall. There were many phone shops here, but most were submerged. However, in large markets like Buy Now, besides the ground floor storefronts, there were also many shops upstairs. The storage rooms for lower floor shops were usually located on the upper levels of the building. Lin Xia found an open window at the back of the building. The speedboat slowly approached and the two climbed inside. The building was pitch dark. Lin Xia, now possessing night vision, was unaffected, but Xiao Xinxin struggled. Seeing this, Lin Xia pulled out a flashlight and handed it to her. There really are so many phone shops here. With the light on, Xiao Xinxin saw the interior, rows of glass-countered stalls packed tightly together. That one has a Huawei sign. Let's check it out. Next door is Oppo. Well, search together. The two approached the adjacent shops. Lin Xia rummaged through the Huawei store while Xiao Xinxin searched the Oppo one. Hey, I found a Huawei Mate X3. This phone folds. Lin Xia discovered a pile of phones in a cabinet under the counter, all models brand new. Without hesitation, he swept them all into his space. Having come out for a rare occasion, he naturally wouldn't just grab a phone and leave. For Lin Xia, he had no shortage of food, but these phones might come in handy at some unknown point in the future. Since he was already here, he might as well take a few more. Xiao Xinxin was also happy to oblige. There was no denying the thrill of this zero-cost shopping spree. Lin Xia, I feel like I'm playing PUBG scavenging for loot in this building. At the counter of Xiaomi's store, Xiao Xinxin gleefully piled up the brand new phones she had found, then picked out and discarded the budget models. There was no point in taking low-end phones, only high-end ones were worth grabbing. As for the phones on the counter, Lin Xia would soon come over to store them all in his space. The two worked in perfect sync. The little girl, cooped up in the hotel for 10 whole days, was having an absolute blast, overjoyed beyond measure. Hey, guess what I found? Xiao Xinxin had made another discovery. On the east side of the hall, she had stumbled upon a store that was an agent for Xiajiang drones. This is fun. Lin Xia ran over instantly, breaking into a grin. Drones could come in handy in special situations. These things should be waterproof, right? It was still raining outside. If they weren't, their usefulness would be limited. Xiao Xinxin picked up a few boxes and examined them. Some models are waterproof, some aren't. As long as there were waterproof ones, that was fine. Lin Xia continued to collect. After scouring the third floor, both felt a lingering sense of unfulfillment. Want to check out the fourth floor? Let's go. The fourth floor's floor was dry, making it even easier for their free shopping spree. However, the shops on this floor mainly dealt in second-hand phones and repairs, so they didn't find anything new. Lin Xia wasn't picky. He passed on the used phones, but there were many handy little tools for repairs on the fourth floor. These small items were also treasures, hard to find when you needed them. Without a second word, he began a frantic scavenge. Suddenly Lin Xia found himself and Xiao Xinxin bathed in two beams of intense light. Just as he was about to react, a sharp female voice rang out from behind him. Freeze! Hands up! Lin Xia turned around, cautiously shielding Xiao Xinxin behind him. He saw two people at the stairwell holding guns, and the strong light enveloping them came from the flashlights attached to those guns. The woman who had shouted, "Freeze!" stood not far behind them, unarmed. All three wore identical black combat uniforms. By all appearances, these people didn't seem like bandits. Lin Xia decisively raised his hands above his head. Xiao Xinxin was startled but quickly followed suit. What are you two doing here? The unarmed woman approached Lin Xia and Xiao Xinxin, scrutinizing them with a probing gaze. We're just looking for some food. Lin Xia remained calm. These people were likely from the authorities. Since they were officials, they probably wouldn't use force against ordinary civilians. The woman questioning them seemed to be their leader. What food could there be here? The woman examined Lin Xia and Xiao Xinxin closely, noting they had no violent weapons and indeed appeared to be ordinary people. After confirming there was no threat, the woman raised her hand and waved to the rear. The other two team members immediately lowered their guns and walked over. Hello, I'm Luo Ning, captain of the Special Action Team's 3rd Squad. Did we scare you? Sure enough, they were from the authorities. Both Lin Xia and Xiao Xinxin felt a bit more at ease. They couldn't be sure of much, but they trusted that official soldiers wouldn't bully ordinary folks without reason. That was a common belief among all citizens of Daxia. Captain Luo, hello. We're survivors stranded nearby. I'm Lin Xia, and this is my girlfriend Xiao Xinxin. Lin Xia extended his hand, and Luo Ning, without standing on ceremony, shook it. Luo Ning said, this area is full of phone shops, no food to speak of. I have some compressed biscuits here, take them for now. With that, she pulled a few compressed biscuits from her combat uniform's pocket and handed them to Lin Xia. Thank you, Lin Xia said, accepting them. We still have a mission to carry out. If you need to go somewhere else, feel free to tell me. If it's on our way, we can give you a lift. Luo Ning's tone carried a hint of helplessness. It was clear she wanted to help the survivors, but they likely had their own constraints, so she could only offer what little assistance she could when encountering them. Don't trouble yourselves. We live not far from here, we can manage on our own. We also know your mission must be vital to the nation's future. Go ahead with your work, don't worry about us. Lin Xia did want to visit the official base, but that was clearly unrealistic. Just then Luo Ning's earpiece crackled with a message. After listening, she said to Lin Xia, "Our mission here is complete. Are you sure you don't need a ride?" "No thank you," Lin Xia declined again. "Alright then, take care of yourselves." Luo Ning nodded at Lin Xia, then turned. "Fall back." The three quickly departed. Before long, Lin Xia heard a whirring sound outside as a helicopter rapidly ascended and flew away. "I didn't expect to run into official personnel," Xiao Xinxin couldn't help but remark. Encountering the authorities at least confirmed one thing: the country she loved was still striving. Though it might not save everyone, it could at least rescue a small portion, and that was already impressive. Yeah. Having witnessed it firsthand, Lin Xia finally admitted to himself that he had underestimated the nation's capabilities. In other words, what Su Feng had told him earlier might very well be true. Suddenly something struck Lin Xia. He slapped his forehead. I forgot to mention Old Bai's matter to Captain Luo. We might not need saving, but Old Bai truly deserves it. They're gone now. If we run into them again, you can bring it up then, Xiao Xinxin said, also feeling a bit regretful. I suppose that's all we can do. So do we continue? We're done with the 4th floor. Let's check out the 5th. The two headed to the 5th floor, which was different from the floors below. It had many room-like spaces that resembled offices. Pushing open one door at random, they stepped inside to find a faint musty smell and an empty room. This must be a storage room for the shops downstairs, Xiao Xinxin analyzed. These things were clearly just moved away. Could Captain Luo's mission have been about these items? Lin Xia nodded in agreement. Probably. Phones contain many components. Some parts can be used to extract rare metals and others can be repurposed. With all production lines halted now, substitutes have to be found. In that case, Xiao Xinxin recalled the low-end phones they had discarded earlier. Though cheap, those devices still had basic components like motherboards and memory. How about we go back and grab those unwanted phones too? Forget it, it's unnecessary. The official demand must be massive. Our little stash probably won't make a difference. Lin Xia pondered for a moment and declined. They had already scoured the ground floor thoroughly. The scattered leftovers weren't worth the time and effort. Let's go. We're done here. Let's find another spot. Lin Xia pulled Xiao Xinxin away. We passed by the Silver Eagle shopping center on our way here. How about we hit that place? Xiao Xinxin was eager to try. The mall offered far more than the phone market. Good idea, let's move. Lin Xia agreed enthusiastically. Meanwhile, the helicopter soared across the city and reached the summit of Jinding Mountain within minutes. On the mountaintop at the center of a flat clearing lay a smooth black surface. As the helicopter hovered over the black area, a low rumble echoed. The black surface slowly parted from the middle, revealing a deep colossal cavern. Inside the cavern, lights illuminated the surroundings. From above, one could see the walls lined with sturdy steel supports, appearing immensely robust. The helicopter descended slowly into the cavern, smoothly entering before the entrance sealed shut. Within the mountain, a steel city emerged, fitting almost seamlessly against the rock walls like a giant steel egg embedded in the mountain. Countless passages around the egg connected to numerous spaces carved into the mountain walls, serving primarily as areas for human activity. The egg's core was divided into countless layers, each boasting vast flat spaces used for planting, farming, and even production. This was a self-sufficient superbase. Jinding Mountain had 4 major peaks, and the interior was roughly divided into 4 sections. This was merely one of the 4 zones, A, B, C, and D, of the superbase. The helicopter landed steadily on the helipad of Zone A, Level 102. Hurry, deliver these to Dr. Su with utmost speed. Beside the helipad stood a middle-aged man in black combat gear. The man directed several soldiers on standby who pulled carts to help unload the boxes from the aircraft. Luo Ning jumped off the plane first, dismissing her team members, then approached the man. Reporting. Luo Ning saluted, then her tone shifted to a relaxed inquiry. Everything's retrieved. Anything else you need me to do? The man gave an affectionate smile. Enough, you've been busy for days. Take a break. We don't just have one special ops squad here. Walking side by side, Luo Ning sighed softly. Dad, can we apply to open Zone A for refugees? Even if it means accommodating an extra 2,000 people. No. Luo Duchuan shook his head helplessly. The Jinding base's designed capacity is only 5,000, and that's the total for all 4 zones. Do you know how many people are already here? Before Luo Ning could answer, Luo Duchuan revealed a shocking number, 1,000,000. That's double the design capacity. Luo Duchuan turned toward the central planting area. If we open Zone A, the base's supply and population demand will inevitably become imbalanced. In the long run, it would only cause worse consequences. We might not even be able to sustain these 1,000,000 people. Luo Ning fell silent. She was well aware of the base's situation. Then, is there a way to summon some warships, decommission ones, and convert them into shelters? That could save more lives. Luo Duchuan replied, that proposal is already in motion. But active duty ships can't be moved, and even some recently decommissioned ones are being recommissioned. How is that possible? Luo Ning was astonished. This global catastrophe was born from the rain. Could there still be nations itching for war at a time like this? Luo Duchuan responded gravely. Satellite images show several countries' warships slowly approaching our coastline. Though still a considerable distance away, we must remain vigilant. Are these people insane? Luo Ning was taken aback. To provoke war at this moment, they intend to. She stopped mid-sentence, her face turning pale. Exactly. Luo Duchuan's voice was somber. They aim to wipe our nation off the face of the earth. Luo Ning remained silent for a long time. These people were utterly insane, devoid of humanity. Yet upon reflection, their actions did offer immense potential benefits. If their plan succeeded, once the rain stopped, someday the world would fall entirely under the invaders' control. Even if humanity was doomed, they would lose nothing. At least they would have destroyed their enemies before the end. Regardless of the world's future, they would remain the ones in control. Luo Duchuan patted his daughter's shoulder. Don't worry. We're not pushovers either. If our counterattack succeeds, the world will belong to Daxia. He chuckled and added, of course things might not escalate to that point. Just then a soldier ran over, saluted, and handed a tablet to Luo Duchuan. Commander Luo has raised the latest rescue list. Please assign personnel for the operations. Luo Duchuan took it. All right, I understand. He opened the tablet, which displayed several names and photos. Tapping a name revealed detailed information and the person's location trail before the power outage. Take 2 days off. Let Team 1 handle this. No. Luo Ning snatched the tablet. I don't want to stay here. Let me go. These missions are easy, I don't need rest. Xiao Ning. Luo Duchuan's face hardened. Your mother has been asking about you. Take a break for 2 days, even 1 day, and spend time with her. No way. Luo Ning refused outright. Don't think I don't know, you just want some peace and quiet yourself. Dream on. Mom's your responsibility. Leave these to me. Luo Ning waved the tablet and dashed off. Luo Duchuan shook his head helplessly. I should never have let her enlist. Shall never find a husband at this rate. What a headache. The Silver Eagle shopping center wasn't the most upscale mall in Jinling, but it was decent enough, hosting a number of international brands. Besides clothing, bags, and shoes, it boasted an abundance of dining options. Essentially, the entire 8th floor, aside from the cinema, was dedicated to restaurants. Lin Xia and Xiao Xinxin entered the Silver Eagle shopping center from the 3rd floor. This section is all menswear. You can pick up some suitable pieces if you need. The mall was somewhat dim, but much better than the phone market. No flashlight was needed. These are all summer clothes, not very useful. Besides, I've already stocked up on clothes. I don't need any. Lin Xia wasn't very interested in menswear. Look, there's a milk tea stand on the 3rd floor. When the weather gets cooler, a cup of hot milk tea would be nice. Lin Xia pulled Xiao Xinxin over to the milk tea stand only to find it in complete disarray. Looks like someone's been here. Yeah, the milk tea powder and milk are all gone. At a time like this, clothes were the least of anyone's worries. Edible items were the most critical. Even milk tea powder mixed with water could provide a decent amount of energy. Since someone's been here, there's probably nothing useful left. Let's head back. Lin Xia had little interest in clothes. His storage space was well stocked with them, men's, women's, even children's. Aside from clothing, the only things of value in the mall seemed to be the food in the restaurants. Since others had already beaten them to it, there was no way they'd leave any food behind. Even if there were some left, it wouldn't be much, and he wasn't interested. Can we check out the 4th floor? Xiao Xinxin didn't want to leave. 4th floor? Lin Xia glanced at the directory, which listed fine women's wear, lingerie boutiques, and even a hair salon. He turned to look at Xiao Xinxin. Since they were already here, he might as well let her have some fun. Alright, let's go to the 4th floor. Xiao Xinxin happily linked her arm with his, and they took the escalator up. Their eyes were met with a dazzling array of women's clothing. To Lin Xia's surprise, Xiao Xinxin didn't seem interested in taking any clothes. Instead, she looked around distractedly. Wait for me. As they strolled along, they passed a lingerie shop. Only then did Xiao Xinxin blush and run inside. So that's what she meant. Lin Xia shrugged. He had women's underwear in his storage space too, but had forgotten to mention it. After a while, Xiao Xinxin returned carrying 2 large bags of lingerie. Could you keep these for me for now? Xiao Xinxin asked, her face flushed as she sought Lin Xia's help. Lin Xia took the bags and stored them in his space. Then he said, I forgot to tell you, I've prepared quite a lot of clothes for both men and women. I have underwear too, and some essential items for women. You can ask me for anything you need. Really? That's great. I've been worried about that. I should have asked you sooner. So can we go now? There's probably nothing valuable left here. Wait, let's check out the 6th floor too. As she said this, Xiao Xingxin's face grew even redder. Lin Xia was a bit confused. He looked up at the directory again, which read L6 Kids Wonderland Baby Boutique. Baby Boutique. Could it be? You're not. Oh no, it's just to be prepared, you know, every time you. Ahem ahem. Lin Xia rubbed his nose. Girls really did think ahead. This was definitely something to prepare for in advance. If an accident happened, it might be hard to find these things later. What was there to say? They had to go. The two went up to the 6th floor. This time Xiao Xinxin was much more cheerful than on the 4th floor. She trotted over to the storefronts, looking at the items with great interest. This little bed is so cute, and it has a tiny mosquito net. Lin Xia, come look. Such adorable little clothes. Wow, there's even an automatic rocking crib. Lin Xia smiled faintly. He pulled a hammer out of his storage space, smashed all the glass doors, and began a full-scale sweep, collecting every item on display into his space, leaving nothing behind. Cribs, rocking chairs, tiny clothes, and from the maternity and baby store, formula diapers and all kinds of baby products. He scooped up everything in sight. Lin Xia realized he had overlooked this area entirely. Even the supplies worth over 300 million that Su Feng had prepared didn't include any of these items. Would this be enough? That was the question. Everything had gathered so far was piecemeal. What if it wasn't enough? Lin Xia, since we're on the 6th floor, let's check out the 7th floor too. After cleaning out the 6th floor, Xiao Xinxin was still eager for more. She pulled the worried Lin Xia towards the 7th floor, which was filled with home furnishing stores. Seeing these things, Xiao Xinxin grew quiet. Having her own house, decorating it to her own design, buying furniture she liked. This was the simple happiness she had once dreamed of. Now none of that was possible. Lin Xia, however, wasn't one to dwell on sentiment. Since they were here and these items looked quite upscale and his storage space had plenty of room, why hesitate? He just took everything. Cabinets, beds, mattresses, tables, even massage chairs, he grabbed whatever he saw. The 8th floor was mainly restaurants. They hadn't held out much hope, so they just went up for a look. As expected, the glass doors of every restaurant had been smashed. Clearly others had already been there. As they passed one restaurant, Xiao Xinxin peered inside. In the corner near the entrance, several corpses were piled up. Let's go. Lin Xia looked around warily but saw nothing unusual. However, since there were bodies here and they had clearly been moved there by someone, it was likely that someone had chosen this place as a shelter. That meant they had just stepped into someone else's territory. Although Lin Xia wasn't afraid, it was better to avoid trouble if possible. So he took Xiao Xingxin's hand and prepared to head downstairs. Thud, 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 thud. As they reached the escalator, heavy footsteps echoed. A man slowly descended from the 9th floor escalator holding a long chef's knife. His eyes gleamed with a hint of anticipation as he looked at the two of them. Lin Xia didn't want any trouble. The man was moving very slowly, giving them plenty of time to go straight down. Just as they were about to leave, another man slowly ascended from below, also wielding a chef's knife. Lin Xia shielded Xiao Xinxin and glanced behind them. Not far away, another man stood with a half-smile, chewing what looked like gum. 3 men, 3 directions. Were they surrounded? 3 people? If you added a 0 after the 3, perhaps it would make Lin Xia feel a hint of tension. Although only 10 days had passed in this life, his experiences during these 10 days were incredibly rich. A mere 3 people could hardly pique his interest. Brothers, as you can see, I have no food on me. Why make things difficult for each other? Lin Xia said calmly, his tone betraying no trace of nervousness. The 3 men slowly closing in were momentarily stunned. They had been so focused on coordinating their robbery that they forgot to check if their target even had anything worth taking. Suddenly realizing that the man and woman before them carried no bags and had empty hands, what was there to rob? The man who had come down from upstairs caught sight of Xiao Xinxin and his eyes lit up. Well, no, once we search them, he said lecherously. Lin Xia saw the filthy thoughts in his gaze and understood immediately. His eyes turned cold. You really are asking for death? Amid the trio's astonished stares, a submachine gun had somehow appeared in Lin Xia's right hand. He aimed directly at the man who had just suggested the search and without hesitation pulled the trigger. At close range, the man's body erupted in bursts of blood mist before he shuddered and collapsed backward. Thud! Thud! The other 2 immediately fell to their knees. They had initially thought it was a toy. They never imagined the gun in his hand was real. Armed with a knife to rob someone wielding a gun, pure suicide. Boss, we were wrong. Spare us, boss. It wasn't our fault, he talked us into it. The 2 begged frantically, cold sweat pouring down their backs. He talked you into it and you just followed? Lin Xia sneered. Don't you have a mind of your own? What meaning is there in living like that? A burst of gunfire. No need for further words with such people, he simply sent them off. The last man was so terrified he wet himself. Cowering on the ground, he kept shouting, no, please, no. Damn it, the water's already risen to the 3rd floor and you're still acting like a coward. You're a disgrace to men. Another burst of gunfire. A man who wets his pants and acts so spineless wasn't worth keeping, too disgustingly pathetic. Xiao Xinxin watched silently from the side. She had developed some immunity to such scenes, having witnessed Lin Xia and lives in a nearly brutal manner before. Those people had all deserved their fate and she felt not a shred of pity. Let's go. It's getting late. Having dealt with 3 clueless fools, Lin Xia prepared to leave. There was nothing worth taking from them all anyway. The two returned to Jinfeng Tower. Without people on the lower floors, it felt strangely unfamiliar. The vast skyscraper housed only the 5 of them at the top. Dozens of floors below stood empty with corpses on some. If one didn't dwell on it, it was fine, but thinking about it sent chills down the spine. That evening Lin Xia left Xiao Xinxin alone in the room for a while. He took his laptop and mingled with Su Qingyue, and of course Su Man. Though he had retrieved his phone, not all functions could be restored. The two worked together to write code for the anomaly notification feature. They worked late into the night. Xiao Xinxin couldn't take it anymore. Being alone in such a large room terrified her. It wasn't so bad during the day, but at night without Lin Xia by her side she dared not even close her eyes. Helpless, she knocked on the next door and sat quietly beside Lin Xia watching them work. Day 11-0115. Lin Xia and Su Qingyue stretched simultaneously. The server interface and front-end interface were finally complete, needing only debugging the next day. Xiao Xinxin and Su Man had fallen asleep on the side. Get some rest. We're heading back, Lin Xia whispered to Su Qingyue, then gently lifted Xiao Xinxin in his arms and returned to their room. He laid Xiao Xinxin on the bed and went to shower. Shortly after he started, Xiao Xinxin quietly opened the door and slipped in. The girl was deeply dependent on Lin Xia. The moment he left, she seemed to sense it and woke from her sleep. After showering for over half an hour, Xiao Xinxin fell asleep soon after lying down. With only a few minutes until 2 a.m., Lin Xia decided to stay awake. At 2 a.m. sharp, 6 cards slowly materialized. But Lin Xia immediately noticed a difference from previous days. Normally only 6 cards appeared before him, but today a line of small text had appeared beneath them. Survival time exceeds 10 days. From today an additional special card will be awarded daily. Special cards do not require drawing and are automatically delivered to the card box. Distracted by that line of text, he hadn't even seen what today's 6 cards were. Lin Xia raised his hand and after a moment's hesitation chose the middle card in the first row. Space Gate skill. Finally, the skill he had been longing for. Without a second thought, he used the card immediately. Then Lin Xia stood up and walked to a slightly smaller room where he marked his first spatial beacon. For now, the top floor of Jinfeng Tower was his base camp. No matter where he went, he would ultimately return here. Setting a spatial beacon here meant he could return to his base at any time, offering both convenience and an excellent escape mechanism. After setting it up, Lin Xia couldn't resist testing it. He quietly left the room. This time, perhaps because she was exhausted from the shower, Xiao Xinxin didn't wake. Lin Xia took the elevator down to the 6th floor. Space Gate. As soon as he stepped out, he activated the skill. As he issued the command with his mind, he could clearly see a black sphere slowly appear in the space before him. Its circular edges gradually expanded until it formed a black opening about the height of a person. Without knowing this was a space gate, the absolute darkness would likely deter anyone from daring to touch it. But Lin Xia was unafraid. His trust in the card's effects was ingrained in his very bones. Without a second thought, he stepped inside. Whoosh! To be honest, there was no noticeable sensation, just a brief darkness before his vision returned to normal. The scene before him was no longer the 6th floor of Jinfeng Tower, but the room where he had placed the spatial beacon. He had truly achieved spatial teleportation. If people can pass through, could objects do the same? Having confirmed that the spatial gate enabled safe interdimensional transit, Lin Xia conceived a new idea. Once the idea took shape, he tested it immediately. This time he remained on the suite floor. There was no need to descend to the 6th level. A black aperture appeared before him. He cautiously tossed the pillow in his hand into the void. The dark fabric vanished instantly, swallowed whole by the abyss. Lin Xia hurried back to the room bearing the spatial beacon and found the pillow lying precisely where he expected, on the floor. To ensure experimental rigor, he had marked it beforehand. The mark remained intact, confirming beyond doubt that this was indeed the very pillow he had cast moments earlier. Thus the spatial gate was not exclusive to him. Once activated, it permitted passage for others, and for objects alike. It seems I'll need to find an isolated corner to use it from now on. After all, it persists for 10 seconds. Who knows whether someone might follow? Wait, that's not quite right. At present there exists only a single spatial beacon, hence only one spatial conduit. Naturally the pillow could traverse unimpeded. But what if 3 beacons existed instead? What then would unfold? A sudden question struck Lin Xia, one he dared not test. He possessed only 2 beacons remaining. Until he acquired new ones, their placement demanded careful deliberation, certainly not within Jinfeng Tower. With the spatial gate now understood, Lin Xia finally turned his attention to the second card he had obtained. This card had been awarded upon surviving 10 days, and was labeled a special card. At a mere thought, a translucent card materialized in the upper left corner of his vision. Strategic Class Submarine Fragment and Special Type Card. Collect 10 identical fragments to unlock eligibility for its draw. Good heavens! Lin Xia recoiled, not only astonished but faintly exasperated. Astonished because such a reward seemed wildly disproportionate. A submarine. A Strategic Class 1. A weapon of war, deployed only in total conflict. If submarines had appeared, surely other strategic vessels would follow, aircraft carriers perhaps. 1 fragment per day means 365 annually. According to the card's description, 10 fragments grant a single draw, presumably yielding the fully assembled vessel. In just 1 year I could assemble 2 full carrier strike groups. No, wait. If this reign truly lasted a year, no carrier groups would matter, Earth itself would perish. Indeed, this special card was extraordinary, bestowing without precedent a strategic tier weapon of mass consequence. Ah, but hold on, even if I secured a completed vessel, who would operate it? I certainly couldn't pilot it alone. The dilemma kept him awake. The next morning Lin Xia set aside his ruminations, for now. Practical matters awaited. His primary task was calibrating the surveillance system's anomaly alert functionality. I've reconsidered. Floors 45 and below will be open to Su Feng and his team. Thus floor 46 becomes our first alarm threshold. If anyone enters its stairwell or lingers at the elevator bank, my phone must receive an instant captured image. 45 floors remained ample, for now, sufficient for Su Feng's personnel. He also intended to authorize unrestricted freight elevator access below that level, eliminating the need for covert usage. Additionally, floor 74 is designated as the emergency refuge floor. No presence should occur there. All cameras on this level must trigger image capture and immediate transmission to my phone upon detecting motion. Set floor 80 as the secondary alarm threshold. Any anomaly detected there must trigger both an audible alert and a server-pushed notification to my device. These parameters were provisional, conceived on the spot, but easily adjustable later should circumstances evolve. With requirements defined, the trio set to work. Su Qingyue coded the push notification logic. Luo Yuan configured facial recognition across all cameras. Lin Xia modified the front-end display interface, integrating the entire system directly into the internal network communication app. By noon, all tasks were complete. Before lunch, Lin Xia gathered the team for a live test. Each time someone passed through the stairwell on floor 46, a system message arrived instantly on Lin Xia's phone, detailing exact time, location, and embedding 3 high-resolution instantaneous captures. Should motion be detected on floor 80's stairwell, his phone emitted a distinct chime accompanied by a server-sent notification, including timestamp coordinates and a brief video clip. All core functionalities he requested had been realized. In the afternoon, Lin Xia boarded a speedboat bound for Jianan Tower. Something about the displaced civilians beneath Jinfeng Tower still unsettled him. He intended to consult Su Feng directly. Upon arrival, he observed Su Feng's crew packing supplies, evidently preparing to relocate. Those who recognized him greeted respectfully Brother Lin. Lin Xia acknowledged each with a nod. Ascending to the 8th floor, he knocked and entered Su Feng's room. "What brings you here?" Su Feng rose with a smile. "You saw them downstairs, didn't you? We'll finish packing today and move tomorrow." "I came to ask something." Su Feng gestured for him to sit and offered a chilled bottle of soda. "Just retrieved from underwater yesterday." Lin Xia accepted it and asked, "Did you arrange the relocation of the civilians from Jinfeng Tower?" "Yes," Su Feng replied matter-of-factly. "We agreed, you'd authorize it and I'd handle execution." Lin Xia nodded, relieved. "I simply wasn't informed beforehand. When I descended, not a soul remained. They couldn't use the elevators, and you reside on floor 90. Reporting upward was impossible," Su Feng explained gently. Lin Xia pressed further, "Where were the civilians relocated?" Su Feng shook his head. "I delegated that to Smoke Ghost. I'll need to ask him for specifics." "Where is he now? Didn't you see him upstairs?" "No." "Then he's likely out. Since we're moving to Jinfeng Tower tomorrow, he'll report to you then." Lin Xia accepted the explanation and shifted focus. "Is the load heavy? Shall I assist?" "No need." Su Feng waved dismissively. "Relocation is routine labor, my team handles it. Your situation is exceptional. Better remain discreet." Lin Xia lingered briefly at Jinan Tower, simultaneously informing Su Feng of his plans. The elevator access below the 45th floor would be fully unrestricted, and with Su Feng's group totaling 156 people, the space was entirely sufficient. As for the floors above the 45th, only Su Feng himself along with Miao Polan, Ding Liang and Zhu Binggang were granted access. Su Feng displayed no discontent with Lin Xia's arrangement, essentially agreeing to whatever Lin Xia proposed. "Since the presidential suites on the 90th floor are already occupied, Baolong and I will stay on the floor below you. The luxury suites are quite satisfactory. You'll have someone prepare an office for me on the 45th floor, and that should settle everything." "Agreed. Rest assured my men are well disciplined, they won't trespass where they're not allowed." After concluding this matter, Lin Xia prepared to leave. Descending the stairs, he encountered Ding Liang and called him over. "Have you sent away all the refugees from Jinfeng Tower?" Ding Liang replied with immediate respect, "Yes, Brother Feng assigned it to me yesterday morning and I handled it at once." "Any concerns, Brother Lin?" "They all willingly left." Ding Liang's expression remained neutral. "I sensed they felt staying in Jinfeng Tower was unsustainable, preferring to take their chances elsewhere." Lin Xia nodded. "In truth, it's the same everywhere." "Indeed," Ding Liang responded. "Without rescue teams, these people likely wouldn't survive much longer." "All right, I understand. Go attend to your duties." Since all had been sent away, Lin Xia decided not to dwell on it. Everyone makes their own choices, though he found it puzzling that the Yan brothers Yanshi and Yanqing had chosen to leave as well. "They'll get back to work." Ding Liang turned to leave. After just a few steps, Lin Xia called out again, "Hey, which building did they disembark at?" With his back to Lin Xia, Ding Liang's eyes flickered briefly, but the change lasted only a second. When he turned around, his face resumed its usual composure. "They refused to stay nearby and insisted I take them to Jianghe Tower." Jianghe Tower? Lin Xia recalled it, vaguely located in the northwestern district of Jinling City. From Jinan Tower it was over 10 kilometers by normal driving, quite a distance. By speedboat it might be slightly closer, but still an estimated 30 to 40 minutes. "All right, I understand." Ding Liang nodded again, turned and furrowed his brow. He wasn't sure if Lin Xia would actually go to Jianghe Tower to verify. If he didn't go, there would be no issue. But if he did, the lie would be exposed. For now he deemed it unlikely that Lin Xia would go. After all, Lin Xia had little connection with those refugees, there was no reason for him to travel so far for strangers. Watching Ding Liang's retreating figure, Lin Xia's suspicions only grew. He could understand the refugees not wanting to stay nearby. But traveling over 10 kilometers to Jianghe Tower? If Jianghe Tower were a skyscraper like Jinfeng Tower it might make sense, but it was only 12 stories high, an office building similar to Jianan Tower. Going there, and on their own request, that seemed illogical. Given the refugees' mindset, their priority would be food, so their choice of destination would likely favor places with resources. They would prefer a building with hotels or restaurants over one with only offices. Furthermore, would Ding Liang be so cooperative? After all, these people were once underworld figures, it was already a stretch for them to restrain themselves. Doing something so accommodating without any benefit seemed off. Lin Xia pondered and decided to make the trip, if only to find Lin Xia and have a talk. Leaving Jianan Tower, he sped off on a speedboat toward the approximate direction of Jianghe Tower. From the 6th floor window, Ding Liang watched the departing speedboat, lost in thought. Moments later, he went up to the 8th floor and knocked on Su Feng's door. The city was now a vast expanse of water roads, indistinguishable, with only the high-rises above the surface serving as landmarks. It took Lin Xia nearly 2 hours to locate Jianghe Tower. He docked the speedboat against the tower's outer wall and climbed inside through an open window. The empty building was eerily silent, broken only by the sound of raindrops tapping on the windows. "Shertu. Chengzi." Lin Xia called out loudly, but there was no response. He inspected the building. Traces of people were present, but they appeared to be from days ago, not yesterday. At this point he was certain that Ding Liang had deceived him. Why lie? If the refugees had truly been sent to another building, there would be no need for such fabrication. There was only one possibility: the refugees had never been moved. Since they vanished from Jinfeng Tower without being relocated, Lin Xia already guessed their fate. A flicker of anger crossed his face. Was this Ding Liang's doing alone, or was he acting on Su Feng's orders? For the first time, Lin Xia doubted the reliability of Su Feng and his men. He had believed that saving Su Feng's life and even Miao Polan's would earn him their gratitude and loyalty, making betrayal unlikely. Yet the slap to his face came swiftly. Before even moving into Jinfeng Tower, they were already engaging in duplicitous behavior. Of course, he couldn't yet confirm whether Su Feng had orchestrated this. It seems restricting them to below the 45th floor was necessary. But I need to observe Su Feng further. If it's just Ding Liang's personal action, I can overlook it. But if Su Feng was behind it, regardless, Ding Liang must be dealt with. Lin Xia summoned a spatial portal on the spot, stepped through, and returned to Jinfeng Tower. Without pausing there, he headed straight back to Jianan Tower. Lin Xia's sudden reappearance with an angry expression left everyone in Jianan Tower bewildered. Seeing no need to explain, he went directly to the 8th floor and knocked on Su Feng's door. "Get Ding Liang up here immediately." Looking at Su Feng seated behind the desk, Lin Xia showed no courtesy, issuing orders like a boss to a subordinate. "Brother Lin, what's wrong? Has Ding Liang upset you?" Su Feng rose with a smile, welcoming him, seemingly unbothered by Lin Xia's attitude. Calm down, calm down." Su Feng forced a smile as he guided Lin Xia to sit down, then personally opened a can of soda and placed it before him. Only after did he take his own seat. "What did Ding Liang do to make you come storming in here with such murderous intent?" Lin Xia stared at Su Feng and asked bluntly, "You said you'd handle the refugees from Jinfeng Tower and you sent Ding Liang to do it, didn't you?" "That's right." "Did Ding Liang mess up?" "I'm asking you, what exactly did you tell Ding Liang to do?" Su Feng, seeing nothing amiss, thought for a moment before replying, "I told him to relocate the refugees to another building." "What's going on? Just spit it out." "I happened to run into Ding Liang when I was leaving. I asked him about the refugees and he said he sent them to Jianghe Tower." What's wrong with that?" Lin Xia locked eyes with Su Feng. "I just came back from Jianghe Tower. There was no one there." Su Feng was taken aback, then said, "Maybe Ding Liang got it wrong. But if you ask me, why do you even care about those refugees? Are you planning to support them? Do you have that much surplus supplies?" A cold sneer curled within Lin Xia's heart. He understood now. Su Feng's deliberate mention of surplus supplies was a reminder that most of the supplies in his spatial storage didn't belong to him but to Su Feng. First, Lin Xia's tone turned stern. Whether I support them or not is my business, and it has nothing to do with you or Ding Liang. Second, I may not care about the refugees' lives, but that doesn't mean you and your people can play mind games with me. Third, Su Feng, you are the one begging me to cooperate. Do you think that just because I'm alone I wouldn't dare to sever ties completely? Su Feng's expression flickered slightly before returning to normal. He replied earnestly, Brother, what are you saying? You saved my life and my brother's lives. How could I ever play mind games with you? You've got it all wrong. You'll judge whether I'm wrong or not. Lin Xia said in a low voice, then made up his mind. Go find Ding Liang myself and get to the bottom of this. He stood up and walked out. The two underlings by the door, having overheard the argument, didn't dare to breathe as Lin Xia passed. Inside the room, Su Feng also shot to his feet, crushing the freshly opened soda can in his hand. True, he was grateful to Lin Xia for saving his life, and his earlier talk about destiny had been sincere. But that didn't mean he would willingly endure being scolded like a grandson by Lin Xia. After all, he had once been the king of the underworld in Jinling City. The pride of a ruler made it hard for him to swallow this humiliation. Yet after a brief surge of anger, Su Feng managed to restrain himself. For one, he still depended on Lin Xia's fortune. For another, Lin Xia had truly saved his life. And finally, all his supplies were still in Lin Xia's possession. On the other side, Lin Xia went downstairs and asked around. Ding Liang should be in his room. He went to the 6th floor and knocked on Ding Liang's door. Brother Feng, why are you here? If you need something, just send for me and they'll come up. Ding Liang opened the door to find Su Feng standing outside. This Su Feng was an illusion conjured by Lin Xia using his disguise skill. Immediately Lin Xia imitated Su Feng's voice and asked, What's the real story with the refugees from Jinfeng? Ding Liang was puzzled. He had already reported on this matter. Seeing the doubt in Ding Liang's eyes, Lin Xia quickly added, Lin Xia came looking for me just now. You'd better tell me every detail. Hearing this, Ding Liang no longer suspected anything and said, Brother Feng, I was very thorough last time. You told me to handle it properly. I figured you meant for those refugees to disappear, so I took a few men, dragged them to a remote stretch of water, and then bang bang bang, not a single one left. Brother Feng, Lin Xia asked me about it today too. I lied and said I sent them all to Jianghe Tower. He wouldn't actually go there to check, would he? Seeing that his 1-minute disguise was about to expire, Lin Xia had a rough idea of what had happened. He said, They'll handle Lin Xia. Watch your tongue from now on. With that, Lin Xia immediately left Ding Liang's doorway. As soon as he turned the corner, his illusion faded away. It seems Su Feng didn't give a direct order, but he must have hinted at it. They've been brothers for years, so Ding Liang wouldn't have misunderstood. I might let Su Feng off, but Ding Liang has to answer for this. With that thought, Lin Xia charged straight to Ding Liang's door and kicked it open. Ding Liang jumped in fright. Seeing who it was, he immediately asked, Brother Lin, what are you doing? Without a word, Lin Xia strode toward Ding Liang. The moment he saw the shift in Ding Liang's eyes, he grabbed him by the throat and hoisted him into the air. Ding Liang gritted his teeth against the pain, his gaze gradually turning fierce. With a flick of his right hand, a small knife appeared in his palm. If you make a move, there's no going back. Lin Xia saw Ding Liang's movement and warned him coldly. Ding Liang's heart wavered. He understood what Lin Xia meant. If he struck, Lin Xia would kill him, and even Su Feng couldn't save him. The commotion alerted the neighbors. Miao Polan came out of his room. From Zhu Binggang's room, a disheveled woman first ran out, followed by Zhu Binggang still pulling up his pants. The two arrived at Ding Liang's door and were startled by the scene before them. Brother Lin, let's talk this out. Among the three, Miao Polan had the most respect for Lin Xia, so he was the first to speak up. Lin Xia carried Ding Liang by the throat and turned toward the door. Miao Polan stepped aside first, and after a moment's hesitation Zhu Binggang also moved out of the way. Once outside, Lin Xia dragged Ding Liang all the way to Su Feng's door. The underlings at the door were shocked, but one look at Lin Xia's icy glare was enough. Without needing to be told, they knocked and opened the door. Su Feng watched the scene unfold, fury boiling inside him, but his face remained utterly impassive as he watched Lin Xia haul Ding Liang into the room. Since everyone's here, I'll ask just one question. Lin Xia released Ding Liang for a moment, then glanced at Su Feng and turned to look at Miao Polan and Zhu Binggang, who had followed. When a subordinate does wrong, what's the proper course of action? Su Feng didn't answer directly but said, Brother Lin, we're all brothers here. Can't we just talk things out? Why go to such extremes? Ding Liang had recovered by now and said to Lin Xia, Brother Lin, I was wrong about the refugees. I misunderstood Brother Feng's intentions. I apologize for that. That's it. Lin Xia sneered, turning to Su Feng. Su Feng, is this your idea of justice? Hearing Lin Xia challenge Su Feng like that, Ding Liang's eyes suddenly turned vicious. The small knife in his right hand, which he had never put away, shot toward Lin Xia's throat before anyone could react. Ding Liang's decision to act was not impulsive, or at most only half so. After witnessing Su Feng's ample stockpile of supplies, he had always believed there was no need to curry favor with an irrelevant person. He also admitted that Lin Xia was formidable. Anyone who could take down a Tyrannosaurus in mere seconds was undoubtedly strong. But so what? They had supplies and people, so why should they grovel before Lin Xia? Moreover, Lin Xia had killed Lei Mingchen. From that perspective, Lin Xia was their enemy. How could they seek revenge and yet bow to their foe? He had said all this to Su Feng but was always rebuffed. Since the boss had made his decision, Ding Liang naturally had to save face for him, so he treated Lin Xia with a semblance of courtesy on the surface. Yet today, because of some insignificant refugees, Lin Xia had treated him in a manner akin to humiliation, kicking open his door, hauling him out like a trash bag. This was blatant insult. The fury in Ding Liang's heart could no longer be contained. If he could maintain composure in his own room, then before Su Feng with Tyrannosaurus and Xiao Zhu watching, if he did nothing, he would be utterly pathetic. As for Su Feng's talk of fortune, he had always just listened without ever truly believing it. What damn fortune? In his eyes, the true maxim was that one must be ruthless to stand firm. Most importantly, at such close range with Lin Xia completely off guard, his confidence bordered on blind arrogance. Kill Lin Xia and all problems would vanish. He could also avenge Lei Mingchen in the process. A very worthwhile deal? Nearby, Miao Polan and Zhu Binggang were stunned, still unaware of what had happened, unable to fathom why Ding Liang had suddenly struck. And it was no ordinary strike. This move was aimed directly at taking Lin Xia's life. These two were not the most anxious, if the most anxious was Su Feng. His supplies worth over 300 million were all in Lin Xia's spatial storage. Who knew if they could be retrieved after Lin Xia's death? There was a 99% chance they would be lost. He had over 100 mouths to feed. Without those supplies, these people, including himself, would have nothing to live on. Moreover, he firmly believed in fortune. Even though Ding Liang was close to Lin Xia, even though he knew Ding Liang was confident of success, he still believed that before Lin Xia's absolute fortune, even 10 Ding Liangs could not kill him so easily. Therefore, the moment Ding Liang moved, Su Feng shouted in tension, "Smoky!" He wanted to stop Ding Liang, not out of concern for Lin Xia but for Ding Liang. Given Ding Liang's speed and technique at such a close distance, there was no chance for Su Feng to shout. By the time his voice emerged, the knife in Ding Liang's hand had nearly touched the skin of Lin Xia's throat. Success was within a hair's breadth. Yet in that instant, just as he thought he had succeeded, he suddenly found his knife halted, stopping less than a millimeter from Lin Xia's throat. At the same time, he realized he could not move, as if his consciousness had been severed from his body. No matter how hard he tried, he could not budge an inch. The next second, he felt a sharp pain in his throat. A crimson column of blood spurted before his eyes and a torrent of viscous liquid streamed down his chest. Smoky! Smoky! Miao Polan and Zhu Bingang snapped out of their shock and rushed forward to catch Ding Liang's slowly collapsing body. They had not anticipated this outcome. Ding Liang had the upper hand, his knife already at Lin Xia's throat, yet Lin Xia's dagger was even faster, piercing Ding Liang's neck in the blink of an eye. Such speed was terrifying. Su Feng remained silent at the scene, but the right hand hidden behind his back betrayed his fury. First Lin Xia, then Ding Liang, two of his most capable underlings, had fallen to Lin Xia. Even so, he had to suppress his anger, revealing none of it. As he believed, even if Ding Liang seemed to have every advantage, even if every angle suggested he would succeed, fortune was so perverse, it always turned the tide in the most inexplicable way at the critical moment. From the instant Ding Liang made his move, he had already foreseen the ending, and it aligned almost perfectly with his vision. Lin Xia. Zhu Bingang stood up, drawing two cleavers from behind, glaring at Lin Xia. Miao Polan followed suit, pulling a dagger from his calf, holding it reversed in his right hand, poised for battle. Lin Xia sneered, "I knew you lot were unreliable. If I had fallen just now, would you be so on edge?" Zhu Bingang was about to speak, but was stopped by a hand reaching from behind. Su Feng stepped between them and scolded, "Put them down. We're all on the same side. Lin Xia is your boss. Are you rebelling?" Miao Polan was the most straightforward, sheathing his dagger immediately. In his view, Ding Liang's death was justified. He had initiated the ambush. Being killed was a result of his own inadequacy. Zhu Bingang hesitated, then gritted his teeth and put away his blades. Su Feng took a deep breath and said to Lin Xia, "I apologize to you on behalf of Smoky. It was just a minor misunderstanding. I don't know what got into him to make such a big deal over a small thing and even lose his life." Sigh. Lin Xia replied, "I treat you as my own people and you must treat me the same. Only then can we get along in the long run. If everyone harbors countless schemes, there's no need to force ourselves together." "You're right." Su Feng nodded in agreement. "This is my fault, I didn't make things clear. Now that Ding Liang is dead, Brother Lin, don't be angry. Who knows when this wretched life will end? Why fight among ourselves? Let's be harmonious and live each day as it comes." "Good," Lin Xia responded. "Since you say this is your fault, what about punishment?" Su Feng's face stiffened and Miao Polan and Zhu Bingang remained silent. Looking at the three silent men, Lin Xia sneered, "Or is this your rule, that a mistake is brushed aside with just a word? What do you want?" Su Feng could barely contain himself. Normally the death of Ding Liang alone would have been considered sufficient recompense. With that settled, the matter should have ended. Under such circumstances, Lin Xia's relentless pursuit of accountability seemed excessive. Thus Su Feng's long-suppressed anger became difficult to contain. However, the moment he spoke, he instantly regretted it. In his vision, he should have firmly bound Lin Xia to himself, then gradually exert ideological and mental control over him. Yet he never anticipated that some irrelevant refugees would push Lin Xia to the opposing side. The friendship they had painstakingly built was on the verge of collapsing in the next moment. Su Feng could not help but ask himself, could he bear the consequences of becoming enemies with Lin Xia? The answer was self-evident. Therefore, before Lin Xia could respond, Su Feng proactively conceded. He resolutely turned around, pulled a dagger from the desk drawer. "Brother Lin is right. If you make a mistake, you must be punished. Even a kindergarten child understands that." Su Feng, in front of Lin Xia, raised the dagger without a moment's hesitation and stabbed it into his own leg. "Brother Feng! Brother Feng!" Miao Polan and Zhu Bingang exclaimed in shock, never expecting Su Feng would go to such lengths. At that moment their resentment toward Lin Xia deepened. "Brother Lin, is this enough?" Su Feng endured the pain, his gaze fixed on Lin Xia. Lin Xia was also somewhat surprised. His deliberate provocation was intentional, he had already seen through their true nature. He no longer intended to interact with these people as friends. He wanted Su Feng and the others to understand that Lin Xia was the one who held the power of speech. Seeing that Lin Xia had no intention of speaking, Su Feng steeled himself, pulled out the dagger and viciously stabbed his thigh once more. Just then Lin Xia stepped forward, firmly grasping Su Feng's wrist. "That's enough," Lin Xia said calmly. "This matter ends here." Then Lin Xia turned to Miao Polan and Zhu Binggang. "What are you standing there for? Go call old Zhou to treat Brother Feng's wound." Zhu Binggang cast a deep glance at Lin Xia, then walked to the door and instructed a subordinate to fetch old Zhou. When Zhu Binggang returned, Lin Xia stood up and said solemnly, "Remember, don't play games with me in the future. I have things to do. I'm leaving." After Lin Xia left, Zhu Binggang said to Su Feng, "Brother Feng, I don't understand. Who is he? Why do you defer to him so much? I even feel like you're afraid of him." Previously, when Su Feng had sent Zhu Binggang and the others to find Lin Xia, he had only provided a photo and said nothing else. So neither Zhu Binggang nor Miao Polan nor even the deceased Lei Mingcheng and Ding Liang knew why Su Feng was looking for Lin Xia. Today's events had escalated to such a degree, yet Su Feng not only endured it but even stabbed himself. This was no longer a matter of right or wrong, it was a disgrace. Su Feng said slowly, "That's right, I am afraid of him. Don't underestimate us with over 100 men. I can say with certainty that once we break ties, the ultimate victor will still be Lin Xia." "Why?" Miao Polan didn't understand. "He's strong, but he's just one man. How can we not be a match for him with so many? Fortune?" Su Feng said seriously again. "I know you've never believed it, but I still have to tell you. Fortune is like fate, it's something human power cannot resist." "If that's the case, then we can never defeat him?" Zhu Binggang asked. "Not necessarily," Su Feng sighed. "As long as our fortune is stronger than his. I've always believed that everyone's fortune can be stacked. If we find someone with strong enough fortune, 1 isn't enough, then 2, if 2 isn't enough, then 3. As long as our fortune surpasses his, we can take him down." Miao Polan frowned and asked, "Brother Feng, what exactly happened today to cause such a big rift?" "Actually, I think Lin Xia is a decent person. There's really no need to make an enemy of him. Alas, it's in the past. Let's not talk about it." Su Feng didn't want to say more, the responsibility for this matter lay with him. If he hadn't meddled and targeted the refugees, things wouldn't have come to this. Just then old Zhou arrived with a medical kit and immediately began treating Su Feng's wound. After finishing, old Zhou said to Su Feng, "Brother Feng, our medical supplies are almost gone." Su Feng frowned upon hearing this and waved for old Zhou to leave. "There's one more thing I need to tell you," Su Feng said to Miao Polan and Zhu Binggang. "Do you know why I asked you to find Lin Xia in the first place?" Miao Polan and Zhu Binggang both shook their heads. They had asked about this from the beginning, but Su Feng hadn't elaborated, only saying to keep an eye on this person, not to offend him, and ideally to bring him back for a talk. "Because he is a reborn one." Su Feng's words were startling. "Reborn?" Zhu Binggang repeated in surprise. "You mean literally reborn?" "Yes," Su Feng nodded. "Lin Xia has admitted it, and I believe it to be true. That's why I say he has great fortune. I can't say exactly how great, but it's certainly beyond our ability to contend with." Miao Polan and Zhu Binggang were still digesting Su Feng's words. Su Feng continued, "Lin Xia's greatest asset is his space." "Space?" The two were even more bewildered. "That's right," Su Feng said gravely. "All 300 million worth of supplies are in Lin Xia's space." So that was it. Miao and Zhu immediately understood. No wonder Brother Feng had been so accommodating with Lin Xia, all the supplies had been taken by him. Once they completely fell out, those 300 million in supplies would be lost for good. Lin Xia would never return them. This. Miao Polan was at a loss for words. Zhu Binggang spoke up, "Brother Feng, why did you entrust so many supplies to Lin Xia?" Su Feng said helplessly, my plan was to first build a good relationship with Lin Xia, then gradually control him. By then both his fortune and his space would serve me. What difference does it make whether the supplies are in his space or in my hands? Miao and Zhu sighed again. The idea was good, but the script didn't always follow the envisioned path. This stab wound isn't undeserved, Su Feng sighed. I shouldn't have bothered with those refugees. I should have just sent them away. Then it wouldn't have come to this. So what do we do now? Miao Polan asked. Su Feng thought for a moment and replied helplessly, for now we have to rely on Lin Xia. He has strength and supplies. We have no better choice. Stone and Orange are likely in deep trouble. Leaving Jianan Tower, Lin Xia found a secluded spot and used the space gate to return to Jinfeng Tower. He felt a pang of guilt toward the brothers Yan Shi and Yan Qing. The two had struggled to hold on for so many days only to be killed by their own people. If only he had arranged for them sooner, this tragedy might have been avoided. But what was done, and dwelling on it now was pointless. Lin Xia's spirits sank. What's wrong? Xiao Xinxin, perceptive as ever, immediately noticed his distress. She walked behind him and gently massaged his temples. Yan Shi and Yan Qing might have been taken care of by Su Feng's men. How could that be? Lin Xia recounted the events briefly. After speaking, he felt a little lighter, having someone to confide in offered some solace. Xiao Xinxin listened in silence, understanding that Lin Xia was consumed by self-blame. Not knowing how to comfort him, she simply embraced him tenderly. They sat quietly for a while. Old man Bai must have finished his food. Go bring him some more. As evening fell, the food Lin Xia had delivered the day before, only a day's supply, was likely gone by noon. He packed some more provisions in a small box and brought them to Old Man Bai. With regular meals and water, Old Man Bai looked a bit better than before. This time Lin Xia also left him a walkie-talkie and a flashlight. The walkie-talkie could connect directly to Xiao Xinxin, and the flashlight would help him navigate at night to avoid falls. Day 12-0745. At Jianan Tower, Su Feng was jolted awake by a roaring wind. Then it struck him, that wasn't the wind at all but the sound of a helicopter. Ignoring the pain in his leg, he rushed to the window and strained to look up. Though he couldn't see the helicopter, he was certain one was hovering above Jianan Tower. Could it be? A spark lit up Su Feng's eyes. Without hesitation, he dressed quickly and dashed toward the rooftop terrace. His injured leg slowed him down. By the time he reached the 9th floor, he saw someone coming down from above. Feng Ge. Achong. Their eyes met and excitement surged between them. I knew you wouldn't abandon me. Su Feng limped up a couple of steps. Feng Ge, I'm late. Meng Chong descended 2 steps. Then they embraced tightly. It's so good to see you. I was really afraid. Meng Chong's voice trembled with emotion. He had come on a gamble, never expecting Su Feng to actually be here. Do you think I'm that weak? If I couldn't hold out a few days, would I still be worthy of being your brother? Su Feng was overjoyed. He and Meng Chong were sworn brothers. One ruled the underworld and Jinling, the other served in the military. A few days earlier, when signals were still active, Su Feng had tried to contact Meng Chong but failed. It was understandable, the military was in chaos then, with no time for outside matters. Later the city lost power and phones went dead, making contact impossible. Feng Ge, what happened to your leg? Nothing serious, just a minor injury. Meng Chong helped Su Feng back to his room. Achong, are you here to take me to the base? Has the official shelter stabilized? As soon as they sat down, Su Feng asked eagerly. Yes, but the base is full. Except for key personnel, no one else can be rescued for now. Meng Chong looked at him apologetically. I know you have a few men, but I can't take them this time. Even getting you a spot was difficult. Su Feng fell silent for a long moment. Can I say a few words to them? After some thought, he made a decision. Sure, Meng Chong agreed. But hurry. I snuck out during a break. If our captain finds out, it'll be trouble. 5 minutes. Alright, I'll wait on the roof. Meng Chong left. Su Feng immediately called for Miao Polan and Zhu Binggang. I'm heading to the official shelter. Su Feng cut straight to the point. But I can't take you with me. Miao and Zhu were momentarily stunned. Miao Polan said cheerfully, Feng Ge, don't worry about us. Go ahead. Zhu Binggang asked, Feng Ge, do you have orders for us? Su Feng nodded. I'll scout the situation first. If there's a chance, I'll come back for you. While I'm gone, I want you to stick close to Lin Xia. Before they could question him, he explained, Lin Xia is special and he still has what's ours. You must get along with him and earn his trust. No matter how strong his luck is, he can't rival the state. You'll find a way to reclaim everything. Understood, Feng Ge. Well, wait for you. Su Feng patted their shoulders. Move to Jinfeng Tower as soon as possible. Under Lin Xia's protection, you'll be safe. Just wait for me. Feng Ge, let us see you off. Alright. There's a box under my bed, it'll just take some clothes. Miao and Zhu carried the box and helped Su Feng up to the rooftop. Meng Chong took the box and supported Su Feng, nodding briefly at the two men. The helicopter lifted off and vanished into the heavy rain. Day 12, 0830. Lin Xia woke from his sleep. Last night he had drawn a card. Magnetic field shield generates a magnetic field shield enveloping the body upon use. Reusable until energy is depleted. Activation command: enable disable magnetic field shield. It was a defensive card currently at 100 energy. Exactly how much damage it could absorb remained to be tested. He also received a fragment card. Unlike yesterday's, this one was strategic satellite fragment. At this rate, who knew how long it would take to collect 10 identical cards? But there was nothing he could do about it. He could only accept it passively. As he was washing up, his phone, which had been silent for ages, suddenly beeped. The alert meant someone had just passed through the stairwell on the 80th floor. Lin Xia immediately checked his phone. If someone passed through the stairwell on the 80th floor, the server would send a 5-second video to his phone. In the footage, 3 unknown figures clad in black combat suits passed through the stairwell on the 80th floor. It appeared they were descending from the 80th floor downward, not climbing up. Lin Xia quickly rushed to Luo Yuan's room, where the monitoring station was set up in one of the rooms of Luo Yuan's suite. Brother Lin, who are these people? Luo Yuan had also seen the surveillance footage. These individuals were fully armed, clearly not ordinary people. They must be from the official rescue team. Lin Xia felt that the leader looked familiar. After reaching the 48th floor, they stopped descending further. They're probably here to rescue Grandpa Bai. Lin Xia had already guessed as much. Luo Yuan grew excited. Does that mean we? Before he could finish, Lin Xia interrupted. It probably has nothing to do with us. This is a targeted rescue mission with fixed recipients. Stay here, I'll go check it out. Lin Xia took the elevator directly to the 48th floor. In room 4806, 2 team members in combat suits were helping Grandpa Bai pack his belongings while the leader was speaking with him. Lin Xia's appearance immediately alerted the 3 Special Forces members. In an instant, all their weapons were trained on him. Is that you, Captain Luo? Lin Xia recognized the leader at once. It was Captain Luo Ning, whom he had encountered once before. He had thought the figure in the surveillance looked familiar, and indeed it was an acquaintance. Luo Ning also recognized Lin Xia and asked curiously, "What are you doing here?" Bai Just Hen then spoke up, "Captain Luo, I owe my survival to this young man Lin Xia. If he hadn't brought me food, I doubt I'd have made it this far." Lin Xia shot Grandpa Bai a grateful glance. He had only delivered food twice, hardly a significant contribution. Even without those 2 meals, Grandpa Bai could have held on. He knew Grandpa Bai was saying this deliberately, likely to earn him some credit. Sure enough, Bai Just shifted the topic and addressed Luo Ning. Captain Luo, I know you have your rules, but I still want to plead for Lin Xia. If possible, could you take him along? Luo Ning replied with some reluctance, Grandpa Bai, I understand your sentiment, but this isn't something I can decide. How about this, come back to the base with me first, and once we're there we'll report the matter and see if we can secure a spot for Lin Xia. At this point she suddenly remembered that Lin Xia wasn't alone. She turned to Lin Xia, you have a girlfriend, don't you? Well. Lin Xia hesitated slightly. Strictly speaking, he had a girlfriend, but he also had 3 other companions. There are 5 of us together. Lin Xia decided to be honest. Either they all went to the base or they stayed behind, they had enough supplies either way. Luo Ning glanced at Grandpa Bai. Grandpa Bai, let me talk to Lin Xia alone for a moment. They stepped outside and Luo Ning asked, didn't you say your home was near the phone mall? Why are you here? Jinfeng isn't far from the phone mall either. We've been staying here all along. If it were just you, I could try to secure a spot, especially since Grandpa Bai spoke up for you. I think 1 spot shouldn't be a problem. Lin Xia thought it over. Going to the base alone didn't mean much. But what if he set up a spatial beacon there? Would that allow him to come and go freely? If something unexpected happened at Jinfeng Tower, like the building collapsing, he could use a spatial gate to reach the base directly. With that in mind, Lin Xia asked, Captain Luo, if I go to the base, can I leave? It's not easy at the moment. Luo Ning understood his intent. But the base will establish a set of entry and exit protocols later. I can't guarantee when. Lin Xia pressed further, the spots are fixed, right? After I get in, is there a chance to obtain more spots? Luo Ning shook her head. To be honest, the base is already over capacity, so spots are precious. As for new ones, unless you make a significant contribution, it's very difficult. Like you, because you helped Grandpa Bai, I'm willing to try, but even that isn't guaranteed. Contribution. Lin Xia felt he still had a chance. All he had to do was work for the base. He had an edge, many things others couldn't do he could. I've made up my mind. Lin Xia said earnestly, then please help me apply, Captain Luo. I want to go to the base. Luo Ning nodded. All right, I understand. They returned to the room where Bai Just belongings were already packed. Fall in. Luo Ning commanded. Lin Xia suddenly called out, Captain Luo, are you climbing back up like this? What about you all? And Grandpa Bai? Well, take turns carrying Grandpa Bai up. Luo Ning smiled confidently, this was no challenge for them. That was a solid answer. Lin Xia admired their resolve. Bai Just turned to Lin Xia and said, young man, rest assured I'll do my best to secure a spot for you. Thank you, Grandpa Bai. Take care. Lin Xia expressed his gratitude and pulled out the notebook Grandpa Bai had given him earlier. Grandpa Bai, you can use this again now. Bai Just took it with emotion. Goodbye. Watching Luo Ning and her team depart, Lin Xia took the elevator back to the 90th floor. Everyone had already heard from Luo Yuan about the arrival of the official rescuers. As soon as Lin Xia returned, he was surrounded. Brother Lin, are those people really the official rescuers? Will they save us? Su Qingyue was the first to ask. They are indeed official rescuers, and a shelter base should already be established. But for now they won't save us. Lin Xia answered honestly. Why? Su Man asked. Because the base's capacity is limited and already over capacity, it can't take in more survivors. Hearing this, everyone's expressions fell. Finally encountering rescuers only to be told they couldn't be saved was even more disheartening than never seeing them at all. No need to be sad. Even if we went to the base, I can tell you for sure, the living conditions there might not be better than ours. Everyone suddenly caught on. Yes, when it came to conditions, Jinfeng Tower was clearly superior. They were staying in a presidential suite with access to appliances and running water for showers, things likely unavailable at the shelter. With that thought, their spirits suddenly lifted. Day 15-0915. Luoning had been gone for 3 days, yet there was still no news about whether Lin Xia could enter the shelter base. During these 3 days Lin Xia barely stepped outside. Most of the time he holed up in the presidential suite watching movies with Xiao Xinxin or inviting Su Qingyue to play single-player games together. Speaking of single-player games, Su Qingyue's skills were almost on par with her computer expertise. No matter the game, even if she was playing it for the first time, she could master it in no time. In competitive games she could utterly crush Lin Xia. In role-playing games she was the powerhouse he clung to. And whenever they played, Su Man would stay by their side refilling their drinks. It seemed like a life of idleness, but Lin Xia didn't mind. Even if he completely gave up, the supplies in his space were more than enough. For Lin Xia, going out to scavenge for resources was never a necessity but a matter of mood, or rather a way to pass the time. For instance, if Xiao Xinxin wanted to go out, he would take her for a spin to breathe some fresh air. He even took Su Man and her daughter out once, worried they might get depressed from staying in the hotel too long. Counting the days, today was the day he kicked the bucket in his past life. In this life, barring any accidents, he definitely wouldn't die anytime soon. But the rain continued just like in his past life, and the water level had already risen past the 5th floor. Another noticeable change in the past couple of days was that the few times he went out he encountered many civilians who had risked leaving their homes to scavenge for supplies. By this time most households had exhausted their food reserves. If they didn't go out, they could only starve. For families with dependents, the men couldn't bear to let their wives and children go hungry, so they had no choice but to venture out. Their means of transport were a motley assortment: large wash basins, swim rings, and occasionally an inflatable assault boat. With more people coming out and resources being extremely limited, conflicts naturally arose. It was only at this moment that the apocalypse truly descended. In almost every residential complex, fierce battles for food were unfolding. Even a single pack of biscuits could trigger serious armed clashes, and deaths were commonplace. Jinfeng Tower was a landmark skyscraper with a diverse mix of businesses inside: offices, restaurants, hotels, making it a natural target for nearby residents. But no one could take anything from Jinfeng Tower. 2 days earlier, Miao Polan and Zhu Binggang had moved a large group of people from Jianan Tower to this building. Upon arrival, they immediately sought out Lin Xia. True to his word, Lin Xia didn't make things difficult for them over Ding Liang's incident and opened up all the space below the 45th floor. With a pleasant environment and working elevators, it was far superior to Jianan Tower, and everyone was thoroughly satisfied. With their presence, the residents who came to Jinfeng Tower had no choice but to leave empty-handed. No matter how fierce they were, the sight of the guards' weapons sent them slinking away without even a harsh word. Drive away the refugees, but don't kill the innocent. That was Lin Xia's instruction to Miao Polan and Zhu Binggang. After the Ding Liang incident and Su Feng's parting advice, these two now obeyed Lin Xia almost unconditionally, at least on the surface, treating him as their big brother. So they strictly followed Lin Xia's orders. Even when refugees came, they mainly drove them away, resorting to force only when dealing with troublemakers. In just a few days, Jinfeng Tower's reputation had spread. Lin Xia, however, remained oblivious. As for fragment cards, Lin Xia now had 3 strategic satellite fragment cards plus 1 small electromagnetic cannon fragment. He hadn't obtained any submarine fragments for days. He still had only the one from the beginning. It was purely random. There was no way to know what fragment he would get next, let alone estimate when he could exchange for the first finished product or what that product would be. Lin Xia didn't care much anyway. He still drew regular cards every day, treating fragments as an extra bonus. During these 3 days he drew a luxury yacht, Void Power. That very night he summoned it for a look. It was like a small floating villa with an interior luxury beyond imagination. But no matter how luxurious, it still floated on water. In terms of living comfort, it was far inferior to the presidential suite. He also got a Void Black Soil gift pack. Lin Xia hadn't used this card yet. He wasn't too keen on farming, so he decided to save it for later. The last card was Sleep. 10 upon use immediately puts the target into a sleep state. When the usage count reaches 0, this card disappears. Mental activation command Sleep. It was a control-type card that could prove crucial in certain situations. After lunch, Lin Xia held Xiao Xingxin on the balcony, enjoying the view and aiding digestion. Ding! His phone suddenly rang. Opening it, the feed showed the helipad entrance. After Luo Ning left last time, Lin Xia had asked Luo Yuan to set the surveillance camera at the helipad entrance as an alert zone specifically to wait for Luo Ning's return. In the footage, 3 people in combat uniforms had just passed by. Lin Xia recognized that uniform. If he wasn't mistaken, they were from the shelter base. Finally, Lin Xia immediately headed over. On the stairwell of the 88th floor, he once again saw Luo Ning leading the team. "Captain Luo, we meet again," Lin Xia greeted proactively. Luo Ning, on the other hand, was somewhat surprised. "How did you know ID arrived and found us so accurately?" Lin Xia smiled slightly and asked, "Did you secure my spot?" "Yes," Luo Ning nodded. "You should thank Elder Bai. He gave up the generous conditions the base had arranged for him to get you in." Lin Xia couldn't help but feel moved. "Should we leave now, or do you need to prepare something?" Initially, Luo Ning had been worried about how to find Lin Xia quickly. After all, Jinfeng Tower had 90 floors and searching floor by floor would take a lot of time. Now it turned out well. He didn't know how Lin Xia had managed it, but it saved them a lot of time and effort. "There's not much to pack. I just need to say a word to my companions. Please wait a few minutes, Captain Luo." "All right, we'll wait for you at the helipad. Come over when you're ready." Lin Xia immediately returned to the room. He didn't call Luo Yuan or Su Man and her daughter, he only told Xiao Xingxin. After all, he didn't plan to stay at the base for long. This trip was solely to find a suitable spot inside the base to set a spatial beacon. With that beacon, he could freely travel between the base and Jinfeng Tower. This was Lin Xia's first time aboard a helicopter, yet he felt nothing particularly extraordinary. The most prominent sensation was the deafening roar of the engine, making conversation rather inconvenient. Fortunately, the journey was not prolonged. After roughly 10 minutes, Lin Xia could already discern the distant peaks of Jinding Mountain. Many claimed that Jinding Mountain was modest in size, scarcely qualifying as a mountain when compared to towering precipices. However, from an aerial perspective, Jinding Mountain appeared quite magnificent. Its entire mass sprawled expansively, with the highest peak soaring nearly 500 meters above sea level. Shrouded in a hazy drizzle, it evoked the aura of a grand mountain range. The helicopter crossed the first 2 peaks and began to circle above the 3rd summit of Jinding Mountain. Lin Xia realized they must have nearly arrived at their destination. He gazed downward. Under his watchful eye, a flat expanse at the mountain's base slowly gaped open into a massive cavern. Simultaneously, lights within the cavern flickered on one by one, a truly awe-inspiring sight. The helicopter descended with precision, gliding slowly into the cavern. It traversed a lengthy tunnel before finally settling upon the landing pad within. The helicopter's engine remained running, suggesting it likely had further missions to undertake. Guided by Luo Ning, Lin Xia disembarked and proceeded toward a passage adjacent to the landing pad. "I still have a mission to attend to, so we'll leave you here. Someone will meet you outside." At the entrance of the passage, Luo Ning offered a brief farewell before returning to the helicopter. In an instant, the aircraft ascended once more and vanished from Lin Xia's sight. After traversing a short corridor, Lin Xia entered a room. Someone immediately approached him. "Greetings, welcome to the Jinding Mountain Shelter Base." The newcomer, clad in camouflage and holding a tablet, spoke politely. "Name?" "Lin Xia." The man operated the tablet and soon documents and photographs appeared on the screen. After verifying the information, the man handed Lin Xia a wristband. "This is your identity wristband. Please ensure you wear it at all times within the base. It contains your personal information. Losing it would cause considerable trouble." "Thank you." Lin Xia accepted it and put it on immediately. "Follow me," the guide said, leading him to a wall. On the wall hung a massive schematic diagram of the base. The illustration depicted a large oval shape resembling an upright egg. Along the eggshell rooms carved from caves were arranged in layers spanning 20 levels from top to bottom. The central area of each floor housed distinct functional zones. From this single diagram, Lin Xia realized the staggering complexity of the Jinding Mountain Base project. It was almost beyond comprehension. The Jinding Mountain Shelter Base comprises 4 zones A, B, C, and D. Zones A and B are not open to the public. We are currently on the top floor of Zone D. The guide roughly explained the base's basic layout to Lin Xia. Currently, Zone D housed approximately 60,000 refugees, with 20 floors in total that averaged out to about 3,000 people per floor. According to the schematic, each floor had fewer than 200 rooms. By that calculation, each room would have to accommodate an average of 15 people. In terms of living conditions alone, it was incomparable to a presidential suite at an international hotel. The two were entirely different concepts. Upon entering the base, each person could receive a free basic supply package daily. Additionally, the base offered various tasks. Completing them earned contribution points, which could be exchanged for more supplies at official shops. Contribution points were recorded in the wristband. Thus, within the base, the wristband was of utmost importance, essentially integrating the functions of an ID card, a pass, and a bank card into a single device. After grasping the essentials, Lin Xia left the reception room. Stepping outside, the sight before him once again left him profoundly astonished. This was no crude city of steel. It was a perfect replica of an urban landscape. In his imagination, he had expected the base to be filled with cold, hard steel. Yet as far as the eye could see, there were scarcely any steel pillars or walls. Even the ground was paved with blue bricks. The space was more expansive than he had imagined, bustling with crowds. Some gathered in small groups to chat while children ran and played joyfully. This place and the outside world were like two entirely different realms. Lin Xia's room was located on level 4. Each floor had 2 elevators for vertical transport. However, their use was restricted. New arrivals had 1 free ride to their designated floor, otherwise each trip cost 1 contribution point. Lin Xia took a casual look around level 20. As the schematic indicated, rooms lined the mountain walls in a continuous loop. The central area of level 20 lacked mechanical facilities. Apart from official service points, there were only a few medical stations and supply distribution centers. One doorway caught Lin Xia's attention, surrounded by a crowd. He approached and discovered it was the base's task assignment point. Though no tasks were currently posted, many people still waited at the entrance. "Brother, are you waiting for a task here?" Lin Xia inquired. Lin Xia found a kindly-looking middle-aged man to ask about the situation. The man glanced at Lin Xia, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Few newcomers appeared as neatly dressed and energetic as Lin Xia. "Yes, young man. You look like you just arrived." Lin Xia nodded, then sat down on the floor like the man. "All these people are waiting for tasks." "Indeed," the man sighed. "The free supplies from the base are barely enough to survive. My daughter is 9 years old in a critical growth phase. If I can snag a task and earn some contribution points, I can trade for more food for her." Tasks are grabbed. Lin Xia had assumed they were assigned in an orderly queue. The man confirmed yes. The base is still stabilizing. Tasks come in many types. For instance, yesterday there was an issue with the mountain's structure, so they needed a building engineer or structural engineer. Others wouldn't be of any use. Hearing this, Lin Xia understood. For example, if basic medical care was understaffed, they needed people with medical knowledge. Hiring someone unqualified would be pointless. It seems that to live comfortably in the base, one had to possess a specialized skill. "I used to work in software development. I wonder if there's any work for me," Lin Xia remarked casually. "There is," the man replied promptly. "The base has many smart facilities. I remember when I first arrived they were recruiting software engineers. What's the pay like? Lin Xia asked. It depends on the type, the man said, sharing generously. Casual work pays less, around 10 to 20 contribution points per task. For long-term positions the points are higher, about 30 to 50 a day. The highest pay goes to scarce talent, reaching 100 points a day or even more. Just as Lin Xia was chatting with his older brother, the task release point suddenly became lively. The large screen at the entrance, which had been dark, suddenly lit up. Tasks are here, tasks are here. I wonder what kind of talents they are recruiting this time. Instantly, everyone's attention was focused on the screen. Soon the requirements for recruitment began to display on the screen. Task release personnel requirements: male must possess proficient diving skills, have rich diving experience, cave diving experience preferred. Number of recruits 50 people. Task content: underwater operations in base zone C. Task duration 37 days. Task reward 60 contribution points day. Other notes: recruitment is determined by the person in charge of the task release point, and no one is allowed to cause trouble. Troublemakers will be severely punished. Leader: I can dive. Leader: I am an experienced adventure enthusiast with an internationally certified diving license. I have a rescue diver certificate. As soon as the content on the screen finished displaying, someone immediately stood up and walked towards the service desk of the task release point. Those who meet the requirements need to register at the service desk, and after successful registration they just wait for news. I am a landlubber, I can't even swim. Lin Xia's older brother sighed beside him. Brother, this task offers 60 contribution points a day. What can 60 contribution points actually do? Contribution points are essentially the currency within the base, but Lin Xia was not very familiar with the purchasing power of the currency. His older brother replied, a task that offers 60 points a day is quite good. In terms of food, the base has a cafeteria where you can exchange just 10 points for a meal consisting of 3 dishes, a soup, and a bowl of rice. The values of living supplies vary, you can check the store for specifics. By the way, if you find the accommodation assigned by the base too cramped, you can exchange 100 points for a single room for a day, but single rooms are limited and can only be exchanged when they become available. A single room? Lin Xia immediately became interested. If he could have a single room that belonged solely to him, he could set up a beacon in the room, making it undetectable when entering and exiting. However, the issue is the contribution points. A job offering 60 points is quite decent, but it would take 2 days to exchange for 1 day of accommodation, which is simply not enough. Brother, is there a faster way to earn contribution points? Lin Xia asked, not expecting much but still wanting to inquire. I'm not too sure about that. His older brother shook his head, saying, are you looking to rent a single room? I've heard that if you make a significant contribution to the base, the higher-ups will reward you with a permanent single room, but I don't know what kind of contribution qualifies as significant. I see. By the way, brother, can the contribution I earn be given to someone else? Lin Xia asked. His brother nodded, saying, yes, contribution points are like the currency of the base. As long as it's voluntary, they can be traded. His brother raised his arm and pointed to his wristband. Transactions are also completed using the wristband. With that, Lin Xia's understanding of the base deepened. If he could accumulate enough contribution points, life in the base wouldn't be so bad. At least it was lively here, unlike the desolation of the Jin Feng building. Brother, what's your name? Can the wristband add contacts? My surname is Lin Xia. His brother took out a phone, saying, the wristband has only basic functions, its contact still relies on the phone. However, a specific phone card is needed, which you can apply for at the service desk, but it requires 5 contribution points. What a coincidence, I also have the surname Lin. Lin Xia didn't expect his brother to be from the same family. Since I just arrived and have no contribution points, should I grab a task first? Lin Xia nodded, saying, grabbing a task is fine, or you can donate things you don't need like a watch or something to earn contribution points. Oh, that sounds good. Lin Xia felt pleased upon hearing this. I can exchange items for contribution points. Why didn't you say so earlier? Brother, where can I exchange them? There are 3 supply donation points located at L5, L10, and L15. If you want to go, just take the stairs down to L15 from there. After noting down Lin Xia's number, Lin Xia planned to first exchange some items for contribution points and then get the phone card. Without contribution points, he couldn't even take the elevator and had to use the stairs. He was startled after starting down the stairs, yet the height between each floor was quite significant, roughly estimating it to be at least 20 meters. This was going down. With Lin Xia's current physical condition, it was naturally no problem. The question was going up. 5 floors spanned over 100 meters. 100 meters outside would be equivalent to about 30 floors high. Just thinking about it felt tiring. Lin Xia continued down until he reached L15. L15 and L20 had a similar overall feel. It seems that the design of each floor was likely quite similar, with only some facilities possibly different. He found the supply donation point in the courtyard of L15. There were quite a few people in line. Lin Xia observed that some people were carrying their laptops while others were holding small boxes whose contents he couldn't discern. There was even someone hugging a computer case which was surprisingly painted with a Genshin Impact theme. Lin Xia was quite impressed by the young man with the computer case. This was a refuge base, and most people were rescued here. He had seen people bring food, clothes, and blankets, but it was the first time he saw someone bringing a computer. This case must be that person's beloved item. I wonder how many contribution points that can be exchanged for. No matter how beloved, when hungry it loses its charm. Lin Xia didn't rush to stand in line and observed for a while. At the entrance of the supply donation point, there was a notice stating that the amount of contribution points exchanged for items was determined by the authorities. If one was willing, they could exchange it, and if not, they could leave. No disputes were allowed. If any arose, it would be considered causing trouble, leading to severe punishment. Although it seemed somewhat overbearing, it was completely understandable in such extraordinary times. A properly functioning laptop can be exchanged for 100 contribution points. It was the turn of the guy with the laptop. He had an HP laptop with specific specifications unknown, which could be exchanged for 100 contribution points. According to his brother Lin Xia, that would be the equivalent of 10 meals worth of contribution. Lin Xia thought this ratio was quite reasonable. At this time, no matter how expensive the laptop was, it was not as practical as a hearty meal. Getting 10 hearty meals in exchange was quite good. If I go back and scour the entire city for computers, wouldn't I have endless contribution points? Lin Xia suddenly had an idea. If he could exchange items for contribution points, why bother working? He could just go out and gather a bunch of items, and then he would have plenty. The thought was grand, but reality was stark. No sooner had the idea surfaced than Lin Xia dismissed it. He had been brought here by Luo Ning, arriving empty-handed. If he suddenly produced a bunch of laptops, wouldn't that scream trouble? Being a bit reckless while scavenging outside was fine. But this was an official shelter base. If he got caught, he might really end up dissected. What to do then? He couldn't really resign himself to grueling labor, could he? That would be far too inefficient. Without a private room, where do I set the beacon? That was a problem that needed solving. Lin Xia discreetly pulled a fruit brand phone from his space and stood